Chapter 1. The Awakening of Tang San and the System. Outside the Holy Soul Village, in the early morning, under a shrouded sky, two young boys clad in patched garments dashed out from the tranquil village entrance. The boy in front, named Tang San, possessed a wheat-colored complexion and an air of robust vitality. His eyes sparkled with a vivid brilliance. In contrast, the boy trailing behind him, though endearing, lacked the same vigor. As he jogged, his gait appeared unsteady, as if he might stumble at any moment. Before long, the pair arrived at a small hillside beyond the village. Tang Ge, am off to cultivate, Tang San called back to his companion before moving to an open area to practice his martial arts. As the first rays of the sun broke the horizon, he promptly settled into a meditative posture on the ground. The boy trailing behind, Tang Ge, who bore a physical ailment, watched as Tang San began his training. He made his way to a spot several meters away to engage in his own physical exercises. However, it was not long before he found himself breathless, finally taking a seat on a large stone at the edge of the slope to rest. As he turned to observe Tang San, who was enveloped in a swirling aura of purple energy, envy flickered in his eyes. Why must we, both traversers, be treated so differently? Tang Ge lamented, his face a portrait of despondency. One is endowed with a profound legacy and a promising future, destined for divinity, while the other, abandoned by his parents in childhood, is burdened with congenital polio and faces a bleak future. It is unfortunate enough to have traversed to the world of Douluo Continent without a golden finger. Am I to remain a mere layabout in Holy Soul Village for all eternity? Indeed, like Tang San, Tang Ge was also a traveler from another realm. Yet in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary homebody, and upon arriving in this new world, he found himself reduced to an orphan, devoid of skills and lacking any extraordinary abilities that in his desperation, Tang Ge relied on the one advantage of his congenital disability to forge a bond with Tang San, hoping that in the future, his friend might lend him assistance. He endeavored to train alongside Tang San daily, showcasing his tenacity in hopes of evoking sympathy from him. Perhaps, in a moment of kindness, Tang San might share with him the secrets of the Su Yuntao skill. Even a basic technique like the ghost shadow perplexing steps would suffice, enabling Tang Ge to escape from wild beasts when he ventured into the mountains to gather firewood and herbs. However, the reality proved to be otherwise. Tang San, bearing the soul of an adult, had not even disclosed the Su Yuntao skill to his own father, let alone to an outsider. Thus, as the years rolled by, day after day spent on that hillside, Tang San grew ever stronger, while Tang Ge remained stagnant, a mere bystander. Yet after 6 years, the true reason behind Tang Ge's perseverance despite his congenital disability was the shared surname he bore with Tang San. This Tang surname was not bestowed upon him by the village chief who had adopted him, but was derived from a jade pendant that hung around his neck. The pendant itself was unremarkable, yet it bore the character Tang etched on one side, while the reverse was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, at the center of which a faint, hammer-shaped emblem could be discerned. The hammer-shaped pattern was exceedingly elusive, even unbeknownst to the village chief. It was by mere chance that Tang Ge discovered it at the tender age of 4. In the Douluo Continent, if the hammer-shaped emblem signifies a martial spirit, then there is but one location it could pertain to. Rubbing the jade tablet concealed within his garments, anticipation gleamed in Tang Ge's eyes. Before long, the narrative of the Douluo Continent will commence. If my conjecture holds true, perhaps this idle fish shall yet find an opportunity for resurgence. At that moment, the sun in the east had fully risen, its golden rays cascading down to dispel the white mist enveloping the hillside. As the dew evaporated, a warm sensation enveloped Tang Ge, prompting him to stretch his waist. It matters not, 6 years have already passed. There is no rush. I shall first solidify my relationship with Tang San. Muttering to himself, Tang Ge prepared to descend from the large stone. However, perhaps due to the heavy morning dew or his own clumsiness, as he stood up, his foot slipped abruptly, sending him tumbling down the steep slope. A forlorn cry instantly startled Tang San, who had just concluded his training a mere 10 meters away. Tang Ge. Upon witnessing Tang Ge plummet down the slope, Tang San could not suppress his exclamation, his small face marred with shock. He could hardly fathom how the usually resilient Tang Ge could suddenly resort to such despair. Yet, there was no time for Tang San to ponder further. Observing Tang Ge's descent, he immediately activated his ghost shadow misty steps and rushed forward. Whoosh! The wind howled past his ears to the base of the slope. Tang Ge, suspended in midair and falling in a spread eagle position, was so enraged that he felt compelled to curse the heavens. As his speed increased, His face turned ashen. Surely, I shan't be the first transmigrator to meet their demise at the very onset of the Douluo Continent. Ding! Congratulations, host. The shock system has been successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations, host. The first shock has been completed. You have received a luxurious shock gift pack, which has been automatically stored in the system space. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in Tang Ge's mind. The shock system. With the emergence of this voice, Tang Ge, still in the midst of his descent, was first taken aback, followed by excitement illuminating his pallid countenance. The system has activated. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Tang Ge was filled with disbelief and exhilaration. He never anticipated that the system he had yearned for over 6 years would manifest at the very moment he was about to plummet down the slope. Yet in the next instant he was on the brink of death. In a state of desperation, Tang Ge could not help but cry out, "System, save me!" Ding! Detection of imminent death has been noted. According to the initial binding rules, the host is automatically granted 1 death exemption. Buzz! As the system's voice resonated, a transparent barrier materialized, enveloping Tang Ge in an instant. Then, the 100-meter descent was traversed in a blink. Tang Ge crashed heavily onto the ground. There was no excruciating pain, nor was there any bloodshed. As the light shield vanished, and Tang Ge cautiously opened his eyes, the blinding brightness caused him to weep. Uncontrollably, ha ha ha. At long last, fortune has smiled upon me. It had been 6 long years. A full 6 years. Ever since the day he arrived in this world with his memories intact, Tang Ge had been plagued by the congenital disability of his right leg, feeling utterly lost within. Although the village chief, who took him in, treated him like his own child and never deliberately neglected him due to his physical flaw, Tang Ge harbored a persistent knot of distress in his heart. Every time he ventured out and felt the peculiar gazes of his peers from the village, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of misery. In those moments, he truly wished to roar. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Yet, Tang Ge understood that complaints would ultimately resolve nothing. Self-despair would not elicit sympathy from others. Thus, upon realizing that this world was Douluo Continent, Tang Ge gritted his teeth and endeavored to overcome his physical limitations, training daily alongside Tang San. He aimed not only to learn from Tang San, but also to use him as a beacon of motivation to spur himself onward. To live is to have purpose. Without a goal, what difference is there between one and a mere shell of a being? And now, with the fall from the cliff, the system activated, and the bitter turned to sweet. Lying on the slightly cool ground, Tang Ge was both laughing and crying, appearing almost in idea as so much so that Tang San, who had just slid down the steep slope, halted in his tracks upon witnessing this scene, hesitant to step closer. After a considerable moment, he cautiously approached. "Tang Ge, are you all right?" "Xiao San, I'm fine." Once Tang Ge regained his composure, he shook his head. Tang San, still concerned, remarked, "Are you truly okay? Should I fetch Grandpa Village Chief?" Tang Ge, with no choice but to stand, performed several stretching exercises in front of Tang San, bouncing and leaping to prove his well-being. Incredibly, he was indeed fine. Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. Mingled with astonishment, he gazed up at the towering cliff over 100 meters high, then back at Tang Ge, who bore no injuries whatsoever, struggling to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Tang San is astonished, gaining 5 points of astonishment value. The system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind from across the way. Chapter 2. The Might of the Sacred Body. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Ge suddenly recalled the luxurious shock gift pack still residing in the system space. He quickly turned to Tang San, saying, "Xiao San, I wish to train here a little longer. You may return. Just promise me you won't do anything reckless like jumping off the cliff again." Tang San earnestly cautioned. "Where would I be so reckless as to jump off a cliff? That was merely an accident, I assure you." A black line appeared on Tang Ge's forehead as he feigned impatience. Waving his hand dismissively, I know, Xiao San. You're so nagging. If you don't leave soon, I might just leap off." Tang San couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Yet, in the end, he did not remain here. After bidding farewell to Tang Ge, he returned to the Holy Soul Village. As soon as he departed, Tang Ge could hardly contain his excitement. "System, I wish to open the luxurious surprise gift package." Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened a luxurious surprise gift package and received a mysterious weapon spirit, which has automatically merged with your selection. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened the luxurious surprise gift package and acquired the Chaotic Hammer technique, which has seamlessly integrated into your memory. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened the luxurious surprise gift package and obtained a formidable holy body, which has automatically assimilated into your being. Within a system space of approximately 10 square meters, a gift package lay quietly. However, at that moment, with the chime of notifications, the previously inert package erupted in a dazzling brilliance, and 3 beams of light shot forth. One beam manifested as intertwining sword lights, rending the heavens and the earth. Another beam reverberated with the sound of hammering, echoing through the skies. The last beam released a blinding golden light, within which 4 extraordinary forms shifted and transformed. As these 3 beams emerged, they surged forth from the space and directly entered Tang Ge's body. Caught unawares, Tang Ge let out a howl of agony and collapsed to the ground. He curled up, the excruciating pain inflicted by the 3 beams, making him feel as though his head and body were on the verge of bursting, his eyes nearly popping out. Ultimately, unable to withstand the torment, Tang Ge began to repeatedly slam against the rock wall. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of impact reverberated beneath the cliff. Yet, curiously, with each collision, rather than sustaining any injury, his once frail body began to grow increasingly robust in the golden light. His height increased. His hair lengthened. Furthermore, at the moment when his clothing tore with a resounding rip, he revealed a perfectly sculpted physique, radiating a bronze sheen and imbued with terrifying power. However, due to the relentless agony, Tang Ge had fallen into a semi-conscious state, utterly unaware of the transformation occurring within him. Moreover, with each collision of Tang Ge nearing perfection, the previously immovable rock wall began to tremble incessantly. Rocks continuously shattered and fell from above, and the cracks grew more numerous. Finally, at the moment when the golden light enveloping Tang Ge suddenly surged and then rapidly shrank and vanished, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! Under the violent impact, the rock wall was actually smashed by Tang Ge into a giant human-shaped pit. Countless fragments of stone flew everywhere, scaring the birds in the distance into chirping and flapping their wings in a panic to fly away. Dust swirled in the air, accompanied by intense coughing sounds. A figure suddenly ran out from the dust. It was Tang Ge, who had just smashed a large hole in the rock wall. At this moment, he had awakened from his previous semi-consciousness and appeared not only unweakened, but also extremely invigorated. However, looking at the scene before him, Tang Ge had a dazed and incredulous expression. Is this all my doing? Staring at the giant human-shaped pit in the rock wall that he had created, Tang Ge was filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had felt countless pieces of information flooding into his mind, and it was as if a volcano had erupted within his body, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He hadn't even heard the system's notification clearly. Now that he was awake, Tang Ge immediately felt a surge of power coursing through his body. He suspected that with one punch, he could kill a cow. More importantly, Tang Ge discovered that the congenital disability in his right leg that had troubled him for 6 years had completely recovered. The solid feeling of stepping on the ground made Tang Ge extremely excited. It's done. Finally, it's done. Ding dong. The luxurious shock gift package has been fully distributed, and the host's personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? At this moment, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Hearing the prompt, Tang Ge suppressed his inner excitement and silently said, "View." In an instant, a virtual frame appeared before his eyes. Shock system host, Tang Ge level, none martial soul, unawakened mysterious martial soul martial technique, chaotic wind hammer technique physique, primordial sacred body fusion degree, 10 shock value. 5 as this virtual frame appeared. Information about the previous luxurious shock gift package also reappeared in Tang Ge's mind. 3 treasures. 1 is a mysterious martial soul, but it will only manifest after his own martial soul awakens. The other is the chaotic wind hammer technique, a technique created by the Haotian sect of Douluo Continent for the Haotian hammer martial soul. If one can continuously swing a total of 81 hammers, even domains can be broken. Tang Ge did not expect to obtain this hammer technique. However, if he had not awakened the martial soul Haotian hammer, even if he obtained the chaotic wind hammer technique, he would not be able to fully unleash its true power. Nevertheless, whether it was the mysterious martial soul or the chaotic wind hammer technique, it only excited Tang Ge for a moment. What truly filled him with joy was the 3rd treasure, the ancient sacred body, a unique and unparalleled human combat body that existed in the ancient times of the world of Jitian. Once perfected, it could rival an emperor. Not only that, the ancient sacred body also had the advantages of being invulnerable to all evils, restraining anomalies, being invincible at the same level, and being physically unbeatable. Just thinking about the performance of the ancient sacred body in the Jitian world, Tang Ge had no doubt that even without awakening his martial soul, as long as he cultivated the ancient sacred body to perfection, he could dominate the Douluo world. Unfortunately, the power of the ancient sacred body also represented a massive consumption of resources, and the chance of achieving the Tao was almost zero. Of course, talking about achieving the Tao was still too early for Tang Ge at this moment. What truly troubled him was the resources needed to cultivate the ancient sacred body. After all, he had only reached a fusion degree of 10 for the sacred body after the recent experiences. Only when he completely fused could he enter the awakening stage. The resources consumed in this process were incredibly difficult to estimate. Fortunately, the system also had a feature for drawing prizes using shock points. As long as he accumulated enough shock points, he could draw various treasures from the myriad realms. Obtaining sources and sacred medicines from the Jitian world was not impossible either. However, even so, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. It seemed that for the time being, he still had to focus on awakening his martial soul. Just as he was thinking this, a low growl suddenly sounded. Tang Ge's attention was drawn, and he suddenly saw 8 gray wolves emerging from the woods about 7 or 8 meters away. As soon as they appeared, their fierce wolf eyes locked onto Tang Ge. Among them was a wolf king that stood 2 meters tall. In the past, seeing so many wild wolves would have made Tang Ge's first thought to escape immediately. But now, he was not afraid at all. Instead, a smile appeared on his youthful face. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the holy body on a live target. How? As if understanding Tang Ge's words, the Wolf King's cunning eyes suddenly filled with anger, and it let out a low growl. At its command, one of the gray wolves immediately dashed out of the pack, turning into a gray blur as it lunged at Tang Ge. In midair, the charging gray wolf opened its massive mouth, revealing its menacing fangs. A strong stench immediately assaulted the senses. Tang Ge frowned, his face full of disgust. So stinky. Without any apparent preparation, he simply clenched his right fist and swung it forward with great force, instantly creating a loud explosion of air. How? The gray wolf that had just pounced in midair let out a mournful scream, spinning as it flew out. By the time it crashed to the ground 6 meters away, its insides were shattered, and its gray fur was completely stained red. One punch. The gray wolf is dead. Tang Ge's fighting spirit was stirred, and coupled with the frustration that had built up over the past 6 years, he let out a loud shout and charged towards the wolf pack. Even though he had not learned any martial arts techniques, with the powerful physique brought by the fusion of the ancient holy body, he was not comparable to a pack of beasts. As soon as he entered the wolf pack, Tang Ge showed these beasts the terror of the ancient holy body. With one punch, he smashed a gray wolf's head. With another punch, another gray wolf's entire abdomen collapsed, its eyes bulging out. Moving through the wolf pack, Tang Ge seemed to transform into a deity or demon, accompanied by explosive sounds in the air, and the piercing howls of wolves echoed continuously. In a short moment, the originally ferocious 7 gray wolves had completely turned into corpses. The Wolf King, which had just pounced to launch a sneak attack, was also sent flying by Tang Ge's punch. Trying to escape? Seeing the Wolf King, after landing, raise its tail and turn to flee into the woods, Tang Ge's eyes narrowed. He then spotted a fist-sized stone on the ground beside him and directly kicked it hard. Bang! The sound of air exploding rang out. The stone instantly became an afterimage, shooting towards the Wolf King that was fleeing into the woods. The Wolf King howled and released a burst of white light. The flying stone collided with the white light and instantly shattered, but the power of Tang Ge's ancient holy body also slammed hard into the Wolf King. Oh! The Wolf King let out a mournful and unwilling scream, and its 2-meter-tall body crashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was completely stained red with bright blood. At the same time, a white halo gradually appeared from the dead Wolf King. Seeing this white halo, Tang Ge couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a look of surprise appearing on his handsome face. A spirit ring? He never expected that this Wolf King was actually a 10-year spirit beast. After the surprise, Tang Ge felt a wave of joy. The ancient holy body was indeed incredibly powerful. He had only just begun to fuse with it, yet he could easily kill a 10-year spirit beast if he awakened it. Wouldn't he be able to hunt 1,000-year or even 10,000-year spirit beasts? And what if he added his martial soul and martial soul skills? A god of killing? Chapter 3. Old Village Chief Jack. After a while, the white spirit ring that appeared from the Wolf King gradually dissipated. Tang Ge, who had stopped his wild thoughts upon seeing this scene, felt no heartache at all. A mere 10-year spirit ring was nothing in his eyes. Even if he were to fuse with a spirit ring, it would have to start from the 1,000-year level. However, knowing that it would still take some time for people from the spirit hall to arrive, Tang Ge realized that thinking about these things was useless. He murmured to himself, "Forget it. I'll head back first. I don't know if Tang San told Grandpa Village Chief about me falling." He looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had already risen quite high. Tang Ge did not stay here any longer. After collecting all the wolf corpses on the ground into the system space, he turned around and left. At the entrance of Shenghun Village, as the morning passed, the villagers who had woken up began to step out of their homes. A bullock cart was coming towards the village entrance, loaded with goods. Tang Ge, who had just returned, did not see Grandpa Village Head, and his worries immediately subsided. As soon as he saw the middle-aged man driving the bullock cart, he smiled shyly. "Uncle Lee, going to Notting City so early? Early to go, early to return. The road can be difficult to navigate when it gets dark," Uncle Lee replied involuntarily. However, as soon as he spoke, he suddenly reacted. "Wait, who is this sturdy kid, dressed in ragged clothes? Do I know him?" Uncle Lee looked confused, wanting to call out and ask for the person's name. But the person had already entered the village and disappeared from sight. "Forget it. Maybe my memory has been bad lately." Uncle Lee shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued driving the cart towards Notting City. On the way back to the village, in a very good mood, Tang Ge ran all the way, greeting the villagers he passed. When he encountered a cute 3-year-old girl, he even stopped to play with her for a while. When he left, he had a skewer of candied hawthorn in his hand, which he had only taken a small bite of. Behind him, a loud crying sound could be heard. "Whoa, my candied hawthorn." Upon hearing the crying, a burly man with a beard rushed out from a nearby butcher shop, wielding a cleaver. "Which brat dares to bully my yaya? I'll chop him up." Tang Ge felt guilty and quickly quickened his pace to leave. Soon, he returned to the village chief's house. "Grandpa, I'm back." As soon as he reached the door, Tang Ge couldn't help but shout out, "It's Tang Ge. Grandpa will open the door for you right now." An old voice came from inside. In a moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the originally closed door suddenly swung open, revealing an elderly man with white hair and a cane at the entrance. It was Jack, the village chief of Shenghun Village. He was about to ask Tang Ge why he returned so late, but when he looked up and saw Tang Ge's appearance, his murky eyes suddenly became confused. "Who is this little guy?" "Grandpa, it's me, Tang Ge. You don't recognize me anymore?" Tang Ge frowned and said, "The voice sounds quite similar, but this figure." Old Jack frowned and straightened his face. "Come on, take a couple of steps so the old man can have a look." Tang Ge, if it were someone else, they would have slapped him long ago. So it turns out that having a limp has become my exclusive trademark, huh? However, in the face of Grandpa Village Chief's request, Tang Ge still had to obediently comply. Moreover, to prove that the problem lies with him, Tang Ge not only took 2 steps, but also mentioned some things that only he and the village elder knew from his childhood, conveniently finding a reason that he had become this way after taking an immortality potion. In the end, old Jack finally believed that the sturdy young man before him was indeed Tang Ge. Tears of excitement flowed from his murky eyes as he directly embraced Tang Ge. "Great! Heaven has opened its eyes. Finally, my Tang Ge's health has improved." "Grandpa." Tang Ge felt a pang in his heart and barely held back his tears. After a while, the grandfather and grandson reluctantly parted ways. Old Jack looked at the strong and taller than average Tang Ge, who was even taller than some 13 or 14-year-olds. And the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. A smile spread across his wrinkled face. "Come on, let's go home. I'll help you tidy up your hair. And you need to change into some new clothes. And also, Tang Ge, you can't eat recklessly when you go out in the future." "Got it, Grandpa." Tang Ye nodded it seriously. Then he helped old Jack and carefully entered the house. In the afternoon, as the sun moved westward, golden sunlight poured down, covering the entire Shenghun village. The villagers, who were originally busy with their own tasks, suddenly began to discuss something, as if they had heard some news. "Did you hear? The village chief's kid, who had a limp, is actually cured." "A limp can be cured? You're not lying to us, are you?" "I heard it too. That little guy, Tang Ge, not only got rid of his limp, but he also seems like a different person now, looking strong and handsome. Could it be that some soul master helped him heal his leg?" "I'm not sure about that. But isn't that little Tang Ge? If you want to know, just ask him directly." "Wow, with that figure and looks, if I had a daughter, I would really want to bring him into our family." More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge, who was cautiously feeling his way forward, suddenly caught the attention of dozens of eyes. The mixed expressions of surprise, curiosity, and eagerness made Tang Ge's scalp tingle. Seeing the villagers about to surround him, He was so frightened that he quickly turned and ran, stopping only when he reached the west end of the village. Reflecting on the discussions he had just overheard, Tang Ge couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The village chief truly was something else, spreading the news of his leg being healed all over Shenghan village. Now, Tang Ge had really become famous. That's right, now that Tang Ge's healing was known to the whole village. He hadn't even realized it at first. When he woke up from his afternoon nap and saw the village chief returning from outside with a big smile, he thought the chief had encountered something good. Only now did Tang Ge understand that while he was asleep, the village chief had told the villagers about his healed leg. Tang Ge didn't blame him for this. He understood that the village chief did it for his own good, not wanting him to be looked at differently by the villagers as he had been before. However, just thinking about how the village chief had fallen asleep in the lounge chair from exhaustion before he left home made Tang Ge feel a pang of heartache. He couldn't help but clench his fists and silently vowed, "Grandpa, don't worry, Tang Ge will not let you down." Chapter 4. Can I give a try? After a while, Tang Ge finally calmed down. Remembering the purpose of his outing, a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he immediately continued walking toward the west end of the village. Soon, 3 extremely simple adobe houses came into view. On the roof of the main house, there was a wooden sign with a rudimentary hammer painted on it. This was Tang San's home. Tang Ge came today mainly to deliver a message from Grandpa Jack. In 3 days, soul masters from the Spirit Hall will arrive at Holy Soul Village to host the awakening ceremony. At that time, whether it is Tang Ge or Tang San, all children of the appropriate age will participate in the awakening ceremony. The awakening ceremony will determine a person's fate. Tang Ge originally thought it would take some time, but unexpectedly, during lunch today, he heard the news from Grandpa Jack. After waiting for 6 years, the plot is finally about to unfold. Just thinking about the various major events that will happen next, Tang Ge felt incredibly excited and eager. Just in time, Grandpa Jack also needed to tell Tang San about the awakening ceremony, so he took the initiative to take on this task. Anyway, with the innate advantage of being familiar with the plot, Tang Ge was not worried that Tang San's father would stop him. Moreover, he had another purpose for coming here today. In an instant, Tang Ge couldn't help but quicken his pace. The closer he got to the adobe house, the louder the sound of hammering became, which he could only vaguely hear before. By the time Tang Ge finally arrived at the front door of the house with the hammer sign, the heat that hit him made the hammering sound turn into a series of wonderful notes. Ding, 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 ding. Even through a door, it seemed like Tang Ge could see a small figure continuously raising the iron hammer high and then smashing it down hard. The movements were fluid. There was no sign of awkwardness, as if it flowed like water. Could it be? Has he already started to learn that hammer technique? Tang Ge's eyes brightened, and after clearing his throat, he immediately shouted, "Xiao San, it's me, Tang Ge." His voice directly overshadowed the sound of the hammer. The clanging of the iron continued, but with a soft creak, the door of the blacksmith shop opened from the inside. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. "What do you want with Xiao San?" The disheveled Tang Hao, with a drunken look in his eyes, glanced at Tang Ge and said, "Tang Hao, a title Douluo above level 90. Even though this was already the 5th time in 6 years that he had seen Tang San's father, Tang Ge still couldn't help but feel his heart race and felt extremely nervous. He spoke very cautiously. Tang, Tang Ye. Grandpa Jack asked me to bring a message. 3 days later, there will be a soul master from the Spirit Hall to preside over the awakening ceremony." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang Hao's previously listless face finally showed some interest. He wasn't really concerned about the awakening ceremony, but after scanning Tang Ge up and down with his gaze, he said, "The kid from old Jack's family? Walk a couple of steps so I can have a look." "Damn, just because you're a titled Douluo, you think you're so great? Can a titled Douluo just tease children like this?" Tang Ge was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. However, to show that he was a good child who respected his elders, he didn't say a word and immediately walked back and forth a couple of steps. In the end, Tang Ge shyly said, "I accidentally ate a fruit today and suddenly turned into this. Well, since you're looking for a third party, come in." After Tang Hao withdrew his gaze, he did not ask any more questions, nodded, and turned back into the house. Only then did Tang Ge, who had been tense, finally relax. However, when he thought about how there was no prompt sound in his mind, he couldn't help but pout. So stingy. In the blacksmith shop, by the blazing furnace, 6-year-old Tang San was wielding a large iron hammer, continuously pounding on an iron block the size of a fist. With each strike, the iron block visibly shrank and brightened. Tang Hao, who had just returned, saw this scene and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, but then it returned to its usual dullness. He said, "Stop. Your friend Tang Ge has come to find you." Tang Ge, he came to find me? Hearing his father's words, Tang San immediately thought of what happened in the morning. After the iron hammer in his hand fell once again, he gradually stopped. He put down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned around. Father, where is Tang Ge? I'm here, Xiao San. Before Tang Hao could answer, Tang Ge's figure appeared at the door. He smiled and waved at Tang San. However, when Tang San saw Tang Ge, the initially puzzled handsome face instantly turned shocked. He stared at Tang Ge in disbelief. You really are Tang Ge? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, earning 5 points of shock value. The system prompt suddenly rang out. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Ge felt very satisfied. As expected, Tang San was quite understanding. Then, he repeated what he had said to Grandpa Jack earlier to Tang San. After hearing it, Tang San couldn't help but sigh. However, he felt no jealousy, but sincerely said, Congratulations, Tang Ge. Thank you. Tang Ge nodded. Not far away, Tang Hao frowned and couldn't stand it any longer. He impatiently urged, What are these two kids being so sentimental about? Just get to the point. If you have something to say it quickly. Tang San was accustomed to it and didn't think much of it. On the contrary, Tang Ge seemed quite embarrassed. So he quickly changed the subject and explained the purpose of his visit to Tang San. Upon learning that a soul awakening ceremony would be held in the village in 3 days, Tang San, who lacked information in this regard, quickly seized the opportunity to ask in detail. Since there was a titled Douluo watching nearby, Tang Ge didn't dare to say too much. He could only share the information that Grandpa Jack might know. There are 2 types of martial souls, tool martial souls and beast martial souls. After awakening a martial soul, one will generate martial soul power, which is categorized into 10 titles based on strength: Soul Master, Soul Scholar, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Each title is further divided into 10 ranks. Finally, Tang Ge raised his head proudly and said, Of course, our Holy Soul Village is also very impressive. According to Grandpa Village Chief, our village had a Soul Saint of the 8th rank 100 years ago. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice came over. Little guy, that's just a legend. It was Tang Hao who said this. If old Jack were here, he would definitely be furious. But Tang Ge pretended not to hear it and looked at Tang San expectantly. Little San, there's still 3 days left. Will you go then? Tang San hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but look at his father. Noticing the expectation and anxiety in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao ultimately did not say the words of refusal. He said lightly, Aren't there still 3 days left? Keep forging. I'll definitely work hard. Tang San, who had received his father's approval, immediately nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, standing to the side, rolled his eyes and, after glancing briefly at the forging platform not far away, suddenly spoke up, Uncle Tang, can I give it a try? Chapter 5. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique shocked Tang Hao. As soon as the words were spoken, the eyes of the father and son in conversation instantly shifted to Tang Ge. You want to give it a try? Forging? Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt as he spoke. Tang Ge quickly nodded. So Tang. I've heard that many of the farming tools in the village are made by you, so I've always been very interested in forging. In the past, I was weak and couldn't do many things, nor did I dare to have any ideas. But now I really want to give it a try. Uncle Tang, do you think it's okay? In the end, Tang Ge's voice was filled with pleading. Even Tang San couldn't help but speak up. Father, please let Tang Ge give it a try. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. Tang Hao looked deeply at Tang Ge and chose to agree. However, in his heart, he did not believe that this little guy, who randomly ate fruits, could easily handle a hammer he had never touched before just because his body had become stronger. Forging seemed simple, but it was truly a skilled trade. Hopefully, that hammer would give the little guy some hard lessons. Tang Hao gave up on leaving and simply leaned against the wall, waiting lazily. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, accompanied by Tang San, walked up to the forging table. Pointing at the hammer and fist-sized iron were placed on the table, Tang San said, This is the hammer I used and the iron or that I've forged halfway. Do you want to replace them? No need, we'll use these. Tang Ge was eager to try. Without needing Tang San to teach him, he picked up the hammer from the forging table. Seeing Tang Ge's casual way of holding the hammer, Tang Hao, who was leaning against the wall and had some expectations, shook his head and closed his eyes. Even Tang San couldn't bear to watch and couldn't help but smile wryly as he reminded him, Tang Ge, can you take it seriously? Okay, I'm serious now. Upon hearing Tang San's reminder, the smile on Tang Ge's face instantly vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. As the information about the chaotic wind hammer technique continuously emerged in his mind, he began to slowly adjust his standing posture. The moment he felt his mind and body unite and enter the state, Tang Ge's legs, angled sideways, suddenly sank down. Using his legs as a starting point, he directly engaged his waist. Then he used the strength of his waist to drive his back, leaning his body backward. At the moment he swung the hammer high with his right arm, he used the force of his back to propel his arm down rapidly, striking fiercely on the iron or on the anvil. A dull thud immediately resonated. If it were a beginner, using such great force without rich experience would definitely lead to serious consequences when the hammer struck the ore. At best, they would be knocked back by the recoil from the forging hammer. At worst, they could directly injure their waist. But unfortunately, Tang Ge was not exactly a true beginner. So when the forging hammer fell and rebounded, he once again exerted force with his calves, swung the hammer, turned, and brought it down, directly creating a perfect loop. In an instant, rhythmic sounds of hammering began to resonate in the room. During these days, apart from going out to exercise, Tang San had been staying in a blacksmith shop to learn forging techniques, and at this moment his eyes were completely wide open. He stared blankly at Tang Ge, who was forging iron or, as if performing, his eyes filled with disbelief. This kind of technique for exerting force was not something Tang San could comprehend. Even Tang Hao, who had originally been lazily leaning against the wall pretending to nap, had stood up straight without realizing it. His dejected expression vanished, replaced by deep shock. The chaotic wind hammering technique. It was actually the chaotic wind hammering technique. If it weren't for the fact that the one forging at this moment was just a 6-year-old child, Tang Hao probably wouldn't have been able to resist rushing over to grab him. He never expected that in this remote, holy soul village, there would be someone using the chaotic wind hammering technique, which only he knew. However, Tang Hao was not an ordinary person. After the shock, he quickly calmed down. He stared at Tang Ge, who was displaying his forging skills to the fullest, with a furrowed brow, muttering to himself. Or rather, this little guy might not even realize he was using the chaotic wind hammering technique. Perhaps he truly had a talent for forging and was self-taught in this technique of exerting force. Moreover, since he shares the surname Tang, could it really be mere self-teaching? Initially, Tang Hao didn't care much about another child with the surname Tang in Holy Soul Village. After all, the Tang surname was not exclusive to his lineage. But now, with the experience of witnessing the scene before him, Tang Hao suddenly began to ponder Tang Ge's origins. For a moment, in the small blacksmith shop, apart from the rhythmic sounds of forging, there was no other noise. Only one figure continued to swing the hammer, coming down again and again. Meanwhile, the father and son silently watched this scene. Just like that, unknowingly, nearly 5 minutes passed. Tang Ge ultimately had to stop after swinging the iron hammer 34 times due to the limitations of his physical strength. However, even so, the iron ore, which was originally the size of a fist, had shrunk significantly. Looking at his masterpiece from these few minutes, Tang Ge wiped the sweat off his forehead after putting down the hammer and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have shocked Tang San using the chaotic hammer technique, earning 10 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have shocked Tang Hao using the chaotic hammer technique, earning 5,000 shock points. Damn, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Even the shock is so impressive. Seeing the 5,000 shock points generated from Uncle Tang witnessing his use of the chaotic hammer technique, Tang Ge felt as happy as if he were eating honey. If this happens again, wouldn't he be able to open a lottery across the heavens? Tang Ge looked forward with anticipation while glancing at Tang Hao not far away, shyly speaking up. Uncle Tang, do you think my performance is good? Is it good? Tang Hao really didn't want to speak at that moment. However, he still pretended to be calm and nodded. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Upon hearing the affirmation from the titled Douluo, Tang Ge's face immediately lit up with a smile. He clenched his fist and said, I will continue to work hard in the future. Uncle Tang, I'll go home first. Grandpa is waiting for me at home. Little San, I'll come find you again in 3 days. With that, Tang Ge happily skipped out of the blacksmith shop. Watching Tang Ge disappear outside, Tang Hao never asked how he had acquired such blacksmithing skills. Some things are better left to nature. However, after retracting his gaze, he immediately looked at Tang San, who had just regained his composure. Feeling the deep gaze from his father, Tang San suddenly felt flustered and couldn't help but say, Father, it's getting late. Should I go prepare dinner? You don't need to cook. You've been here forging iron or since before the awakening ceremony began. You're not allowed to leave without my permission. After coldly throwing out this sentence, Tang Hao turned and walked away. Tang San was left alone in the room, his expression bitter. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge and Grandpa Jack had set out and arrived outside Tang San's house at the west end of the village. "Xiao San, hurry up and come out," Tang Ge shouted loudly. After a while, the door of the blacksmith shop in the middle was pushed open, and Tang San walked out, yawning. He seemed to have not rested well, with dark circles under his eyes and a tired expression. Tang Ge was quite surprised and said, "Xiao San, didn't you rest last night?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, Tang San's tired face instantly filled with resentment. For the past 3 days, he had felt like he was living a year in each day, even giving up on his plans to exercise. Aside from eating, the rest of his time was spent forging iron ore. Now, just seeing the hammer and iron ore made Tang San want to vomit. However, it was worth it. After 3 days of hard work, it hadn't been in vain. Thinking of the piece of iron he successfully forged after countless strikes, along with his father's satisfied nod, Tang San couldn't help but smile. This scene was noticed by Tang Ge, who couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seemed that the day he accidentally used the chaotic hammering technique really stimulated Xiao San's father, to the point of treating his own son so harshly. But the fact that Xiao San could still smile meant he was indeed a natural masochist. Meanwhile, old Jack, unaware of what had happened 3 days ago, saw Tang San come out and showed a kind smile on his aged face. "Xiao San, Grandpa has come to pick you up." "Thank you, Grandpa," Tang San shyly said. Then he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the room next to him. The voice of Tang Hao came from inside the room. "The earlier you go, the earlier you come back." Tang San's expression brightened, and he nodded heavily. After leaving the blacksmith shop, under old Jack's lead, Tang Ge and Tang San quickly arrived at the front of the spirit hall in the center of the village. Outside the spirit hall, 7 village children were already waiting there, all of whom were of the right age to undergo their spirit awakening this year. "Grandpa Village Chief, Grandpa Village Chief." Seeing old Jack approaching, the 7 children spoke up. However, when their eyes swept over Tang Ge, who was with old Jack, a clear trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Tang Ge curled his lips in disdain upon seeing this. These little kids had the audacity to call him a monster behind his back just a couple of days ago, but after a few punches, they were all crying and obediently calling him Brother Tang. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from a distance. Everyone's attention was drawn over, and they saw a young man in a white outfit, with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, walking towards them. Right in the center of his chest, there was a soul character the size of a fist. Tang Ge felt a jolt of excitement upon seeing this, knowing that the first supporting character, Su Yuntao, from the storyline of Douluo Continent had finally appeared. Sure enough, after old Jack greeted the young man, he immediately said to the children, "Children, this is the Battle Spirit Master from Nodding City, here to help you awaken your martial spirits." The children's eyes lit up upon hearing Battle Spirit Master from Nodding City and quickly imitated old Jack's earlier gesture to greet the young man. "We have met the Master. We have met the Master." Su Yuntao, the young man, was startled when he heard the children call him Master. The title of Master was not something just anyone could bear. If his colleagues from Nodding City found out, he would definitely be ridiculed. So, Su Yuntao quickly waved his hand and impatiently urged, all right, I have limited time. The sooner you awaken, the sooner it ends. Follow me inside." After saying that, he entered the martial spirit hall first. Encouraged by old Jack, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the other 7 children followed him in. Inside the martial spirit hall, at Su Yuntao's request, the 9 children lined up in a row. Knowing about Tang San's innate full soul power and twin martial spirits, Tang Ge directly swapped places with Tang San to fulfill his grand scheme of shock. He stood in front of Tang San. However, there were no other children behind them. Seeing Tang Ge looking relaxed, Tang San couldn't help but whisper, "Tang Ge, aren't you nervous?" "What's there to be nervous about? I, Tang Ge, have innate full soul power from the start, destined to become a peerless genius and a titled Douluo," Tang Ge said confidently. Upon hearing this, Tang San was left speechless. He realized that this childhood friend of his seemed to have completely changed since he started eating recklessly. He had become increasingly narcissistic. However, thinking about the punishment he received from his father, Tang San suddenly felt a bit discontented. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What do you think of me, Tang Ge?" "You?" Tang Ge's gaze fell on Tang San, and after pondering for a moment, he nodded and spoke. "Although you are a bit worse than me, you are still a genius. It's definitely not a problem for you to have full innate soul power. However, Xiao San, I have a feeling that your martial soul might be blue silvergrass." His voice was not loud, and the other children did not hear it except for Tang San. But Su Yuntao, who was preparing for the ceremony, heard it. He seemed to find it amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Ge had a thick skin and didn't feel anything wrong. After all, how could a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? However, when Tang San sensed the teasing gaze of the soul master directed at him, he immediately felt embarrassed, his face turning red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. But he was even more frustrated by what Tang Ge had just said. How could he claim that his martial spirit was blue silvergrass? Friendship over. At this moment, Su Yuntao had already set up a hexagonal formation with dark round stones and was holding a crystal ball in his hand. He wiped the smile off his face, glanced at the 9 children in front of him, pointed to the hexagonal formation on the ground, and said, from left to right, step into the formation. A faint glow emerged from the formation. The first child stepped in. As Tang Ge remembered, the plot did not change. After Su Yuntao unleashed his martial spirit, the lone wolf, starting from this first child who stepped into the hexagonal formation, all the way until just before Tang Ge, 7 children awakened martial spirits that were either sickles or hoes, and 1 girl had blue silvergrass. All these martial spirits were useless. Moreover, they had no soul power within them and could not cultivate. Su Yuntao, who had originally held a glimmer of hope, was now utterly disappointed. When it was Tang Ge's turn, he impatiently urged, "You, the future titled Douluo genius, hurry up and finish the test so you can go home and drink milk." Ha ha! A group of children who were originally feeling down because they had not awakened their soul power were instantly amused by Su Yuntao's words. Even Tang San couldn't help but hold back his laughter. Seeing this, Tang Ge's face instantly darkened. Laugh now. Wait a little longer, and you won't be able to laugh anymore. Chapter 7. Spirit Martial Soul. Innate Full Soul Power. Facing his first martial soul awakening. The confidence on Tang Ge's face was not pretended. After all, even Tang San, who practiced the Shintian skill, could directly achieve innate full soul power during his awakening. How could he, possessing the ancient sacred body, be below that level? Innate full soul power? A piece of cake. Of course, in terms of the type of martial soul, Tang Ge still had a little expectation. He didn't know if his awakened martial soul would be the Hao Hammer, or if he would get a Hao Hammer along with a mysterious martial soul gifted by the system, directly becoming a twin martial soul. Thinking this, Tang Ge had already stepped into the hexagonal formation. Su Yuntao didn't waste any words and directly activated the power of the hexagonal formation. A beam of golden light, much brighter than before, erupted. Standing in the formation, Tang Ge only felt a force flowing through his body, and then something emerged in the palm of his left hand. Tang Ge lowered his head and was surprised to see a scroll appearing in his palm. The scroll was very simple, depicting only the Tai Chi symbol. The entire image was purely black and white. It wasn't the Hao Hammer? Seeing the awakened martial soul, Tang Ge was secretly astonished. However, as he focused his consciousness on the martial soul, a surge of information about it appeared in his mind, and he almost jumped up in excitement. It turned out to be this, but since there were others around, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his excitement. He pretended to look confused and turned to Su Yuntao. "Soul Master, my martial soul is just a graphical martial soul. Although it's a bit stronger than those scythes and hoes, it's not really a good martial soul." Su Yuntao shook his head and replied. Suddenly, Tang San's voice came from behind. "Tang Ge, don't be discouraged. This graphical martial soul is quite good. Perhaps in the future, our Holy Soul Village will rely on you for the couplets we need to paint every new year." Tang Ge turned his head and glanced at Tang San after hearing that. This guy actually had a smug smile on his face, encouraging him. What a child. "I won't stoop to your level." Tang Ge pouted and provided no explanation. After retracting his martial soul, he placed his hand directly on the crystal ball. Boom! A burst of golden light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire martial soul hall. A group of children closed their eyes from the brightness. However, Su Yuntao's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Innate full soul power." After a long while, the golden light gradually faded. Su Yuntao came back to his senses, his gaze landing on Tang Ge, filled with both shock and slight disappointment. As if noticing the confusion in Tang Ge's eyes, he took the initiative to explain. To become a soul master, soul power is of utmost importance. Without soul power, regardless of how good or bad the martial soul is, one cannot cultivate to become a soul master through meditation. You, on the other hand, were born with level 10 soul power, known as innate full soul power. As long as you choose a soul ring and fuse it with your martial soul, you could become a soul master. At this point, Su Yuntao's eyes were filled with complexity. He never expected that after visiting several villages, he would encounter a child with innate full soul power at this last stop. Innate full soul power is rare in a century, but unfortunately, the child's martial soul was an uncommon graphical martial soul. However, Su Yuntao did not voice these thoughts, but instead patted Tang Ge on the shoulder. Little guy, you truly are a little genius. I hope that, as you said, you can become a highly respected title Douluo in the future. I will definitely work hard. Tang Ge nodded seriously. However, at this moment, he was already laughing inside, as the system prompts kept ringing in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Su Yuntao gained 200 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Tang San gained 20 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Xiao Hu gained 1 shock point. In just a moment, this group of people in the spirit hall directly provided Tang Ge with a total of 227 shock points, with Su Yuntao contributing the most. Tang San is second. The 7 little kids are the stingiest, with one person giving only a little. But Tang Ge doesn't mind at all, and has already planned in his heart to spread the news of his innate full soul power throughout the entire Holy Soul Village as soon as the ceremony is over. Innate full soul power. A future title Douluo even more impressive than a soul sage. Once these hot topics spread, it would be shocking for the entire village not to be amazed. Tang Ge had already imagined the scene of shock value skyrocketing. For a moment, he didn't care about Tang San's earlier mockery of his martial soul being trash, and he returned to Tang San's side with a smile. Patting Tang San's shoulder, Tang Ge said with a grin, "Go for it, Xiao San, brother Tang, is counting on you." Seeing Tang Ge so pleased with himself, a black line appeared on Tang San's forehead. However, he didn't say anything. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the hexagonal formation. Golden light shone. In the palm of Tang San's right hand, a blue silver grass appeared. Upon seeing this blue silver grass, which represented his martial soul, Tang San, who had originally held great expectations, suddenly felt his breath catch, and his face darkened. It really was blue silver grass. He never expected that his martial soul would actually be guessed correctly by Tang Ge. How poisonous could that mouth be? Tang San felt helpless in his heart and wanted to give Tang Ge a killing glance. But it seemed he discovered something and couldn't help but lower his head to look at his left hand. He found that a silver hammer had suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand. 2 martial souls? Tang San's heart suddenly began to race fiercely. However, he was not an ordinary child. While tightly gripping his left hand, he immediately began to circulate his Xiantian skill, allowing his emotions to gradually calm down. Not far behind him, Tang Ge, who had been observing Tang San, noticed the movement of Tang San's left hand and couldn't help but secretly smile. Twin martial souls. He thought, should I reveal this secret later to shock little San? Just as he was planning this, Su Yuntao, with a look of disappointment on his face, pushed the glass ball in front of Tang San. Blue silver grass, a useless martial soul. Let's test your soul power. Tang San nodded. Then, a dazzling golden light surged up once again. The cries of the children echoed in the spirit hall. Su Yuntao's heart tightened, almost causing him to lose his connection to the martial spirit fusion. He found it hard to believe that a small village like Holy Spirit Village had actually produced 2 children with innate full spirit power during this martial spirit ceremony. It was simply a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence. He recalled that when he awakened his spirit back in the day, he seemed to only have a spirit power of 2 levels. A wave of jealousy surged in Su Yuntao's heart. However, when his gaze swept over Tang San and Tang Ge, he couldn't help but shake his head at their martial spirits. What a pity that they were all useless martial spirits. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao didn't say anything to discourage them. Instead, just like he did with Tang Ge earlier, he reached out and patted Tang San's shoulder. Little guy, work hard. I look forward to your growth. Thank you, Spirit Master. Tang San nodded. Su Yuntao stopped talking and, after canceling the martial soul fusion, waved his hand to collect the 6 round stones and crystal balls used for the formation. Chapter 8. The Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. The 4 Swords of Extermination. Creak. With a soft sound, the long-closed gate of the martial soul hall finally opened again. Old Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed as Su Yuntao walked out. Soul Master, you've worked hard. Su Yuntao nodded, a slight smile appearing on his cold face as he said, Congratulations. Your village has 2 children with innate full soul power this year. 2 children with innate full soul power? From our village? Old Jack was instantly frozen in place. Disbelief etched on his aged face. Seeing Old Jack's reaction, Su Yuntao understood his feelings. Therefore, He didn't interrupt, but instead waved his hand to place a certificate in the seam of old Jack's clothing before turning to walk away. It wasn't until old Jack came to his senses that Su Yuntao's voice came again. I know your village has one work-study student every year, so keep that certificate well. This certificate allows your village to have an additional work-study student. Work hard. Innate full soul power is a rare gift. Don't waste this talent. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. At this moment, the children who had participated in the awakening ceremony also began to come out. Old Jack hurriedly treasured the two certificates and shifted his gaze to the children. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief, I'm home. Without waiting for old Jack to ask, the 7 children who had not awakened their soul power left with disappointed expressions. Finally, only Tang San and Tang Ge remained. You too. Old Jack's voice suddenly trembled. Tang Ge walked directly up to old Jack, hugged him, and then looked up, revealing a row of white teeth as he nodded vigorously. Grandpa, I have awakened my innate full soul power. And me, Village Chief Grandpa. Behind him, Tang San couldn't help but speak up. Upon hearing this, old Jack immediately laughed with joy. Good, great. It seems our Holy Soul Village will have 2 more soul saints. Come on, Xiao San, I'll take you home first. This good news must be shared with your father. Then, the 3 of them left the spirit hall and headed towards the west side of the village. After sending Tang San back, old Jack hurried home to prepare a sumptuous lunch to celebrate for Tang Ge. However, Tang Ge, still thinking about his martial soul, did not return with old Jack. He promised old Jack that he would hurry back at noon and then directly left the village. At the foot of the cliff, when Tang Ge arrived at the place to activate the system, he made sure there were no other people around and eagerly called up his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Zhu Xian Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancestral Holy Body Fusion Degree 10 Shock Value, 5247 compared to before. Tang Ge's profile had undergone tremendous changes, not to mention his shock value exceeding 5,000, just in terms of level. He had transformed from an ordinary person to a level 10 soul master with innate full soul power. With the awakening of his soul power, Tang Ge could clearly feel the flow of soul power within him. But he didn't focus too much on that. Instead, he concentrated directly on the martial soul section. Twin martial souls. Staring at his awakened martial soul, Tang Ge's gaze was intense. The yin-yang life and death diagram was transformed from the 4 major manifestations of the ancestral holy body, with 1 yin and 1 yang forming the Taiji Great Array. Profound and mysterious. The 4 Swords of Zhu Xian were a mysterious martial soul obtained as a reward from the system, a treasure of saints from the primordial world, not to mention the unknown abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Just one of the 4 Swords of Zhu Xian alone could crush the Haotian hammer and the 6-winged angel. And now, Tang Ge possessed all of them. If this were to be known by the Spirit Hall, along with Tang Ge's innate full soul power, they would likely try every possible means to recruit him into the Spirit Hall. But unfortunately, the graphical martial soul was already rare, and Su Yuntao's level was too low to discern the profundities of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge felt a secret regret for missing another opportunity to harvest shock value. However, although he didn't dislike the actions of the Spirit Hall, he had no intention of joining them in the early stages. After all, strength is the most important thing, no matter where you are. With this thought in mind, after putting away his personal information panel, Tang Ge felt a movement in his heart, and the palms of his outstretched hands suddenly glowed. In his left palm, a scroll unfolded, with the yin and yang taiji slowly rotating, faintly revealing 2 streams of black and white energy continuously circulating within. Is this the power of life and death? As he sensed the information conveyed by the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge murmured to himself. Then he turned his gaze to his right palm. In his right palm, a sword appeared. As soon as this sword materialized, a fierce and terrifying aura was released from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently under the surging sword energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Ge could not help but recall a poem in his mind. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath the Shumi mountain. No need for yin and yang to refine. Could it be without water and fire to temper its sharpness? Killing immortals is advantageous. Slaying immortals leads to demise. As red light rises everywhere, trapping immortals. The transformation of the absolute immortals is infinitely marvelous. The blood of the great Luo immortals stains their garments. This poem describes the four swords of Zhu Xian, showcasing their immense power, especially when they form the Zhu Xian sword formation. It becomes the number one killing formation of the heavenly Tao, with a sharpness and might that no one can withstand. Tang Ge didn't know if he would have a chance to witness the majesty of the sword array of extermination in the future. But now he suddenly realized that, with his current level, he couldn't possibly display all four swords of extermination. Moreover, when he had the thought of wanting to use the four swords, Tang Ge actually felt a great terror. Even if he just attempted to use one sword, he might be directly drained. For a moment, looking at the four swords in his hand that could constantly switch forms, Tang Ge's face was filled with bitterness. Was it looking down on him for being too weak? It seemed to respond to Tang Ge. The extermination sword slightly trembled and then directly disappeared from his palm. The fierce aura lingering in the air also slowly dissipated. Tang Ge took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment in his heart. Although with his current strength, he couldn't possibly wield the four swords of Zhu Xian. At least compared to others, he already had the best start. Moreover, the four swords of Zhu Xian are composed of four swords that can each independently fuse with soul rings. If he adds the yin-yang life and death diagram, then Tang Ge would possess the first 5 martial souls in history. So for now, he needed to clarify the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram to prepare for the selection of his first soul ring. Thinking about going to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy in 3 months, Tang Ge's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He stopped thinking further and ran directly towards the distant mountain forest. Chapter 9. The Yin Master Dies. The Yang Master Lives. Several miles outside of Holy Soul Village, there was a mountain forest that housed many wild beasts. Therefore, hunters from the village often came here to hunt. Of course, this was also why there were almost no soul beasts in the forest. Before long, Tang Ge entered the mountain forest. Under the tall and dense canopy, the blazing sun could not penetrate, and the surroundings quickly became dim. Faintly, he could hear the roars of wild beasts in the distance. Tang Ge, bold-handed, was not only unafraid, but also felt a hint of excitement. Just at noon, the village chief had prepared a delicious meal, and while testing his martial soul here, he could also hunt a wild boar or other beast to take back. Immediately, he went to a clearing, and with a thought, a wolf corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. This wolf corpse was that of the soul beast wolf king that had been killed earlier. It, along with other wolf corpses, had been stored in Tang Ge's system space. Now, as he took it out, the still warm blood emitted a peculiar bloody scent that began to waft around with the wind. At this moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to observe the space that came with his system after awakening. Originally only 10 cubic meters, it had expanded to 30 cubic meters after his martial soul awakened. The 7 wolf corpses, which had been squeezed together, were now spread out again. There should still be enough space for more beast corpses. Confirming that there was enough space, Tang Ge let out a slight sigh of relief. In 3 months, he would be going to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy, and it was time to prepare some money for his living expenses. Howl! A wolf howl came from ahead. Tang Ge's thoughts were interrupted, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. In the dimly lit woods, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, a bald wolf slowly emerged. The scent of the soul beast wolf king's blood made it unable to resist drooling, its wolf eyes flashing with a fierce green light. However, it seemed hesitant to approach due to Tang Ge's presence. Well, a wolf is still better than nothing. Seeing the lone wolf appear, Tang Ge felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly shook his head, raised his left hand, and the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his palm. In power go, driven by his soul power, a pitch-black thread, like a snake, shot out from the yin-yang life and death diagram towards the lone wolf several meters away. Before the thread arrived, the intense sense of death danger triggered the already sparse fur on the lone wolf to stand on end. Its eyes turned blood red, and with a low growl, it finally couldn't hold back and leaped towards Tang Ge. But unfortunately, the black thread in midair slightly shifted and intercepted the charging lone wolf. As the black thread entered its body, the lone wolf let out a horrifying scream and crashed to the ground. Under Tang Ge's gaze, the lone wolf, assaulted by the black thread, seemed to have fallen in a strong acid, rapidly losing its already sparse fur. Its skin and flesh quickly shriveled. In the blink of an eye, the lone wolf had nearly turned into a dry corpse, with only a trace of breath remaining. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but take a cold breath. What a domineering force of darkness. Moreover, this was only because he had only summoned a trace of the dark power. If he used it all, Even soul beasts of 100 years would probably not be able to withstand it. Let's try the power of light. With this thought, Tang Ge immediately drew out 2 strands of white light from the yin-yang life and death diagram and sent them towards the lone wolf. As soon as the white light entered its body, the dark power was instantly expelled. Immediately, a surge of vitality appeared within the lone wolf's body. The lone wolf, which had been on the brink of death, let out a comfortable howl at that moment, and its emaciated body quickly became plump again. In the end, not only had the lone wolf completely recovered, but its shed fur also became incredibly thick, exuding an aura like that of a wolf king. Howl! In an instant, the lone wolf that had gotten up from the ground could not help but throw its head back and let out a joyful long howl. But then it suddenly turned and fled quickly into the forest. Tang Ge witnessed the lone wolf escape without intervening. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the yin-yang life and death diagram that appeared in the palm of his left hand, his eyes shining brightly. The Yin Master dies. The Yang Master lives. This is the core ability of the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge even drew a trace of yang power into his body to experience it, and the overwhelming vitality it released was indeed terrifying. No wonder it could completely restore the lone wolf that was left with just a trace of breath. Moreover, as his own strength increased in the future, transitioning from life to death and from death to life was not impossible. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly thought of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda of the 7 treasures glazed sect. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. The number 1 auxiliary spirit soul in the continent, when it encounters my yin-yang life and death diagram, it might have to step down and make way for me. Next, the scent of the soul beast wolf king's corpse attracted quite a few wild beasts. However, without exception, they all fell under the influence of the yin power, only to be completely restored by the yang power afterward. By the end, these wild beasts looked at Tang Ge as if they were looking at a devil, their eyes filled with terror. Tang Ge took the opportunity to test the limits of the yin-yang power without the fusion soul rings. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocked Li Si gained 2 points of shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocked Wang Wu gained 3 points of shock value. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Tang Ge, who was familiarizing himself with the martial soul abilities, was pulled back to reality. He glanced at the information panel and found that in this short time, his shock value had increased by over 100 points and was still rising. Could it be that Grandpa Village Head has already told the villagers about my innate full soul power? Tang Ge felt a stir in his heart and thought to himself. He looked up at the sky, and it was just about noon. Considering that Grandpa Village Chief was still waiting for him at home, Tang Ge decided not to linger here. After retracting his martial soul, he hoisted the hefty corpse of a wild boar that was left on the ground and sprinted towards the edge of the forest. When he returned to Saint's Soul Village, the villagers passing by were shocked to see 6-year-old Tang Ge carrying a wild boar corpse larger than a calf. What a big wild boar. Did little Tang Ge kill this himself? Is this what it means to have innate full soul power? At such a young age, he's already this impressive. If he goes to Notting City, old Jack will be so lucky. But my kid at home really is disappointing. The surrounding discussions, along with the constant system notification sounds in his mind, made Tang Ge break into a smile. It seemed that he needed to do this kind of thing a few more times. Then, he quickened his pace again and vanished like the wind from the sight of the villagers. Chapter 10. The Challenge from Tang San. Because he would be going to study at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City in 3 months, and he also needed to prepare to enter the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts for his martial soul. He was determined to make the most of this time after awakening his martial soul. Tang Ge spent most of his time outside exercising his body and martial soul abilities, except for the time he stayed at home with Grandpa Village Chief. Unfortunately, with his innate full soul power already at the peak for soul masters, he couldn't break through to the next level without merging with a soul ring. As a result, his soul power had not increased at all during this time. However, his previously low fusion degree of 10 for the ancient sacred body had surprisingly increased by 2 points. This was thanks to Tang Ge's constant forays into the mountains and forests outside the village. With the strength of the ancient sacred body and the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he nearly exterminated the beasts in the relatively small forest. After hunting a large number of beasts, they became food that filled his stomach. The hides were left with Uncle Lee from the village to be sold in Notting City for currency, part of which supplemented household expenses, while the other part was reserved for future needs at the academy. Of course, Tang Ge hasn't forgotten about gaining shock value. So every time he hunts large beasts in the mountains, he carries their corpses back to the village by his own strength. The villagers are very supportive and indeed provide a lot of shock value. However, it's a pity that with the increasing frequency, perhaps they have become desensitized from seeing it too often. When the villagers see Tang Ge returning with the beast's corpse, they have completely no reaction at all. Tang Ge was very disappointed and had to shift his focus to Tang San's father. Whenever he had the chance to face the Hao Hian, who had once provided him with 5,000 shock points, he would demonstrate the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique. But it was no use. The generous Hao Hian had turned into a stingy miser, giving him no shock points at all. Instead, Tang San provided Tang Ge with several dozen shock points. However, if Tang Ge had been more observant, he would have noticed that each time he executed the Chaotic Cloak Hammer technique, Tang Hao, who was watching not far away, had his facial muscles twitching. It was an uncontrollable urge to hit someone. And so, time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, only 10 days remained before they would reach Nodding City. On the hillside outside Holy Soul Village, Tang Ge, having trained for nearly an hour, paused slightly to catch his breath. He opened his personal panel. He silently chanted a phrase, and a virtual frame suddenly appeared. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Zhu, Xian Martial Skill, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 12 Shock Points, 6884 looking at his current status. Tang Ge was quite satisfied. The only thing he regretted was that the growth rate of shock points was still too slow, and he didn't know when he would reach the required 10,000 points for the lottery. It seemed he could only accumulate them slowly. Tang Ge thought to himself. At this moment, Tang San, who was cultivating not far away, also stopped. Seeing Tang Ge, he walked directly over. Xiao San, are you going back to the village? Tang Ge put away his personal panel and asked. Tang San shook his head. Then he focused his gaze and said very seriously to Tang Ge, Tang Ge, if you don't mind, let's practice here for a bit. When he said this, it was as if Tang San had unloaded a heavy burden, and he suddenly felt much more comfortable all over. 3 months had passed. Tang San watched as Tang Ge gradually grew stronger from nothing, easily able to kill the beasts in the mountains outside the village. If it were someone else, Tang San wouldn't feel much. But Tang Ge was his childhood friend. Seeing his little buddy not only become powerful, but also seemingly surpass him, Tang San, despite having lived 2 lives, began to feel pressure, especially listening to the praise from the uncles and aunts in the village every day about Tang Ge, and hearing his father scold him every time after witnessing Tang Ge demonstrate his hammer techniques. Tang San felt even more imbalance in his heart. Similarly, this gradually ignited the fighting spirit that had been suppressed within him for so long. Today, the two ended their morning training here once again. With the time left in the village becoming shorter and shorter, Tang San finally stopped suppressing himself and prepared to fight Tang Ge head-on. He did not seek to defeat Tang Ge, but only to prove that he was not inferior. The wind blew past his ears. Aside from the sound of the wind, all other noises seemed to have vanished. At this moment, all Tang San could see was Tang Ge. He stepped forward, slightly bent his knees, and instinctively took a stance. Seriously speaking again, Tang Ge, please give me your guidance. Tang Ge finally came to his senses at this moment. He looked at Tang San, who had already taken a stance, and couldn't believe that the other party would suddenly challenge him at this time, still showing a trace of astonishment on his face. Could it be that I am too outstanding, causing the girl next door to have a change of heart? However, even though he was caught off guard by Tang San's challenge, Tang Ge did not refuse. In fact, he had long wanted to find an opportunity to test the power of the Xiantian skill against him. So as soon as Tang Ge came to his senses, he nodded without any hesitation. All right, Tang Ge, humbly accept your challenge, Tang San. With that said, a massive fist rushed straight towards Tang San's face. The powerful force burst forth, causing a popping sound to echo in the air. In the face of Tang Ge's surprise attack, Tang San did not panic at all. As the Xiantian skill operated rapidly, the power of the martial soul quickly gathered in his legs, and he directly stomped his foot to leap into the air. In the instant he flipped his body, Tang San's straightened right foot collided violently with Tang Ge's incoming fist. Bang! A dull sound of impact echoed. In midair, Tang San immediately used the recoil from his foot to flip several times before landing about 7 to 8 meters away. When he landed and saw Tang Ge still firmly planted in place after his strike, despite having prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming shock. What a strong body! However, instead of being afraid, it ignited his fighting spirit. Tang Ge, it's my turn. Tang San let out a low shout, slightly bending his body while suddenly accelerating, charging towards Tang Ge. With the aid of the Xintian skill, Tang San's speed reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Tang Ge. Tang Ge struck out without hesitation, and the surging power created a ripple around him. However, as soon as the punch was thrown, Tang Ge's heart sank. He had missed. At the same time, laughter echoed around him. Tang Ge, I know you're stronger than me, but unfortunately, you can't hit me, said Tang San. Tang Ge looked over. The Tang San who had originally rushed over had completely transformed into a series of afterimages, rapidly moving around him, with speed so fast that it was hard to discern between real and fake. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared behind Tang Ge. Tang Ge turned around and threw a punch. However, the shadow seemed to possess foresight, not only evading his punch, but also a fist extending from the shadow struck him in the armpit. Chapter 11. The Holy Body Crushes. The hidden weapon is useless. The armpit is a human's soft spot, and the impact from an attack there is greater than in other areas. However, Tang Ge possesses the bloodline of the ancient holy body, making his physique incredibly strong. Therefore, Tang San's strike did not cause him any harm. But just as Tang Ge was preparing to counterattack, Tang San had already retracted his fist and transformed back into a shadow, swiftly retreating from his range of attack. This made Tang Ge quite uncomfortable. What a remarkable Xintian skill. Tang Ge knew that at this moment. What Tang San was using was the lightness technique Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps and the observation technique Purple Extreme Demon Eyes from the Tang Sek's Xintian skill. Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps allowed Tang San's figure to become elusive with multiple phantoms. Purple Extreme Demon Eyes gave Tang San's eyes an extraordinary level of observation. The combination of the two made his power immensely formidable. It should be noted that in the storyline Tang Ge was familiar with, Tang San had once defeated a soul beast, the Mandala Snake, which had been approaching for 500 years, using only this Tang sect ultimate technique and a dagger. However, despite Tang San's strength, Tang Ge also had his own advantages. Before using his martial soul, the ancient sacred body was his greatest asset. So while fending off Tang San's attacks, Tang Ge thought to himself, Tang San's speed is fast, and he can anticipate the traces of my attacks, which is something I cannot match. But he also does not dare to engage in a direct clash of strength with me. Therefore, rather than exhausting myself trying to find him, it would be better to switch from offense to defense and wait for the right moment, ready to seize the opportunity when he shows a flaw out of fatigue and take him down in one go. After determining his strategy, Tang Ge's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. He simply stood still, allowing the phantoms of Tang San to occasionally stop and attack him. However, for Tang Ge, who possessed the strongest battle body of the human race, this series of attacks felt like mere tickles, having no effect at all. On the contrary, as Tang San increased his number of attacks, his energy consumption grew larger. Finally, after another attack, his dodging speed was noticeably slower than before. Seeing this, Tang Ge, who had been waiting for the opportunity, knew he could not give Tang San a chance to retreat. His right arm, which had been hanging down, shot out like a lightning-fast serpent. The phantoms dispersed. Tang San's right wrist, which had not yet been retracted, was firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Little San, you've hit me so many times. Now it's your turn to feel what it's like to be beaten. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Tang San to react, Tang Ge delivered a powerful shoulder charge. The tremor from the ground made Tang San's expression change drastically. He wanted to pull his hand back, but the immense force from his wrist nearly suppressed his soul power. In desperation, Tang San could only mobilize his soul power to protect his body. Bang! Just after doing all this, Tang Ge, charging from the side, crashed heavily into his chest, sending him flying. In midair, Tang San clearly felt a sweetness in his mouth, almost unable to hold back a mouthful of fresh blood. But he still managed to suppress it. After landing, he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing his body. Feeling the intense soreness throughout his body as if it were about to fall apart, a hint of bitterness appeared on Tang San's slightly pale face. Was it really still not enough? More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge did not chase after him. Instead, he stopped after stabilizing his body and immediately smiled as he spoke. Xiao San, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, you should use them quickly, or else this match will be a loss for you. This statement was intended to provoke Tang San. Tang Ge knew that the most powerful aspect of the Tang sect's Xintian treasure record was the hidden weapons, and among them, The top-tier hidden weapons could even kill gods. So, Tang Ge wanted to test whether his formidable physique, brought by the ancient holy body, could withstand Tang San's hidden weapon attack. After all, with the yin-yang life and death diagram in hand, Tang Ge was not worried about getting hurt. Sure enough, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San could not hold back any longer. He frowned, looked up at Tang Ge, and said seriously, Tang Ge, I do have other means, but are you sure you want to try it? Furthermore, if I make a move, you will get hurt. Tang Ge did not answer but summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram, drawing a strand of yang energy from it and directly merging it into Tang San's body. Tang San didn't feel anything at first, but soon his small face showed a look of shock. My injuries are all healed, and that strong vitality from earlier. He couldn't help but look at the scroll that appeared in his heart, created by Tang Ge. Tang Ge, is this the ability of your martial soul? You should be able to relax now, right? Tang Ge smiled and nodded while retracting his martial soul. In his mind, the system notification sound of shock value being credited appeared again. With Tang Ge's confirmation, Tang San finally let go of his worries. He shook his right hand, and a 4-inch small arrow appeared in his hand. The small arrow clearly had a blood groove and emitted a cold, chilling light, making it look quite unsettling. This was the sleeve arrow crafted by Tang San, and there were 2 more like it, currently placed in the sleeves on his wrist. Tangmen Xiantian Baolu, General Outline. Article 2. What is a hidden weapon? A hidden weapon is a special weapon used in secret to defeat the enemy. If the enemy knows you're going to use it, then it is no longer a hidden weapon, but an open weapon. When facing an enemy, Tang San certainly cannot directly take out a hidden dart for the opponent to see. However, he is currently facing Tang Ge. So looking at Tang Ge, Tang San said seriously, Tang Ge, I will only make this one strike. If you can block it, I will admit defeat. All right, come on. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge put away the smile on his face. Tang San did not waste any words. He stepped forward with his right foot, slightly turned his body, and at the moment the Xiantian skill was pushed to its peak, the 4-inch sleeve arrow, carrying the blood groove, suddenly shot out from his jade-like hand. Whoosh! The 4-inch sleeve arrow spun rapidly in midair, creating a series of piercing sounds as it broke through the air. In an instant, it closed the distance of several meters. When Tang Ge saw the sleeve arrow heading straight for his body, he didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the ancient sacred body. Buzz! A bronze-colored light flashed. Within the flow of soul power, Tang Ge's muscles throughout his body could be seen rapidly twitching, becoming denser and denser, while the blood inside him made a rushing sound. Ding! A long, resonant sound like a bell rang out. The swiftly shot sleeve arrow finally pierced fiercely into Tang Ge's abdomen. But amidst the shining bronze light, Tang Ge's abdomen resembled an ancient bell. The sound of the bell resonated, creating invisible ripples that instantly dispersed the force of the hidden arrow. The arrow was shaken and fell to the ground. However, Tang Ge's abdomen was merely pierced through the clothing, and not a single scar was left on the exposed 8-pack abs. Did he block it? Tang Ge lowered his head to look. When he confirmed that he really wasn't hurt at all, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then a radiant smile appeared on his face. Chapter 12. Do you want it? The sleeve arrow was blocked, and Tang Ge was unharmed. The system prompt followed. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Tang San. Gained 50 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Tang Hao. Gained 1,000 shock points. A total of 1,050 shock points were instantly credited. However, Tang Ge's expression slightly froze, filled with confusion. Why would there shock point from his father, in addition to Tang San's? Did Hao and Douluo secretly follow them? For a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but turn his head to look into the distance. But apart from the shadowy outlines of trees, he saw nothing else. Perhaps the other party didn't want the 2 of them to know. Tang Ge thought to himself. So he didn't look for the figure of Hao anymore and directly shifted his gaze to the stunned Tang San across from him. Looking at Tang San, Tang Ge felt very pleased. The other party was simply his little lucky star, not only selflessly helping him unlock the system, but also repeatedly bringing his titled Douluo father along to provide him with shock value. This time's challenge was even more of a pleasant surprise. Seeing the shock value approaching 10,000, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but eagerly ask, Xiao San, shall we continue? Continue? Tang San finally came to his senses. He looked at the 4-inch sleeve needle that had fallen to the ground, then at Tang Ge, whose skin hadn't even been broken. A bitter smile appeared on his youthful face. A single sleeve needle contained nearly 70% of his power, yet had been easily blocked. Moreover, the other party didn't even dodge. they took it directly with their body, with such terrifying physical strength. Even if Tang Ge still had 3 sleeve needles left, he had no confidence at all that he could break through. Besides, he and Tang Ge were not enemies. So after hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head directly. Forget it, I admit defeat. Tang Ge felt a bit disappointed at not being able to continue reaping the benefits. However, just as he admitted defeat, Tang San's tone changed, and he looked at him seriously. But this is just the beginning. I will definitely defeat you in the future, Tang Ge. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Tang Ge put away his smile and nodded. After that, the two of them continued to spar for a while before leaving together to return to Holy Soul Village. As soon as they left, a figure suddenly appeared, flickering with residual shadows. The newcomer was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Due to Tang Ge's use of the wind hammer technique, he had been secretly observing him for the past few months, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, both Tang Hao's discoveries and the information he received from Old Jack confirmed that Tang Ge was indeed just an orphan adopted by the village. Moreover, over the years, no suspicious individuals had come to Holy Soul Village. Could it be that the child, Xiao Ge, was not using the wind hammer technique, but had instead intuitively grasped this technique of wielding power due to his exceptional talent? Tang Hao was puzzled and couldn't make sense of it. However, he didn't think too much about it, and instead recalled the scene where Tang Ge used his body to block Tang San's hidden weapon. Tang Hao was naturally aware of the scene where Tang San crafted this peculiar device called a hidden weapon. Although it didn't seem like much in his eyes, its power was still quite threatening to children. Even soul masters wouldn't dare to block it with their bodies. Yet just now, that kid Tang Ge not only blocked it with his body, but did so without a scratch. This truly shocked Tang Hao. What kind of fruit could allow a 6-year-old child to become so powerful in just 3 months after consuming it? If Xiao San could also eat one. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Suddenly, he leaped up and jumped down the hillside, rushing toward the distant woods below. Time always passes quickly. Since that day when Tang Ge and Tang San practiced with each other on the hillside, 10 days had flown by in an instant. The next day, before dawn, the eager Tang Ge and Tang San left Holy Soul Village with Old Jack, the village chief, and headed for Notting City. After nearly half a day's journey, the three finally arrived at Notting City. Along the way, Old Jack shared many things about soul masters and studying at the academy. This mainly included topics such as graduation requirements, the difficulty of obtaining soul rings, and the status of soul masters in the empire. Tang Ge listened with yawns. He already knew these basic facts. On the other hand, Tang San became very curious, listening attentively and occasionally asking a question or two. It wasn't until they entered Notting City that Old Jack, who had been chattering all the way, finally stopped. Inside the city, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere that was absent in Holy Soul Village. On both sides of the cobblestone streets, shops were lined up in succession. The continuous sounds of vendors calling out attracted the attention of the three. Old Jack couldn't help but sigh. If only Holy Soul Village could become as prosperous as Notting City, then even after 100 years, I would feel worthy of my title as village chief. His voice was not loud, as if afraid of being overheard by others nearby. But Tang Ge heard him. He immediately patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Leave this task to little San. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, he'll buy Notting City and give it to you. By then, you can go from being a village chief to a city lord." "Ha ha. Then I'll just wait for little San to help me fulfill this wish." Hearing Tang Ge's words, Old Jack couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang San rolled his eyes at Tang Ge to express his dissatisfaction at being dictated to. However, a fleeting glimmer of hope passed through his eyes. Can a future version of himself really achieve the title of Douluo? The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located in the west of Notting City. After some inquiries, the three of them unknowingly arrived at the academy's entrance. When Tang San came to his senses, he was immediately greeted by a massive archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed entirely from hard rock. At the top center of the arch, there were 4 large characters. Notting Academy. How impressive. Tang San couldn't help but ask, "Is it impressive?" Tang Ge, who was beside him, took a glance and immediately curled his lips. "It's just okay." In his eyes, the ancient Notting Academy in front of them was indeed old, but its scale couldn't even compare to some middle schools from his previous life. The 2 iron gates blocking the entrance were already starting to lose their paint. At this moment, Old Jack, the village chief, had begun to converse with the 2 guards stationed at the academy. Tang Ge, who was familiar with the plot, knew that one of the guards would soon make a joke about Old Jack's innate soul power. So before anything happened, he quickly walked over. Arriving beside Old Jack, he looked at a guard who had just taken the certificate and hadn't opened it yet. Suddenly, Tang Ge took out a gold soul coin from his pocket. Ding! The gold soul coin was flicked up, spinning in the air and making a crisp sound. The attention of the two guards was instantly drawn to it. Tang Ge caught the falling gold soul coin with his hand and looked at the two, smiling and saying, "Do you want it?" Chapter 13. This kid has such a thick face. This is a gold soul coin. One is enough for an ordinary family's expenses for several months. Even the two guards probably don't earn that much in a month. So when they heard Tang Ge's words, they couldn't help but nod. Want it? What a joke. No way. Unexpectedly, Tang Ge's expression changed, and not only did he suddenly pocket the gold soul coin, but he also sarcastically said, "Xiao Ge you." Hearing Tang Ge's words, old Jack, the village chief, looked anxious and wanted to reach out and pull Tang Ge back. But before he could finish speaking, the two guards had already completely changed their expressions. One of them, coming to his senses, glared at Tang Ge with gritted teeth and said fiercely, "You little brat. How dare you play tricks on us? All right, just wait. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today." Saying this, the guard reached out to grab Tang Ge's shoulder. Old Jack wanted to intervene. However, he didn't know when Tang San had already come to his side. "Grandpa Village Chief, it's fine," Tang San said to Old Jack. Old Jack gave a faint bitter smile. "I'm not worried about Xiao Ge. I'm just afraid he might hit too hard and injure these two. That would cause trouble for your admission." Tang San. At this moment, the guard who had struck out had already made contact with Tang Ge's shoulder. As soon as he heard Old Jack's words, the guard, who had initially held back, was instantly enraged, his face turning pale, and he unconsciously increased his grip. But at that moment, another hand suddenly appeared, firmly gripping the guard's wrist. No matter how he struggled, it was to no avail. When he looked again at the 6-year-old child in front of him, who was always smiling, the guard, whose wrist was held, was filled with shock. How could this child be so strong? In a panic, the guard couldn't help but say, "Why you let me go?" Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Lu San. You have gained 8 shock points. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Tang Ge's smile grew even wider. He looked at the guard and said cheerfully, "You wanted to let you go, right? All right then." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the guard to react, Tang Ge grabbed the guard's right hand and suddenly exerted force, spinning the entire person around. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Old Jack couldn't help but close their eyes. It was too tragic. They couldn't bear to watch. Next came a series of piercing wails ringing in their ears. The guard who had been thrown out was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, crashing to the ground and creating a crack in the surface, curling up in pain and crying out. Tang Ge didn't even look and directly walked up to another guard. "Are you shocked?" "What shock?" The guard, still looking confused at Tang Ge's inquiry, couldn't help but reply. As a result, Tang Ge shook his head in disappointment. "It seems you're not shocked at all." Then he suddenly reached out and gently pushed the guard's chest. This time he didn't use much strength. However, the guard still flew out and crashed into the academy's iron gate, creating a loud, clanging noise. When he hit the ground, a sharp pain surged through him, and he finally came to his senses. What a scary kid. That thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but clutch his chest, crying out in pain. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Guosher gained 8 shock points. The system prompt came a bit late. Tang Ge listened and finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. "It seems I misunderstood. Tang Ge, were you just pretending to be cool?" Suddenly, a voice from behind came from Tang San. Tang Ge's expression slightly froze, and the smile on his face instantly vanished. When he turned around, he fixed a dangerous gaze on Tang San and said, "Little San, could you please repeat what you just said?" Tang San's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could this guy possibly want to fight me too? Then he quickly changed his tone and said, "Tang Ge, even though I know you were just pretending earlier, you looked really cool while doing it." After saying this, Tang San felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Tang Ge found it very pleasing to hear. He laughed and walked over to Tang San, putting his arm around his shoulder, and said, "As expected of my good brother Tang San, I love hearing that." Not far behind them, Old Jack, the village chief, was both amused and exasperated listening to their conversation. These two kids, even in such a situation, still had the mood to joke around. He leaned on his cane and walked over to them, looking at the two guards still lying on the ground moaning. Old Jack had a worried expression. Although these two weren't as important as those soul masters, they were still the academy's guards, and he wondered if this would affect their admission application. Tang Ge was about to speak to comfort him, but as he slightly moved his ears, it seemed he heard something, and his still somewhat immature little face suddenly turned indignant. He pointed at the two guards lying on the ground, wailing, and spoke angrily, "Grandpa, these two have done all kinds of bad things relying on their status as academy guards. I don't know how many work-study students like us have had their qualifications for admission revoked by them. Moreover, just now, they not only wanted to seize the gold soul coins from my hands, but they also tried to hit me. I'm still just a 6-year-old child. How could they be so heartless? What kind of bad conscience do they have to dare to lay hands on a child who is only 6 years old? Grandpa, you don't have to worry. I believe that even if the Academy's leaders find out about what happened today, they will definitely not cover for these two bad people. Tang San, old villager Jack. The two were completely stunned by Tang Ge's words, looking at him with expressions full of strangeness. Even the two guards who were screaming in pain couldn't help but stop. They stared wide-eyed at Tang Ge, who was filled with righteous indignation, as if they felt that it was this child who was being beaten rather than themselves. In the end, the two guards were so enraged that they spat out blood, and their wails suddenly became even more mournful. Tang Ge was startled upon seeing this. Feeling the strange gazes from old Jack, the village chief, and Tang San, he quickly declared with righteous indignation, "Grandpa, you see, these two must have done too many bad things. Even the heavens can't stand it, and have come to punish them." Inside the academy, a middle-aged man with short hair and a slender build was walking towards this direction. Upon hearing Tang Ge's impassioned words, especially the last sentence, the man, who had his hands behind his back, suddenly paused in his steps, and even the unique aura he exuded was affected. His gaze fell on Tang Ge. In recalling the scene he had just witnessed, the middle-aged man felt a slight shock in his heart. This kid has such thick skin. Then, he continued walking towards the entrance. Chapter 14, Master, don't overthink it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Yu Xiaojiang, gaining 1,000 shock points. At the entrance of the academy, Tang Ge had just finished speaking when a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. The 1,000 points of shock value truly startled Tang Ge. This was the second person, apart from Tang San's father, who could make him gain so much shock value at once. Yu Xiaojiang, born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family of Douluo Continent, was expelled from the family due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul. However, because of his deep research into martial souls, he proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Therefore, even though his strength was not strong, he was acclaimed as invincible in martial soul theory. In the martial soul world, Yu Xiaojiang was also respectfully referred to as the Master. Tang Ge actually noticed the Master's arrival earlier, which is why he took the opportunity to say those words, intentionally letting the other party hear. But why was the other party so shocked? Could this be the legendary tremor of the tiger's body, shaking the world? Tang Ge felt confused yet extremely excited. He was getting closer to accumulating enough shock value to unlock the lottery of the heavens. Just as he was thinking about this, a dignified voice came over. What kind of behavior is this at the entrance of the academy? Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn over. When the two fallen guards saw the newcomer, it was as if they had found their savior, and they immediately started crying uncontrollably. "Whoa, Master, you have to stand up for us. Look at us like this. It was this kid who beat us up." "Yes, Master, not only did he hit us, but he also slandered our academy. We can't let them go just like that." Hearing the guards' complaints, old Jack, the village chief, changed his expression and wanted to explain. But Tang Ge suddenly walked briskly to stand in front of one of the guards. The guard was startled, his face filled with panic. "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry, I won't hit you." Tang Ge curled his lips, too lazy to waste words, and directly yanked the enrollment certificate from the other person's hand. Then he walked up to Yu Xiaojiang with the certificate in hand. "Master, this is the proof issued by the Wuhuan Hall for me and Xiao San. It was almost torn by those two bad guys, and they even wanted to rob my money." Looking at Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Ge had a look of grievance on his face. The two guards not far away almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, wanting to shout, "It's not me. I didn't do it." But under Yu Xiaojiang's stern gaze, they didn't dare to make sound. Taking the certificate handed over by Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojiang suppressed the impulse to beat this little guy up and slowly opened the certificate. Then, a piercing light suddenly burst forth from his originally calm eyes. How is this possible? To innate full soul power. Yu Xiaojiang's heart was filled with shock. At the same time, in Tang Ge's mind, the system notification sound rang out again. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Yu Xiaojiang. You have gained 500 shock points." Hearing the notification sound, Tang Ge felt overjoyed inside, but on his face he showed a look of great unease and quietly asked, "Master, is there a problem with the certificate?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, and his wildly fluctuating emotions slowly calmed down. He closed the certificate and shook his head. "There's no problem with the certificate." Then, Yu Xiaojiang looked at old Jack, the village chief, and said, "Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for what just happened. I'll take care of these two children. A figure who was at least a soul master apologized to him, and old Jack hurriedly waved his hands. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. Actually, those two didn't do anything out of line. Master, I'll leave these two children to you. Xiao San, Xiao Ge, go in with the master. But you must listen to him. Okay. Tang Ge and Tang San nodded. Soon after, old Jack instructed the two with a few words before turning to leave. Master, one of the guards finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. But before he could finish, Yu Xiaojing shot a cold glare at him and the other guard. Speaking in a deep voice, don't think I don't know what you did before. Getting beaten today is entirely your own fault, so don't cry injustice in front of me. Moreover, if I find out again that you are bullying others with your power, you can forget about this job. The two guards felt a cold sweat break out and quickly promised not to make the same mistake again. Yu Xiaojing withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to them. He forced a smile on his face and said to Tang San and Tang Ge, let's go in. Then, the three of them entered Nodding Academy together. The following events unfolded as Tang Ge was familiar with, without any significant changes. The only difference being that he was now part of it. As the master, Yu Xiaojing directly exposed the secret of Tang San and Tang Ge's twin martial spirits with his exceptional martial spirit theory. Tang Ge didn't mind much and simply pretended to be confused and did not admit anything. However, Tang San was taken aback. He originally thought that the master in front of him was just guessing blindly. But as the other party elaborated on the 10 core competitive strengths of the martial soul he was researching, he was completely conquered. Although in this world, the master was the second soul master Tang San had encountered besides the soul masters of the spirit hall. At this moment, Tang San made a decisive decision. So he suddenly stopped and took a step back, kneeling down on both knees and respectfully bowing 3 times to the master. Master, please take me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojing was first taken aback. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He bent down and pulled Tang San up. Silly boy, why do you need to bow when you take a master? A simple bow is enough. Bowing your head is a gesture reserved for kings and parents. But Tang San shook his head and said seriously, once a master, always a father. You deserve my kneeling. Yu Xiaojing was moved. Although it was their first meeting, through this brief interaction, he had completely recognized Tang San as a child worth nurturing with all his effort. In an instant, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right. It seems I really didn't make the wrong choice. Come on, Xiao San, I'll take you to the Academic Affairs office to report now. Saying this, Yu Xiaojing took Tang San's hand again. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been treated like air, finally couldn't help but speak up as he watched the two about to leave. That master, but before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojing waved his hand. You should come along too, but I already have Xiao San, so I won't be taking any other disciples. Tang San opened his mouth, wanted to say some good words for Tang Ge, but Tang Ge had already spoken first. He looked at the aloof Yu Xiaojing and helplessly said, Master, please don't think too much. I never intended to take you as my master. I just wanted to ask if you could help me with the report. Chapter 15. The boss is meant to be beaten upon hearing Tang Ge's words. Yu Xiaojing's aloof demeanor finally faltered, and he glared in anger. You little brat. Do you really think I don't know what you did at the academy gate before? Do you believe I can revoke your admission qualifications just like that? This was the first time someone dared to talk back to him like this. If it weren't for the need to maintain his image in front of his newly accepted students, even if Tang Ge was just a child, Yu Xiaojing would have pulled his ear and given him a lesson. It was infuriating. Did he really think his title of master was something to be taken lightly? Under Yu Xiaojing's piercing gaze, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Master, please don't be angry. I just thought you already had a little third party. So I didn't want to distract you from teaching me, a student even more talented than a little third party. Yu Xiaojing felt a headache coming on. He ignored Tang Ge and turned to Tang San, asking, Tang San, how is your relationship with this kid? We grew up together, and we have a very good relationship. Tang San did not understand why the master asked this, but still answered truthfully. As soon as Yu Xiaojing heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. Even if your relationship is good, master, I advise you to keep your distance from him. This kid is quite troublesome. If you get influenced by him, master, you won't need to go out anymore. Tang Ge usually had a thick skin, but he shouldn't be a bad person, right? Tang San thought that master was really upset with Tang Ge, so he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. However, Tang Ge, who was sitting opposite, just rolled his eyes after hearing this. Little San, could you please be a bit more confident and remove the should and not bad from your statement? Yu Xiaojing caught a glimpse of Tang Ge rolling his eyes. He immediately snorted and said, Little guy, considering your relationship with Little San, I'll let it go this time. But are you sure you don't want to join us to report? Although I won't take you as my disciple. There are other teachers in the academy who can help you a lot with your future cultivation. Yeah, Tang Ge, come with us. Tang San is also a path. But Tang Ge still shook his head. Thank you, master, but I've decided not to go. I'll wait here for Xiao San to come back. In that case, I won't force you. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. Xiao San, let's go. Yu Xiaojing looked deeply at Tang Ge for a moment. Then he grabbed Tang San's hand and turned to leave. After they left, Tang Ge immediately felt much more comfortable. He couldn't help but stretch and smiled. It would be fine if it were Shrek Academy, but here, why would I need a teacher? Isn't being alone good enough? Moreover, if it weren't for the needs of the plot and to collect more shock value, I wouldn't even want to come to the academy. In fact, if I were to showcase the powerful abilities of my martial soul, the Spirit Hall would probably come to invite me to join, and at that time, even becoming a teacher as a title de law would be possible. What a pity. Tang Ge is currently only interested in Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, her daughter Qianren Xue, and her disciple Hulaina. Joining the Spirit Hall? Let's forget about it. At least for now, Tang Ge really hasn't considered it. Forget it. Let's leave here first. As she noticed more and more students from the academy passing by, Tang Ge pulled back her thoughts and walked directly into the academy. Just as old village chief Jack said, there are very few people who can become soul masters. This is especially true in a remote city like Notting City. Therefore, the number of students and teachers at Notting Academy is not large. The entire academy has only one dormitory building where teachers and students live together. There are only 7 dormitories for students. Additionally, because the students are generally very young and for the sake of unified management, students from each grade live together in one large dormitory. However, among these, there is a special dormitory, which is the 7th dormitory. It not only has the worst conditions, but also houses students who are work-study students, regardless of gender or grade. Tang Ge, as a work-study student, would also be assigned to this dormitory. So even though Tang San, who went to report, hadn't returned yet, with the advantage of knowing the plot, he arrived at the entrance of dormitory 7 ahead of time. Listening to the noise coming from inside, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. It was time to take advantage of the situation again. He then pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the large dormitory, beds lined the walls. Some beds were empty, while others were made up with bedding. But this only occupied a small portion. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were making a racket. When Tang Ge walked in through the door, he immediately attracted their attention. Due to his ancient sacred body, he was currently much taller than other children his age, and even some who were 2 or 3 years older couldn't compare to him. So, upon seeing Tang Ge walk in, the dormitory fell silent for a moment, and one of the older children, who was about the same height as Tang Ge, walked over to him. Looking at Tang Ge, who was nearly the same height, this child revealed a hint of caution in his eyes and asked, "My name is Wang Sheng. Are you the new work-study student? Are you the leader here?" Tang Ge didn't answer, but instead countered with a question. When Wang Sheng heard that the other party could directly see that he was the boss of the dormitory, he couldn't help but puff out his chest, revealing a proud expression. "Of course I am," he started to say, but before he could finish, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted. "All right, no matter what you are from now on, I'm the boss of your dormitory 7. What a bold statement." As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wang Sheng's expression change, but even the other 7 kids who were there to watch couldn't help but get angry. In an instant, these kids started shouting, "Boss, he underestimated you. Beat him up. Who does this newcomer think he is, wanting to be the boss of our dormitory 7 right after arriving? That's too arrogant. TCH, once the boss beats him up, he'll be obedient." Listening to the agreement of the group of younger brothers, Wang Sheng felt that his authority as the boss was being challenged. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and gritted his teeth, saying, "You want to be the boss of dormitory 7? Then let's see if you have the ability to defeat me." "All right." Tang Ge smiled widely and gently pushed a palm towards Wang Sheng. This palm looked soft and feeble, as if he hadn't eaten, and Wang Sheng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Was the other party here to be funny? So Wang Sheng didn't use his soul power and casually reached out with his right hand to grab Tang Ge's wrist, intending to throw him directly out. But at that moment, Tang Ge suddenly accelerated and dodged Wang Sheng's right hand. When his palm hit Wang Sheng's chest, a surge of power was instantly released, directly sending Wang Sheng flying away. Chapter 16. Just a little bit. Seeking donations. Thud. Accompanied by the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, Wang Sheng crashed onto a bed against the wall in the distance. However, because the bed was covered with a thick layer of bedding, he didn't get seriously hurt, but it still made him grimace in pain. "Boss! Boss!" At that moment, the other 6 kids who had been in a daze snapped back to reality and rushed over in surprise. Supported by 2 younger brothers, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and awkwardly jumped down from the bed. He looked at Tang Ge, who was still standing at the doorway, and the smile on his face felt like a thorn piercing his heart. How could he let me embarrass myself in front of my dorm brothers? This is simply too hateful. In an instant, Wang Sheng couldn't help but roar in anger. You little brat, you actually ambushed me. Then he charged straight at Tang Ge, seeing Wang Sheng rushing over to punch him in the chest. In order to make the system's prompt sound in his mind even more intense, Tang Ge did not dodge. As the ancestral holy body was activated, golden light flickered beneath his skin, and he actively met the attack. Bang! The moment Wang Sheng's fist landed on Tang Ge's chest, it felt as if it had struck a bell, and a ringing sound immediately echoed. Tang Ge still stood firmly in place, wearing a smile on his face. How is this possible? Wang Sheng, whose fists were numb from the shock, stared wide-eyed at this scene, as if he had seen a ghost. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocking Wang Sheng. You have gained 20 points of shock value. The system notification sounded in his mind. Tang Ge's smile became increasingly radiant, and he couldn't help but tease, Xiao Wang, didn't you drink milk this morning? You didn't drink milk this morning. How dare you insult me? I, Wang Sheng, don't drink milk. I will definitely knock you down and make you beg for mercy. Wang Sheng trembled with anger, his face twisted in rage. However, at that moment, he realized that this new work-study student in front of him was very strong. If he didn't use his martial soul, it would be impossible to defeat him. So, Wang Sheng let out a furious roar. Power of the battle tiger. Get down, brat. In that moment, he finally unleashed his martial soul, the power of the battle tiger. Accompanied by a flicker of yellow light, Wang Sheng's fist instantly transformed into a tiger's claw and lunged towards Tang Ge's collar. He intended to throw him onto the bed he had smashed earlier. So close. Sensing the fluctuation of energy coming from Wang Sheng, Tang Ge not only didn't dodge, but instead showed a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Using martial soul power? Then the effect should be even better, right? With that thought, Tang Ge's lips curled into a strange smile as he concentrated all his strength in his legs. At that moment, he was completely connected to the ground. At the same time, Wang Sheng's tiger claw grabbed Tang Ge's collar. A hint of excitement appeared on his face as he thought, now you should understand how powerful I, Wang Sheng, am, and he eagerly tried to lift him. But Tang Ge didn't budge. Wang Sheng was momentarily stunned and continued to exert more force. Still no movement? The excitement on Wang Sheng's face suddenly froze, and the arm grasping Tang Ge's collar began to tremble. But he refused to give up and gritted his teeth to finally use all his remaining strength. Rip! A tearing sound echoed as a piece of torn cloth was finally successfully ripped away and lifted up by Wang Sheng. In that moment, Wang Sheng's expression completely froze. Tang Ge looked down at his torn clothes, and the innate full soul power that he had not used suddenly burst forth from him. With a cold gaze fixed on Wang Sheng, Tang Ge slowly raised his right hand. To his surprise, Wang Sheng actually knelt down on one knee with a thud, clasping his fists and shouting, "Boss, hello." This sudden turn of events not only left Tang Ge gasping for breath, but the other 7 children in the dormitory were also left dumbfounded. The boss surrendered just like that? For a moment, it seemed they heard something shatter. However, Wang Sheng didn't care about that. Seeing that Tang Ge's raised right hand didn't come down, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shouted at his 7 former subordinates. "What are you all staring at? Didn't you see the boss's clothes are torn? Hurry up and get me that new outfit." Hearing Wang Sheng shout, the 7 roommates finally came to their senses. When they looked at the newcomer Tang Ge again, there was no longer the initial disdain in their eyes, replaced instead by shock and respect. One of them immediately got a brand new outfit that Wang Sheng had never worn, as per his instructions. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Wang Sheng, earning 30 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Li Shi, earning 7 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Ho Sai, earning 6 shock points. Listening to the continuous system prompts in his mind, Tang Ge's frustration over his torn clothes immediately eased. With shock points, everything was negotiable. Therefore, Tang Ge directly forgave Wang Sheng and, after successfully becoming the boss of the dormitory, finally enjoyed the treatment that only nobles received. Once he changed into new clothes and the bed was made with fresh bedding, Tang Ge, who had just sat down, was surrounded by Wang Sheng and the others, who eagerly inquired about his martial soul and soul power. When they learned that the new boss was actually of innate full soul power, The 8 children gasped in amazement, their gazes towards Tang Ge becoming even more fervent. Meanwhile, Tang Ge also seized the opportunity to harvest quite a few shock points. Taking advantage of this moment, he pulled up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Map. 4 Swords of Immortal, Slaying Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 12 Shock Points. 95-90 Only a little over 400 shock points left to unlock the first Celestial Lottery. When he saw his current shock point count, Tang Ge was first stunned, then filled with joy. According to the storyline, tomorrow was the time when Tang San and the Master would go to the soul hunting forest. At that time, not only would Tang San hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, but Tang Ge would also need to choose suitable soul rings to fuse with his martial soul, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Map. And to enter the soul-splitting forest, currently, aside from obtaining an order from the Spear Hall, the only option left was through the Master. Tang Ge naturally wanted to go along. If he could activate a Celestial Lottery before leaving, his chances of obtaining a good soul ring would be even greater. But where would he get the remaining 400 or so points? Listening to the chattering voices of Wang Sheng and the others, Tang Ge couldn't help but ponder secretly. Just as he was thinking, a burst of cheerful and pleasant laughter suddenly came from outside the 7th dormitory. Tang Ge's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Got it. Chapter 17. The Frightened Little Wu, Seeking Rewards. The door of the 7th dormitory swung open. Accompanied by laughter and footsteps, 2 figures appeared at the entrance together. One of them was Tang San, who had followed the Master to report after parting ways with Tang Ge. Next to him stood a lively little girl. This little girl was about the same age and height as Tang San, with a delicate little face that was rosy and fair. If she grew up a bit more, she would definitely become a charming beauty. However, what was most striking was her long black hair, styled into a scorpion braid that reached past her hips, and her pair of big, watery eyes filled with curiosity. As soon as the little girl appeared, she instantly captivated the 8 little boys in the 7th dormitory, all of them staring in astonishment. Although Tang Ge met this little girl for the first time, he instantly recognized that she should be Xiao Wu. However, in his eyes, Xiao Wu was just a little girl who hadn't grown up yet, and he had no interest in her at all. But what made Tang Ge curious was, Tang San didn't go to report. How come he is here as Xiao Wu? At this moment, Tang San, who was standing at the door, also saw Tang Ge sitting on the bed in the dormitory. His originally smiling face suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but ask, Tang Ge, what are you doing here? Oh, Xiao San, there is someone you know inside. Xiao Wu exclaimed from the side. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she bounced in with her pink backpack, her rabbit ears bobbing along. Once inside the dormitory, Xiao Wu showed no shyness and confidently introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm Xiao Wu, as in the dance. Hello. Hello, this is my boss, Tang Ge. Wang Sheng snapped back to reality and, feeling nervous, introduced Tang Ge on his behalf. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a 6-year-old girl. Is it really necessary to be so nervous? But he still stood up, looked at the little girl in white stockings, and smiled. Hello, my name is Tang Ge, Tang Ye. You also have the surname Tang. So are you the brother of the little third? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm his brother, and he usually listens to me the most. So how about it? Do you want to be the boss of this dormitory? As long as you defeat my brother, you'll be the boss of Dorm 7. And once you become the boss of Dorm 7, you can do whatever you want. Having the third party help you serve tea, wash your feet, or warm your bed is all fine. Being the boss of Dorm 7? That sounds quite interesting. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's big watery eyes lit up, and she immediately turned to look at Tang San beside her. She pinched her tiny waist and said in a delicate voice, Xiao San, I want to challenge you. Tang Ye, please act like a human. At this moment, Tang San could no longer remain silent. He quickly walked in front of Tang Ge, pulled him to a secluded place, and said with a dark face, Tang Ge, what my teacher said was indeed not wrong. You really have a thick skin. It's okay, right? Tang Ge was not angry at all and smiled as he spoke. Seeing this, Tang San was completely at a loss. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and quietly asked, Tang Ge, I thought you had gone somewhere. I've been looking for you but couldn't find you. It turns out you came here early. But since you didn't report, how did you know we would be assigned to Dormitory 7? Dormitory 7 is the only work-study student dormitory at Notting Academy. And since we are work-study students, it's obvious we have to live here. Isn't this a simple question? Didn't you know? Tang Ge looked surprised and asked in response. Tang San was silent for a moment, pouting. Of course I know. I was just worried that you didn't. Not far away, Xiao Wu was waiting boredly. After a while, seeing Tang San and Tang Ge whispering to each other, she couldn't help but bounce over. What are you talking about? I was chatting with Xiao San about you being a rabbit, Tang Ge said with a smile as he watched Xiao Wu approach. Huh? What did I talk about Xiao Wu being a rabbit? Tang San looked confused at Tang Ge's words. However, the curious Xiao Wu was so frightened at that moment that she almost turned to run, her rosy little face turning pale. It was faintly visible that her delicate body was trembling slightly. Tang Ge immediately noticed this scene. At the same time, a system prompt sound echoed in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you shocked Xiao Wu, earning 1,000 shock points. A whole 1,000 points. Could it be because Xiao Wu is the reincarnation of the 100,000-year-old beast, the soft-bone rabbit? Hearing the system prompt, Tang Ge was also taken aback. However, he quickly became excited. 10,000 shock points. Finally accumulated enough at this moment. As a result, when Tang Ge looked at Xiao Wu again, it was as if he was gazing at countless precious sheep, wanting to fleece them clean. This terrifying gaze made Xiao Wu's face grow even paler. Nearby, Tang San finally sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask with concern, Xiao Wu, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Wu bit her thin lip and said softly. Seeing Xiao Wu so scared by his words, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his thoughts and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, I was just joking. I was actually talking to Xiao San about the 7 houses. Yes, Tang Ge was talking to me about the 7 houses. Tang San felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was, so he just nodded along. Seeing Tang San's sincere expression that didn't seem like he was lying, Xiao Wu finally relaxed her tense body. A faint smile appeared on her pale face as she said, Little Tang, you're amazing. You actually guessed that my martial spirit is a rabbit. Xiao Wu, is your martial spirit really a rabbit? Before Tang Ge could speak, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Wu shyly nodded. Yes, it's a very cute little white rabbit. What about you, Xiao San? My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which just happens to be the food for your martial spirit. Tang San listened and immediately let out a bitter smile. Tang Ge also smiled and said, I didn't expect your martial spirits to be such a perfect match. It's just right that Xiao Wu didn't bring any bedding. Since that's the case, you two can merge the 2 beds and lie together. I'll listen to Brother Tang's arrangement. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. However, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in shock, staring at Tang Ge in disbelief. You want me to lie together with Xiao Wu? What? Do you think Xiao Wu is not good enough? Tang Ge raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Xiao Wu followed suit, pinching her little waist with her small hands, puffing her cheeks, and glaring at Tang San. Xiao San, do you dare to dislike me? Chapter 18, Heavenly Lottery, 9 Aperture Golden Pill. Faced with the questioning from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, even though Tang San had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel flustered at this moment. His face turned red as he hurriedly waved his hands. No. How could I dislike you, Xiao Wu? I'm actually very happy to be able to lie on the same bed with you. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's charming big eyes brightened, and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. The shadow that Tang Ge had left in her heart just moments ago was instantly dissipated by more than half. Tang San saw Xiao Wu so happy and quickly nodded. Really? Next to him, Tang Ge couldn't help but tease. Xiao San, I didn't expect that as soon as we met, you would start thinking about that little girl. You're impressive. No way. I have to tell the master about this. Are you a devil? Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San's eyes widened. At that moment, he finally understood why the teacher was so determined not to take Tang Ge as a disciple. With such a thick skin, does he even need a teacher? Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed the urge to hit someone and glared at Tang Ge, saying, I don't have a quilt either. Are you going to buy one for me? Don't worry, it will be ready soon. You guys just need to push the 2 beds together for now. Tang Ge smiled and made arrangements. We'll be ready soon? Tang San looked skeptical, but he still teamed up with Xiao Wu. And with the enthusiastic help of Wang Sheng and others, they chose 2 empty beds and pushed them together. Just as they finished, a teacher in his 30s walked in from outside, holding a set of bedding in his hands. Scanning the children in the dormitory, the teacher said, Which one is Tang San? Step forward. As soon as Tang San heard this, he hurriedly stood up. However, his gaze was still more focused on the bedding in the teacher's hand. The teacher did not waste any time and directly handed the bedding to Tang San. My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the bedding that the master has given you. Additionally, he went on to arrange part-time cleaning work for Tang San, Tang Ge, and Xiao Wu in the garden on the south side of the playground. He also solemnly mentioned the opening ceremony tomorrow, reminding the three not to forget. Only then did he turn to leave. After the teacher left, Tang San, holding the bedding, could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Tang Ge. Tang Ge, how did you know the teacher would give me the bedding? I guessed. Tang Ge smiled and said. However, he felt quite depressed inside. He didn't give any shock value at all. This guy Tang San was becoming more and more stingy. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. When she saw that the bedding had really been delivered, her face immediately lit up with joy. She couldn't help but urge Xiao San, hurry up and make the bed. As soon as she said that, Tang San had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and carry the bedding over. Next, just as Tang Ge was familiar with, after merging the two beds together, Xiao Wu and Tang San officially began their student life of sleeping in the same bed, with the bedding as a boundary. This made Wang Sheng and the other roommates extremely envious. Even Tang Ge, the one who started it all, accidentally ate a bit of dog food, feeling a bit itchy inside at the sight of Tang San and Xiao Wu bickering on the bed. Fortunately, lunchtime finally arrived. As soon as she heard there was good food, Xiao Wu immediately jumped off the bed and excitedly asked, "Where are we going? What good food are we having? Where else could the work-study students go?" Of course, it was the school cafeteria. Wang Sheng smiled wryly and said, "After all, us kids from poor families can't afford to eat well, so we can only buy some cheap meals in the cafeteria to make do." At this moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to speak. "I have something to do later, so I can't go. You guys go ahead, and just bring me something when you come back." "Tang Ge, you're not going? Is it because you think the cafeteria food is bad?" Tang San looked at Tang Ge with a face full of doubt and said. Tang Ge instantly rolled his eyes. "Brother, if I dislike the cafeteria food, why would I ask you to help me bring it? Am I stupid?" Tang San smiled awkwardly, no longer pressing for answers, and agreed to bring back food before leaving the 7th dormitory with Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng. In an instant, the dormitory was left with only Tang Ge. Feeling the sudden quietness of the dormitory, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. Finally, everyone had left. Then he eagerly closed the dormitory door and sat cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness in the system panel, he saw that he had accumulated enough of 10,000 shock points. Tang Ge immediately thought in his heart, "System, I want to start the heavenly lottery." Ding dong. Detecting that the host meets the requirements for the heavenly lottery wheel is now open. Buzz. The void trembled, and a vast, gigantic wheel suddenly appeared before Tang Ge's consciousness. Under Tang Ge's gaze, this heavenly wheel, seemingly connecting countless worlds, began to slowly spin, with every kind of treasure on it glowing with dazzling golden light. Although Tang Ge couldn't see clearly, his heart was still burning with excitement. What would he draw? He secretly anticipated. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After more than 2 minutes had passed, the rapidly spinning heavenly wheel finally came to a slow stop. The golden light all dissipated, leaving only one kind of treasure on the wheel. The system prompt sounded immediately. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a 9-aperture golden pill in the heavenly lottery. 9-aperture golden pill? Could it be a pill from that world? Tang Ge heard the system prompt sound, and his heart stirred. The treasures on the heavenly wheel instantly vanished. The vast and enormous heavenly wheel also transformed into nothingness and retreated. After Tang Ge became aware of his detachment from the system, he looked down and saw a golden pill the size of a longan quietly resting in the palm of his hand. At the same time, information about the golden pill also appeared in Tang Ge's mind. 9 apertures golden pill, the number 1 foundational and restorative medicine in the eternal life world, crafted by the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, possessing the effect of rebirth. Those at the 10th level of physical body who consume it can directly enter the realm of divine powers. At this moment, Tang Ge only took a whiff, and the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the 9-aperture golden pill made all the hairs on his body stand on end, giving him an immediate feeling of being light as a feather, as if he were about to become an immortal. It's just a pity that while the 9-aperture golden pill is indeed extraordinary, it ultimately falls short in terms of rank among the treasures of the myriad realms. If only he could obtain the 9 transformations golden pill that would allow a mortal to become an immortal instantly upon consumption. That single word difference makes the efficacy worlds apart. Tang Ge glanced at his nearly emptied shock value and couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it, after all. He had already received the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the primordial sacred body at the start, so he couldn't ask for too much. This 9-aperture golden pill wasn't too bad, enough for my current use. Without hesitation, he directly pressed the 9-aperture golden pill against his heart. Chapter 19. Healing System? Control System? The 9-aperture golden pill was not to be swallowed or applied externally, but rather a hole was opened from the heart, and it was directly sewn in. This was Feng Han's method in the eternal life world. But Tang Ge was not Feng Han, so he didn't need to do it that way. With the system's help, as soon as the 9-aperture golden pill was pressed against his heart, a suction force suddenly appeared, directly pulling the pill inside. In an instant, Tang Ge felt his heart begin to beat violently. Seemingly recalling something, he quickly got up and stripped off all his clothes while the effects of the medicine had not yet dispersed. In the end, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground wearing only a pair of shorts. The violently beating heart stimulated the blood in his body to flow rapidly, and each time it passed the heart, it continuously washed and integrated the 9-aperture golden pill. The surging medicinal power gradually merged into the blood, flowing to Tang Ge's limbs and bones. A strong, cool sensation instantly filled his entire body, even causing sweet saliva to secrete from his lips, which he then gulped down. However, from all the pores on Tang Ge's body, a large amount of foul odor was emitted. In a moment, his healthy bronze skin was covered with a layer of black filth. This was the 9-aperture golden pill transforming Tang Ge's body. Moreover, with the assistance of the surging medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden pill, even the previously dormant primordial sacred body began to strengthen as well. The blood was boiling. The power was increasing. Tang Ge felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes and began to enjoy the transformation brought by the 9-aperture golden dan. Just like that, time slowly passed. After almost half an hour, the overwhelming medicinal power emitted by the 9-aperture golden dan gradually subsided. Tang Ge also opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination, Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion, Degree 30 Shock Value. 590, his gaze fell on the fusion degree of the Ancient Sacred Body in the Physique section, and Tang Ge was immediately taken aback. It had only increased by 18 points. He could clearly feel that with the help of the 9-aperture golden core, his strength had nearly multiplied several times. He originally thought that the ancient sacred body had surpassed the fusion stage and entered the awakening phase, but the result turned out to still be in the fusion period. This surprised Tang Ge, while also making him extremely delighted. There was still a lot of medicinal power left in the 9-aperture golden core, which could continue to be absorbed to enhance the ancient sacred body. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for his strength to advance further. Moreover, this time he had an even greater chance of hunting high-age spirit beasts in the soul-hunting forest. After putting away the profile panel, Tang Ge sensed again and found that his speed of cultivating soul power had also increased significantly. If he could fuse the first soul ring, he believed he would enter a peak period of soul power enhancement. For a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, collecting shock value to open the heavenly lottery was the fastest way to enhance his strength. However, thinking that so much time had passed and that Xiao Wu and Tang San, who had gone out to eat, might be back soon, Tang Ge stood up on the ground. Time to take a shower. Smelling the unpleasant odor coming from his body, Tang Ge immediately showed a look of disgust. He directly went barefoot into the shower room of Dormitory 7. Half an hour later, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Tang Ge was lying on the bedboard when the footsteps of Wang Sheng and the others who had gone out to eat finally returned. However, Tang Ge glanced over and did not see Tang San. He couldn't help but ask, "Where's Xiao San? Didn't he come back with you?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, the other kids unconsciously shifted their gaze to Wang Sheng, who suddenly looked very awkward. Tang Ge, seeing this, thought for a moment and instantly understood. This guy must have spoken ill of the master in the cafeteria without holding back, and then was warned by Tang San. So Tang San must have been called by the master as well, not only to discuss the matter of going to the soul hunting forest tomorrow morning, but also to talk to Tang San about the development of martial souls. With this in mind, Tang Ge chose not to point it out and instead focused on the lunchbox that Wang Sheng was holding, immediately urging him, "Hurry up. I've been waiting for so long. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse." Hee hee. "Don't worry, boss. It'll definitely be enough." Hearing Tang Ge's urging, Wang Sheng also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly handed over the lunchbox. In the afternoon, as the sky began to darken, Tang San, who had disappeared for half a day, finally returned to the dormitory. He took a glance around and realized that the large dormitory only had Tang Ge in it. He looked puzzled and asked, "Tang Ge, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" "They went out to have fun. Tang Ge sat up from the bed and looked at the returning Tang San. As for me, of course, I was here waiting for you to come back. How is it? Did you confirm with the master about going to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow? How do you know again? Were you eavesdropping outside? Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was immediately shocked. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. What do you mean by eavesdropping? I'm just predicting the future. However, the system notification sound that echoed in his mind made him very pleased. He successfully took advantage of the situation again. It's really great. Tang Ge couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't just stand there, let's talk about it. What's the plan for tomorrow? Don't you know everything? Why do you need me to say anything?" Tang San came back to his senses and looked at Tang Ge with a complicated expression. This was not the first time. If it weren't for the fact that he had grown up with Tang Ge, Tang San would even suspect that the other person was a worm from his own stomach transformed. Otherwise, how could the other person know everything about him? Tang San really wanted to ask what was going on, but after knowing Tang Ge for such a long time, he understood that the other party had already said what they wanted to say. Perhaps this is something that, like his own secret, cannot be told to others. Tang San thought to himself, ultimately dismissing the idea of asking. Then he took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and repeated to Tang Ge what the master had previously told him. He emphasized the development directions of the food system, reconnaissance system, combat system, healing system, control system, and so on. In the end, Tang San looked at Tang Ge and curiously asked, "Tang Ge, your martial spirit can heal injuries. Are you planning to choose the healing system?" Having witnessed Tang Ge's martial spirit abilities, Tang San asked this. However, Tang Ge smiled and shook his head. "No, I choose the control system." Control system? Tang San was slightly taken aback, and an image suddenly flashed in his mind of Tang Ge using a large martial soul scroll to directly wrap someone up. This should also be considered a control type, right? Chapter 20. I have one too. Please give rewards. Seeing Tang San in a daze, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile secretly. The healing ability of his martial soul. The yin-yang life and death diagram was only part of its capabilities. If it were solely a healing type martial soul, it would be a bit of a waste. However, the yin-yang life and death diagram was different from those attack type martial souls. While it had no lack of attack power, it wasn't particularly suitable for combat types. That's why Tang Ge chose to pursue the control type path. Moreover, considering the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge had already roughly determined the direction for his first soul ring choice. If chosen well, the healing ability of his martial soul could not only become a life-saving measure for his side, but also turn into a death warrant for the enemy. Additionally, besides the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge also possessed the ancestral holy body and the currently unusable yet powerful four swords of Juxian. So he lacked no means of attack. Control type? It was just a guise to hide his true strength. As he seemed to think of some pleasant scenario, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Ge's mouth, and a strange smile suddenly emerged on his face. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but shudder and took 2 steps back. He stared at Tang Ge and said, "Tang Ge, what are you thinking? Why do you look so scary when you smile? Anyway, I'm not thinking about you, so can you stop looking so frightened? Since you're back, I'm going out for a walk." Tang Ge got up and walked out of the dormitory. Having been at the academy for almost a day, he hadn't had the chance to familiarize himself with the surroundings yet. After Tang Ge left, a wave of intense fatigue hit Tang San, and he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. Not long after, he was deep in dreamland. The next day, in the early morning, while the students of the 7th dormitory were still asleep, Tang Ge and Tang San had already left the dormitory and arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Academy. A figure was already waiting there. It was Master Yu Xiaojiang. Seeing Tang Ge following along, Yu Xiaojiang seemed unsurprised, as if he had already known, and waved his hand for the two to follow him as he spoke. The place we are going to this time is the Soul Hunting Forest, which is where the Empire raises soul beasts. You will definitely find suitable soul rings there. Today, the master wore a fitted outfit, looking even more spirited. However, his stiff face still gave off a sense of disharmony. Before Tang San could speak, Tang Ge took the initiative and said, "Master, please tell us about soul beasts." "You don't need to ask. I will explain it anyway. Moreover, you must remember this well, as it will greatly help you in choosing your soul rings in the future." Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Ge and nodded. He then began to explain, based on what he knew, combining it with the 10 core competencies of martial souls, detailing the age of soul beasts, the colors of soul rings, and the requirements for hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Since it was the first time hearing this novel information, Tang San listened attentively. Unfortunately, he had no notebook. Otherwise, he would have written everything down to ponder over later. On the other hand, Tang Ge appeared relaxed. After all, he had the innate advantage of knowing the plot, and hearing it again was merely reinforcing his memory. However, when Yu Xiaojing noticed this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. What does it matter if one is a genius? How many geniuses in this world have fallen to become ordinary people? Or even worse than ordinary people due to their own complacency. Hopefully, he will wake up sooner after experiencing some setbacks. As he shifted his gaze away from Tang Ge and saw his disciple listening earnestly, Yu Xiaojing felt a great sense of comfort. It's still good that Tang San is attentive. Next, since Nodding City was a full 400 miles from the soul-splitting forest, it was naturally impossible to walk there. Therefore, Yu Xiaojing took Tang Ge and Tang San not to leave Nodding City immediately, but went to the commercial street to hire a carriage. He then purchased a large amount of supplies needed for the adventure, including water, cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits. But more importantly, there were white radishes, a full 20 pounds. However, what puzzled Tang San was that these supplies were clearly placed in the carriage, but when he got on the carriage later, all the supplies had disappeared. As if sensing Tang San's confusion, Yu Xiaojing, sitting opposite him, displayed a smile. Are you wondering where the things went? Hearing the master's words, Tang San nodded, his eyes revealing curiosity. Yu Xiaojing reached for his waist, about to speak. Suddenly, Tang Ge, sitting next to Tang San, interrupted, Master, I know. That belt on your waist is a legendary soul guide, which serves as a storage device. So, all the things we just bought must be in your belt. Am I right, Master? Yu Xiaojing was initially indifferent, but upon hearing this, he was taken aback and looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him with surprise. He couldn't help but ask, How did you know that this is a storage soul guide? I heard my grandpa say so. Tang Ge showed a look of pride on his face. Just now, the system prompt sounded in his mind again, directly giving him an increase of 500 shock points. Sitting opposite him, Yu Xiaojing was unaware of what Tang Ge was thinking. He only felt that someone who clearly had a storage-type soul guide was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Yu Xiaojing immediately became serious and respectfully asked, Who is your grandfather? Could he be a title Douluo? To which Tang Ge replied, Actually, the grandfather I mentioned is the village chief of our Holy Soul village. Moreover, the village chief is just an ordinary person. You saw him yesterday when he brought us here at the academy's entrance. Tang San couldn't help but speak up after hearing this. As he opened his mouth, Yu Xiaojing's mind involuntarily recalled the old man from yesterday, who leaned on a cane and looked like he was on the verge of death. Suddenly, his face twitched violently, and he finally understood. The little guy in front of him, who had just revealed that he could see his soul guide, was messing with him again. So when he looked back at Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojing's eyes were immediately filled with hostility. He planned to take this opportunity to teach the other a good lesson, so that he could understand what it meant to respect teachers and elders. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit oppressive. However, Tang Ge seemed completely oblivious. Hearing Tang San's words, he pouted and said, What's wrong with my grandpa being an ordinary person? Can't he know a bit more? Moreover, it's just a soul guide that can store items. I have one too. As he spoke, he stretched out his left hand, and the yin-yang life and death diagram appeared in the palm of his hand. With a clatter, a copper basin suddenly fell into the carriage. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocking Yu Xiaojing, gaining 800 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 70 shock points. The system's prompt sounded. At some point, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San had their eyes wide open, staring intently at the yin-yang life and death diagram in Tang Ge's hand. Chapter 21. The earth-shattering 3 cannons the copper basin was directly taken out from the system space by Tang Ge. Summoning the martial soul was merely a superficial cover. However, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San didn't know this. They only saw that with the appearance of Tang Ge's martial soul, a copper basin had inexplicably fallen into the carriage. For a moment, both of them were filled with shock. It turned out to be a martial soul with storage capabilities. Hearing the system's prompt, Tang Ge almost couldn't hold back his laughter, but he managed to suppress it and put on an innocent expression, saying, Master, look, my martial soul can store items just like your soul guide. Furthermore, I felt it, and it can store 30 cubic meters of things. 30 cubic meters of storage. Yu Xiaojing's face twitched violently. That was even bigger than the space of his jade belt. No, he couldn't continue this line of conversation, or he would surely be driven to madness. So, forcing a smile, Yu Xiaojing said, Good martial soul, and directly changed the subject, taking off the jade belt wrapped around his waist. Xiao San, this jade belt is a gift for you. Teacher, it's too precious. I can't accept it. Seeing the jade belt being offered by the master, Tang San was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. If he hadn't known before, it would have been fine. But now that he knew this jade belt was a soul guide that could store items, how could he dare to accept it? Take it if the teacher says so. Yu Xiaojiang ignored Tang San's refusal and directly stuffed the jade belt into his arms. Tang San was touched and couldn't help but say, "Thank you, teacher." Then he began to observe the jade belt in his hand. The jade belt was a waist belt, entirely black in color, with dark stripes on it, and evenly inlaid with 24 pieces of milky white jade. Moreover, there were faint currents of energy flowing on it, connecting the 24 pieces of jade together. As he was observing, he heard Yu Xiaojiang's voice beside him. "This is a storage soul tool. You just need to input your soul power into it, and each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space. Little San, try inputting your soul power and feel the function of the belt." Tang San nodded and immediately channeled a trace of soul power into the belt in his hand. Then he truly felt the existence of the space within each piece of jade, and some of those spaces contained a large amount of supplies. With a thought, a radish quickly fell out. He repeated this several times. Tang San had already begun to master the use of the belt, and his gaze towards it became extremely passionate. With this storage belt, he no longer needed to worry about the storage of hidden weapons, and his desire for the improvement of the Xiantian skill reached an unparalleled level. Noticing Tang San's mood, Yu Xiaojiang only thought it was due to Tang San's fondness for the belt, and couldn't help but smile and say, "Let's give a name. We'll call it 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night." Tang San suppressed the excitement in his heart, pondered for a moment, and made a decision. The night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges? Yu Xiaojiang was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he nodded. "It's a beautiful name, just a bit lengthy." Tang Ge deeply resonated with this. Next, taking advantage of a long journey, Yu Xiaojiang shared a lot of knowledge about soul beasts with the two of them, as well as the direction and importance of soul ring selection. During this time, he also inquired about Tang Ge's martial soul abilities and proposed corresponding development directions based on those abilities. Tang Ge expressed gratitude, but in her heart, she already had her own choice. Thus, time slowly passed. Until noon the next day, Yu Xiaojiang brought Tang Ge and Tang San on a journey of 400 miles, finally arriving at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. Due to the preciousness of time, they did not stop at the market outside, but directly entered the soul-hunting forest through the gate with the token in hand. Inside the forest, unlike the hustle and bustle outside, the surroundings were filled with tranquility. The air also became very fresh. However, having received the master's instructions, Tang San and Tang Ge knew that once they entered the soul-hunting forest, danger would be ever present, allowing no room for carelessness. Therefore, they started to become vigilant. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, and his previously dispirited gaze brightened instantly. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and then quickly spread them apart, calling out, "Come out, Luo San Pao," accompanied by a fluctuation of soul power. A creature suddenly appeared in front of the three. It was a creature that looked like a dog but was the size of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, with light purple fur and 2 small ears. However, its light blue eyes blinked, looking both gentle and very cute. As soon as it appeared, the creature ran to Yu Xiaojiang's feet, continuously rubbing its head against his leg. "Teacher, is this your mutated martial soul, Luo San Pao? It looks quite adorable." Tang San couldn't help but speak up upon seeing it, because on the way here, he was actively asked by Tang Ge. He already knew that the master's bee spirit was a mutated spirit that could be summoned. However, this mutation was heading in a negative direction. Tang San didn't dare to ask more, fearing it would touch the master's painful memories. But at this moment, seeing this creature, it seemed there was nothing wrong with it. However, when Yu Xiaojiang heard Tang San's words, his facial muscles twitched slightly. It was the first time someone had called his martial spirit cute. "Luo San Pao, lead the way." Without responding to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang directly issued the command. Luo San Pao let out a chattering sound and immediately began to walk forward, swaying its head and sniffing along the way. It was searching for the traces of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang then led Tang San and Tang Ge closely behind. Thus, a day passed. Under Luo San Pao's keen sense of smell, they continuously discovered soul beasts hiding in the dark, but unfortunately, they were either too young or unsuitable for them. Therefore, no battles occurred. When night fell, the three of them found an open area to set up camp and rest. However, not long after, the night watchman Luo San Pao seemed to notice something and suddenly straightened its body, letting out a chattering call toward a certain direction. Yu Xiaojing was instantly alerted and stood up. When he saw more than 10 faint green light spots approaching from the darkness, his expression did not show panic. He simply spoke in a low voice, "It's the Hell Wolf, no need to worry." Hearing the master's voice, Tang Ge's spirit was immediately lifted. He knew that the appearance of the Hell Wolf was just an appetizer. The real main event was about to begin. At this moment, a total of 6 wolf-shaped soul beasts, each about 1.6 meters long, emerged from the darkness. Seeing this, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but snort coldly. A bunch of level 10 little wolves dare to disturb me. Sanpao. Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, suddenly inhaling sharply and transforming into a large balloon. At the same time, a yellow halo flew out and enveloped its body. An authoritative low roar echoed in the night, farting like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Luo Sanpao. As Yu Xiaojing's voice fell, a bright light suddenly burst forth from Luo Sanpao's blue eyes. The yellow halo around it quickly changed, almost turning into a light curtain. Amid the fluctuations of soul power, Luo Sanpao, like a balloon, bounced and soared into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, a ball of yellow gas shot out from its rear, heading straight for the Hell Wolf. Put on. Unbeknownst to Wen, Yu Xiaojing had 2 masks in his hands. He quickly put one on himself while handing the other mask to Tang San. As Tang San was lost in thought, a hand suddenly reached out and took the mask ahead of him. When he came to his senses, he was astonished to see that the mask originally meant for him was now on Tang Ge's face. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge immediately turned his head and let out a chuckle. Tang San gritted his teeth in anger, but before he could speak, the earlier yellow gas exploded after flying into the ghostly wolf pack. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. 6 ferocious-looking ghostly wolves were sent flying like torn bags by the powerful shockwave. Instantly, 2 of the ghostly wolves crashed violently into a tree, emitting a mournful cry as they fell to the ground, unable to get up. The remaining 4, though wobbling as they stood up, were also bleeding profusely from their mouths and noses. They glanced over here with terrified eyes, let out a howl, and quickly turned to flee. Luo Sanpao fell from midair. Tang San's eyes revealed astonishment, not expecting that the previous strike had such great power, and couldn't help but speak. "Teacher, Sanpao is vomiting." But as soon as the words came out, a gust of wind blew by, and the unique smell in the air immediately stimulated him to bend over and dry heave. Luo Sanpao happily ran over, but upon seeing Tang San's reaction, he instantly wore a look of grievance. Yu Xiaojing also had an awkward expression, unable to help but turn his head and glare fiercely at Tang San. After a long while, Tang San had recovered somewhat, but his complexion was slightly pale. Just thinking about the mask that was taken from him made him widen his eyes and glare at Tang Ge. "Tang Ge, what the teacher said is true. You're too bad." The smell just now was really too unique. Tang San still had shadows in his heart, and his body instinctively wanted to stay away from the teacher's soul beast. Hearing Tang San's complaints, Tang Ge shrugged, looking innocent. The master took out 2 masks, and I couldn't refuse his kindness. Besides, what was wrong with smelling Sanpao's farts? Did you dislike Sanpao? While saying this, Tang Ge bent down and patted Luo Sanpao's head. Luo Sanpao made a chirping sound, showing an expression of enjoyment, and took the opportunity to glance at Tang San. His little eyes were full of dissatisfaction, as if blaming Tang San for disliking his fart. This caught Tang San's attention, leaving him at a loss for words. He couldn't really blame Sanpao for having a stinky fart. After all, just a moment ago, Sanpao's fart had directly sent 6 netherwolves flying. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing could no longer stand it. He felt that, if this continued, his innocent disciple would surely be bullied to death by the thick-skinned little guy. Holding a dagger, he walked up to the 2 immobile netherwolves and directly slashed their necks, sprinkling some realgar powder to mask the bloody smell. Watching closely, the soul rings were about to appear. Hearing the master's reminder, Tang San and Tang Ge immediately stopped bickering and focused their attention. Sure enough, not long after the 2 netherwolves died, 2 white circles of light rose from them, seeming to be on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Tang Ge had killed wolf-type soul beasts back in Holy Soul Village, so he was not surprised to see the soul ring. However, it was the first time for Tang San, and his eyes immediately sparkled with curiosity. Taking this opportunity, Master Yu Xiaojing demonstrated the method of absorbing soul rings. The soul rings circled around him, but did not enter his body. After listening to the master's explanation, Tang San understood that this was because the master's soul power was insufficient for advancement, so he could not absorb the soul ring. An hour passed, The two white soul rings dissipated, and Yu Xiaojing had Tang San feed Luo Sanpao 2 white radishes to recover from the earlier consumption of soul power. Watching Luo Sanpao enjoy the radishes with a look of bliss, Tang San's face twitched slightly. He finally understood why that fart had been so stinky. Just then, Luo Sanpao, having just finished eating the radishes, suddenly let out a frantic cry. Luo, 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 be careful, the soul beast coming this time is not simple. Hearing Sanpao's cry, Yu Xiaojing's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Tang San and Tang Ge's hands and warned them. At the same time, the master spoke. Tang San also heard the rustling sound coming from the darkness ahead. Moreover, he smelled a fishy odor in the air, along with a faint sweetness and tea fragrance. This was poison. Tang San's expression changed slightly as he immediately activated the Xiantian skill and stimulated the purple extreme demon eye, looking in the direction of the sound. There, when he saw a faint snake's shadow in the darkness, he quickly pointed at it. Hearing Tang San's warning, Yu Xiaojing didn't have time to think about how the other party had discovered them in advance and directly lit a firecracker and threw it over. In the light of the fire, a giant snake nearly 4 meters long was illuminated. Seeing this giant snake, even with his 29th level soul power, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but gasp. Little San, little Ge, now I'm going to teach you a theory. More souls, more bones, one wave of skills, fewer souls, fewer bones. Just run. So what do we do now? Tang San couldn't help but ask. In fact, he wasn't really afraid of the poisonous giant snake that had appeared. Instead, he was eager to try it out. However, Yu Xiaojing's expression was serious as he quickly placed his 2 soul rings onto Luo Sanpao's body while hastily saying, "This is a mandragora snake that is nearly 400 years old. Let Sanpao hold it off. We need to escape first." Just as he was speaking, Yu Xiaojing suddenly felt an empty hand, and a figure suddenly dashed out, charging towards the distant mandragora snake. When he realized that the one who had rushed out was actually Tang Ge, he was taken aback and couldn't help but shout, "Tang Ge, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Tang San's expression changed upon seeing this, and a sharp dagger appeared involuntarily in his hand. 5 or 6 meters away, Tang Ge, who had just rushed out, heard Yu Xiaojing's worried shout, but did not stop. Looking at the increasingly close mandala snake, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he was filled with excitement. It was just a soul beast that was less than 400 years old. Today, Tang Ge was going to show off his barehanded snake tearing skills. Chapter 23. Master S Doubts. Please support with donations. Tang Ge is not a reckless person, so he naturally wouldn't charge and head first to seek death. However, when the mandala snake appeared, he felt no threat from it at all. Therefore, considering that in the original plot Tang San was able to kill the mandala snake without injury, Tang Ge saw this as an opportunity to test the power of the primordial sacred body after reaching 30 fusion. "Master, you don't need to make a move. I'll handle this snake." After shouting this, Tang Ge accelerated again. But Yu Xiaojing didn't understand. He watched Tang Ge rushing toward the mandala snake and immediately became furious. Is this brat out his mind? The mandala snake is nearing its 400-year mark. Even I am no match for it. Isn't he just seeking death by charging in? "Teacher, I know Tang Ge. He definitely won't be in trouble." Hearing the worried and anxious scolding from his master, Tang San couldn't help but comfort him. However, the grip on his dagger tightened as he secretly thought that if Tang Ge encountered danger, he would rush in to help. For a moment, both of them stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink, fearing that Tang Ge might accidentally be swallowed whole by the mandala snake. More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge was unaware of the thoughts of Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. At this moment, he had already reached the front of the mandala snake, and the resistance of the primordial sacred body directly immunized him against the poisonous gas that filled the surrounding air. Bang! Tang Ge threw a punch, striking hard against the mandrake snake. The terrifying power burst forth, and even though the scales on the mandrake snake were as hard as iron, they were instantly shattered, and its body collapsed. The intense pain caused the mandrake snake to emit a harsh cry. Its elongated, cold snake eyes shot out a chilling and angry light, and a faint yellow glow appeared on its dark green scales. Then, the mandrake snake's thick tail transformed into an afterimage and violently swung toward Tang Ge, making the air pop with the force. At the same time, the nearly 4-meter-long body of the mandrake snake coiled into a ring, and its triangular head turned around to open its massive mouth and bite at Tang Ge. The sharp fangs glinted coldly in the firelight, with venom visibly dripping from them. Facing the mandrake snake's furious counterattack, Tang Ge showed no signs of tension. As he watched the giant mouth coming down to bite him, he simply waved his hand, and a large stone suddenly appeared in midair. This stone was the same one where Tang Ge had slipped and rested before falling down the steep slope, which allowed him to successfully activate the system. To keep it as a memento, he had stored the stone in the system space. Now, as he took it out again, it perfectly appeared in the path of the mandrake snake's bite. With a crunch, the stone lodged itself in the snake's mouth. The stone didn't break, but the mandrake snake's massive mouth was directly blocked by it, unable to close or spit out. Tang Ge couldn't help but laugh out loud, and with a swift motion, he punched the snake's tail that was swinging down towards him. Bang! Amidst the dull sound of impact, shattered dark green, snake scales flew everywhere. Not only that, Tang Ge took advantage of the opportunity to turn around and grab the tail of the mandala snake, which was trying to retract. With both hands, with a strong effort, he lifted the entire snake up, supported by the powerful, primordial sacred body. The nearly 4-meter-long mandala snake was like nothing in Tang Ge's hands, as he grabbed it and began to slam it violently against the ground. Bang! 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 The earth trembled and leaves fell. The mandala snake, which had been roaring like a giant rock, completely lost its former ferocity, shrieking as it transformed into a dark green whip, continuously rising and falling. Blood-stained, dark green scales splattered everywhere. The originally flat ground began to become riddled with ravines. From a distance, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were already wide-eyed in shock, staring blankly at the mandala snake, which had no power to resist in Tang Ge's hands. Tang San was fine. He had long known that Tang Ge's body was very strong and his strength was great. At this moment, seeing such a scene, he only felt shocked. But in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, it was like a stormy sea, and his violently beating heart almost jumped to his throat. That was a soul beast approaching 400 years old, and yet it was being bullied like this by a 6-year-old child. Am I dreaming? But listening to the loud, crashing sounds, Yu Xiaojiang understood that everything he was seeing was real. For a moment, he couldn't help but swallow hard, and his gaze fell on Tang San beside him. Little San, are you sure this little guy you grew up with is human and not a soul beast turned from the Stardew Forest? It should be human, right? Tang San was not very sure. More than 10 meters away, after continuous and relentless violent impacts against the ground, the mandala snake finally gave up, struggling completely. Its mouth, which was gnawing on a large rock, was continuously oozing blood. Tang Ge didn't know when he had already released the snake's tail and arrived in front of the mandala snake's head, gripping its upper and lower jaws with both hands. With a violent pull, the mandala snake's mouth was instantly torn open by Tang Ge. But just as Tang Ge was about to rip the mandala snake in half, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocking Yu Xiaojiang, gained 1,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocking Tang San, gained 100 shock points. The system notification woke Tang Ge up. He immediately stopped tearing the snake and turned to shout at Tang San in the distance. Xiao San, hurry up and come kill this snake. Let me kill the snake? Tang San was momentarily confused when he heard Tang Ge's shout. However, Yu Xiaojiang beside him showed a hint of joy and urged, Xiao San, your first spirit ring is here. This mandala snake is just right for you. And with your innate full soul power, absorbing this nearly 400-year-old mandala snake's spirit ring will be completely fine. But my martial soul is the plant blue silvergrass. Can it absorb animal-type spirit rings? Tang San was worried. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had completely relaxed, and a confident light shone in his eyes as he explained the theory of martial soul mimicry, one of the top 10 core competencies in the martial soul world. Since Tang Ge was still waiting over there, he spoke very quickly. After hearing what the master said, the originally worried Tang San immediately felt at ease. He no longer hesitated and quickly walked to Tang Ge's side, directly piercing through the head of the mandala snake with the sharp dagger he held in his hand. Tang Ge released his hand, and the massive body of the mandala snake immediately slammed to the ground. After a while, as faint yellow light spots appeared from the snake's body, a ring of yellow light gathered above the mandala snake's body. Xiao San, the snake has helped you solve it. The next process of absorbing the soul ring will depend on you. Tang Ge's gaze fell on Tang San, and he smiled, saying that the other party had at least provided him with 100 shock points, making his earlier actions worthwhile. Chapter 24. Encountering adventurers hearing Tang Ge's words. Tang San was immediately touched. He didn't expect that Tang Ge had fought against the mandala snake, risking so much solely to help him obtain his first spirit ring. Although the battle didn't last long, The mandala snake was a nearly 400-year-old spirit beast with extremely potent poison. If Tang Ge had made even one misstep, he could have put himself in mortal danger. Perhaps this is what Master referred to when he spoke of trustworthy teammates and friends. Tang San thought to himself. Then he nodded heavily and said, Tang Ge, you can rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing also walked over. Seeing the already formed soul ring, he feared that any delay might cause changes. So he urged Xiao San, let's start. Tang San no longer hesitated. Following the method instructed by the master, he first summoned his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. Then he continued to channel his soul power. And under the influence of a pulling force, the soul ring above the mandala snake immediately flew over and enveloped him. In an instant, a tremendous pressure hit him directly. Tang San frowned, suppressing the uncomfortable feeling of pressure on his bones, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. The spirit rings began to shrink, and then slowly merged into the blue silvergrass. After a while, seeing Tang San's tightly furrowed brows relax, Yu Xiaojing, who had been worried, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that everything that followed could only be resolved by Tang San himself, and the only thing he could do was to stay here and quietly wait for the result. So, shifting his gaze from Tang San, Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang Ge beside him. Due to what had just happened, Tang Ge's impression on him had changed. He was no longer the thick-skinned, unreliable little guy he had been before. Tang Ge's display of bravery and responsibility made Yu Xiaojing very satisfied. However, he still maintained a stern face and scolded. This time was just luck. You must not be so reckless in the future, understood? Master, I will remember in my heart. Tang Ge did not refute and humbly accepted the criticism. Yu Xiaojing finally showed a smile on his face. He nodded and said, once Xiao San soul ring fusion is successful, it will be time to find a suitable soul ring for you. Little guy, your martial soul. Before Yu Xiaojing could finish a sentence, Tang Ge interrupted. He looked at Yu Xiaojing seriously and said, Master, I already have a clear direction for the development of my soul ring. Therefore, I plan to go find a suitable soul beast by myself. Once Xiao San soul ring fusion is successful, you guys don't have to wait for me and can head back to the academy first. This was a decision Tang Ge had made before coming to the soul hunting forest. Now that Tang San's first soul ring had been found and the master's crisis had been resolved, it was time for him to separate from the two and search for his martial soul alone. After all, with the ancient sacred body and the yin-yang life and death diagram, as long as Tang Ge was careful, he was not worried about encountering unsolvable soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. Hearing Tang Ge's request, Yu Xiaojing would not have agreed before. However, after witnessing Tang Ge kill the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake with his bare hands, he understood that at his own level of soul power, he probably wouldn't be a match. And Tang Ge was just a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his soul power. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojing felt both amazed and incredibly desolate and lost. He realized that he had unconsciously fallen behind the development of the times. So, after a brief silence, Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement. Since you have decided, I want to persuade you further. I just hope you think twice before acting. Xiao San and I will wait for you outside the soul hunting forest. Okay, I will be careful. With the master's consent, Tang Ge did not linger and turned to walk towards the dark forest ahead. It was not until he disappeared from sight that Yu Xiaojing withdrew his gaze. His attention shifted back to Tang San. Watching as the soul ring was gradually absorbed and fused, his eyes gleaming with hope. Perhaps my long-cherished dream will be realized through them. The sky is high and allows birds to fly freely. The sea is vast and lets fish leap freely. At this moment, Tang Ge's mood is just like this. After parting ways with the master and Tang San, he immediately felt exceptionally relaxed and free, no longer intentionally hiding his aura. As he passed through, the soul beasts he encountered actively avoided him. Those who dared to charge over and provoke him were directly beaten up by Tang Ge with his fists. However, he did not kill these soul beasts, instead allowing them to escape in terror. Unconsciously, the night passed and morning arrived, with a ray of warm sunlight breaking through the dense canopy and shining into the soul hunting forest. Tang Ge completely left the outskirts and entered the depths of the forest. Under a large tree, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning firewood, Tang Ge, who had been on the road all night, rarely took a break and was roasting a rabbit that had turned orange-yellow. As the seasoning was sprinkled on, a rich aroma wafted out immediately. Tang Ge took a sniff and couldn't help but smile. Soul beasts are indeed soul beasts. Their scent is much more fragrant than that of ordinary wild animals. After a while, the roasted rabbit meat was finally done. Tang Ge was ready to eat, but suddenly, accompanied by footsteps, 4 figures emerged from the forest ahead. Among these 4 figures, there were 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in adventurous gear. One of the men was a burly figure, standing about 1.8 meters tall, in his 30s, with muscles that revealed tremendous strength. He was holding a large shield that was over 1 meter high. The other young man was considerably shorter, wielding a dagger, his cold eyes revealing caution. However, his gaze frequently swept over his stunning female companion in a red outfit, not hiding the heat of his interest at all. Tang Ge immediately confirmed upon seeing the 4 people in front of him that they were the adventure team mentioned by the master, hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. What puzzled him was that among this seemingly normal adventure team, there was actually a little girl who looked no older than 8 and appeared quite fragile. At the same time, the 4 adventurers who walked out of the woods also noticed Tang Ge, who was roasting meat. Because Tang Ge had activated the ancient sacred body, his physique far surpassed that of children his age, making him look nothing like a 6-year-old. The 4 adventurers did not expect to find anyone here and were momentarily taken aback. However, soon after, the burly man carrying a large shield focused his gaze on the golden roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. His eyes lit up, and he let out a hearty laugh. "Little brother, it's fate that we meet. Would you mind sharing this delicious food with us?" Chapter 25. A unique martial soul, seeking recommendation votes. The burly man laughed as he approached, squatting down without waiting for Tang Ge's consent, reaching out to grab the golden roasted rabbit meat. However, during this time, his other hand never left the large shield. Clearly, even though Tang Ge appeared young and showed no signs of soul power fluctuations, the seemingly cheerful burly man remained vigilant. Just as he was about to grab the roasted rabbit meat, another hand suddenly appeared and seized his wrist. The burly man raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and then he suddenly increased the strength in his arm, but soon cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Why is his strength so great? The burly man was filled with shock. For a moment, when he looked at Tang Ge, who was holding his wrist, he forced a smile and said, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing much, just wanted to tell you that this roasted meat is expensive, and you can't afford it," Tang Ge said coldly in response to the system prompt in his mind. Then he exerted force with his hand, and the burly man felt a sharp pain in his wrist as a tremendous force directly flipped him, shield and all, rolling several meters away. Sen, brother's son, seeing the burly man suddenly roll away after just sitting down, the remaining 3 were immediately startled and hurried over. Zhou Sun propped himself up with his shield and stood up from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his body, awkwardly shook his head, and said, "Don't worry, I'm Yufine." However, when he looked at Tang Ge, his eyes were filled with fear. Sensing Zhou Sen's gaze, the 3 companions who rushed over immediately shifted their attention to Tang Ge, looking at this boy who seemed to be around 11 or 12. The slender woman in a red outfit furrowed her brow and then smiled, saying, "Little friend, you are here to hunt soul beasts for soul rings too, right? Where are your elders? Aren't they with you?" Tang Ge ignored the woman and directly picked up the roasted rabbit meat, enjoying it as his stomach growled with hunger. A rich aroma wafted through the air. The little girl, standing next to the graceful woman in a red outfit, couldn't help but swallow, her bright eyes fixed intently on the roasted meat in Tang Ge's hand. The other 3 were left standing there, their expressions fluctuating. However, after confirming the extraordinary nature of the young man in front of them through their companion Zhou Sen's gaze, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. After a while, Tang Ge finally finished the roasted rabbit meat in his hands and looked up to see Zhou Sun and the other 3 still standing nearby, a puzzled expression on his face. "Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting to eat the bones I have left?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the young man holding the dagger was so enraged that he couldn't help but curse. But before he could say anything, the little girl standing next to the graceful woman suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Tuan has reacted. A century-old soul beast has appeared nearby." Unbeknownst to Wen, a jelly-like transparent entity had appeared in the little girl's hand. At that moment, with her exclamation, yellow light began to emanate from the entity, forming a light arrow. Once the light arrow was formed, it pointed directly in one direction. Both the graceful woman and the burly Zhou Sen showed excited expressions upon seeing the appearance of the yellow light arrow. The young man with the dagger urged eagerly, "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and find this soul beast. It might be exactly what we need." Saying this, he dashed toward the direction indicated by the yellow light arrow without hesitation. The other 3 teammates quickly followed suit. In an instant, only Tang Ge was left alone. Tang Ge felt a bit awkward, not expecting to be so ignored for the first time. However, what concerned him more was that the four adventurers had actually confirmed the presence of a century-old soul beast nearby and clearly knew its location. Thinking of the jelly-like transparent object that appeared in the little girl's hand, a glimmer of light appeared in Tang Ge's eyes. What a peculiar martial soul, capable of sensing the age and position of soul beasts in advance. Could be a mutated beast martial soul like Luo San Pao. He then directly chased after the direction the four adventurers had left. More than 100 meters away, in an open area, a massive iron net with hooks descended from the sky, instantly enveloping a hedgehog martial soul that was rampaging around. As it curled up, all its sharp spikes pierced into the fine holes of the iron net, trapping it tightly. Not far away, the originally strong and fierce man, Zhou's son, was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. At least 3 long spikes were embedded in his body, and blood was continuously oozing from the wounds. A giant shield, also covered in spikes, was thrown aside. Seeing the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, Zhou couldn't help but shout, "Quick, kill this iron-spiked hedgehog. It's going to kill me." The iron net had been thrown by a young man wielding a dagger to ensnare the century-old iron-spiked hedgehog. He had also been struck by a spike and was now leaning against a big tree while clutching his wound. At that moment, the only one uninjured was the graceful woman. As for the pale-faced little girl standing next to her, aside from the jelly martial soul in her hand having some effect, she had no combat power at all. Hearing Zhou Sen's urging, the graceful woman glanced at the hedgehog covered by the iron net, her face instantly showing a troubled expression. Although this soul beast was only a little over 100 years old, and she was already a level 23 Great Soul Master, the strongest in their small team, the hedgehog was curled up with all its spikes exposed, leaving no place to attack. Unless they could directly smash it with a shield-type weapon, it would be impossible to kill it. However, Zhou's son, who wielded the large shield, was injured and unable to move, and another companion, also possessing an agile martial soul, was even less capable. The graceful woman held a long whip, which could strike the iron-spiked hedgehog from a distance, but who knew how long that would take? After all, they were in the soul-hunting forest, surrounded by various dangers, and no one could guarantee that attacking the iron-spiked hedgehog wouldn't attract other soul beasts. For a moment, the graceful woman hesitated. Did she have to give up? Just as she was thinking, there suddenly came the sound of footsteps behind her, followed by a familiar voice. "How's it going? Do you need my help?" "Who?" The graceful woman was startled and instinctively activated her 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, before turning to look in the direction of the voice. Tang Ge had appeared about 7 or 8 meters away. Seeing the graceful woman activate her 2 soul rings, Tang Ge was secretly amazed. She was actually a great soul master, but he was not afraid. He smiled and spoke again. "I am a healing-type martial soul. If you don't mind, I can help heal your companion." Chapter 26. Target. Millennium Soul Beast. The appearance of Tang Ge slightly surprised the graceful woman, as she didn't expect him to follow her. However, she did not let her guard down and fixed her gaze on Tang Ge, doubtingly asking, "Are you really a healing-type martial soul?" "Of course, but before I heal your companion, I need you to agree to one condition." Tang Ge did. The enchanting woman frowned and asked, "What conditions?" "Help me find a Millennium Soul Beast that meets my requirements." Tang Ge stated his conditions. That's right. After parting ways with the master in Tang San, Tang Ge had no intention of hunting 100-year soul beasts. Instead, he set his sights on 1,000-year soul beasts. After all, even Tang San was able to successfully absorb the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake soul ring. With his ability to tear apart the mandala snake with his bare hands and possessing the ancient sacred body constitution, absorbing a 100-year soul ring would seem like a waste of talent. Therefore, Tang Ge wanted to find a 1,000-year soul ring as his first soul ring. However, while 100-year soul beasts could still be found in the soul hunting forest, 1,000-year soul beasts were so rare that they were almost impossible to encounter. Now that he had come across a soul master with a martial soul that could sense the age of soul beasts, how could Tang Ge easily let this opportunity slip by? Unfortunately, when the graceful woman across from him heard Tang Ge's request, she immediately rejected him without hesitation, saying, "That's impossible. 1,000-year soul beasts are simply beyond our capability to handle." In the distance, the cold young man, leaning against a tree to recover his soul power, also noticed Tang Ge, remembering their previous unpleasant encounter. A hint of killing intent appeared on his face as he coldly said, This kid doesn't look very strong. Why waste words with him? Just capture him directly. If he refuses to help us, we can kill him." "I'm not very strong." Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Then, before the graceful woman could react, he instantly left his original spot and charged towards the cold young man. Tang Ge moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the cold and gloomy young man. Then he slapped down. The wind from the slap howled through the air. The cold and gloomy young man was startled and, without thinking, stabbed forward with his dagger. Bang! With a dull sound, the dagger in the cold young man's hand was first knocked away, and then he was directly slammed to the ground. That slap not only caused him intense pain all over his body, but his head was also buzzing. After a while, the cold young man began to regain some clarity. He wanted to get up, but a foot was directly pressed on him, followed by a mocking voice in his ear. So how does it feel? Do you still think I'm weak? You despicable. You ambushed me. The cold young man's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth in defiance. In the distance, the enchanting woman had come to her senses. But for some unknown reason, she looked at the cold young man being stepped on by Tang Ge and did not intervene. As for the giant man Zhou San, who had several spikes stuck in him, he had already witnessed Tang Ge's power and pretended not to see anything at this moment. Tang Ge, seeing this, revealed a satisfied expression. He disregarded the cold young man who was still trying to appear tough beneath his feet and continued to address the graceful woman. Rest assured, I only need you to help me find a 1,000-year soul beast. As for hunting the 1,000-year soul beast, I'll handle that myself. As long as you assist me, I can not only help you heal your injuries for free, but I can also deal with that spiky hedgehog for you. Initially, the graceful woman did not want to agree, but upon hearing the mention of dealing with the hedgehog, she hesitated. She glanced at the frail and frightened little girl not far away and, biting her lip, finally nodded. I can't be sure if they will agree, but as long as you can leave the final blow to kill the iron-spiked hedgehog for Xiao Chan, I agree to take you to find the 1,000-year soul beast. Xiao Chan should be the name of the little girl. Tang Ge could tell that the little girl with the unique martial soul and the graceful woman in front of him had an unusual relationship. So when he heard the woman's request, he nodded in agreement. As for the cold young man and the giant Zhou San, they ultimately had to compromise and accept Tang Ge's treatment. When they confirmed that their injuries had completely healed, both the cold young man and Zhou San were extremely shocked. They never expected that this relatively young boy actually possessed a healing martial soul. But why was the opponent's power so great? Could it also be a mutated martial soul? At that moment, Tang Ge had already struck down the iron-spiked hedgehog, which was trapped in barbed wire, leaving it with only a breath of life. And then the little girl, with her eyes closed, killed it directly. Upon seeing the yellow halo emerging from the iron-spiked hedgehog, the graceful woman's expression brightened, and she hurriedly urged, Xiao Chan, quickly absorb this soul ring. The little girl nodded and bravely summoned the soul ring to herself, beginning to absorb and merge with it. The cold young man and Zhou San couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy upon witnessing the scene. Meanwhile, the graceful woman's gaze shifted to Tang Ge. Biting her thin lip, she said, My name is Lin Yue. Thank you for helping my sister. Just helping each other out. Tang Ge shook his head. Soon, everyone fell silent and waited quietly. After about half an hour, the little girl successfully absorbed the soul ring. As soon as she finished, she joyfully jumped up from the ground and ran to Lin Yue. Sister, look, I got a soul skill. Saying this, she summoned her transparent jelly spirit. A nearly transparent, thin arrow was formed from the condensed soul power and suddenly shot out with a whoosh. Then in the distance, a large tree was pierced through by the thin arrow's thick trunk. Seeing this scene, the cold youth and the giant Zhou San were envious to death. Meanwhile, the graceful woman Lin Yue let out a slight sigh of relief, and then smiled as she patted the little girl's head. Xiao Chan is really amazing. Hee. The little girl couldn't help but laugh happily. At this moment, Tang Ge suddenly spoke. Now that the soul ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we set off to help me find a 1,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the little girl, who was just laughing, remembered what had happened earlier and immediately got scared and hurriedly hid behind Lin Yue. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but roll her eyes. Am I really that scary? Lin Yue gently patted the little girl's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Then she looked at Tang Ge and nodded, saying, with Xiao Chan's current soul power level, it shouldn't be a problem to locate a 1,000-year soul beast. But as soon as we find the 1,000-year soul beast you need, I will leave with Xiao Chan. Yes, as long as we find the 1,000-year soul beast I need, you can leave at any time. Tang Ge did not refuse. There was no time to waste. They no longer stayed here wasting time, and as the little girl summoned her jelly martial soul, They immediately followed the sensation of the jelly martial soul into the dark forest again. Chapter 27. The Thousand-Year Soul Beast, Dream Fox. Although Tang Ge had witnessed the little girl's jelly martial soul's ability to sense soul beast before, he was still amazed when he saw it again. The master's words were indeed correct. There are no completely useless martial souls, only those who do not know how to use them. Along the way, Tang Ge saw the originally transparent jelly martial soul constantly changing from white to yellow, and then from yellow back to white, in a repeating cycle. These continuously changing colors represented the presence of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts around the 5 of them. Moreover, at the top of its body, there was a light arrow pointing in the direction where the soul beast was hidden. It must be said that with this kind of jelly martial soul, there was no need to worry about not being able to find a suitable soul beast in the vast soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge felt fortunate to have encountered this adventurous team. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to find a 1,000-year soul beast. During this time, the cold youth and the giant Zhou Sun also expressed their desire to hunt a 100-year soul beast to obtain a soul ring. As both of them had reached level 20 in soul power, they had come to the soul-hunting forest this time to acquire their second soul ring and break through to the great soul master realm. So when they saw the 100-year soul ring that emerged after the previous 100-year soul beast, the Iron Spike Hedgehog, was killed, their eyes revealed a trace of envy. Unfortunately, Tang Ge completely ignored the requests of the cold youth and the giant and did not allow them to leave. Thus time gradually passed. Unknowingly, another day and night went by. Despite the help of the little girl's jelly martial soul, they encountered several decent 100-year soul beasts during this time, but still had not encountered a 1,000-year soul beast. Tang Ge even doubted whether there were any 1,000-year soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. For this reason, he almost took a step back and chose a 100-year soul beast. However, fortunately, by the next morning, things finally took a turn. In a dark forest, the giant Zhou Sun walked in the front holding a large shield, while the dagger-wielding youth moved around, on guard against sudden attacks. Tang Yi, Lin Yue, and the little girl Lin Yuechan walked in the middle. At that moment, the jelly spirit, which had been held in the arms of the little girl Lin Yuechan, began to tremble gently, and its originally white light started to change dramatically. Dimly, purple light spots began to appear within the white glow. Seeing the scene, Tang Ge was initially taken aback, but then he was overjoyed. He immediately said, "Stop right there." Upon hearing Tang Ge's command, everyone immediately halted their advance and focused all their attention on the jelly spirit in Lin Yue's arms. The purple light spots represented a 1,000-year soul beast. At this moment, their appearance indicated that the jelly spirit sensed the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast nearby. For a moment, everyone was extremely tense, paying attention to the changes in the jelly spirit while also observing their surroundings. However, since the purple light spots were not numerous, the white glow still dominated. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, about to instruct the little girl to conjure a light arrow to point out the location of the Millennium Soul Beast. Suddenly, a series of whimpering sounds echoed ahead, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At some point, a colorful fox appeared on a thick, lush tree about 7 or 8 meters away. It was now half-nesting on a branch, its slender fox eyes quietly watching this way. At the same time, the jelly martial soul in the little girl's arms, which originally had only faint purple light points, underwent a drastic change, instantly turning deep purple. A Millennium Soul Beast. Seeing the appearance of the colorful-haired fox and the change in the jelly martial soul, the dagger youth stuttered in fear. Then he turned around and fled into the distance without hesitation. Unfortunately, the dagger youth hadn't escaped a few meters when, accompanied by another whimpering sound, he suddenly froze in place. Even more bizarrely, there was no fear on the frozen dagger youth's face. Instead, it showed a look of enjoyment. At this moment, not only the dagger youth was eerily frozen in place, but Lin Yue, the little girl, and the shield-bearing Zhou Sun all had expressions of enjoyment on their faces, as if they were dreaming sweetly. Whimper! The soul beast fox called out again, gracefully leaping from the branch to the ground. After landing, it slowly walked towards the closest dagger youth, and with each step, faint purple soul power radiated from its body. When it reached the dagger youth, the soul beast fox stood upright, and with a gentle wave of its front paw, the dagger youth's head flew off. Blood spurted from his severed neck, and as his body fell, it instantly stained the green grass a deep red. Immediately after, the shield-bearing strongman Zhou Sun also turned into a headless corpse. 7 or 8 meters away, Tang Ge, who had been motionless, suddenly trembled and his previously closed eyes abruptly opened, catching sight of this scene, leaving him utterly shocked. Two soul masters with level 19 soul power were killed so easily, but soon his attention shifted to the soul beast fox, and his gaze became fervent. At this moment, Tang Ge recognized the fox's identity as a millennium soul beast, the dream fox, which could confuse opponents through soul power. Once the confusion was successful, the opponent would fall into a beautiful environment. Taking this opportunity, the dream fox could easily reap its opponents. Just now, Tang Ge had been caught off guard and also fell into the trap. Fortunately, he had the ancient holy body constitution, which granted him considerable resistance to such mental attacks. So he quickly broke free. However, for Tang Ge, the dream fox, with its mental type attack, was precisely the soul beast that suited him best. Once he absorbed the opponent's soul ring and gained a similar soul skill, it would greatly benefit his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge didn't expect that his luck would be so good, encountering the first 1,000-year soul beast that was the most suitable for him. As for whether he could kill the opponent, he was completely unconcerned. At the same time, the dream fox, which had just killed the dagger-wielding youth and the giant shield Zhou's son, also noticed Tang Ge, who had opened his eyes. A hint of confusion appeared in its slender fox eyes, as if it couldn't understand how this human could wake up, so it let out a soft cry. In an instant, a peculiar force surged towards Tang Ge. Tang Ge was prepared this time and was not affected, but he still closed his eyes and pretended to show a hint of joyful smile. Seeing this, the dream fox gracefully walked over with small steps, satisfied. The distance between the person and the fox grew closer. Finally, the dream fox stood in front of Tang Ge, rearing up and raising its paw, revealing the sharp claws hidden within its paw. At this moment, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes. As he extended his right hand, a mini sword slowly emerged from his palm. Chapter 28. Slay. First soul ring. If he didn't make a move, it would be fine, but once he did, it was like thunder crashing down. Facing the dream fox, a soul beast that had been alive for at least 1,000 years, Tang Ge, despite his immense confidence, did not dare to be careless, nor did he dare to hold back in the slightest. As the mini sword, one of the 4 swords of extermination, the L11 NJIN, was summoned, the already dark forest environment became even darker. Boundless oppression was released from the L11 NJIN. The wind suddenly appeared and became extremely violent, raging through the forest and emitting a howling sound. The sky became overcast, and distant thunder began to rumble. At this moment, all soul beasts within a radius of several miles were terrified and lay trembling on the ground. As for the 1,000-year dream fox facing the L11 NJIN, it was completely frozen in place under the aura of slaughter, its fox eyes filled with terror. Seeing that the dream fox could not move, Tang Ge was extremely surprised. The 4 swords of extermination, as his strongest martial soul, he could not use due to his own strength limitations. However, summoning a sword was still possible. So Tang Ge simply summoned the L11 NJIN and, enduring the pain as if his body were being torn apart, forcibly used his soul power to stimulate the L11 NJIN to release a trace of its aura. As a result, just this trace of aura leaking out not only caused a change in the weather, but also pressured the 1,000-year dream fox to lose its ability to move. However, the ancestral sacred body had only a fusion degree of 30 and could not withstand the backlash caused by summoning the L11 NJIN for long. Seeing that the 1,000-year dream fox had been subdued, Tang Ge did not dare to waste time. While retracting the L11 NJIN, he quickly summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram. After inputting soul power into it, it instantly became enormous. Trap! Tang Ge let out a low shout, and the enormous yin-yang life and death diagram acted like a hand, scooping up the dream fox. As the soul power was continuously consumed and transformed into yin power, it surged into the dream fox's body. Yep, the dream fox, which had just recovered, immediately let out a piercing scream. The intense pain from the continuous corrosion within its body made it feel an overwhelming threat of death, prompting it to struggle desperately. Tang Ge's soul power was rapidly depleting. However, he did not allow the fox to struggle freely. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the opponent was trapped, he directly urged the power of the primordial sacred body and charged forward. Bang! 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 Through a layer of martial soul, Tang Ge continuously struck the body of the dream fox with punch after punch. With each punch, the terrifying force combined with the yin power invaded the body of the dream fox, directly causing its internal organs to rupture. Vivid red blood gushed out from the dream fox's mouth and nose, instantly dyeing its colorful fur blood red. The piercing screams became increasingly unbearable. In the end, seeing that his soul power was almost entirely consumed, and the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram became unstable, the severely injured dream fox wanted to break free. After throwing countless punches, Tang Ge suddenly shouted, "Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique." At that moment, he relied on the powerful physique of the primordial sacred body, using his fists instead of a hammer, concentrating all his strength into his right fist, and instantly executed the Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous impact sound. Tang Ge's fist struck heavily on the dream fox's head. Yep, the dream fox let out a desperate and piercing cry, which then abruptly ceased. When the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram dissipated, a headless corpse immediately fell to the ground, and the hot blood stained the surrounding ground red. Because his soul power was nearly exhausted, Tang Ge was also so fatigued that he squatted down on the ground. However, when he saw a purple halo gradually forming above the corpse of the dream fox, a smile appeared on his somewhat pale face. Finally, he could take a break. Then, Tang Ge closed his eyes and began to recover the soul power that had been completely depleted. During this time, due to the intimidation from the slight aura released by the killing immortal sword earlier, there were no traces of soul beasts nearby. Lin Yue and the little girl, who had narrowly escaped, were still unconscious and had not awakened. Therefore, Tang Ge was not worried about being disturbed, and while recovering his soul power, he only left a small amount of his consciousness to pay close attention to the movements in the outside world. Half an hour passed. Tang Ge reopened his eyes, and his originally pale complexion returned to a rosy hue. Feeling the soul power within him had completely recovered, he glanced at his personal information panel and couldn't help but whisper in admiration. The 9-aperture golden core truly lived up to its name. Not only did it restore his soul power so quickly, but even the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had increased by 2 points after this battle. Indeed, as long as there are resources to support it, fighting is the best way to enhance the ancient sacred body. At this moment, Tang Ge even thought about staying in the soul-hunting forest to fight thousand-year soul beasts. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Not only was it uncertain whether the medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden core was sufficient, but finding a thousand-year soul beast would also require immense luck. Just like the illusory fox that had just been killed. As soon as he thought of the illusory fox, Tang Ge immediately focused his mind and shifted his attention to the purple thousand-year soul ring in front of him. Looking at the soul ring, Tang Ge's eyes lit up. This soul ring was perfectly compatible with his martial soul. He would absorb the soul ring first, feeling his body and mind in peak condition. Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground and gently gestured with his hand to channel his soul power. The thousand-year soul ring, which had been floating above the corpse of the illusory fox, immediately flew towards him. As soon as the soul ring was fitted onto him, Tang Ge heard a mournful scream in his mind, followed by a phantom illusory fox lunging at him ferociously. "Oomph! Even after death, you dare to cause trouble. Obediently be absorbed by me," Tang Ge hummed softly, releasing a trace of the aura of the exquisite sword once again. It was instantaneous, not even a second of lingering time, yet the illusory dream fox that had just appeared was torn apart in an instant, completely vanishing. The soul ring that had been violently resisting returned to calm, slowly merging into the emerging yin-yang life and death diagram. And on the seemingly black and white yin-yang life and death diagram, other colors had somehow appeared. However, Tang Ge did not notice the situation. His consciousness was entirely focused on his body, rapidly circulating his soul power. The soul power, which had already reached its peak, began to grow quickly. After an unknown amount of time, when a cracking sound echoed within him, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened his left hand with a flash of inspiration. The yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his palm. Below him, a clear purple halo formed and slowly rose, beginning to rotate around Tang Ge's body. This was a distinct characteristic of a first-ring soul master. Chapter 29. Milk can save lives. It can also kill. Tang Ge opened his eyes and saw the purple soul rings constantly rotating around him. His gaze was fiery, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, and he directly summoned his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings. Yin-Yang Life and Death Map Purple Soul Skills. Joy martial skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 32 Shock Value, 3120 compared to before. The personal information panel had undergone significant changes, with an additional soul ring and soul skill option. More importantly, Tang Ge, who had been stuck at the 10th level soul master rank, finally broke through, jumping 2 levels to become a 13th level soul master. Moreover, his first soul ring completely exceeded the master's theoretical research, reaching the purple 1,000-year level. Feeling the soul power that began to grow continuously after breaking through the limits. Along with the surging power filling his body, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile and murmur to himself. He really wanted to find a master right now and see the look of shock on his face. Then his attention shifted to the soul skills section. Suddenly, information about the soul skills appeared directly in Tang Ge's mind. Soul skill, joy and active skill. When using the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram and activating yin or yang power, integrating joy can put the opponent's mind in a state of happiness, relaxing their vigilance. Perhaps due to the fusion of the martial soul, the ability that originally belonged to the 1,000-year dream fox had undergone some changes. But Tang Ge was very satisfied with this change. This was exactly the skill he had envisioned for his first soul ring, whether it was yin power or yang power. It could be perfectly fused and used. The only thing that puzzled Tang Ge was that he saw other colors added to the yin-yang life and death diagram after fusing the soul ring. Could it be due to the influence of the soul ring? However, considering that Tang San's blue silvergrass also changed after fusing with the mandala snake's soul ring, he temporarily set aside this concern. Looking at the headless 1,000-year dream fox on the ground, Tang Ge didn't waste any time and directly stored the corpse into the system space. He also recalled his martial soul and soul ring back into his body. Just as he finished all this, with a groan, Lin Yue, who had fainted due to the aura of the Excalibur, slowly began to awaken. At the same time, a confused voice rang in her ears. "Sister, what just happened?" Hearing the question from the little girl who had also just awakened nearby, Lin Yue did not answer, but instead looked in shock at the 2 headless corpses not far away. She recognized that these 2 headless corpses were her companions who had come with her. But now, both of them were dead here. Could it be that 1,000-year soul beast? Recalling the fox soul beast she had seen before fainting, Lin Yue's body trembled violently, and she instinctively pulled the little girl into her arms. She immediately began to observe her surroundings, searching for traces of the 1,000-year soul beast. However, Lin Yue did not see the soul beast, but instead saw the boy who had hired them to find the 1,000-year soul beast. He was still alive? Shocked, Lin Yue couldn't help but blurt out, "Where is the 1,000-year soul beast? It didn't kill you? I'm too handsome. Even the 1,000-year soul beast didn't want to kill me, so after killing those 2 ugly ones, it just left." Tang Ge frowned and said, "If a man dared to say that in front of me, I would definitely slap him to death." It seemed that Lin Yue also realized she had said something wrong. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the topic. She asked, "So, will you continue to search for the 1,000-year soul beasts? I completed my task, so there's no need for further searching. Therefore, you and your sister can safely leave the soul-hunting forest." Tang Ge shook his head. However, he thought of something and immediately asked, "By the way, where are you planning to go after leaving the soul-hunting forest?" With the answer that she no longer needed to search for a 1,000-year soul beast, Lin Yue felt relieved. Therefore, she didn't think much about why the other party was asking where she planned to go. She reached out and rubbed the little girl's head, showing a gentle expression on her face. "This time I mainly came to help Xiao Chan find a soul ring. Now that she has successfully fused with the soul ring, I plan to take her to live in Soto City next." Soto City? A flash of light flickered in the depths of Tang Ge's eyes. He then calmly nodded. "Okay, let's go." "Thank you." Although Lin Yue did not know exactly what had just happened, she understood that her and her sister's survival was definitely related to the mysterious boy in front of them. However, Lin Yue did not ask further questions. After thanking him, she found a place for her 2 temporary companions to bury their bodies. Only then did she hurriedly leave with her sister. In an instant, only Tang Ge remained. Feeling the quietness of the forest again, Tang Ge glanced around and couldn't help but smile lightly. "This is a great place to test my soul skills." He did not leave, but instead found a clean spot to sit down and began to cultivate. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, it was afternoon, and the scorching sunlight finally penetrated through the dense canopy, adding some brightness to the deep forest. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a wild boar soul beast with 2 sharp tusks suddenly emerged from a thicket. This was the first 100-year soul beast to appear since the death of the 1,000-year soul beast, the dreaming fox. However, Because the scent of the thousand-year soul beast blood had not completely dissipated, the wild boar soul beast hesitated upon seeing Tang Ge, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its brutal eyes filled with caution. At this moment, Tang Ge also opened his eyes, when he saw the wild boar soul beast about 7 or 8 meters away. He couldn't help but smile slightly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Tang Ge raised his left hand, and as the yin-yang diagram of life and death emerged, a strong force of sunlight combined with the soul skill of pleasure shot out instantly. The wild boar soul beast was startled and was about to charge forward with its hooves. However, the moment the incoming sunlight force merged into its body, its 2-meter-tall frame first stiffened, then fell to the ground with a thud. Oomph, oomph. Under Tang Ge's strange gaze, the wild boar soul beast, which had initially seemed extremely ferocious, lay on the ground with its limbs in the air, making comfortable sounds. Even when Tang Ge walked right up to it, it showed no reaction. Looking at the wild boar soul beast lying in front of him, eyes closed and looking thoroughly enjoying itself, Tang Ge's eyes became exceptionally bright. Then he channeled his soul power, raised his palm, and struck down fiercely, instantly shattering the wild boar soul beast's heart with a splat. It can save lives. It can also take lives. Chapter 30. My soul ring has changed color. Brothers and sisters, please vote for me. Please give a 5-star review. Otherwise, I'll color your heads. The wild boar died very peacefully, feeling not the slightest bit of pain. Tang Ge was very satisfied with this. Although the experimental subject he chose was just a soul beast and not a human, the situation just now had already proven that his choice of the first soul ring's characteristics was correct, with the soul skill of pleasure assisting him. Perhaps the power of darkness would be guarded against by the enemy, rendering it less effective. However, the power of light was fundamentally the power of life, full of vitality and capable of healing wounds. If Tang Ge used the power of light against the enemy, even if it invaded the enemy's body, its rich vitality would not provoke a rejection from the enemy's body. Essentially, he was healing the enemy. But if he added the soul skill of pleasure, the healed enemy would feel so comfortable that they would be irresistibly entranced. Then, this enemy would end up being easily killed by Tang Ge, just like the 100-year-old wild boar soul beast from before, dying with a face full of enjoyment. Therefore, nourishment can save lives, but it can also kill. However, if I have too many enemies, when my soul power reaches the level of title Douluo, will they give me a title of poisonous milk Douluo? Just thinking about this made Tang Ge shiver involuntarily. He dared not continue to think wildly and calculated that he had already spent too much time in the Soul Rift Forest. Master and Tang San might still be waiting outside, worried that the two would be concerned. Tang Ge stored the corpse of the wild boar soul beast and left the place directly. Outside the soul hunting forest at the exit, 2 figures were waiting there, Master Yu Xiaojing and Tang San. The night before last, after they came out of the forest, they did not leave, but stayed behind to wait for Tang Ge's appearance. However, this wait extended to nearly 2 days. Seeing that the academy students had started classes yesterday, but Tang Ge still had not come out of the soul hunting forest, Tang San began to feel anxious. Besides worrying that their qualifications as students would be affected due to missing classes, he was even more afraid that his childhood companion might run into trouble. Sensing Tang San's worry, Master Yu Xiaojing patted his shoulder and spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry, that kid Tang Ge is tough. I doubt even soul beasts can harm him. He should be fine. Let's wait here a little longer, and if he still doesn't come out, we'll go in to find him." "Okay." Hearing the teacher's words, Tang San nodded. So, the two continued to wait for another 2 hours. As the sun began to set, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but start to worry. Could something really have happened? Just as he was thinking this, Tang San suddenly shouted excitedly, "Over here!" Against the backdrop of the golden sunset, a figure was swiftly approaching from the dark soul hunting forest. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two. It was none other than Tang Ge. Seeing Tang San and Yu Xiaojing waiting there, Tang Ge couldn't help but grin and said, "Xiao San, Master, sorry to keep you waiting." Yu Xiaojing finally relaxed. He stepped forward, pinched Tang Ge's arm, and patted his shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Still as strong as before. It seems you weren't bullied by soul beasts during your disappearance. So, did you find a suitable soul ring?" "I wouldn't be bullied by soul beasts. How could I possibly be bullied?" Tang Ge secretly scoffed at Master S' words. However, he had no intention of hiding the matter about the soul ring. After confirming that there were no other people around, he wasted no time and revealed the soul ring. Buzz. With a wave of energy, the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, suddenly appeared in the palm of Tang Ge's left hand. Immediately, a large number of purple light dots emerged from beneath his feet, quickly condensing into a purple ring that slowly rose and began to spin around his body. Under the sunset, the purple light illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly everything fell silent. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San both widened their eyes, staring blankly at the purple ring rotating around Tang Ge's body, as if they had seen a ghost. What is this? A 1,000-year soul ring? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Tang San, earning 150 shock points. At the moment the soul ring was revealed, the system prompt sounded in Tang Ge's mind. Earning over 1,000 shock points at once, Tang Ge was very satisfied. Looking at the astonished expressions of Master and Tang San, he smiled and said, I got a bit lucky and accidentally fused with a 1,000-year soul ring, and even obtained a soul skill. Tang San regained his composure. He glanced again at the purple soul ring on Tang Ge's body, furrowing his brows, and turned to ask Yu Xiaojiang beside him. Teacher, didn't you say that the maximum limit for the first soul ring is 423 years? What the heck? That was the theoretical research result. 99% of soul masters are like that. Who knew I would encounter such a little freak today? And to have a student like you who directly undermines the teacher's authority? Hearing Tang San's question, Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched, and he couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Then he looked at Tang Ge, scolding him with a dark expression. At such a young age, you've already started to learn bad things, dyeing your soul ring a color. Why didn't you just dye it red? But let's let this slide this time. In the future, don't scare people with dyed soul rings so easily. Let's go. I remember I have unfinished projects in the academy, so let's head back. After saying that, Yu Xiaojiang turned around with his hands behind his back and walked towards the market ahead. Tang Ge, on the other hand, was left stunned, thinking, how could the great master of the theoretical world of martial souls say that his 1,000-year soul ring was dyed? Can we have some face? At that moment, Tang Ge really wanted to shout, Master, you stop. Give me a red soul ring. Beside him, hearing what the teacher just said, Tang San also wore a bitter smile. He shouldn't have spoken just now. However, when his gaze fell on the purple soul ring on Tang Ge, he knew it definitely wasn't a dyed soul ring. And out of shock and curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, Tang Ge, could you share the experience of how you obtained this soul ring? No problem. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Then he embellished his experiences a bit, sharing everything with Tang San except for things he shouldn't say. Both his unique martial soul that could sense soul beasts and the appearance of the 1,000-year soul beast, the dream fox, captivated Tang San, making him regret not being with Tang Ge at that time. In the end, when he thought about Tang Ge's powerful physical qualities that allowed him to tear apart the mandala snake, it seemed normal for him to fuse with a 1,000-year soul ring. What surprised Tang San, however, was that Tang Ge's soul power level, after fusing with the 1,000-year soul ring, had only just reached level 13. This immediately relieved Tang San. He had previously heard from his teacher that while his soul power strength needed to be assessed at the Spirit Hall, it was estimated to be at least at level 12. So, there wasn't much of a gap between him and Tang Ge after all. Tang San couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 31, Boss, Avenge Us. That evening, Master Yu Xiaojiang did not linger at the market outside the soul-hunting forest, but directly hired a carriage to take Tang Ge and Tang San away. This time the carriage traveled very quickly, so even though they stopped halfway for lunch, the three of them returned to Nodding Academy at 1 o'clock the next day. After arriving at the academy, Yu Xiaojiang left first due to some matters, so Tang Ge and Tang San went straight to Dormitory 7. However, to their surprise, Dormitory 7 was eerily quiet, with not a single shadow in sight. Upon entering, Tang Ge saw this situation and immediately exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is there no one here? Wang Sheng and the others should still be eating and haven't come back, right?" Tang San yawned and said indifferently. He had been sitting in a carriage for more than a day and felt extremely uncomfortable. Just wanted to quickly lie down in bed and get some good rest. Seeing Tang San's exhausted expression, Tang Ge decided to take this opportunity to have a good sleep as well. However, before the two could take action, a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the dormitory suddenly broke the silence, mixed with angry curses. Damn it, it's really too much. That Lu Long lost the duel due to his own carelessness, yet he blames Brother Sheng for the sneak attack, and even called in Senior Xiao from the 6th grade to take revenge for him. Ouch, it hurts so much. Senior Xiao is too ruthless. My face is still swollen. Brother Sheng, Sister Xiao Wu, when are Brother Tang San and the others coming back? If they were here, we definitely wouldn't have been beaten so badly today. Yeah. When are they coming back? They didn't even tell us when they went out. When Tang Ge and Tang San heard this commotion and came out of the dormitory, they immediately saw the original members of the dormitory supporting each other as they walked towards them. Each of them looked battered and bruised, appearing quite miserable, especially Wang Sheng among them, whose face was so swollen it was almost unrecognizable, and his academy uniform was tattered. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge was first taken aback, and then quickly understood what was going on. Before he could speak, Tang San furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened? Who beat you?" At this moment, the 8 members of the dormitory who had returned also saw Tang Ge and Tang San standing at the door. Their originally sorrowful expressions suddenly became excited. Among them, Wang Sheng had the most intense reaction. He not only burst into tears, but also broke free from the support of his 2 companions, staggering towards Tang San. As Wang Sheng charged directly at him, tears flying everywhere, Tang San wanted to step back. But then, as Wang Sheng was about to leap onto him, he seemed to remember something, suddenly stopped, turned his body, and plopped down to sit by Tang Ge's feet. He directly hugged Tang Ge's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. "Big brother. Woo, I got beaten so badly. Look at my face, look at my stomach. All of this was done by that surname Xiao. Big brother. You must avenge me. Woo. Tang San, watching the scene, twitched slightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt an impulse to give Wang Sheng a good beating. Tang Ge did not understand Tang San's thoughts. He looked at Wang Sheng, who was squatting on the ground, hugging his legs and crying, and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He couldn't help but say, "What are you crying for? Hurry up and get up. Woo, boss, it hurts. If you don't promise to help us get revenge, I won't get up." Wang Sheng ignored him, tears continuing to rub against Tang Ge's legs. Feeling his pants getting wetter, Tang Ge really couldn't take it anymore and had to nod in agreement. "Fine, I promise you. Now, get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'll hit you too." Swish. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng, who had been crying just moments ago, quickly got up from the ground, looking nothing like someone who had just been beaten. He looked at Tang Ge and stammered, So, are we going over now? The person who hit you is still around?" Tang Ye frovnid. Wang Sheng quickly nodded. Yes. That person with the surname Xiao and Lu Long are in the woods behind the academy. I'll take you there right away, boss. Little 3, do you want to go take a look? Tang Ge ignored Wang Sheng and instead looked at Tang San, smiling as he spoke. Tang San could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. "Since you've all gone, how can I not go? If that's the case, let's go." Wang Sheng lead the way. All right. Immediately, the 7 from the 7th dormitory, under Wang Sheng's lead, marched towards the woods behind the academy. Especially after learning that Tang Ge and Tang San had both fused their soul rings to become soul masters, Wang Sheng and the others, who had been beaten, felt their confidence soar, almost wishing they could sprout wings and fly over. In a grove behind Nodding Academy, the work-study students from the 7th dormitory, who had just experienced an asymmetric battle here, were crying as they ran away after being beaten. More accurately, they had been ruthlessly bullied. The onlooking students, seeing there was nothing more to watch, also dispersed. In the end, only a dozen senior students remained, all praising one student who wore a proud and self-satisfied expression. Xiao Dazhuang truly lives up to his name. He made those work-study students cry as soon as he struck. Let's see if they dare to oppose us again. And Wang Sheng, despite being beaten, still had the audacity to say Xiao Dazhuang isn't a match for that Tang Lao of his. How strong can a first-year freshman be? Exactly. Our Xiao Dazhuang is a soul master who has fused a soul ring. Even if that so-called Tang Lao came, he would probably be scared to the point of wetting his pants. What is pants? Ha. The student being praised was Xiao Kelang, the so-called Xiao Dazhuang among this group of seniors. Hearing these compliments, he couldn't help but puff out his chest, adopting an inscrutable demeanor. However, at that moment, one of the senior students inadvertently glanced into the distance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Hey, aren't those the work-study students from the 7th dormitory who just got beaten? Why are they back?" Upon hearing this, the other students who were talking also turned to look. Sure enough, 10 figures appeared about 10 meters away, walking straight towards them. However, besides the 7 who had just been beaten, there were actually 2 more people who seemed to have been brought in as reinforcements by Wang Sheng and his group. Xiao Dazhuang. It seems this group of work-study students hasn't had enough beating. Lu Long, who had previously suffered at Wang Sheng's hands, couldn't help but sneer. Hearing Lu Long's words, Xiao Kelang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly shook his head. Beating them isn't the goal. I just want them to understand that they need to learn to bow their heads. Soon, Tang Ge and his group of 10 arrived at a spot just a few meters away from Xiao Kelang and the others. After stopping, Wang Sheng immediately pointed at the smug-looking Xiao Kelang and gritted his teeth, saying, "Boss, that's Xiao Kelang. Everyone calls him Xiao Dazhuang." Xiao Dazhuang? What a lovely name. Upon hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang Ge's gaze fell on Xiao Kelang, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he maintained a calm exterior and nodded, "Well, since I'm here, I won't let the 7th dormitory be bullied by anyone else." "Ha, that's hilarious." Just as Tang Ge finished speaking, a wave of mocking laughter came from the opposite side. It was Lu Long, standing next to Xiao Kelang, who finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Wang Sheng, if I'm not mistaken, these two beside you should be new students just arrived at the academy, right? I never expected you, as senior, to call new students boss. If I were you, I'd turn around and leave, then find a crack in the ground to hide in to avoid embarrassing myself." Upon hearing Lu Long's words, the other senior students couldn't help but burst into laughter. In an instant, all sorts of sarcastic and disdainful gazes were focused on Wang Sheng, making his face turn exceptionally ugly. He shouted angrily at Lu Long, "Lu Long, if you have the guts, come out. This time, I will make you cry for your mother. Don't think that just because you went against me once that you can beat me again." Lu Long sneered. However, in the face of Wang Sheng's challenge, he didn't agree, which infuriated Wang Sheng to the point of wanting to rush over and fight. But after Tang Ge patted his shoulder, he gradually calmed down. After letting Wang Sheng fall back, Tang Ge stepped out of the group and looked at the pretentious Xiao Kelang with a smile. "So you're Xiao Dazhuang, huh? I've heard you're already a soul master. Level 11, One-Ring Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul Wolf. So, as a new student just entering the academy, you should understand that you and the people behind you are no match for me." Hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, Xiao Kelang did not hide it and replied proudly. Beside him, Lu Long chimed in, "Did you hear that? My Xiao Dazhuang is a level 11 One-Ring Battle Soul Master. If you don't want to end up like that kid Wang Sheng, you should hurry up and get lost." His words were full of arrogance. Tang Ge's eyes flashed with a cold light as he glanced at Tang San beside him. "Little San, teach him a lesson." "Why me?" Tang San couldn't help but ask. "Tang Ye Frugit, I'm the leader of the 7th dormitory. Have you ever seen the leader step in right at the beginning of a duel? Besides, this is for the brothers in the dormitory to get revenge. Are you unwilling, Xiao San?" As soon as he said this, Wang Sheng and the other 7 who came along all turned their gazes to Tang San, as if asking, "Are you unwilling?" Tang San felt extremely frustrated and could only nod. "All right, I'll go." Then he directly picked up a handful of stones from the ground, stepped out of the line, and looked at Lu Long across from him, speaking. "I said I'm going to hit your left arm. Do you believe it?" "What a joke, Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, accompanied by a sound of something breaking through the air, a stone indeed struck his left arm hard, causing him to cry out in pain. "Now I'm hitting your right arm." Tang San seemed to want to vent the frustration in his heart and did not stop. After his voice fell, another stone shot out from his hand. Lu Long, who had just been hit, quickly hid his right arm in fright. However, the flying stone seemed to have a mind of its own. It turned in midair and suddenly appeared behind him, striking his right arm again. "Wow, wow, wow. If you have the ability, stand still. I'm going to break your legs with my stick." Lu Long's face twisted in pain. Then he directly summoned his martial soul stick and charged towards Tang San. Tang San continued to shoot stones from his hand. "Hit your right leg. Hit your left leg." The distance of 5 or 6 meters had become the most painful and regretful experience for Lu Long at that moment. The stones infused with soul power struck him, making it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, he became bruised and battered. Finally, Lu Long could no longer endure this torment and shouted as he turned to run back to his side of the crowd, no longer daring to show his face. Originally proud, Xiao Kelang's expression darkened. To maintain his dignity, he had to send out several senior students from his side, including the strong Ling Feng. Yet, just like Lu Long, they all fell to Tang San's hands. Throughout the whole encounter, Tang San had not used his martial soul. At this point, even Xiao Kelang, no matter how dense he was, could see that the opponent was also a soul master who had fused with soul rings, leaving him shocked. A mere new student was already at the soul master level. What was this person's identity? While he was thinking, Tang San suddenly spoke up. "You're the last one. Aren't you coming out?" Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Kelang, in order to maintain his dignity, though his mind was filled with uncertainty, still walked out with his usual pride. He looked at Tang San and said, "Xiao Kelang, 6th grade academy, martial soul wolf, level 11 first ring battle soul master." Xiao Kelang repeated his situation, showing respect for an opponent of the same level. A few meters away, Tang San nodded after hearing this rule from the master and said, "Tang San, 1st grade." Just as he was about to speak, A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao San, come back. I'll take over from here. Didn't you say to let me take action? Tang San turned his head and looked at Tang Ge, feeling a bit unhappy. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. With kings against kings and generals against generals, since you've dealt with that group of minor characters, this final big boss, Xiao Laoda, should naturally be left to me. What's wrong? With that expression on your face, am I wrong? No, you're absolutely right. I, Tang San, have nothing to say. Falsing Tang Ge's explanation. Tang San felt a surge of anger in his chest, gritting his teeth in frustration. But in the end, he turned around and returned to the team. Now, the empty area was left with only Tang Ge and Xiao Kelang. Looking at the relaxed and unserious Tang Ge in front of him, Xiao Kelang couldn't help but furrow his brows and said angrily, "Show your martial soul." "Show what martial soul?" "To deal with you. I just need to make you go crazy." Tang Ge had a look of disdain on his face. This was the first time he had been underestimated. So when he heard Tang Ge's words, Xiao Kelang, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Are you looking for death?" Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, a white light suddenly appeared and rushed directly into his body. In an instant, Xiao Kelang, who was about to charge at Tang Ge, froze in place, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his previously angry face. Chapter 33. I would call you the strongest. Since Xiao Kelang was facing the students of the 7th Academy, the change in his facial expression was immediately noticed by them. Why did this person suddenly look so happy? For a moment, Wang Sheng and the other 7 couldn't help but feel puzzled. Only Tang San, being a one-ring soul master, knew something and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be a soul skill? He thought to himself. However, the group of upperclassmen standing behind Xiao Kelang didn't know this, so they were very confused about why their leader, who had just made a fierce statement, wasn't he taking action. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Lu Long, look at Xiao Ge, what's going on?" Lu Long was somewhat reluctant, but feeling the fierce gazes of the upperclassmen that seemed to say, "If you don't go, we'll beat you," he could only brace himself and walk over. Upon reaching Xiao Kelang's back, Lu Long hesitated for a moment, then reached out a finger and gently poked Xiao Kelang's back. "Cie." Xiao Kelang did not respond. Lu Long poked again, and Xiao Kelang still did not react. He gritted his teeth and suddenly moved his finger down, poking hard. Ha ha ha, smack, accompanied by an unbearable loud laugh. The originally motionless Xiao Kelang suddenly turned around and slapped Lu Long to the ground. Lu Long's face instantly swelled up. At this moment, the confusion on Xiao Kelang's face gradually faded. As his gaze regained focus, he saw Lu Long lying on the ground with a face swollen like a pig. He frowned and said displeased, "Who hit him?" "This was you, boss." Lu Long, who had just been slapped, momentarily stunned, felt tears of grievance welling up in his eyes and said in a low voice, "I hit you?" A look of confusion appeared on Xiao Kelang's face. However, he seemed to recall something immediately, and his previously confused expression changed dramatically as he turned to look at Tang Ge. "What did you just do to me?" Looking at Tang Ge, Xiao Kelang spoke in both fear and anger. He only remembered a beam of light rushing into his body, and then he felt as if he had fallen into an endless realm of tenderness, not knowing anything at all. 5 to 6 meters away, Tang Ge heard the system notification sound in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Xiao Kelang, earning 120 shock points. Perfect, another opportunity seized. To thank Xiao Kelang, he waved his hand again, unleashing a surge of sunlight power containing the soul technique of joy directly into the opponent's body. The originally furious and shocked Xiao Kelang once again showed an expression of enjoyment. This time, the more than 10 senior students behind him, no matter how dull they were, finally understood why Xiao, the boss, suddenly stood still. That white light was strange. So these students once again focused their gaze on Lu Long, who had just crawled up from the ground. But Lu Long was no fool. Seeing this situation, he rolled his eyes and fell back to the ground. The more than 10 students looked at each other, none willing to go up and wake Xiao Kelang. Just like that, the atmosphere in the small forest became tense. However, fortunately, Xiao Kelang was a first-ring battle soul master, and after being immersed in the gentle realm once, he had developed some resistance. And soon he woke up on his own. As soon as he woke up, without saying a word, he charged straight at Tang Ge. Halfway there, another white light flew in. Xiao Kelang immediately shouted, "Martial soul possession." Instantly, a phantom battle wolf howled and enveloped him entirely. The wolf's claws swept through the air, leaving trails of claw shadows. Unfortunately, the incoming white light seemed to be just that, white light. Even with the help of his martial soul, Xiao Kelang could not block it. So, As the white light entered him, the once fierce Xiao Kelang froze again. His face was filled with an expression of enjoyment. Then, Xiao Kelang woke up again. He stared angrily at Tang Ge and shouted, "What the hell did you do to me?" Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Xiao Kelang, earning 180 shock points. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind again, Tang Ge chuckled and released another white light. You ding dong, you ding dong. Finally, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Xiao Kelang, who had been tormented by the white light 6 or 7 times, could no longer endure it. This time, as soon as he woke up, before the white light could appear again, he fell to his knees with a thud. Looking at Tang Ge, who was still over 4 meters away, the completely exhausted Xiao Kelang cried with tears streaming down his face, shouting, "I, Xiao Kelang, am willing to call you the strongest. Do whatever you want, just please stop tormenting me." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and others from the 7th dormitory were first stunned, then they erupted with excited shouts. "Ha ha, the boss is indeed the boss. I knew that Xiao wasn't a match for the boss. Did you see that? Even Xiao Kelang is begging for mercy on his knees. Who would dare to bully our 7th dormitory in the future? Boss, I love you to death." In the end, under Wang Sheng's encouragement, the 8 of them rushed over and lifted Tang Ge over their heads without a second thought. Tang San didn't join in the excitement, but his eyes were filled with envy. He had clearly put in effort before, so why couldn't he be lifted up along with them? As for the more than 10 senior students across from him, they never expected that the usually formidable Xiao Lao Da would kneel and beg for mercy at this moment. In an instant, the tall image of Xiao Lao that they had built up in their minds collapsed. However, the senior students were more frightened by Tang Ge's bizarre abilities. They had witnessed him torment a first-ring Battle Soul Master to the point of total collapse without shedding blood, and the process was simply terrifying. No, this person must not be provoked. After secretly noting Tang Ge's appearance in their hearts, the senior students present felt embarrassed to stay any longer and hurriedly left, almost fleeing. The exhausted Xiao Kelang was also supported by the swollen-faced Lu Long as they left. Under the glaring sunlight, Tang Ge, celebrated by the 7th dormitory students for their victory, slightly closed his eyes. As the system notification echoed in his mind, a brilliant smile appeared on his face. How wonderful! Another day of harvesting a lot of wool. Next, once the excitement passed, upon hearing that Tang Ge and Tang San had just returned with their first soul ring, the usually stingy Wang Sheng also made a rare, generous move. To celebrate their successful revenge, he directly took out his savings and treated everyone from the 7th dormitory to a big meal at a nice restaurant in Notting City. It wasn't until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the group of 10 returned to the academy. Chapter 34. Sudden inspiration. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The duel in the small forest behind the academy had just ended when this news spread throughout the entire academy at lightning speed. Suddenly, everyone in the academy knew that 6th-year Xiao Kelang had been defeated by a newly enrolled freshman. Moreover, it was a very humiliating defeat. According to rumors, the freshman hadn't even activated a soul ring, just waved his hand, and the first-ring Battle Soul Master, Xiao Kelang, knelt down to beg for mercy. It sounded unbelievable, but there were witnesses present who confirmed that it was all true. As a result, many senior students, out of curiosity, went to find Xiao Kelang to understand the specifics of the situation. However, Xiao Kelang would never reveal such a shameful incident. After hastily sending those students away, he left the academy with a cold face. In fact, he didn't show up for several months afterward. However, the gossiping students learned a lot of details from the lower grade student Lu Long. For a time, the story became more and more exaggerated. When even the academy teachers were alerted and personally stated that the lower grade student who defeated Xiao Kelang had mastered a soul skill, many students were shocked. A soul skill. It must be noted that even when a soul master integrates their first soul ring, not just any soul master can obtain a soul skill. It depends not only on the quality of the soul ring, but also on the talent of the soul master themselves. And now, a newly enrolled work-study student actually had a soul ring. It was truly astonishing. Could it be that he came from some prominent family? In Notting City, the group from the 7th dormitory had just finished their meal and were leaving the restaurant, chatting and laughing as they walked towards the academy. Suddenly, Tang Ge stopped, a strange expression on his face. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Tang Ge?" The others also looked at Tang Ge with confusion. Tang Ge thought for a moment and said, "I just remembered that I need to take care of some things and can't return to the academy for now. Why don't y'all head back first? Aren't you attending the afternoon class?" Tang San said in surprise. Tang Ge hugged Tang San and said with a smile, "What class are you talking about?" Do you really think the teachers in the academy can compare to a master in teaching? So, after you get the cultivation experience from the master, come back and tell me about it. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he didn't refuse. After breaking free from the other's arms, he nodded and said, "Anyway, we've just enrolled, so it's better not to skip too many classes." "Got it. Let's hurry back." Tang Ye yu yit. Thus, Tang San no longer said much and left here with Wang Sheng and the others. Tang Ge then turned around and quickly found a cheap inn on the way back, paying some copper soul coins for a temporary room. As soon as the door was closed, Tang Ge stood at the door, eagerly shifting his attention to the system. Suddenly, the system notification sound that he had just muted started ringing continuously in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Sai Lei, gained 6 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host. Shocked Wu Yao, gained 8 shock points. By the end, the system notification sound had rung over 130 times. If it weren't for Tang Ge timely converting the sound notifications into information flow, the incessant ringing in his mind would surely have driven him to madness. However, at this moment, all of Tang Ge's attention was focused on the suddenly increased shock points. Although each time he gained shock points was not much, when he calculated all the notifications, he surprisingly found that his shock points had increased by a total of 1,050 points, which truly delighted him. But then, Tang Ge's face turned to one of confusion. What exactly did I do to suddenly gain so many shock points? Could it be because of the fight with Xiao Kelang and his group back at the academy? He couldn't help but think of the numerous names that appeared in the notifications. These names seemed to belong to the students of Notting Academy. If they were indeed academy students, then they weren't present at the time, yet they could still provide him with shock points. Could it be that this was a new feature of the system after his strength improved? Was it possible to indirectly gain shock points? Tang Ge thought to himself as he pulled over a stool and sat down. With a thought, his personal information panel was immediately retrieved. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram. Excalibur 4 Swords Soul Rings. Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill. Joy Martial Skill. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique. Ancient Holy Body Fusion Degree 32 Shock Value. 7050. His gaze fell to the bottom section of the shock value. And looking at the number behind it, Tang Ge's face was filled with surprise. Had he unknowingly approached 10,000 points again? He felt that if he worked a little harder, perhaps he could gather enough shock value today and then draw from the heavenly lottery once more. But how could he continue to gain shock value? Tang Ge couldn't help but ponder in his heart. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately raised his right hand. That's right, it was his right hand, with the activation of his soul power. A mini sword that constantly changed its shape slowly emerged from the palm of Tang Ge's right hand. This was his martial soul, the 4 swords of extermination. As soon as the 4 swords of extermination appeared, a terrifying sword aura emanated, instantly bringing immense pressure to Tang Ge's body. He stared at the 4 swords of extermination, and memories of the sky changing within a radius of several miles when he used the killing sword in the soul-hunting forest flashed through his mind. Since even in a duel, he could indirectly gain shock value, it was unreasonable not to gain shock value when using it. With anticipation on his face, Tang Ge not only did not retract the 4 swords of extermination, but instead began to channel soul power into it. Buzz! In an instant, the originally calm 4 swords of extermination trembled lightly, showing signs of splitting into 4. The pressure also increased several times instantly, accompanied by the rampant, illusory sword aura. The table closest to Tang Ge was instantly crushed with a puff, and the ground was marked with intersecting sword scars. Seeing the scene, Tang Ge was startled and had to divert some of his energy to restrain the overflowing sword aura. Otherwise, if this continued, before he could test his desired results, then would probably be directly demolished. Fortunately, the 4 swords of extermination were Tang Ge's own martial soul, and even though there was terrifying sword aura overflowing, it would not harm him. So, gritting his teeth, Tang Ge endured the immense pressure enveloping his body and continued to increase the input of soul power into the 4 swords of extermination. Then, the sky finally changed. Chapter 35. Overwhelmed with joy at this moment, it was originally afternoon and the weather was clear. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting dazzling light, making the residents of Notting City feel sluggish and unwilling to move. But suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible hand had summoned all the dark clouds from afar. The sky above Notting City was suddenly filled with dark clouds. A fierce wind arose, and the sky turned dark in an instant. The residents of the city, seeing this scene, couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their flushed faces. It was going to rain. Instantly, many vendors began to pack their things, preparing to find a place to hide from the rain and enjoy the coolness of the rainy day. However, as time passed, not a single drop of rain fell. Instead, the dark clouds that had merely covered Notting City began to spread rapidly in all directions. By the time the residents realized something was wrong, the entire sky had completely darkened. Not a trace of sunlight appeared. Suddenly, it seemed as if the sound of a sword ringing echoed in their ears. Immediately after, an indescribably terrifying aura swept in like a fierce wind. Thud! Thud! The citizens of Notting City, caught in the wave, felt as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly slapped down, directly knocking them to the ground. That chilling and terrifying feeling, as if a sword was hanging over their throats, made them all show expressions of fear. What was happening? Were they going to die? Inside the city lord's mansion, a tall and mighty man was sitting in the hall. Beside him was the previously frantic Xiao Kolong, who was now looking aggrieved and crying, "Dad, I want to transfer schools. I can't go to Notting Academy anymore. What's going on?" The mighty man, who was Xiao Kolong's father, City Lord Xiao, frowned and asked, "What happened?" Just as Xiao Kolong was about to explain what had happened at the academy, the originally bright hall suddenly turned dark, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping in from outside. City Lord Xiao, a soul master, was also startled and instantly stood up from his chair. He thought it was a powerful enemy attacking, and while rushing out of the hall, he shouted, "Who goes there?" Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a large number of City Lord's guards rushed over. "Sir, what are your orders?" But at this moment, City Lord Xiao had no intention of paying attention to the arriving guards. He was staring up at the completely cloud-covered sky, his face filled with shock. The sharp sword aura that filled the air could be distinctly felt even by someone who did not possess a sword martial soul. Treasure? A powerful being? Not only that, but in Notting City, the dark clouds also alarmed not only the City Lord's mansion, but also the strong individuals in Notting Academy and the leaders of the Martial Soul Hall, who were also startled. They, possessing strong powers, did not want to collapse under the pressure of the overwhelming aura like the ordinary citizens. But even so, the powerful sword aura that seemed to tear through the void left all the great soul masters, soul venerables, and soul masters in shock and fear. Subsequently, these major forces sent personnel to investigate the situation and immediately contacted their superiors to report the changes in Notting City. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous in a Notting City, Tang Ge, who was forcibly activating the aura of the extermination sword, also noticed the changes outside. After all, the room had suddenly gone dark. It would be strange not to notice. He raised an eyebrow, secretly amazed that the aura of the extermination sword could cause such a commotion, when a series of system notification sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocking Wang Air, gained 1 shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocking Zhao Wu, gained 1 shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocking Lu Feng, gained 200 shock values. In just a little while, the system notification sounds appeared more than a dozen times and continued to ring. Tang Ge had never felt the system's notification sound as annoying as this time, buzzing like a mosquito and making him extremely uncomfortable. So, Tang Ge quickly muted the notification sound, allowing it to turn into a stream of information refreshing on the panel. The buzzing sound immediately vanished. Tang Ge couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the information on the system panel refreshing like a waterfall, he immediately became excited, his face turning red. He had never felt this good before. In just a short while, his shock value had increased by over 1,000 points. Moreover, the shock value showed no signs of stopping and continued to soar. In addition, among the constantly refreshing system information, Tang Ge also saw many unfamiliar names that contributed hundreds or even thousands of shock points directly to him. Among them seemed to be someone with the surname Xiao. Looking outside the window at the pitch-black sky, Tang Ge instantly understood that the commotion caused by his activation of the Zhu Xian sword's aura outside was definitely not small. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many shock points. Glancing again at the system panel, he noticed that his shock value, originally over 7,000, had astonishingly reached over 40,000. Tang Ge gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of determination. He once again disregarded the immense strain on his body and caused the mini Zhu Xian sword to grow just a little bit. But this small change seemed to provoke the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel suddenly appeared in the void, causing everyone in Notting City to shut their eyes. Even some soul masters and grand soul masters who had intended to investigate the situation quickly hid away, trembling in fear, afraid of being struck. Boom! Boom! Following, there was an unending roar of thunder, as if it wanted to swallow the entire nodding city. Moreover, the residual power of the thunder was pressing towards the inn where Tang Ge was staying. In Tang Ge's hand, what was initially just emanating the aura of the Zhu Xian sword suddenly trembled violently upon sensing the residual power of the thunder, as if it felt provoked. A thin strand of sword energy was actually formed from it, piercing through the window and directly slashing towards the sky outside. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, boundless sword light appeared, not only tearing apart the thunder, but also ripping through the obscuring clouds. As the clouds dispersed, a hole appeared in the sky, which took a while to heal and disappear. At that moment, the entire nodding city suddenly became exceptionally quiet. However, Tang Ge, who was residing in the inn, finally couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood due to the Zhu Xian sword's autonomous counterattack. After spitting out blood, he immediately fell from his seat, lying flat on the ground. Feeling as if countless hammers were pounding on his body, the pain swelled, as if he was about to split apart, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Tang Ge's pale face was instantly filled with bitterness. This time it was truly too much. Chapter 36. Heavenly Lottery, 10 consecutive strikes. At this moment, the thunderous roar outside had completely vanished, and the thick dark clouds that covered the entire nodding city had dispersed, revealing the sun behind them. However, the lingering atmosphere in the air made everyone in the city understand that the apocalyptic scene they had just witnessed was not a dream. It had all really happened. Fortunately, though, the terrible events did not occur, as the scorching sunlight fell again and illuminated their bodies. The residents of Nodding City had never felt the warmth of the sun as they did now. They were just unaware that the terrifying sword energy that had shattered the thunder not only frightened them, but also alerted some of the top beings on this continent. In a distant, mysterious palace, a woman dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, was lazily lying on a chair. She had an almost perfect face, exuding a noble and sacred aura that made one want to worship her. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. She frowned slightly. Her thin red lips parted to emit a barely audible sound. Is this aura from the north? Immediately, someone carried out instructions from the palace and rushed toward the north. In another city, a middle-aged man with a sharp aura was practicing swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand transformed from his martial soul, splitting into 12 sword shadows, each one causing the mountain ahead to lower a few inches. Finally, with a loud rumble, the small mountain that stood several dozen meters tall completely collapsed, turning into flat ground. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, preparing to retract his martial soul. Unexpectedly, the sword martial soul in his hand suddenly emitted a low rumble, as if trying to break free from his grasp and fly away into the distance. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately used his soul power to bind the martial soul in his hand. Even so, he could clearly feel a sense of submission contained within the martial soul. What a strong sword intent! The middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could see the scene of sword energy soaring like a rainbow, his eyes filled with shock and fighting spirit. In a vast, boundless forest, deep within, Xiao Wu, who was supposed to be attending the Nodding Academy, had somehow appeared here, still dressed in her adorable pink outfit. However, at this moment, she wore a worried expression, seemingly talking to herself. I just went to the academy and haven't revealed that my martial soul is a rabbit. But Brother Tang already knows my martial soul. Could it be that he discovered my true identity? If I'm really found out, should I still go? Yeah, Ming. You said to bring him over and then slap him to death? No. He is my friend. I can't kill him. But what if I don't kill him and he really knows and reveals my identity? What should I do? Xiao Wu's face was filled with conflict, unsure of what to do. But just then, accompanied by the tremor of the ground, a massive figure that blotted out the sky and sun slowly emerged from the dark forest. It was a Titan giant ape. After it came out, it didn't look at Xiao Wu, but directly raised its head to gaze toward the north. Then, as if feeling threatened, suddenly let out a deafening roar. Roar! In Nodding City, it was still that inconspicuous inn. Behind the tightly closed door, Tang Ge was lying on the ground in a big character shape. His body, which had been reinforced by the ancient holy body, was now oozing with a large amount of blood. He felt as if a huge stone had been stuffed inside him, expanding to the point where it seemed like it would burst his body. The pain was unbearable. Tang Ge did not expect that he was just trying to make some extra money by taking advantage of the aura of the Zhu Xian sword. But he didn't realize that the Zhu Xian sword also had its temper. He felt good at first, but ended up going too far. Feeling the weakness throughout his body, unable to even move a finger, Tang Ge couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Next time, he must not be so reckless. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked the sword Douluo Continent and gained 5,000 shock points. Just as he lifted the system's sound barrier, a prompt sound rang out. That commotion was so loud that even the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was shocked. Hearing the prompt sound, a hint of surprise appeared on Tang Ge's pale face. However, what puzzled him was that since even the sword Douluo could be shocked, it didn't make sense that other beings like the sword Douluo wouldn't perceive the sword aura released by the Zhu Xian sword just now. But why did only the sword Douluo trigger the system's prompt? Could it be because the other party had a sword martial soul? Tang Ge was baffled. However, as waves of intense pain surged through his body, he immediately lost interest in contemplating the shock value and hurriedly used his soul power to activate the remaining 9 orifices golden pill in his heart. The medicinal power of the 9 orifices golden pill was stimulated, and it began to work in conjunction with his soul power to slowly heal Tang Ge's body. He gradually closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, when Tang Ge awoke again, the 9 orifices golden pill, which had been consumed several times in his heart, finally ran out of its medicinal effects and completely disappeared. In its place, Tang Ge's injuries had healed significantly, and his fusion degree of the primordial sacred body had slightly increased. However, even so, Tang Ge still felt a wave of fatigue throughout his body. He understood that if he wanted his body to fully recover, it would probably take some time. And then there was the 4 swords of Zhu. With this thought, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and his personal profile panel was summoned. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls Yin Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Zhu Soul Ring. Yin Yang Life and Death Map Purple Soul Skill. Joy Martial Skill. Chaotic Wind Hammer Method Physique. Primordial Sacred Body Fusion Degree 33 Shock Value. 103. 500. The shock value column displayed a full 6-digit number that almost blinded Tang Ge's eyes. He had thought there would be a lot, but he never expected it to be so much. A full 103, 500 shock points. In an instant, Tang Ge was excited. Ignoring the slight recovery of his strength, he immediately crawled up from the ground. After sitting on the bed, Tang Ge silently murmured in his heart, "System, activate the heavenly wheel. I want to do a 10 consecutive draw." The system's prompt sounded. Detecting that the host's shock value meets the requirements, the heavenly wheel has successfully activated. Starting 10 consecutive draws, please wait patiently. The system's prompt sounded. Immediately afterward, like the first lottery draw, an indescribably huge wheel appeared and began to slowly spin. Staring intently at the heavenly wheel, Tang Ge couldn't help but clench his fists and mutter to himself, 10 consecutive draws. Even if I only draw 1 treasure like the 9 orifices golden pill, it would be worth my effort this time. Chapter 37. Feeling like life has reached its peak, the heavenly wheel slowly spun, its treasures covered by a layer of light, making it impossible to see what they were. Soon the first draw ended. Ding dong, congratulations host, you have successfully drawn 1 9 orifices golden pill. The system prompt sounded. Tang Ge, who was waiting for the result, was momentarily stunned after hearing the prompt, and without saying a word, he directly slapped himself. Of course, he couldn't bear to hit himself. He merely lightly touched his handsome face. However, despite this, Tang Ge was extremely frustrated. Just now, he was merely speaking casually. It couldn't be that the system really gave him a 9 orifices golden pill, right? There are so many treasures in the heavenly world that are more precious than the 9 orifices golden pill. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn 2 9 orifices golden pills. The system prompt continued to ring. Crack. A piece of wood by the bed was directly grabbed by Tang Ge, his teeth grinding together. With a darkened face, he angrily said, "System, you have the ability." Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn a feather from the holy Kasha. Huh, did I draw something good? Before he could finish his words, Tang Ge's tone changed, and he immediately spoke with righteous indignation. I knew the system was the best. It has such capabilities that I can only bow down in admiration. The system seemed very pleased with Tang Ge's flattery. So next, it presented all the remaining 7 results of the heavenly draw in one go. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn a multiverse crossing talisman. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn the Sea God's Baptism. Weak. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn a soul ring from the wind-controlling swallow, a 1,000-year soul beast. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn the secret of the walking character. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn the Hell Furnace. Ding dong, congratulations host. You have successfully drawn the Heaven's Divine Fist fragment. Big explosion. A complete big explosion. When the last 7 draws of the heavenly wheel ended, a blinding golden light burst forth from the wheel, nearly blinding Tang Ge's eyes. Especially after hearing the names of the treasures drawn, Tang Ge stood up directly from the bed. His face was filled with immense excitement. If it weren't for considering that he was still in the inn, he really wanted to shout out loud, "Ali give!" After a while, as the heavenly wheel disappeared again, the surging golden light also vanished. Tang Ge took a deep breath, finally calming his boiling heart. As he sat down again, his consciousness immersed in the system space. He eagerly began to tally the 10 treasures he had drawn this time. First, the 3 9-aperture golden pills had the same effects as before. They could heal wounds and enhance soul power, and could also slowly promote the fusion of the primordial sacred body. At least in the early stages, the 9-aperture golden pills could still meet Tang Ge's needs. Secondly, a feather from a holy Kesha of the Holy Angel King from the Super God Academy was filled with a rich holy aura, but its function was unclear. The Universal Crossing Talisman, true to its name, could take the user to any world across the myriad realms, but its randomness was too strong. The Sea God's Baptism, weak, could elevate a soul ring below 10,000 years to a 10,000-year level. Tang Ge planned to use it only after the fusion degree of the ancient holy body reached its maximum or his soul power at least reached level 30. Therefore, along with the 1,000-year soul, beast, wind, swallows, soul ring, these 4 treasures were indeed precious. But they were currently unusable and could only be temporarily stored in the system space. Next, he looked at the remaining 3 treasures. Xingzi's Secret, one of the 9 secrets in the Shrouded World, a representative of speed, capable of traversing formations, and, at a certain level, can even pause time. Hell Furnace, originating from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. It is a technique to condense the hell furnace within the body. Once the furnace is formed, it can refine and devour everything. Heavenly Divine Fist, incomplete also from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. This fist resonates with the ancient paradise in the void, using the might of heaven to intimidate demons, capable of annihilating worlds and destroying the fabric of the universe with a mere gesture. Due to its incompleteness, it cannot reach the highest realm of the hand of God. These 3 treasures, even the myriad worlds, are top-tier treasures. Just taking out any one of them could astonish countless world-class powerhouses. And now, they all belong to Tang Ge. Without hesitation, looking at these 3 most precious treasures stored in the system space, Tang Ge focused his mind and immediately took them all out, choosing to fuse them. 3 golden lights surged and instantly rushed into his body. Xingzi's secret fusion completed. Tang Ge felt a lightness in his body. He casually took a step forward, and suddenly, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the door. The Hell Furnace fusion was complete. Tang Ge felt as if there was an infinitely tall, giant furnace condensed within him, and as he activated it, an unimaginable, terrifying suction force immediately radiated from within. A 9-orifice golden pill was thrown in, instantly refined into surging medicinal power that began to enhance Tang Ge's soul power, nourishing his dried-up ancient sacred body. The fusion of the Heaven's Divine Fist was completed. A sacred and majestic aura suddenly emanated from Tang Ge, driving away all darkness, and the room instantly became bright. Finally, when all 3 supreme treasures were fused, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A surge of volcanic-like power gathered within him, creating an overwhelming impulse that made him feel as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. It had to be released. So, Tang Ge punched the ground of the room. Boom! In an instant, amidst the panicked cries, this 3-story inn in Nodding City, which had been dilapidated for years, could no longer withstand the test and collapsed like a withered tree. Dust and debris billowed up, rushing in all directions. During this time, a figure resembling a ghost continuously threw out guests one by one. It wasn't until there was no one left in the ruins that this figure flickered and disappeared. Under the glaring sunlight, a few coins shimmering with silver could still be seen spinning in the air, whizzing into the ruins. At the entrance of an alley about 100 meters away from the collapsed inn, a figure suddenly stopped. It was Tang Ge, who had escaped from the ruins using the walking secret. Even from a distance, he could see the dust rising up as the soil collapsed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. Fortunately, during the day, there were not many guests staying at the inn, and Tang Ge had managed to rescue them in time. Thus, his impulsiveness did not cause any harm. Watching the huge commotion that even startled the guards of Notting City, Tang Ge did not stay any longer and headed directly towards the academy. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Martial Soul Hall, Notting Academy. When Tang Ge returned to Dormitory 7, there was no one in the dormitory. He didn't mind, first taking a shower and changing into a new outfit, then sitting on the bed to sort out the gains from this 10 consecutive draws. It must be said that the Hell refinement method in the Divine Elephant Suppression Prison is incredibly powerful. Refining the 9-orifice golden pill is a matter of minutes. There is no longer a need for Tang Ge to slowly absorb the medicinal power by integrating it into his heart. Just the previously refined 9-orifice golden pill alone not only helped Tang Ge recover most of the physical injuries caused by the backlash of the extermination sword, but also propelled his recently broken through soul power from level 13 to an astonishing level 17. Skipping the next 3 levels, there are still 2 9-orifice golden pills left. Tang Ge even suspected that if he were to refine and absorb these 2 9-aperture golden pills all at once, he might directly break through to the Great Soul Master level. After all, there was still a Millennium Soul ring in the system space. However, Tang Ge ultimately restrained this impulse. With the Hell refining method, he believed that even without relying on pills to cultivate, no one could match his speed in increasing soul power. It was better to keep these 2 9-aperture golden pills for emergencies. In addition, the fusion of the Writing Secret and the Heaven's Divine Fist also provided Tang Ge with new powerful attack methods. Combined with the ancient Holy Body, he would definitely be unstoppable. Therefore, Tang Ge planned to treat these 2 secret techniques as his trump cards, using them only if his martial soul skills couldn't suppress the enemy. Finally, upon reflection, considering the damage caused by the backlash from the extermination sword, he felt that acquiring so many treasures at once was completely worth it. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he murmured to himself. So, as the saying goes, the bold thrive while the timid starve. Just then, the door that had been closed suddenly swung open, and a figure walked in from outside. Tang Ge's attention was drawn, and he suddenly saw Tang San returning. He put away his chaotic thoughts and smiled as he spoke. "How's your study with the master going?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's voice, Tang San was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly reacted, looking surprised. "Tang Ge, when did you come back? You haven't been back for long. Is there something you need to find me for?" Tang Ge replied with a smile. His question was originally a casual one, but he didn't expect that Tang San would actually nod in response. "The teacher said that we have already fused our spirit rings and become spirit masters, and we can have a more detailed assessment of our own spirit power levels at the Spirit Hall. Moreover, after registering as a spirit master, we can also receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall." "Tang Ge, I'm ready to go. Are you going?" "Go ahead." Tang Ge thought for a moment and agreed. For him, assessing soul power levels was of no use, as the system had already displayed it directly. The key point was still the monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. If he could get something for free, he wouldn't pass it up, especially since he could also gain a wave of shock value from it. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Just right, the weather was still early. Once they reached a consensus, Tang Ge and Tang San didn't waste any more time, leaving the dormitory and heading straight to the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City after exiting the academy. The Wuhuan Temple, as a superpower on the Douluo Continent, had countless registered soul masters, and even the 2 great empires and various sects and families were extremely wary of it. The Wuhuan Temple was divided into several levels: the Wuhuan Branch, Wuhuan Sub-Temple, Wuhuan Main Temple, Wuhuan Sacred Hall, and the Pope Hall. Above the Pope Hall, there is actually the legendary Worship Hall, which could only be entered by those at the Soul Douluo level or above, making it incredibly prestigious. The Wuhuan Branch was the lowest level, found in various cities across the continent. The Wuhuan Temple in Notting City belonged to this level. Even so, when Tang Ge and Tang San arrived outside the Notting City Wuhuan Branch, they were still attracted by its grand and solemn atmosphere. They quickly collected their thoughts, and, after stating their purpose of coming to assess their Wuhuan, the guard at the entrance directly let them in and reminded them to find Master Ma Xin'an. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the timing, they did not encounter Su Yuntao along the way. So, Tang Ge and Tang San went straight to the reception area on the first floor of the Wuhuan Branch and found Deacon Ma Xin'an. Next, just as Tang Ge had learned from the storyline, Deacon Nuo first explained the ranking of the Wuhuan Temple on the continent, and then tested Tang San's soul power. He was not only surprised by Tang San's level 13 soul power, but also shocked that he had fused a mandala snake soul ring. Especially upon learning that Tang San's teacher was the renowned master, he enthusiastically invited him to join the Wuhuan Temple. However, Tang San directly refused. This made Deacon Nuo quite regretful, and after temporarily giving up on the invitation, he turned his attention to the little guy still standing aside. "It's your turn now." Tang nodded and walked straight forward. However, instead of summoning his martial soul like Tang San, he first channeled his soul power into the soul testing stone held by Elder Matthew. Buzz! As golden light surged, a rune representing level 17 suddenly appeared within it. This is actually level 17 soul power. How is that possible? Seeing the reaction of the soul testing stone, Elder Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tang San's level 13 soul power surprised him, then Tang Ge's displayed level 17 soul power completely shocked him. How could a 6-year-old child, who had just absorbed a soul ring to break through to become a soul master, jump 7 levels? Could it be because of the soul ring? Thinking of this, Elder Matthew looked at Tang San and immediately urged him eagerly. "Little guy, hurry, let me see your martial soul and soul ring." "Hey, I hit the jackpot again." Hearing Elder Matthew's urging, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, and then cooperatively displayed his martial soul and soul ring. The martial soul was the yin-yang life and death diagram, resembling a scroll. Elder Matthew was momentarily stunned upon seeing it, but he wasn't overly surprised. After all, he had seen too many strange martial souls while presiding over soul master evaluations. However, the purple soul rings surrounding Tang Ge made Elder Matthew gasp in shock. A 1,000-year soul ring. He finally understood why this little guy had reached level 17 soul power upon breaking through to become a soul master. But even a master who researched the 10 core competencies of martial souls proposed that the first soul ring a soul master fuses can only withstand a maximum age of nearly 500 years. Yet now, someone had shattered this theory with facts. Could it be that the master was wrong? Thinking of this, Elder Matthew couldn't help but speak up. "Little guy, come here, let me check your body." Chapter 39. Another blind one, seeking recommendation votes. To check my body? Upon hearing Elder Matthew's words, Tang Ge was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly understood what the other party intended to do, so he didn't refuse. After retracting his martial soul and soul ring, he walked over directly. With the help of the system, Tang Ge was not worried about his secrets being discovered. Elder Matthew was unaware of this. After watching Tang Ge approach, he directly placed his hand on the latter's shoulder. Tang Ge then felt a surge of soul power suddenly enter his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once this soul power disappeared, a voice filled with disappointment immediately sounded. "Simply pursuing the age of the soul ring without considering the limits your body can bear, little guy. Hasn't your teacher told you the consequences of doing this? And don't you feel pain all over your body now, as if it might burst apart?" These words were spoken by Elder Matthew. Tang San, still shocked by Tang Ge's level 17 soul power, couldn't help but be taken aback upon hearing this and looked at Tang Ge in confusion. Tang Ge wanted to roll his eyes and tell Butler Matthew his body wasn't in pain everywhere, and it was impossible for him to be completely broken. At most, he had sustained some internal injuries, which would heal after a period of rest. Moreover, the injury he was currently suffering was not due to forcibly fusing with the 1,000-year soul ring, but rather a result of accidentally being backfired by the power of the Excalibur. So, it could be said that this Matthew was only slightly better than Su Yuntao's tool-like nature, as he didn't consider his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, to be a useless martial soul. But unfortunately, Tang Ge possesses the powerful physique of the ancient sacred body, and as long as he solely pursues the age of soul rings, there really isn't any problem. So, the Spirit Hall has gained yet another blind tool. But no matter what Tang Ge wants is this effect, to have the other party, like Su Yuntao, unable to see his true situation. Of course, he cannot say this out loud. Facing the disappointed expression of Deacon Matthew, Tang Ge pretended to be stubborn and resolutely shook his head. "I know the cost of forcibly merging a 1,000-year soul ring, but my talent is not as good as others. Even if I exhaust this life, I probably won't be able to go far. Rather than that, I would rather learn from the ephemeral flower. Even if the time is short, I hope to burst forth with a dazzling brilliance that will shine on the world. So, Deacon Matthew, you don't need to persuade me anymore. As long as there's a chance, I will continue to merge a second thousand-year soul ring or even a third thousand-year soul ring in the future. Even if I die, I believe the spirit world will remember me as the pioneer who was crushed to death by soul rings. At the end, Tang Ge smiled happily. Deacon Matthew was also moved upon hearing this, but he soon shook his head and sighed helplessly. What a stubborn child. Well, everyone has their own fate, and the path is walked by oneself. No one can force it. I hope you won't regret it in the end. Seemingly affected by Tang Ge's decision, Matthew no longer mentioned inviting the two to join the spirit hall. He simply helped them register and then sent them on their way. After leaving the spirit hall, Tang San finally couldn't help but break the heavy and oppressive atmosphere between the two after walking a considerable distance. He stared at Tang Ge and said seriously, I don't believe it. What don't you believe? Tang Ge was left in a daze by Tang San's nonsensical words. Tang San turned his head and pointed to the distant spirit hall. It's just like what you said to Deacon Matthew before. I know you didn't forcibly fuse the thousand-year spirit ring, but why did you say that before? This was the confusion in Tang San's heart. However, after hearing this, Tang Ge just smiled and shook his head. Little San, what I said is all true. Indeed, you know that my physical quality is very strong. I can even kill the mandala snake. However, do you feel that what the master said is wrong? You must know that the master is a great figure in the spirit master world. Even title Douluo respects the 10 core competencies of the spirit proposed by the master. This world is vast. It can't be that there isn't anyone with physical qualities like mine. If that's the case, why don't they fuse a thousand-year spirit ring as their first spirit ring? If there really were such examples, do you think the master would still be the master? The 10 core competencies he proposed would have long been overturned and rejected. Indeed, if someone could fuse a thousand-year spirit ring as their first spirit ring, how could the master still be revered by the spirit masters in the spirit master world? If it were possible to fuse a thousand-year spirit ring, how could the master only let me choose a spirit ring of over 400 years at that time? Could it be that the master did it on purpose? No, the master would never do that. So, Tang San, who was troubled by Tang Ge's words, gradually sorted out his thoughts and then looked up at Tang Ge again with a determined expression. Tang Ge, although I don't know why you're doing this, but I will go find a master. I believe he must have a way to solve the problem you have. All right, another child I've tricked. Tang Ge saw Tang San's constantly changing expressions and couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. But on the surface, Tang Ge appeared calm, as if he didn't worry about his injured body at all, smiling and urging, all right, stop thinking too much. Aren't you planning to find a blacksmith shop to continue practicing your forging skills? It's getting dark. Hurry up and look for one. As for me, I'm going back to the academy first. Tang San was still thinking about what happened earlier when he heard Tang Ge's words and couldn't help but nod. Yes, I do want to. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Wait, when did I ever tell Tang Ge that I was looking for a blacksmith shop? Tang San's face showed shock. Just when he wanted to question Tang Ge, he saw that Tang Ge had unknowingly walked far away, and he could hear the other person's laughter. Little San, hurry and work hard. The wool on you is getting less and less. Wool is getting less and less. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was confused. However, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Tang Ge had really become more and more eccentric. Forget it. I won't think about him anymore. I'll go find a blacksmith shop to ask if they're hiring. With that, Tang San turned and walked in another direction. At Nodding Academy, on the way back to the dormitory, Tang Ge casually checked the system prompt sounds. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Matthew Nuaw, gain 1,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Tang San, gained 150 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Tang San, gained 150 shock points. 3 prompt sounds, a total of 300 shock points gained. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face, and he nodded. It really wasn't a wasted trip. Now he was close to 5,000 shock points. If he worked a little harder, he could activate the celestial roulette again. Just as he was thinking, he had already arrived outside the 7th dormitory. However, when Tang Ge looked over, he frowned and showed a look of confusion. Why are there so many people? Chapter 40. The New Generation of the Golden Iron Triangle. In Nodding City, at the Spirit Hall, after Tang Ge and Tang San left, they were unaware that Su Yuntao, who had once helped them awaken their martial spirits, had suddenly returned from outside. In the reception hall on the 1st floor, seeing Su Yuntao return, Matthew Na asked, So, have you found any clues about the strange events that happened earlier? Not yet. Su Yuntao shook his head. Matthew Na, upon hearing this, was not disappointed, but simply said, It's normal not to have found anything. After all, it happened so suddenly that no one would have expected it. However, We received a notification that there will be a Holy Temple envoy coming to investigate this matter. Additionally, the Empire's first prince will also be coming. So we need to prepare in advance. When? Su Yuntao asked. Matthew Nuaw shook his head. We only received the notification, but we weren't informed about when exactly. Is that so? Su Yuntao, upon hearing this, felt a sense of clarity in his heart. But just as he was about to leave, it seemed he thought of something and suddenly asked, by the way, Director, I saw that your expression was heavy and melancholic earlier. Did something happen? Sigh. It's actually because of those two little guys who came to register as soul masters. Matthew Nuaw showed a helpless expression, sighed, and recounted his previous encounter. 1,000-year soul ring? Su Yuntao, who was unprepared, was also shocked to hear that someone's first soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. Wait, a graphical martial spirit and blue silvergrass? But upon hearing the martial spirit of the registered soul master, he suddenly remembered his experience in Holy Spirit Village and couldn't help but quickly ask, Director, do you know the names of those two children? Let me think. Their names are Tang San and Tang Ge. Matthew Nuaw thought for a moment and said, so it really is them. After confirming, Su Yuntao couldn't help but let out a bitter smile and then told Matthew Nuaw about Tang Ge and Tang San being innate full soul power. After hearing this, Matthew Nuaw was also quite shocked. Immediately, he glared fiercely at Su Yuntao. This matter is so important. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Director, I've been too busy lately and forgot about it. Su Yuntao said with a bitter smile. Matthew Nuaw didn't pursue the matter further, just shook his head helplessly. Forget it. They've already left. There's no point in saying anything more. If it really doesn't work, when a main hall envoy comes, I'll mention this matter to them. Perhaps with the capabilities of the main hall or the Holy Temple, they might be able to resolve the issues with that kid. Su Yuntao didn't speak, his eyes flickering as if he was thinking about something. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Su Yuntao, gained 300 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Matthew Nuaw, gained 500 shock points. At the academy, just as Tang Ge arrived in front of the 7th dormitory, his body paused, surprised by the sudden system prompt, sounds that rang in his mind. Why did I receive shock points from those two for no reason while I was here? Tang Ge was secretly surprised. However, he soon lost interest in thinking about this matter, as his attention was directly drawn to the large number of academy students gathered outside the 7th dormitory. At the same time, the students who had gathered there also noticed Tang Ge. Look, that's Tang Ge, the one who defeated Xiao Kelang. A sudden exclamation rang out from the crowd of students. What? This person is Tang Ge? Upon hearing the exclamations, the gazes that had already fallen on Tang Ge instantly changed, filled with surprise and doubt. But more than that, there was excitement and fervor. With so many eyes on him, even Tang Ge couldn't help but be startled and took a step back. What do you want? Get him. As a result, someone shouted loudly, and then nearly 100 students gathered in front of the 7th dormitory surged forward towards Tang Ge like madmen. The way they looked, it seemed like they wanted to tear him apart. Damn it, you guys are ruthless. After cursing inwardly, Tang Ge turned and fled into the distance. As night fell, the once quiet nodding academy suddenly became lively. With the addition of a large crowd of onlookers, the pursuit of Tang Ge grew larger. Fortunately, the academy's teachers eventually appeared and put a stop to the further escalation of this farce. After the incident, Tang Ge learned from Wang Sheng, who had also experienced a tragic encounter, that it was due to the defeat of Xiao Kelang in a duel. As a rank 1 soul master, Xiao Kelang was among the top in Nodding Academy. However, he was defeated by a new student who had just enrolled and reportedly begged for mercy in a very pathetic manner. This incident directly embarrassed the upperclassmen, coupled with the infatuation of many senior girls with the newcomer. Many students began to feel uncomfortable, secretly wondering why a new student could stand above them. Thus, after some instigation, Tang Ge became the target of everyone's resentment. Eventually, the upperclassmen organized themselves into a united front, determined to teach Tang Ge a lesson until he submitted completely. Upon learning the cause and effect of the situation, Tang Ge became furious. He had intended to keep a low profile and focus on his training, but unexpectedly trouble came looking for him. Did they really think he ran away because he was afraid of them? Therefore, after confirming with the master that there would be no issues as long as he didn't seriously injure anyone, Tang Ge decided to stay in the academy. Initially, many upperclassmen came to challenge him, hoping to raise their profile in the academy by defeating him. Unfortunately, these challengers ended up like Xiao Kelang, kneeling before Tang Ge and begging for mercy. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the other students were instantly frightened and gave up on their challenges. But Tang Ge had no intention of letting them leave easily. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Did they really think this was a market? So, he started with the 6th-year students, regardless of whether they were soul masters or whether they agreed to the challenge. He beat them all up. Later, feeling it was too slow, he pulled Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had returned from outside, into the mix. Regardless of gender or year, everyone got a beating. And so, unknowingly, a year passed. The students of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were few to begin with, and none escaped. They were all beaten by the trio from start to finish. Wherever they went, people would retreat 3 feet, not daring to approach. Even the 7th dormitory became an untouchable existence in the eyes of the academy students. Of course, the academy's higher-ups did not stop this from happening. In fact, they were pleased to see the students become more diligent in their training after being beaten up. Moreover, seeing Tang Ge and his 2 companions always acting together, some teacher whimsically gave them the nickname Golden Iron Triangle. From then on, this nickname quickly became popular in the academy. Chapter 41. I am still that young boy. A year passed, and Nodding Academy welcomed its holiday. As a large number of students left for home, the entire academy suddenly became empty. Early that day, at the academy's entrance, Master Yu Xiaojiang was sending off Tang Ge and the others. Teacher, we're leaving. Take care of yourself in the academy. We will be back soon, Tang San couldn't help but say, looking at the solitary master. Yu Xiaojiang reached out to pat Tang San's head and smiled. Don't worry, the teacher will take care of himself. As for you, it's been a year since you went home. It's time to see your family. Also, even though the academy is on break, you must not slack off in your training. Continue to work hard. Now go. Take advantage of the early morning and get home soon. Okay, teacher, we're leaving. Tang San nodded heavily. Soon after, when Tang Ge and Xiao Wu also said their goodbyes to the master, the 3 of them got into the carriage that the master had hired for them and headed towards the outskirts of Nodding City. Yu Xiaojiang stood at the entrance of the academy, watching the carriage gradually disappear. Only when he could no longer see the 3 figures did he withdraw his gaze, his eyes reflecting a mix of reluctance and an unprecedented sense of anticipation. The Golden Iron Triangle truly hoped they could continue like this, rather than ending up like me. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang turned and walked back into the academy. As the morning sun rose, its soft rays illuminated a lonely figure gradually moving away. Creak, creak. Accompanied by the sound of the wheels rubbing against the ground as the carriage moved, Tang Ge and the others in the carriage became unusually lively. Perhaps because they were returning to the Holy Soul Village after a year. The 3 of them chattered nonstop. To be precise, Tang Ge and Tang San were listening while Xiao Wu kept talking. The Golden Iron Triangle, I don't know who gave us this name. It really sounds awful. It always feels like a muscle man group. It's a pity that the academy is on break and those classmates and seniors have all gone home. Otherwise, as their Xiao Wu sister, I would definitely make them change to a nicer name. Oh dear, this carriage is so uncomfortable to sit in. Little San, Brother Tang. Where exactly is the Holy Soul Village, and how long until we get there? The Golden Iron Triangle is the title earned by Tang Ge and his friends after defeating the students of Nodding Academy. However, like Xiao Wu, Tang Ge also disliked this title. Not to mention that it indeed sounds like a muscle man group. This title originally belonged to Master Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Long, and Flender. Yu Xiaojiang, the corner of wisdom. Flender, the corner of flight. Lu Erlong, the corner of slaughter. What a beautiful title. Moreover, the 3 of them even have the martial soul fusion skill, the Golden Sacred Dragon, which sounds grand and has immense power. Thinking about the martial souls of himself, Tang San and Xiao Wu, if they could perform a martial soul fusion skill. An image of a little white rabbit dancing in the grass on the yin-yang life and death diagram suddenly appeared in Tang Ge's mind. This scene was too eye-catching. Thinking of this, Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver and quickly stopped his wild thoughts. Tang Ge, what's wrong with you? Tang San, noticing Tang Ge's reaction, couldn't help but ask. Tang Ge shook his head. It's nothing. Then he smiled and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, once we arrive at Shenghan Village, are you planning to stay at my house or at Xiao San's? I'm not staying at her house. I want to stay at Xiao San's. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but lift her head, looking quite proud. Tang San was taken aback for a moment and honestly said, but Xiao Wu, my family is very poor and there's not much to entertain you with. Also, my dad doesn't have a good temper. It's okay. I will be very well behaved, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Tang San shook his head helplessly. I hope so. What? Xiao San, are you unwilling for me to stay at your house? No matter what, I want to live in your house. If you disagree, I'll bite you. After saying that, Xiao Wu pounced directly at Tang San. Tang Ge, who was already sitting at the back of the carriage, looked at the two playing around and couldn't help but smile secretly. Who said rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows? They really lack experience. Just like that, the three of them chatted and laughed in the horse-drawn carriage. And before they knew it, half a day had passed. By noon, the outline of Holy Spirit Village could finally be faintly seen in the distance. The carriage stopped here, and after the three of them got off, it turned around and headed back to Notting City. Feeling nervous upon nearing their hometown, looking at Holy Spirit Village in the distance, Tang Ge and Tang San couldn't help but feel anxious. Xiao San, Tang Ge, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Wu couldn't help but urge from the front. Tang Ge took a deep breath, a smile reappearing on his face. He turned to Tang San and said, "You and Xiao Wu wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back." After saying that, he turned and rushed into the dense forest ahead. Xiao Wu had somehow come to Tang San's side. Seeing Tang Ge leave, her little face showed a hint of confusion as she asked, "Xiao San, where did brother Tang go?" "I don't know either, but let's wait here for a while." Tang Ge said he would be back soon. Tang San shook his head. After hearing this, Xiao Wu could only stay in place with Tang San, waiting boringly. Time slowly passed. After about a quarter of an hour, the bored Xiao Wu, who was hopping around, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the woods ahead and shouting, "Tang San, quick look, it seems that brother Tang is carrying back two big things." Carrying big things? Tang San was confused, but as he looked in the direction pointed out by Xiao Wu, a black line suddenly appeared on his forehead. Soon, a figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was Tang Ge, who had left earlier. However, at this moment, he was carrying a wild boar corpse, about the size of a calf, on each shoulder, with fresh blood still flowing from the bodies, clearly having just died not long ago. Seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu still waiting here, Tang Ge smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head back to the village. Don't you have storage space? Why are you still carrying them?" Tang San couldn't help but say. Tang Ge shook the two wild boar carcasses he was carrying on his shoulders, smiled mysteriously, and did not answer. He directly strode toward the direction of Holy Soul Village. Soon, a strange humming sound came from ahead. "I am still the same boy as before, with not a single change. What is brother Tang talking about? I don't understand at all." Xiao Wu asked Tang San with a puzzled tilt of her head. Tang San's gaze shifted away from Tang Ge. When he thought of the experiences from a year ago when he was still in the village, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Just consider that guy wanted the praise and recognition from the aunts and uncles in the village for some unspoken reasons. Oh, so it turns out brother Tang is so pitiful. Then let's give him more compliments in the future. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu immediately showed a look of sympathy. Chapter 42. The Old Village Chief's Secret Collection. Regarding the conversation between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Ge did not overhear it. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would throw away the corpses and turn around to give Tang San, this gradually going astray kid, a good beating. Soon, Tang Ge returned to Shenghan village ahead of time. As soon as he returned, he was noticed by the villagers carrying two wild boar corpses. Since it had only been a year, the villagers quickly recognized Tang Ge. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations arose. "Oh, isn't this the little guy from Village Chief Jack's house? I remember he went to study in Notting City. Why has he suddenly returned? A year has passed, and little Tang Ge suddenly comes back. It must be the school holiday. But I wonder if little Tang Ge has become a soul master? Silly. Being able to carry such two big wild boar corpses must mean he is a soul master. My goodness, little Tang Ge has become a soul master at such a young age? Thinking about my kid who is still using his awakened scythe to cut grass in the field. I'm really angry. Should I go to the field and give him a good beating? I also want to beat my kid. How about we team up?" Listening to the chatter of the villagers around him and the constant system prompts ringing in his mind, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile secretly. Indeed, it's the simple villagers who are the most satisfying to harvest. Then, to celebrate his return from studying, he directly, in front of the villagers, used his hand as a knife to swiftly cut the two wild boar corpses into countless pieces. The blood that flowed out was caught in an empty wooden barrel taken from the system space. The surrounding villagers, who had never seen such a scene, gasped in astonishment. Tang Ge looked at his hands, which were not stained with a drop of blood, and felt very satisfied. Then he smiled and loudly said, "Walk by, don't miss out. Wild boar meat is free for the taking, limited to 1 piece per household." The fat uncle with the knife, "Yes, don't look at anyone else. I'm talking about you. What are you standing there for? Hurry over and claim it." The fat uncle pointed out by Tang Ge was the village butcher, and next to him was a little girl who was nibbling on her fingers. She looked up at Tang Ge, tilted her head in thought, and suddenly burst into tears. Daddy, Daddy, he stole Yaya's candied hawthorn. What? How dare he steal my daughter's candied hawthorn? The butcher's expression changed as he thought about going over to confront Tang Ge, and he unconsciously raised his right hand with the butcher knife. Tang Ge's expression twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward. He didn't expect the little girl to have such a good memory at such a young age. But come on, it was just a bunch of candy hawthorns. Was wild boar meat really that valuable? So, taking advantage of the fact that the surrounding villagers hadn't figured out what was going on yet, Tang Ge immediately signaled 2 fingers to the butcher uncle across the way. The butcher uncle understood instantly upon seeing it. Then he directly slapped his daughter's bottom. What nonsense are you talking? How could such a good big brother steal your candied hawthorns? Stand still, and Daddy will get you wild boar meat. After saying that, the butcher uncle hurriedly ran over to Tang Ge. First, he quickly wrapped a piece of meat in his apron, then pretended to block it with another piece of meat. Little Tang, come over to my house sometime. Yaya likes you so much, you have to treat her well. Feeling the satisfying weight in his arms, the butcher uncle grew more and more pleased with Tang Ge. However, hearing his daughter crying loudly behind him, he could only reluctantly turn and leave. Tang Ge looked at the back of Uncle Butcher, speechless. Starting to sell his daughter at such a young age, doesn't he fear that when she grows up, she might sell him instead? With that thought, Tang Ge's gaze shifted back to the villagers. With Uncle Butcher leading the way, the onlooking villagers no longer hesitated and rushed over to collect the wild boar meat. Seeing their joyful expressions as they left, Tang Ge felt very satisfied. In the distance, he didn't know when, but Tang San and Xiao Wu had followed him. Seeing the heartfelt smile on Tang Ge's face as he distributed the wild boar meat to the villagers moved even Tang San. He nodded and said, Xiao Wu, you were right earlier. We should treat Tang Ge better in the future and praise him more. Yeah, Xiao Wu agreed enthusiastically. They didn't go over to help, but watched for a while before heading towards their home on the west side of the village. Tang Ge's distribution of wild boar meat did not last long. The villagers were very enthusiastic, and within less than a quarter of an hour, a third of the wild boar meat was gone. In the end, even the bucket of pig's blood was not spared, as it made its way into various pots and bowls. Tang Ge didn't care about this. After leaving the wild boar meat he turned and walked in the direction of home. Soon, Tang Ge returned home. He shouted while pushing open the courtyard gate and walked in. Grandpa, I'm back. However, no one answered. Tang Ge walked around the house and suddenly remembered that Grandpa Jack must have gone to Tang San's home. If that's the case, Tang San's father must have already left Holy Soul Village for Notting City. Recalling the development of the plot, Tang Ge muttered to himself. He then decided not to go out to look for Grandpa Jack, but headed straight to the kitchen instead. It was just noon, and Tang Ge planned to prepare a hearty lunch himself. Soon, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling, a delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. Just as Tang Ge was cooking lunch, old Jack returned from outside, leaning on his cane. Upon smelling the fragrance, a look of confusion appeared on his aged face. Who is cooking? Could it be little Tang Ge has returned? With this thought, old Jack immediately walked towards the kitchen. When he finally reached the kitchen door and saw that familiar small figure inside, he couldn't help but smile with relief. Little Tang Ge has grown up. Tang Ge was still cooking and seemed unaware of old Jack's return. Old Jack didn't call out to Tang Ge. Instead, he closed the yard gate first and then went to the inner room. When he came out again, he was holding a square box that seemed to have been left for a long time. The box was moldy. However, old Jack held the box as if it were a treasure, carefully. Just then, Tang Ge finished his tasks in the kitchen and walked out. Upon seeing old Jack not far away, he quickly walked over with delight. Grandpa, when did you come back? Just returned not long ago. I didn't expect that after a year, little Tang Ge has grown so tall, old Jack said, reaching out to pat Tang Ge's head with satisfaction. Then, as if he thought of something, he handed the square box to Tang Ge. Grandpa doesn't have any precious items, only this one personal treasure to give you. Personal treasure? Hearing Grandpa Jack's words, Tang Ge looked curious and reached out to take the box. Grandpa, what's inside? Tang Ge curiously asked while taking the square box. Old Jack smiled mysteriously. You can open it and see for yourself. Seeing his grandfather's mysterious expression, Tang Ge felt even more curious. He glanced at the decayed lock on the box, reached out his right hand, and with a slight effort, the decayed lock was crushed with a crack. When the lid of the box was opened, at the moment he saw what was inside, the originally curious Tang Ge was momentarily stunned, and then he was directly shocked. It was actually a dark golden gauntlet. Moreover, feeling the soul power fluctuations emanating from the gauntlet, Tang Ge knew that this gauntlet was a soul guide device, just like Tang San's belt. But how could Grandpa the village chief have a soul guide device? After the shock, Tang Ge immediately looked up at the smiling old Jack and couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, do you know what this is?" Slap. Just as he finished asking, he got a tap on his head from old Jack, along with the other party's reproachful words. "Little Tang Ge, how do you speak? What do you mean by asking if Grandpa knows what this is?" Grandpa is a bit old, but his eyes are still sharp. Besides, Grandpa wasn't without adventures when he was young. Not becoming a soul master is Grandpa's regret, but his experience is much stronger than many others. As he finished speaking, old Jack's face immediately showed pride. If Tang Ge had not lived with old Jack for 6 years, he would have considered old Jack to be well known to him. At this moment, hearing the other person's words, he thought that the legendary soul saint in the village was him. However, since Grandpa Village Chief is not a soul saint, why would he have a soul guiding device? Tang Ge couldn't help but voice his curiosity. However, in response to Tang Ge's question, old Jack simply shook his head. "I can't say much more. I don't know the details of what happened back then. You just need to remember that our Holy Soul Village really did produce a soul sage. And the soul guide gauntlet you have in your hand is left behind by that soul sage." It turned out that Holy Soul Village really did have a soul sage. Hearing the village elder's words, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. However, since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't pursue the matter further. Following the usage method of the soul guide, he took out the gauntlet and directly infused it with a trace of soul power. Buzz! As the dark golden light flickered, the gauntlet that was originally worn on Tang Ge's right hand instantly disappeared. But after feeling it, Tang Ge knew that the gauntlet had not disappeared, but had transformed into another form and hidden itself. As long as he activated his soul power, he could summon it at any time. Not only that, as a legendary soul guide, the power of the gauntlet also left Tang Ge secretly amazed. Although he hadn't tested it, he could clearly sense that if this soul guide gauntlet were combined with the Heaven Do fist, he could potentially kill an opponent of the same level with a single punch in close combat. "How about it? Do you like it?" Old Jack's voice echoed. Tang Ge's gaze shifted from the boxing gloves back to his kindly grandfather, and he nodded. I like it. Thank you, Grandpa. What are you thanking me for? Come on, didn't you make lunch? It's just in time for Grandpa to taste the cooking of little Tang Ge." Saying this, old Jack took Tang Ge's hand and walked towards the kitchen together. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, after the village chief grandfather had a rest, Tang Ge quietly left the house. He originally wanted to go to Tang San's house, but thought that the other party was probably out with Xiao Wu to relax because of his father's departure. So Tang Ge directly left Holy Soul Village and headed towards the small hillside where he and Tang San often practiced in the village. At this moment, on a hillside covered with blue silver grass, 2 figures were lying head to head on the ground, with their eyes slightly closed, enjoying the warmth of the sun. These 2 were Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. "Xiao San, can I not call you brother?" "Why?" Tang San, who was lying down, couldn't help but sit up, staring intently at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu blushed under his gaze, snorted, got up from the ground, and jumped away to a distance. She spun around in the sea of blue silver grass, proudly saying, at least in Nodding Academy, "Those students I defeated all call me Sister Xiao Wu. If they hear me calling you brother, wouldn't I lose face?" Hearing Xiao Wu's reason, Tang San couldn't help but smile helplessly. "All right, you could just call me Xiao San. As long as I know in my heart that you are my sister, that's enough." Then he caught up with Xiao Wu and directly took a strange device off his right arm, handing it to her. "Here, Xiao Wu, this thing is for you." "What is this?" Xiao Wu asked curiously as she took the strange device. Tang San smiled and explained, "This is a sleeve arrow, which can also be called a silent arrow. Come, Xiao Wu, I'll help you put it on, and then I'll teach you how to use it." As he spoke, he walked behind Xiao Wu, raised her arm, and put the sleeve arrow on. But just as Tang San was about to teach Xiao Wu how to use it, a sudden coughing sound broke the silence. At the same time, teasing words came over. "I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Turns out you're hiding here. But what are you 2 doing? You look like you're about to hug each other." The voice startled Tang San and Xiao Wu. Immediately, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she quickly pulled her arm back, retreating a few meters away. Tang San was also extremely embarrassed. However, when he saw Tang Ge walking over from a distance, he immediately put on a serious face and said, "I was just teaching Xiao Wu some techniques. Don't say anything random." "Exactly," Xiao Wu also said, putting her hands on her waist, looking angry. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. "Yes, I know you're teaching Xiao Wu some techniques, a very peculiar technique. No need to explain. Having been with Tang Ge for so long, Tang San already knew that the other liked to say strange things. Although he didn't quite understand this statement, He could tell at a glance that it wasn't anything good, and he suddenly felt an impulse to fight Tang Ge again. However, before Tang San could speak, Xiao Wu couldn't help but unleash her beast spirit and embody it. She stared at Tang Ge with big eyes and angrily shouted, "Tang Ge, I want to challenge you." "Huh? You want to challenge me?" Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang Ge was slightly surprised, but then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. All right, you and Tang San can attack together. I, Tang Ge, can take on too." Chapter 44. Level 24, Great Soul Master. After a year of training, Tang San's soul power had risen from level 13 to level 17, which was an extraordinary speed among his peers. This was all thanks to his Xiantian skill. So, Tang San believed that even if he hadn't caught up to Tang Ge after a year, the distance between them was getting smaller and smaller. At least, Tang San does not believe that Tang Ge has already obtained the second spirit ring, and that his spirit power has broken through to the Great Soul Master level. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu has also been training rapidly after obtaining her first spirit ring, and she now possesses a spirit power level of 16. If the two of them join forces, Tang San believes that even if they encounter a soul master level strong opponent, they can still fight. But now, Tang Ge actually plans to take on two opponents by teaming up with Xiao Wu. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? At that moment, even if Tang San had a good temperament, he couldn't help but feel quite angry at Tang Ge's words. He looked at Tang Ge and said seriously, "Are you sure you want me and Xiao Wu to join forces? Since it's a challenge, Xiao Wu and I will definitely give it our all." "Exactly. Xiao San and I will beat you up so badly that you'll have a black and blue face, teaching you a lesson for being so arrogant." Xiao Wu chimed in. Tang Ge listened to the two of them and shook his head with a smile. "Come on, let me see how much progress you two have made this past year." Xiao San, stop wasting time and just take him down." With that, Xiao Wu rushed towards Tang Ge first. Halfway there, as the yellow soul ring flickered around her, she pushed off the ground with her little leather shoes and leaped into the air. In midair, her light body flipped a few times before landing right behind Tang Ge, delivering a fierce kick towards his head. First soul skill, waist bow. Buzz. A powerful force erupted, causing the air to tremble lightly. However, in the face of this, Tang Ge still wore a smile and simply reached out his hand to unleash a 1,000 gene force, directly gripping Xiao Wu's kicking ankle. A surge of pain hit her, and Xiao Wu's pretty face changed slightly. She had no choice but to use the power of her soul skill to turn her body into a boneless snake, quickly escaping Tang Ge's grasp, while simultaneously pushing off the ground and retreating 5 to 6 meters away. At this moment, Tang San's voice came from not far away. "Soul skill bind." Swish, swish, swish. Yellow light flashed as countless blue-silver grasses rapidly mutated under the surge of soul power, writhing towards Tang Ge like a mass of snakes. Behind Tang San, a phantom of a mandala snake faintly appeared, emitting hissing sounds. Clearly, many students from Nodding Academy had collapsed and kneeled in surrender due to the unpredictable nature of Tang Ge's first soul skill. Tang San did not want to be treated this way. Therefore, to prevent Tang Ge from using his soul skill, he took advantage of the time when Xiao Wu attacked Tang Ge and immediately unleashed his own martial soul skill. The blue silvergrass, made exceptionally tough by the mandala snake soul ring, moved quickly and, in the blink of an eye, climbed to Tang Ge's feet. Tang Ge seemed unaware, allowing the hard blue-silver grass to continuously crawl onto him. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up like a dumpling by the long, thick, and hard blue-silver grass, unable to move. Only then did Tang San finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the trapped Tang Ge, a smile appearing on his face, and said, "Tang Ge, now that you are entangled by my martial spirit, you can't break free. Furthermore, the blue-silver grass has a paralyzing effect. Don't you feel weak all over, unable to use your soul power? Unable to use soul power?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a strange expression crossing his face. He could clearly feel the soul power within him, and there was no problem in mobilizing it. As for the paralyzing effect that Tang San mentioned when he was entangled by the blue-silver grass, he indeed felt a sensation of numerous fine thorns trying to pierce into his body. But unfortunately, even without activating his ancient sacred body much, its powerful defense was not something these blue-silver grass could break through. So, can a bunch of grass really trap me? Tang Ge gradually exerted more strength, and the surging power gathered rapidly like a waking beast. Coupled with the operation of soul power, it erupted all at once with a loud bang. Puffed, puffed. Accompanied by the sound of cracking, the blue-silver grass, which Tang San believed to be incredibly hard, was like fragile paper at this moment. being torn and shattered one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the blue-silver grass entangled around Tang Ge was completely destroyed. Tang Ge walked out with a calm expression. Tang Ge, how did you witness this scene? Tang San was exceptionally shocked and couldn't help but speak up. But before he could finish his sentence, a beam of white light suddenly descended and surged into his body, making him feel so comfortable that he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a whistling sound of wind came from behind. Tang Ge, who had just given Tang San a pleasurable glow, didn't he even glance back and smiled as he flicked his hand, causing another beam of white light to fall. Thud! Xiao Wu, who was preparing to sneak attack Tang Ge from behind, fell to the ground just like Tang San, not knowing what beautiful dream she was in, her delicate face showing a hint of rosy color. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 150 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Xiao Wu, gaining 140 shock points. Two system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Tang Ge looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been easily subdued by his two joy techniques, and couldn't help but clasp his hands behind his back, tilting his head to the sky with a light sigh. The heights are too cold, and loneliness is truly hard to bear. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Shock System Host, Tang Ge level, 24th rank Great Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Purple Soul Skills, Joy, Flying Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refining. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Primordial Sacred Body Fusion Degree 65 Shock Value. 6120 looking at the personal information panel in front of him. Tang Ge's face was filled with a smile. Not bad. With the assistance of a 9-cavity golden core and the devouring power of practicing the Hell Refining Method, Tang Ge's soul power cultivation speed was exceptionally fast. In just 1 year, he had already transformed from a level 17 Soul Master, when he registered at the Spirit Hall, to a 24th rank Great Soul Master. Coupled with the Millennium Soul Ring of the wind-controlling swallow he had drawn in a lottery, Tang Ge's breakthrough was unknown to everyone. Moreover, his primordial sacred body fusion degree had directly reached 65, just 35 away from successfully entering the awakening stage. Thus, facing the combined attack of Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, it was completely an adult bullying a child, winning without any effort at all. The only thing that frustrated Tang Ge was that perhaps due to exhausting his luck with the previous 10 consecutive draws, all the rewards from the subsequent 2 lotteries were worthless garbage that no one would even pick up. As for what exactly it was, it's better not to mention it. Chapter 45. The Dominant Hell Refining Method. Tang Ge's first soul skill, Joy, was indeed effective, but its duration was not eternal. In just a moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu both managed to break free from it. Upon seeing herself lying on the ground, Xiao Wu blushed and quickly stood up. She didn't make another move, but shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge. Brother Tang, how could you be so mean to a girl? You were the one who challenged me, so now you're blaming me? Tang Ge had a speechless expression. He then looked at Tang San and said, so, what do you think? Do you want to continue? Forget it, you win. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head and smiled bitterly. Originally, Tang San thought that with himself and Xiao Wu teaming up, even if they couldn't defeat Tang Ge, they could at least have a 50-50 chance. But the result was completely unexpected. The two lost too quickly and in a very miserable way, especially when he thought about the indescribable feeling he experienced after being hit by Tang Ge's soul skill. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. If it were an enemy, he and Xiao Wu would have been dead long ago. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but be curious and asked, Tang Ge, what level is your soul power now? I'm afraid telling you will discourage you, so I won't tell you, came the reply. Tang Ge smiled and said, are you afraid of hurting my feelings? Upon hearing Tang Ge's response, Tang San paused in his breath, suddenly feeling that the conversation couldn't continue. Xiao Wu pouted her cheeks and angrily said, Xiao San, don't pay attention to him. Let him be proud by himself here. As she spoke, she directly took Tang San's hand and ran away. Watching the two leave, Tang Ge smiled faintly and followed them out. Due to the departure of Tang San's father, Tang San only stayed at home for 1 day before returning to Nodding City with Xiao Wu. Tang Ge did not leave with them, but stayed in Sacred Soul Village to accompany Grandpa Jack for over 10 days. As the holiday was coming to an end, Tang Ge bid farewell to his grandfather and left Sacred Soul Village. He returned with 2 others, riding in a horse-drawn carriage, but left alone. However, even on foot and having to pass through the jungle, he moved quickly. In just over an hour, Tang Ge arrived back in Nodding City. But he did not rush to Nodding Academy. Instead, he bought some daily necessities in Nodding City and headed straight for Soul Hunting Forest. With some time left before the academy opened, Tang Ge planned to take advantage of this time to train harder. Team up, team up. Urgently need healing-type soul masters. Join us and get a beautiful girl. The excrement of the century-old soul beast, the nether leopard, is a guarantee for your peaceful rest at night. Only 1 gold soul coin. As usual, various selling voices echoed in the market outside Soul Hunting Forest. However, with Tang Ge's arrival, all the soul masters gathered there suddenly shifted their attention to him. They seemed to recognize Tang Ge, and their gazes were filled with enthusiasm. At that moment, a team leader who had just called out for healing-type soul masters rushed over eagerly. He stood in front of Tang Ge and said urgently, "Little brother Tang Ge, are you going to Soul Hunting Forest? Join our team. Look, we have a beauty in our team this time. As long as you join us, she will be yours in the upcoming adventure." While speaking, he also pointed toward his team. Tang Ge followed the direction pointed out by the other person and indeed saw a gracefully aging woman trying to attract him with her poses. Oomph. Does she think she can entice me? Dream on. Tang Ge curled his lips and ignored the other party, continuing to walk forward. Soon, a large number of soul masters rushed up, offering various benefits to persuade Tang Ge to join their teams. However, Tang Ge rejected them all and quickly left the market, disappearing into the dark gate in the distance. For a moment, the soul masters in the market were all disappointed and disheartened. It should be noted that in this year, they had seen Tang Ge come here multiple times. Originally, these soul masters did not pay much attention to a boy who was only in his teens. But later, after one lucky team managed to have Tang Ge join them, they witnessed his extraordinary martial soul healing technique. This healing technique not only healed injuries, but also brought immense pleasure, making them want to indulge in it forever. Unfortunately, the news was leaked by someone in the team. As a result, when other teams confirmed the information, the soul masters coming to the Soul Hunting Forest to obtain soul rings went wild. Every time Tang Ge appeared, he became the object of their competition. Sadly, it was easier to find gold than to find Tang Ge. Not all teams were lucky enough to have Tang Ge join them. As for those teams that had malicious intentions and tried to kidnap Tang Ge, they had not come out of the Soul Hunting Forest since entering. This made other adventurer teams even more fearful of harboring any ill thoughts. In the Soul Hunting Forest, although Tang Ge did not know the situation in the market outside, he could roughly guess it. However, for Tang Ge, this was just a trivial matter that did not need attention. If they couldn't even see his true age, how could they expect him to join? Dream on. With this thought, Tang Ge quickened his pace, not lingering on the periphery, and headed straight for the depths of the Soul Hunting Forest. Having visited many times with the hand order issued by the Martial Soul Hall over the past year, Tang Ge was already very familiar with the Soul Hunting Forest. Before long, he arrived at a small valley deep in the forest. After forcefully driving away the soul beasts living here, he surveyed the lush green plants covering the mountains and hills, and a satisfied smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. This was the place. He then sat down cross-legged on the ground. With the activation of his soul power, a massive furnace began to form within Tang Ge's body, gradually spinning. This was Tang Ge's cultivation method, the Hell Furnace. The Hell Furnace gradually condensed into a tornado-like vortex as it spun, creating a terrifying pulling force centered around Tang Ge's body. As soon as this pulling force was unleashed, the nearby green grass visibly transformed from vibrant green to withered yellow. And then, with a gust of wind, it turned to ashes scattered everywhere. At the same time, an extremely rich life force was drawn into the Hell Furnace through the pulling force. Even though it wasn't his first time cultivating, Tang Ge was still amazed every time he witnessed the domineering swallowing power of the Hell Furnace. It was precisely because of this that he was able to elevate his soul power to level 24 in just a year. The Hell Furnace continued to spin and began to expel the refined life force. Feeling the unparalleled energy filling his body, Tang Ge did not dare to hesitate and immediately focused on absorbing this pure energy to enhance his soul power. Chapter 46. Could this aura be her? In the valley, Tang Ge was sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly cultivating, but he didn't know when a thick green vortex had formed around him. This vortex spun rapidly, releasing a terrifying, devouring force that continuously consumed strands of emerald green light coming from all directions. The light seemed to struggle violently, as if it had a life of its own, yet in the end, it was still swallowed into Tang Ge's body. As time passed, the vitality that gathered on Tang Ge became increasingly rich. His exposed skin turned even whiter, translucent like beautiful jade, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. However, looking around, the valley that should have been filled with lush greenery now seemed to have experienced a catastrophic disaster, with not a single intact flower or grass remaining. Everywhere was dry grass and gray-black ashes. Even the ancient trees on the distant hillside had become completely bare, with not a single leaf left. Strangely, although all these flowers and grasses had clearly died, leaving not a trace of life, a strong breeze blew through, filling the air with a rich vitality. Unbeknownst to him, at the valley's mouth more than 100 meters away, a group of ghostly wolves had gathered. They seemed to be attracted by the rich vitality here and were greedily staring at Tang Ge, who was enveloped by the thick green vortex in the valley. Among them was a ghostly wolf king that had lived for over 100 years, emitting low growls. However, due to the strange environment of the valley, this ghostly wolf king lingered, unwilling to enter. But soon, the devouring force spread to the valley's mouth. The vegetation on the ground was affected and rapidly began to change, turning from green to yellow from tip to root. A strong sense of crisis approached. The ghostly wolf king did not retreat, but instead let out a long howl. A whoop. With this howl, the dozen or so ghostly wolves around him immediately followed suit, howling and rushing into the valley. The ghostly wolf king, however, moved much slower. Its bloodthirsty wolf eyes were filled with cunning and a hint of vigilance. Swish, swish, swish. The dozen or so ghostly wolves that rushed into the valley were fast, galloping like a black mountain peak, and in a few flashes they were only a few meters away from Tang Ge. Their wolf eyes were filled with greed, as if swallowing this human would allow them to leap into the existence of a wolf king. However, these ghostly wolves did not realize that the moment they stepped into the valley, their vitality began to leak out little by little, getting closer. Finally, when there were only 2 meters left between them and Tang Ge, the dozen or so ghostly wolves could no longer contain their urgency and howled as they pounced. They plunged into the thick green vortex. Buzz. At this moment, the thick green vortex suddenly trembled, and then erupted with an even more terrifying, devouring force. A series of mournful wails immediately echoed from the vortex. The dozen or so ghostly wolves that had just dashed into the vortex were frozen in midair, struggling and howling. Their originally greedy wolf eyes now filled with fear and despair. It was visible to the naked eye that their bodies were shriveling in place of their physical forms. Streams of rich vitality were extracted and merged with the surrounding green light, all drilling into Tang Ge's body. In the end, as all the vitality was extracted, the dozen shriveled, ghostly wolves frozen in midair seemed to be weathered away, turning to dust in an instant. Not far away, the ghostly wolf king, who had been trying to take the opportunity to rush in, was so frightened by this scene that it quickly dug its claws into the ground, forcing its massive body to come to a stop. Then it turned and fled towards the valley's exit. But at that moment, Tang Ge, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the ghostly wolf king fleeing towards the valley's exit, he smiled slightly. An yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his left hand, heading straight for the ghostly wolf king. Whoosh! With the activation of his soul power, the scroll-like yin-yang life and death diagram flew out with the feeling of a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing ghostly wolf king, unfolding and instantly enveloping it, then shot up into the sky like a rocket. It was unclear how long had passed when a dark shadow suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The flat ground was smashed into a deep pit. As the vortex disappeared, Tang Ge used the hell furnace to absorb the last trace of vitality, finally concluding his cultivation. He stood up and slowly walked to the edge of the deep pit, looking down at the ghostly wolf king, which had been smashed into nearly a pulp, and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. To experience the feeling of flying, you, this wolf king, have died, quite meaningfully. What Tang Ge had just used was his second soul skill, flying, which allowed him to possess the ability to fly in advance with the aid of his martial soul. The yin-yang life and death diagram. Of course, if one only listened to the name, one might think it was similar to the first soul skill and merely auxiliary in nature. Its effect wouldn't match that of the 1,000-year soul ring. But if the enemy truly dared to underestimate it, Tang Ge would make them understand that auxiliary soul skills could also become lethal techniques. Just like just now, after calming himself, Tang Ge no longer paid attention to the ghostly wolf king that had died in the deep pit. He looked at the valley that he had drained of vitality, shaking his head helplessly. The hell furnace was indeed powerful, but it was too overbearing wherever it passed. Not a blade of grass would grow. Forget it, this place can't be kept. I'll find another location. Then, Tang Ge summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram again, preparing to fly away from here. But at that moment, a howling sound suddenly came from behind him, followed by a chilling sensation piercing into the back of his head, causing a sharp pain. Tang Ge's expression suddenly changed. Without thinking, he wrapped himself in the yin-yang life and death diagram, and then flew directly over 10 meters away. At the place where he originally stood, a dazzling golden light fist appeared, fiercely striking at his residual shadow. Boom! As the golden light fist exploded, the space instantly let out a loud bang. Then a slender figure emerged from behind the golden light shield. This was a young boy with golden tousled hair, looking exceptionally handsome, about 16 years old, emanating an air of nobility. More importantly, when Tang Ge saw this mysterious boy who suddenly appeared and attacked him, he actually sensed a familiar aura from the other party. Sacred, bright. This was exactly the same aura as that feather from the sacred Kesha he had drawn earlier. And on the Douluo Continent, apart from that clan, no one else possessed such a sacred aura. Thinking of this, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be her? Chapter 47. A wild beating as soon as the mysterious boy appeared. His cold eyes directly fell on Tang Ge, who was over 10 meters away. What a sinister soul master, daring to appear openly in the soul-hunting forest. Don't you fear for your life? His voice was filled with murderous intent. But upon hearing the mysterious boy's words, Tang Ge, who was secretly pondering, couldn't help but be taken aback. When did I become a sinister soul master? However, as soon as he saw the situation in the valley, he suddenly realized. It turned out that it was all from the cultivation just now. Regarding sinister soul masters, Tang Ge naturally understood that they were beings who cultivated by devouring soul power. Soul rings, mental power, flesh, souls, martial souls, and so on. On the Douluo Continent, sinister soul masters were universally condemned. If that was the case, Tang Ge's method of directly devouring the vitality of plants and soul beasts to cultivate indeed had no difference from that of a sinister soul master. So, when the mysterious boy appeared, he immediately targeted him with lethal intent. But even so, Tang Ge would not consider himself a sinister soul master, at most. He would admit that his method of cultivation was just a bit overbearing. Therefore, he looked at the mysterious boy opposite him and spoke with righteous indignation. Food can be eaten recklessly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Have I killed anyone or set anything on fire? You say I'm a sinister soul master? I tell you, I'm a person of integrity and never lie, so don't wrongfully accuse me, or I will get angry. Annoying in vine. I'll take you down first and force out the powers behind you. The mysterious boy's expression was cold. He didn't believe Tang Ge's words at all, snorted softly, and charged towards Tang Ge. In an instant, the distance of 10 meters was closed. When a mysterious boy appeared in front of Tang Ge, a yellow halo immediately emerged from his body. Then, a dazzling golden light flashed, and as the mysterious boy threw a punch, it instantly transformed into a golden fist imprint rushing towards Tang Ge's heart. At that moment, Tang Ge clearly felt his soul power being suppressed and had a tendency to dissolve. He was secretly surprised, but not afraid. As the golden fist imprint approached, a purple halo suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The martial soul, yin-yang life and death diagram, rustled as the power of yin transformed into a black light column descending from the sky. When it collided with the golden fist imprint, it instantly made a sizzling sound, like water meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, the golden fist imprint was corroded and disappeared. The remaining power of yin surged directly towards the mysterious boy. Unfortunately, as a golden light shield appeared in front of the mysterious boy, it blocked this power of yin. Standing behind the light shield, the mysterious boy's gaze fell on the purple halo swirling around Tang Ge. He was secretly shocked while his expression remained increasingly cold. I never expected your first ring to actually be a 1,000-year soul ring. I can't let you go now. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocked Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, for gaining 1,500 shock points. The system prompt suddenly sounded. It really is him, her. Upon hearing the name in the system prompt, Tang Ge's eyes suddenly lit up. Early on, when he sensed the sacred aura from the other party, he had some suspicions. Now, with the system's confirmation, the identity of the mysterious boy was clear. Qian Renxue, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. At the same time, she was now the Grand Prince of the Tiando Empire. Tang Ge did not expect to encounter Qian Renxue in the soul hunting forest at this time. However, Although he couldn't understand it, that didn't stop him from indulging in some small thoughts, such as giving Qian Rinxue a good beating. On the opposite side, the mysterious young man, who was disguised as Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, was unaware that her identity had been seen through. She only felt that the boy across from her suddenly looked at her with a scorching gaze, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if she had been stripped of her clothes. Qian Rinxue's expression immediately darkened, and she lightly shouted, "Seeking death." Immediately, a yellow halo emerged from her body. But this time, before Qian Rinxue could make a move, Tang Ge had already activated the Xingzi secret technique. With incredible speed, he instantly disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind Qian Rinxue. Heaven's divine fist. A deep voice sounded, followed by a surge of divine and vast aura. Tang Ge threw a punch, and a milky white light fist condensed and fiercely struck towards Qian Rinxue's chest. The punch carried a strong sacred aura that rushed towards her, causing Qian Rinxue to be greatly startled. At that moment, she felt as if she were facing her own grandfather. Could it be that he is from the same clan as me? However, there was no time for Qian Rinxue to think further. As she saw the sacred light fist approaching, her second soul ring suddenly lit up. Wings began to appear behind her, and then she entered a state of void. This was Qian Rinxue's second soul skill, Void Wings. In this state, she could almost become immune to attacks from her opponent, and her own speed would also increase. But at the moment when Tang Ge's glowing fist made contact with her chest, Qian Rinxue's expression suddenly changed drastically. How is this possible? He can actually hurt me? Who on earth are you? In an instant, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but look at Tang Ge, her surprise and anger evident. At the same time, a third soul ring unexpectedly emerged beneath her feet. Moreover, it was a purple thousand-year soul ring. But upon seeing this scene, Tang Ge burst into laughter. Ha ha, it's too late. Suddenly, a white beam of light appeared from above and directly poured into Qian Rinxue's body. Her shocked and angry expression froze momentarily, and the injury she had just sustained instantly healed. At the same time, an extreme sense of comfort surged through her, causing her to involuntarily let out a moan, her face revealing an expression of indulgent pleasure. Seeing this, Tang Ge did not show any mercy. Taking advantage of Qian Rinxue still being trapped in the euphoric state of her soul skill, he directly transformed his fist into a palm and grabbed her slender neck. Then, with a pull upward and a downward throw, a loud thud echoed as Qian Rinxue, caught in her euphoric state, was violently slammed to the ground. The ground immediately caved in, forming a human-shaped imprint. Crack! In that moment, it was as if something had suddenly shattered, and then in Tang Ge's line of sight, Qian Rinxue's short golden hair instantly transformed into flowing long hair like a waterfall. Even her originally extremely handsome face transformed into an unparalleled beauty that seemed to belong to a fairy. Her flat body quickly swelled, and in the blink of an eye, it was inflated into two towering mountains, teetering on the brink of collapse. Tang Ge couldn't help but wipe his eyes, confirming that he wasn't mistaken. Qian Rinxue was indeed a beauty. Although young, she already bore a resemblance to her mother, Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, she had fallen into his hands. Thinking of this, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile proudly as he looked at Qian Rinxue, who had been knocked unconscious by his earlier blow. He raised his palm and slapped down. Chapter 48. A shocking discovery. A million-year soul beast. Slap, slap, slap. In the now quiet valley, accompanied by the howling wind, was a rhythmic sound of slapping. The unconscious Qian Rinxue lay on the ground with no reaction, her originally charming face covered in dust, and her waterfall-like golden hair tangled and messy. Meanwhile, Tang Ge squatted beside her, his raised palm coming down again and again, slapping her on the backside with force. Each slap felt bouncy. Tang Ge didn't even want to stop. Not only that, in order to leave no traces, he occasionally used the activated sun power of the Joy Soul skill to treat Qian Rinxue. In the end, Tang Ge enjoyed himself. As Qian Rinxue, who was in a coma, received treatment for her injuries, her skin not only showed no scars, but also her comfortable face turned rosy. However, perhaps due to her own divine attribute soul power, as the number of treatments increased, Qian Rinxue's resistance to this restrictive soul skill gradually strengthened. Finally, as her injuries completely healed, she suddenly opened her eyes. Tang Ge's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair before quickly retreating. As soon as he stepped back, the spot he had occupied was directly smashed into a deep pit by a golden light fist. At some point, Qian Rinxue had already stood up from the ground. She looked at her true self, which had returned, and the strange sensation in her body, and suddenly raised her head to glare at Tang Ge. "What exactly did you do to me just now?" Qian Renxue said with a frosty expression, gritting her teeth. Tang Ye fruged. "I didn't do anything. Not only that, but I also treated your injuries. How does it feel? Very comfortable, right? Go to hell." Qian Renxue exploded in anger. In that moment, she held nothing back. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rising from beneath her feet, 6 snow-white wings suddenly appeared behind her in the golden light. Martial soul, 6-winged angel manifested. Accompanied by the wings, Qian Renxue began to rise slowly off the ground. It seemed like she was about to unleash a powerful move. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but furrow his brows, his eyes revealing a sense of seriousness. However, right beneath his feet, 2 purple soul rings suddenly appeared. In the yin-yang power of his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram gradually transformed into a huge yin-yang formation. Tang Ge stood on the yin-yang formation, which began to rise from the ground. For a moment, the two of them stood several dozen meters above the ground, separated by more than 10 meters, their gazes locking onto each other, as if lightning had collided, causing the void to tremble violently. The atmosphere instantly turned icy. But at that moment, a system notification suddenly rang in Tang Ge's mind. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Qian Renxue. You have gained 2,000 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Qian Renxue. You have gained 1,700 shock points." One was a previous notification, and the other was a current one. Yet, such notifications not only boosted Tang Ge's shock point from over 7,000 to more than 10,000, but also made him almost unable to suppress his laughter. Looking at the dust-covered Qian Renxue, whose face was as cold as ice, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ge's mind, seemingly calm, yet actually panicking inside. However, although he could see through it, he did not expose it, instead speaking lightly. "I'm not an evil soul master. You should have already noticed that. So, actually, we are completely." Just as Tang Ge was about to finish his sentence, a deafening tiger roar suddenly echoed through the previously quiet, soul-hunting forest, and the terrifying sound waves directly stirred up a wave of wind. Following that, an overwhelming evil aura and bloodthirsty, killing intent surged forth. Both Tang Ge and Qian Renxue, who were in a standoff, changed their expressions drastically and turned to look in the direction where the tiger roar had come from. Floating several dozen meters in the air, they could clearly see countless tall trees in the soul-hunting forest rapidly falling in clusters, as if the ground had collapsed, with clouds of dust billowing up. Among them, a large number of soul beasts had gathered into a herd, no longer fighting amongst themselves, but desperately fleeing in one direction. However, at that moment, with a tiger roar, a tremendous pulling force emerged, directly sweeping away a large number of fleeing soul beasts. In midair, these soul beasts had completely turned into dry bones, with only a rich essence of soul power and vitality condensed into a mass. A giant beast suddenly descended from the sky, opening its mouth to swallow them whole. Above the valley, Tang Ge and Qian Renxue finally saw the true form of the giant beast. It was a massive tiger, completely black, with black wings on its back and a scorpion-like tail. But it was precisely because they saw it clearly that both of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. Tang Ge exclaimed in shock, "Is this the dark demon, evil god tiger? Isn't it supposed to be in the Startling forest? How could it suddenly appear in the soul-hunting forest?" It was no wonder Tang Ge lost his composure. The giant tiger in the distance was not an ordinary soul beast, but a dark demon, evil god tiger with 1,000-year soul age. Tang Ge is aware of the plot, and knows that the dark demon, evil god tiger in the Startling forest is a top-level soul beast. Even the 100,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, cannot contend with it. And now, this top-level soul beast with a 10,000-year soul age has actually come to the soul-hunting forest. Is it just out for a leisurely stroll? More than 10 meters away, Qian Renxue heard Tang Ge's exclamation. Although she had never heard of the dark demon, evil god tiger, she could sense the strong, evil aura emanating from the soul beast in the distance, as well as the black light that appeared when it used its soul power. This was the soul power glow that only 10,000-year soul beasts possess. Qian Renxue was extremely shocked. Moreover, she instinctively thought that the sudden appearance of the 10,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest was related to the mysterious boy across from her. Just as she was thinking, a voice suddenly urged her. "That silly girl, hurry up and run. Can't you see that the big guy is coming over? Do you want to be eaten and then become a pile of its droppings?" Qianrenxue came to her senses and immediately saw the boy across from her rapidly flying away on a painting. Then she turned back to take another look, startled and trembling, and followed after him. Deep in the soul-hunting forest, the dark demon evil god tiger was continuously devouring one soul beast after another, using the absorbed soul power and life force to heal its internal injuries. Suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to notice something, and its evil eyes looked off into the distance. In its perception, there was a weak but highly annoying aura there. Another aura was filled with rich life force. The dark demon evil god tiger felt that as long as it devoured this life force, its injuries would not only heal, but its strength would also advance further. At that time, it could return to the Stardew Forest and take revenge on those two detestable guys. Chapter 49. The Method, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Roar. In an instant, the dark demon evil god tiger couldn't help but let out an excited roar. After scaring a large number of weak soul beasts, it directly soared into the sky, chasing after the two auras it sensed. Its pitch-black evil wings flapped, stirring up strong winds along the way, causing patches of forest below to collapse. An evil aura was released. The soul beasts that were infected instantly turned their eyes blood red, as if they had lost their sanity and began to fight each other. Meanwhile, many teams of soul masters adventuring in the soul-hunting forest did not expect such an event to occur, and before they could react, they tragically died in the mouths of the soul beasts. But more began to desperately flee towards the edge of the forest. In the air, over 100 meters away from the valley, Tang Ge and Qianrenxue, who had originally been fleeing, had now stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but ahead of them was already a dead end. The dark demon evil god tiger was closing in, even without using all its power. The 10,000-year soul beast with its dark wings could catch up to Tang Ge and Qianrenxue in just a few breaths. Its giant, mountain-like body appeared dozens of meters away, and the terrifying aura it exuded almost suffocated the two. What should we do? Qianrenxue, being just a 16-year-old girl, despite her years of disguise experience, could not help but panic at this moment. She couldn't help but whisper to Tang Ge beside her. Tang Ge felt powerless to complain after hearing that. Sister, I'm just a 7-year-old child. Why are you asking me now? However, he only thought about it in his heart, knowing that this was not the time for banter, and decisively made a decision. The dark demon, evil god tiger was clearly targeting the two of them. If they didn't want to die, they had to summon all their strength and fight with all their might. That said, Tang Ge had already quietly hidden a talisman in his sleeve. The talisman was the multiverse crossing talisman he had drawn earlier. From now on, if there was any danger of death, he was prepared to use this talisman to send the dark demon, evil god tiger, to another world. Use it himself? Tang Ge is not foolish. Of course, besides the universal crossing talisman, Tang Ge also has the ultimate weapon, the Zhu Xian sword. However, he won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he hasn't killed the dark demon evil god tiger yet, he might end up being backfired and killed himself, which would be quite unpleasant. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue was naturally unaware of Tang Ge's thoughts. Upon hearing that he was ready to fight to the death, she showed no hesitation. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, suddenly appeared beneath her feet. As she activated her soul power, a rich golden light enveloped Qianrenxue. Finally, 6 wings flapped violently, transforming her into a golden light that rushed towards the dark demon evil god tiger, condensing into a massive fist imprint that slammed down from several dozen meters away. This was Qianrenxue's 3rd soul skill. Even though Tang Ge had just given Qianrenxue a beating, seeing her unleash this attack now made him secretly marvel. What a powerful punch. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Qianrenxue, who had just charged in front of the dark demon evil god tiger, was directly swatted down by a single slap from it. Boom! With a deafening roar, a cloud of dust immediately rose into the air. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge's heart twitched violently. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the dark demon evil god tiger, ready to test just how strong he could be with his ancient sacred body combined with the action character secret and the heavenly divine fist. Boom! In an instant, Tang Ge, with the physique of the ancient holy body, stepped into the void, and immediately there was a loud explosion. Following, that was an extreme speed that shattered space, creating ripples in the fabric of reality. Finally, he enveloped his fist with a divine aura, condensing an incredibly powerful fist shadow. The moment he charged in front of the dark demon, evil god tiger, Tang Ge suddenly unleashed a furious roar. Heavenly divine fist. At the same time, a trace of the aura of the extermination sword was secretly released by him. As the aura of the extermination sword emerged, the heavens and earth instantly changed color. The dark demon evil god tiger, which had initially had a mocking glint in its eyes, was affected and froze in place, its massive body displaying a look of terror on its fearsome face. Even Qian Renshua, who had just flown out of the deep pit below, disregarded her disheveled appearance and looked at Tang Ge with her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A year ago, an astonishing aura that caused a change in the heavens appeared, shocking countless powerful beings. Qian Renshue received a notification from her mother, and under the identity of the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, she came to Nodding City to investigate the cause of the incident. However, a year had passed, and just as she was about to give up, she never expected to feel that astonishing aura again, just like a year ago in this place. And this aura was emanating from the young man in front of her. Who exactly is he? Why can he unleash attacks with divine attributes similar to those of the Angel Clan? At that moment, Qian Renshua suddenly had the thought of wanting to leave the Tiando Empire to find her grandfather. But just as she was thinking that, a thunderous roar of fury suddenly rang out. Qian Renshua looked up and saw that the enormous dark demon evil god tiger was actually spraying blood from its nose. At the same time, a figure was directly sent flying by the shockwave produced by the roar. This person was actually able to injure a 10,000-year-old beast. Qian Renshua couldn't help but feel stunned again. However, seeing the figure about to crash into the mountain behind, she gritted her teeth and flapped her 6 wings, quickly chasing after it. In midair, the earlier roar had sent Tang Ge tumbling uncontrollably, unable to stop. Behind him was an immensely tall mountain peak. Just as he was about to crash into it, a figure suddenly flew over, grabbed him, and forcefully slid for 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. Are you all right? At the same time, a pleasant but somewhat cold voice sounded beside his ear. Tang Ge rubbed his slightly dazed head and turned to see Qian Renshua hugging his waist. He immediately shook his head. For now, it's fine, but if we can't deal with that ancient soul beast, we will be in trouble. At this moment, Qian Renshua also realized that she was still holding on to Tang Ge. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly let go. After stepping back 2 meters, her expression returned to indifference, and her gaze fell on the dark demon evil god tiger in the distance. Perhaps due to Tang Ge's punch just now, the dark demon evil god tiger was finally completely enraged. With a thunderous roar, a thick, evil aura continuously emanated from it. Seeing this scene, Qian Renshua's expression became serious, and she said, "It has an extremely evil aura. The holy aura can restrain it. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient. If my grandfather were here, even if he couldn't defeat this ancient soul beast, he could at least drive it away." Udioha? Hearing Qian Renshua's words, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and he suddenly thought of the feather from the holy Kesha that he had kept in the system space. Chapter 50, Holy Kesha, Heaven Blade Judgment. Tang Ge had always been unsure how to use the feather from the holy Kesha, the angel king of the Super God Academy, that he had drawn. He had tried to activate it with soul power, but unfortunately, there was no response. Now, with Qian Renshua suddenly mentioning holy attribute soul power, Tang Ge immediately remembered the Heaven's Divine Fist he had used before. The two auras were strikingly similar. Perhaps it could be useful. So, Tang Ge's heart moved, and the feather from the holy Kesha that he had placed in the system space appeared directly in his right hand. In an instant, an extremely rich holy aura was released from the feather. The surrounding evil aura that was continuously surging in was instantly purified. Not far away, upon sensing the emergence of this holy aura, Qian Renshua's beautiful eyes widened. She stared fixedly at the feather in Tang Ge's hand, as if facing the deity her clan believed in, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could you have this? How is this possible? The system prompt sound echoed in his mind once again. However, Tang Ge had no mind to pay attention to this and ignored Qian Renshua's shock. As soon as he took out the feather, he directly activated the Heaven's Divine Fist to summon the power of heaven, continuously pouring it into the feather. Finally, it seemed that the feather from Holy Kesha had absorbed enough energy, and its golden light surged. It flew out of Tang Ge's palm and soared into the sky. Then, under the gaze of Tang Ge and Qian Renshua, the feather suddenly released a brilliant golden light. The two were unable to help but close their eyes against the blinding light. However, this brilliant golden light did not last long. When Tang Ge and Qian Renshua reopened their eyes, they were astonished to see a figure completely formed from holy power condensing after the countless golden lights retracted. This was a woman with waterfall-like golden hair. But unlike Qian Renshua, The woman who appeared not only had an unparalleled beauty, but also exuded an air of noble holiness. Just standing there, she seemed to represent the center of the world, both captivating and sacredly inviolable. Behind her were a pair of snowy white wings, gently flapping and stirring up waves of holy wind. She was Holy Kesha, known as the Angel King and the King of Gods in the Super God Academy. She actually summoned Holy Kesha, although he already knew from the system that the Holy Kesha before him was merely condensed from that feather. Tang Ge was still incredibly surprised. So this is how the feather is used. But then Tang Ge felt a bit pained, as his hard-earned trump card was used up just like that. As for Qianrenxue, not far away, she was completely stunned upon seeing the appearance of Holy Kesha. The emergence of a true angelic deity stirred up a tremendous storm in her heart. In the distance, the dark demon, evil god tiger's nose had stopped bleeding, and its crimson eyes were fixed tightly on the figure in the sky that was filled with an aura it greatly despised. With its 10,000 years of soul age, it sensed a strong sense of crisis from this figure. Without hesitation, the dark demon, evil god tiger, suddenly let out a roar, flapping its black wings and charging forward. A rich evil power quickly coalesced, forming a cloud of evil around the dark demon, evil god tiger. At the same time, bolts of thunder fell, directly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Tang Ge was so frightened by this scene that he quickly pulled the still dazed Qianrenxue back, retreating several miles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the only one left in the place they had been was the Holy Kasha, standing quietly. She finally turned slowly, her indifferent gaze landing on the rapidly approaching dark demon, evil god tiger. All evil must be purified, she murmured. Then she gently raised her palm and lightly brought it down. Boom! A rich holy power erupted, instantly forming a massive hand that overshadowed the dark demon, evil god tiger. In an instant, the evil clouds surrounding the dark demon, evil god tiger were dispersed and purified. The holy giant palm continued to press down and struck heavily on the dark demon, evil god tiger. Roar! The intense pain caused by the holy power entering its body made the dark demon, evil god tiger, emit a mournful howl. Its massive body crashed down like a collapsing mountain into the forest below. As for the countless falling thunderbolts, they were blocked by a golden light barrier before reaching the holy Kasha. In an instant, the numerous thunderbolts exploded, adding a touch of majesty to the holy Kasha. Tang Ge, who had already hidden several miles away, floated in midair and witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. He was truly amazed by the holy Kasha, who had struck down the dark demon, evil god tiger with a single slap. What a powerful king of angels, he thought. This is just a clone formed by feathers. If the real body descends, even the true gods of this world might not be able to withstand it. He then wondered if the dark demon, evil god tiger was dead at that moment. Just as he thought of this, he saw a shadow suddenly soar into the sky from the dust that had been stirred up by the dark demon, evil god tiger's fall. Immediately, he felt as if the entire world had quieted down, and his consciousness momentarily froze. When Tang Ge broke free from this uncomfortable state of stagnation, he saw that the golden barrier surrounding the previously dominant holy Kasha had already shattered. She had fallen into the claws of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, the dark demon, evil god tiger opened its mouth wide and bit down fiercely at the holy Kasha, who was caught in its claws. Tang Ge was suddenly startled and thought to himself, could it be that we're going to capsize? Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly rushed past him, quickly heading towards the distant dark demon, evil god tiger. Tang Ge came back to his senses and was shocked to find that the figure was actually Qianrenxue. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? Save her!" Qianrenxue only replied with 2 words to Tang Ge and resolutely accelerated again. Bang! As expected, Qianrenxue, who hadn't even touched the fur of the dark demon, evil god tiger, transformed into a falling light and was struck down by the dark demon, evil god tiger with a slap. Coming back to his senses, Tang Ge's facial muscles twitched, and he was about to chase after to save her. But then he seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped, and looked again at the distant sacred Kesha, who was being captured by the dark demon, evil god tiger. At some point, a blinding golden light erupted from sacred Kesha once more. This golden light transformed into a pillar of light that soared into the sky, then gradually condensed into a towering sword burning with vigorous holy flames. Buzz! Accompanied by the tremors of the void, another faceless knight, also formed from golden light, appeared behind the towering sword. When it stretched out its hands and tightly grasped the sword's hilt, a soul-stirring light shout suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Heavenly Blade Judgment. Chapter 51. Did we gain or lose? Heavenly Blade Judgment. As the soul-stirring light shout suddenly echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, the faceless knight, formed from golden light, began to slowly raise the towering sword. Even though its speed was not fast, it made the dark demon, evil god, Tiger feel an immense sense of death crisis. What angered it even more was that an invisible force completely locked onto it. No matter where its massive body tried to escape, it could not avoid the towering sword. Finally, the faceless knight grasped the sword hilt and fully raised the towering sword, then slashed down fiercely. The blinding golden light surged. The towering sword directly tore through space, appearing instantly above the dark demon, evil god Tiger. And the sacred light purified all evil in an instant. Cracks appeared on the body of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, and his crimson blood sprayed out. It turned into swirling snow mist. A shrill roar erupted from the mouth of the dark demon, evil god Tiger. But seemingly provoked by the intense pain that reached deep into its soul, the inherent ferocity of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, was completely unleashed. Faced with death, it not only did not evade, but instead directly opened its mouth and swallowed the trapped sacred Kesha whole. Immediately, the dark demon, evil god Tiger, unleashed all its power, flapping its pitch-black wings, and forcefully collided with the descending towering sword. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded. The entire world was completely filled with the two auras of sacred and evil, intertwining and gradually being dissolved and decomposed. Several miles away, Tang Ge forced himself to open his eyes against the blinding light. He looked at the sky in the distance, still shrouded in gold and black. His mind filled with the scene of the faceless knight raising his long sword and striking down. Having watched Super God Academy, Tang Ge naturally knew that the judgment of the Heavenly Blade was a powerful attack unleashed by the Holy Kesha based on the advanced technology of the angel race. However, what he didn't expect was that in this world, without the support of the angel civilization, a mere avatar of the Holy Kesha could once again execute the judgment of the Heavenly Blade. The terrifying power that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens left Tang Ge utterly shocked. He didn't know whether the dark demon, evil god, who was dead or not. But even if he wasn't, that strike from the Holy Kesha would definitely be able to severely injure him. Therefore, looking at the battlefield still enveloped in gold and black in the distance, Tang Ge felt both anticipation and anxiety in his heart. Time slowly passed. After about a quarter of an hour, the remaining black evil aura was finally completely purified, leaving only the residual golden light slowly contracting. Then a familiar figure reappeared. It was none other than the Angel King, the Holy Kesha. However, compared to the beginning, her originally solid body had become incredibly ethereal, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. Seemingly aware of her condition, the Holy Kesha glanced down with her beautifully radiant eyes, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The aura of our race. Then, with a wave of her hand, a ball of holy light instantly separated from her body, transforming into a golden light that flew downward. After completing all of this, the Holy Kesha turned into golden light and completely vanished. In the end, only a dim golden feather remained at the spot where she had stood. Before the feather could fall from the air, Tang Ge, who had just flown over from a distance, quickly reached out to catch it. And information about the feather appeared in his mind. Feather of Transcendence, condensed from a trace of divine power left by the King of Gods, the Holy Kesha. In Super God Academy, absorbing it can enhance the quality of soul rings. Enhance the quality of soul rings? Seeing the information about the feather, Tang Ge was unexpectedly surprised by this outcome. However, this was not the right time for detailed research. So he temporarily stored the feather of Transcendence in the system space and flew directly downward. Soon, Tang Ge discovered Qian Rinxue lying flat at the bottom of a deep pit. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's clothes were tattered and messy. Large areas of her snow-white skin were exposed, but she was covered in dirt mixed with blood. Her hair was disheveled, making her look even more disheveled. Initially, Tang Ge was worried that Qian Rinxue might be killed by a claw from the dark demon evil god Hu, but upon seeing her slightly rising chest, he immediately felt relieved. Not only that, Tang Ge also felt a surge of sacred light energy filling Qian Rinxue's body, constantly healing her injuries. It seems this is the reason for the sacred light sphere that sacred Kasha cast before dissipating. If this continues, not only will Qian Rinxue's injuries be healed, but her bloodline and martial soul will likely experience a qualitative enhancement as well. After all, that was a gift from the Angel King. However, Tang Ge felt a sour and uncomfortable sensation in his heart at this moment. After all, the sacred kasha was formed from a feather he extracted, which could have served as a trump card, but was unexpectedly consumed by a suddenly appearing 10,000-year-old beast. It would have been one thing if it was just consumed, but the dark, evil god tiger, which was clearly dead and left no trace, ultimately did not have its soul ring appear. All Tang Ge could obtain was that feather that could enhance the quality of soul rings. Compared to the feather from sacred kasha, did he gain or did he lose? Tang Ge was uncertain for the moment. He only knew that compared to himself, Qian Rinxue, who was still lying in the pit, was the real beneficiary. For a moment, Tang Ge felt a mix of emotions, which finally turned into a bitter smile on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. As long as he could survive, that was already good enough. Why think so much? As for the dark devil, evil god tiger, they might have chosen to perish together in the end. After comforting himself, Tang Ge was afraid that the previous commotion would attract strong opponents. So he didn't dare to linger any longer. He directly carried the unconscious Qian Rinxue out of the deep pit and flew into the sky with his martial soul, leaving the place at great speed. Not long after Tang Ge left with Qian Rinxue, two figures rushed over from a distance, from a display of their soul rings. They were two soul emperors. However, even so, upon seeing the scene before them, which was destroyed as if it were the end of the world, the two soul emperors couldn't help but gasp. Surely, there hadn't really been a titled Douluo and a 10,000-year soul beast fighting here before. First, we need to find the crown prince, and the other matters will be handled by stronger soul masters. After one of the soul emperors calmed down, a serious expression appeared on his face. The other soul emperor couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. However, he didn't say anything, nodding before the two separated to search in different directions. Chapter 52, Second Soul Ring. Advancing to 10,000 years. After the two soul emperors from the empire separated, they began searching in this wrecked area. What they were looking for was Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as the crown prince, Shui Qinghe. However, Qian Rinxue had already been taken away by Tang Ge, so they were definitely not going to find her. Moreover, the two imperial soul emperors didn't believe that if the crown prince had ever been here in such a devastated place, he could still be alive. They were just making a last-ditch effort. Yet, during this search, one of the imperial soul emperors didn't notice that a shadow was slowly approaching him. It wasn't until the strange shadow crawled up his leg that the soul emperor sensed something was wrong. What the? He wanted to shout out. But before he could finish his words, the strange shadow suddenly darted into his mind. The look of terror on the imperial soul emperor's face froze, and after a moment, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. However, there was a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Homans musti. In the distance, the other soul emperors seemed to have heard the commotion and couldn't help but ask loudly, Xiao Ming, what happened? Nothing, I just saw something interesting, but I've already dealt with it. The imperial soul emperor, named Xiao Ming, retracted the killing intent in his eyes, his face returning to calm. After responding to his companion, he continued searching. After a while, the two had no choice but to give up. When they returned to the imperial capital with news of the crown prince's incident, the entire empire was immediately shaken. As a result, the soul-hunting forest was directly sealed off, and a large number of imperial soldiers began a comprehensive search. However, all of this was just a later development. While the cause of this incident, Qian Rinxue, was still quietly lying in a secluded cave. After a long time, accompanied by a low moan, Qian Rinxue finally slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she suddenly stood up from the ground, her holy attribute soul power involuntarily bursting forth from her body. However, upon confirming that her clothes were tattered but intact, Qian Rinxue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, she didn't feel anything unusual in her body, recalling what had happened before, and now finding herself in this quiet cave. The mysterious young man who had repeatedly shocked her emerged in her mind. Did he bring me here? A complicated and indescribable feeling arose in Qian Rinxue's heart. Not only that, at this moment, she also felt that her body was filled with a richer and stronger soul power than before. She was certain that her strength had at least increased by 3 levels. Especially the breath of holy light contained in her soul power made her involuntarily think of that existence like a god. That was definitely the deity of her angel clan. No, this matter is of great importance. I must go back and see my grandfather. Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with fervent light as she murmured to herself. Then she directly left the place. Tang Ge was not aware that the incident directly led Qian Ruxue to give up her disguise that she had maintained for years. After placing Qian Ruxue in a safe cave, he flew towards the outside of the soul-hunting forest. Due to the previous appearance of the dark demon, evil god tiger, the soul-hunting forest had become chaotic, with the soul beasts in riot. Adventurers were fleeing in all directions. Tang Ge approached the outskirts and dropped down from the sky, blending in among the adventurers without attracting any attention. After he exited the soul-hunting forest and traveled nearly 100 miles, he temporarily chose to settle in a hotel in a small town. After checking into a room and closing the door, it was only when he sat on the bed that Tang Ge finally let out a sigh of relief. He didn't rush to take a shower. Instead, he first pulled up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 25 Great Soul Master Martial Soul. Dual Martial Soul Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Zhanqian Soul Rings. Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple. Black Soul Skills. Joy, Flight Martial Skills. Chaotic Wind Hammer Method. Walking Secret. Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique. Ancient Holy Body Fusion Degree. 66. Shock Value. 15. 820. Looking at his information compared to before, not only had his soul power increased by 1 level, but the fusion degree of his ancient holy body had also improved slightly. Most importantly, his shock value had once again surpassed 10,000, reaching over 15,000 points. Tang Ge felt that this trip to the soul-hunting forest was somewhat thrilling yet safe. However, as he ventured further, not only did the increase in soul power slow down, but the resources required for the fusion of the ancient sacred body became increasingly outrageous. It's worth noting that he had previously used the Hell Furnace to refine so much life energy, and almost half of it was absorbed by the ancient sacred body, resulting in only a slight improvement. One can imagine, if he wanted to successfully pass through the fusion period of the ancient sacred body, he still didn't know how much life energy he would need to devour, equivalent to a valley of that size. If he accidentally attracted a title Douluo at that time, and they insisted he was an evil soul master, he would truly become a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. Just thinking about some terrifying scenarios made Tang Ge shiver. No, he needed to be more cautious. He couldn't be unprepared like this again. After secretly reminding himself, Tang Ge shifted his attention from the data panel and reached out to take the feather of sublimation from the system space. How should he use it? As he contemplated how to use the feather of sublimation in his hand, the system voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong. Does the host choose to use the feather of sublimation? Use. Tang Ge raised his eyebrows in surprise, but quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the ascension feather, which had been quietly lying in his palm, suddenly transformed into a golden light and shot into his body. Immediately afterward, the second 1,000-year soul ring, which belonged to Tang Ge as a great soul master, appeared. This 1,000-year soul ring emitted a dazzling purple light and began to absorb the golden light mass formed by the ascension feather bit by bit. At the moment when the golden light mass was completely absorbed, the purple light suddenly surged and spots of black began to appear. This was Tang Ge's heart suddenly trembled at this scene, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then, under his incredulous gaze, the originally small black spots rapidly spread, instantly enveloping the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Boom! As the void trembled lightly, the purple color instantly faded, replaced by a rich black light. At that moment, the 1,000-year soul ring successfully advanced to a 10,000-year soul ring. At the same time, the martial soul Yin Yang life and death diagram autonomously emerged, dividing into 2 streams of life and death energy, one black and one white, which condensed into a pair of black and white wings behind Tang Ge. Chapter 53. 5 years later, request for recommendation votes. As for the ascended wings, Tang Ge actually didn't have high hopes. He would have been very satisfied if any of his soul rings could increase by a few hundred years. But now, watching his second 1,000-year soul ring directly change from purple to black right before his eyes, Tang Ge was truly shocked. If the shock system also had an effect on him, there would definitely be 100 shock values continuously popping up above his head. Not only that, but Tang Ge also discovered that 2 soul power wings, one black and one white, had appeared on his back. As soon as he concentrated, the black and white wings flapped and lifted him off the bed, floating in mid-air. Finally, as the second soul ring successfully upgraded to a 10,000-year soul ring, the black light settled down, and the information about the soul skill of this soul ring appeared in Tang Ge's mind. Second soul ring, soul skill, Yin Yang wings. After activating the soul skill, two light wings appear behind him, one black and one white, allowing him to fly and also to unleash a life and death formation that could be switched at any time. Standing in the life formation, his side would continuously receive healing. Standing in the death formation, every attack on the enemy would continuously corrode them in terms of soul power, physical body, and spirit. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. When Tang Ge saw this information, he understood that his second soul ring had undergone a qualitative change from the inside out. A 10,000-year soul ring. Two great soul skills. If it weren't for the pitch-black halo emanating from the soul ring, it could completely be considered a 100,000-year soul ring. At this moment, overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Ge directly fell from midair. With a crack, the already flimsy bed was instantly smashed down. But Tang Ge didn't care at all. It was just a small amount of money to pay for. After all, he even thought about directly demolishing the entire hotel. However, in the end, Tang Ge kept silently reminding himself, calm down, calm down. Slowly, his heart finally settled down. After taking a look at his disheveled self, Tang Ge put away the soul ring and went to take a shower. Then he changed into a new set of clothes, rested for a while, and finally left the hotel and exited the small town. Outside the small town, on a remote path, Tang Ge stopped. Scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was around, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile. This is it. Then, as he concentrated, the second soul skill was activated, and the black and white light wings immediately condensed behind him. The yin-yang wings flapped, and the life and death power flowed, stirring up a wave of energy. Tang Ge shot up into the sky like a cannonball, transforming into a swirling blend of black and white light as it sped away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it completely vanished from sight. Thus, 5 years passed quietly. 5 years later, at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there lay a vast and boundless forest. Countless powerful soul beasts inhabited this place, known as the Star Do Forest, a forbidden land on the continent. However, it was precisely because of the multitude of soul beasts that it attracted many adventurers. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, 5 adventurers were besieging a wind wolf. The purple soul power indicated that this was a wind attribute soul beast with a 1,000-year soul age. Winds spiraled around it, shielding it from the attacks of the 5 adventurers. Unfortunately, all 5 were soul masters with 3 soul rings, and their roles were clearly defined. In less than half an hour, with their highly coordinated teamwork, the 1,000-year soul beast wind wolf was severely injured. Conserve your strength. The final blow is for Little Chan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader, shouted. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 immediately slowed their attack speed. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 meters away, a boy and a girl had been standing quietly watching from the very beginning. The 2 were quite young, seemingly around 13 years old. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, a smile appeared on the boy's face. He looked at the girl and said, Little Chan, a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you okay? No problem. The girl, called Little Chan, shyly shook her head in response to the boy. But soon, she regained her composure. As she activated her soul power, her emerald green dress fluttered, and she underwent a significant transformation. Eventually, she completely transformed into an elf with long black hair and pointed ears. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet, and she quickly conjured a green longbow in her hands. Then, drawing the bow, she formed an arrow and released it with a whoosh, shooting rapidly towards the wind wolf 7 or 8 meters away. As expected, under the pressure of the 5 adventurers, even the 1,000-year soul beast was pierced through the head by the arrow. Thud! As the wind wolf's body fell, a purple soul ring immediately emerged from its corpse. Seeing this scene, the 5 injured adventurers let out a sigh of relief. They then turned to the boy, their eyes filled with anticipation. Noticing this, the boy smiled slightly, and a purple soul ring appeared beneath his feet. He then waved his hand, and 5 columns of milky white light directly infused into the bodies of the 5 adventurers. Even though it wasn't their first time seeing it, the 5 adventurers were still amazed by the boy's powerful soul skill. However, they soon had no time to think further, as they were immersed in the joy of being healed. Their visible injuries rapidly improved. After releasing the light beams, the boy's gaze shifted back to the elf girl. Go! The elf girl nodded and walked directly to the wind wolf's corpse. She then sat down, summoned the purple soul ring, and began to fuse it with her martial soul. Faintly, behind the elf girl, a phantom figure resembling her began to appear. This was her martial soul. What once looked unappealing like jelly had now transformed into a martial soul that looked just like her. Tang Ge named this martial soul Forest Elf. That's right. The extremely handsome young man who had somehow walked to the side of the elven girl was none other than Tang Ge, who had come out of Holy Soul Village 6 years ago. Now, it had been a full 5 years since he had parted ways with Tang San and left Nodding City. In these 5 years, not only had Tang Ge himself undergone tremendous changes, but even the elven girl in front of him seemed like a completely different person. The elven girl's name was Lin Yuechan, the jelly girl who once appeared in the soul-hunting forest. If he hadn't witnessed the earth-shattering changes in her over the 5 years they had spent together, Tang Ge would never have believed that this was the same person. The changes were indeed significant. For a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 54, Spiral of the Wind, Seeking Recommendation Votes. Looking at Lin Yuechan, who was closing her eyes to merge the 1,000-year soul ring, Tang Ge couldn't help but reflect on the experiences of the past 5 years that surfaced in his mind. Ever since he had narrowly escaped from the soul-hunting forest after encountering the dark, evil god tiger, not long after, the entire soul-hunting forest went into a state of martial law. Soldiers sent by the Tindo Empire were everywhere, conducting prolonged investigations on soul masters outside the soul-hunting forest. As a result, Tang Ge had to give up continuing his training in the soul-hunting forest. Furthermore, since he had already reached level 25 at that time, staying at Nodding Academy was of no use to him. So he simply left a note for Tang San and left Nodding City. During the first year, Tang Ge didn't rush to find a place to settle down, but wandered around, going with the flow. During this time, he encountered good people, bad people, had dealings with merchants, and even snuck into places of entertainment wanting to let loose. However, the owner of that place was quite rigid, and upon discovering that Tang Ge was a child, he unceremoniously kicked him out. This left Tang Ge feeling quite frustrated for a long time. Disappointed, Tang Ge lost heart and decided to give up wandering, changing his direction towards Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. He planned to find a place to stay there, and after drawing a new soul ring through the heavenly roulette, he would go to the Stardo Great Forest to train properly. But unfortunately, drawing a soul ring was not easy. After consuming the 3 lottery chances accumulated over the past year, Tang Ge only drew 2 9-aperture golden pills and a meditation method. The name of the meditation method is quite simple, called the Forest Spirit Meditation Method. Tang Ge initially threw this meditation method directly into the system space. Later, he encountered Lin Yuechan. The shy little girl who once hid behind her sister was now being grabbed by several adventurers, seemingly to be sold off to some places. Tang Ge timely saved her, and, after asking a few questions, learned that the other party's sister had died during an adventure. Out of pity, and since he was about to go to the Stardo Forest to cultivate and obtain the soul rings needed for level 30, the little girl's martial soul happened to be helpful to him, so Tang Ge took her in. Thus, the originally solitary Tang Ge had a little follower behind him, and the two spent 4 years together. Later, after careful consideration, Tang Ge took advantage of Xiao Yuechan's inattention and slapped the Forest Spirit Meditation Method he had previously drawn into her mind. With this Forest Spirit Meditation Method, Xiao Yuechan's cultivation speed increased significantly. As a result, Xiao Yuechan became increasingly attached to Tang Ge, even pleading to stay in the same room with him when they returned to the city to stay in a hotel. Consequently, Tang Ge began his life of sleeping on the floor. As his scattered thoughts gradually returned, looking at the increasingly beautiful Xiao Yuechan influenced by the Forest Spirit Meditation Method, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel excited. He wondered what changes would occur after she fused with her 3rd soul ring. Time slowly passed. The 5 adventurers had already regained consciousness, and under Tang Ge's signal, they reluctantly said their goodbyes and turned to leave. After Xiao Yuechan completely absorbed and fused with the soul ring, she finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tang Ge, a joyful smile appeared on her pretty face, and she stood up directly from the ground. "Brother, I told you I'm 2 years older than you. Why do you always call me brother? It makes me seem so old." Tang Ge couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Lin Yuechan's hair, smiling as he said. Lin Yuechan's face turned red with embarrassment, but she still called out firmly, "Brother. All right, brother it is. Anyway, I'm not losing out." Tang Ge shook his head helplessly. Then he changed the subject and said, "Since your 3rd spirit ring has successfully fused, show me your 3rd spirit skill." Lin Yuechan had no hesitation in front of her most trusted brother, Tang Ge. As soon as Tang Ge requested to see her spirit skill, 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings appeared beneath her feet, and she then conjured a green longbow in her hand. At the moment a gust of wind appeared, Lin Yuechan miraculously lifted off the ground. Even though her feet were barely less than a meter above the ground, it still astonished Tang Ge. Could this be her 3rd spirit skill? Just as he was thinking this, he saw Lin Yuechan, surrounded by a gentle breeze, suddenly shout delicately, and a condensed arrow was instantly shot out by her. However, compared to before, this arrow flew at a much faster speed, and one could faintly see a mini tornado wrapping around it, spinning rapidly during its flight. In the blink of an eye, the arrow slammed hard into a small hill in the distance. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the small hill was directly penetrated, then quickly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Behind it was a deep gully with spiral patterns, extending several dozen meters outward. Tang Ge witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he immediately looked at Lin Yuechan, his eyes shining brightly as he said, "What an amazing soul skill, what's its name?" Wind Spiral. Lin Yuechan, after retracting her soul ring, landed back on the ground. Feeling Tang Ge's intense gaze, she couldn't help but blush and replied. Then, as if fearing he wouldn't understand, she quickly explained, "The wind spiral allows me to briefly leave the ground and move within a small range. Moreover, if combined with my first soul skill, it can turn into the wind spiral arrow, and its power is just like what you saw earlier." Wind spiral, huh? Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's explanation, Tang Ge immediately confirmed that this was indeed a displacement-type soul skill, perfectly enhancing her self-defense capability. Moreover, the fact that the third soul skill could actually combine with the first soul skill to enhance its power was impressive. One must say, Lin Yuechan was very lucky. So, seeing the expectation in Lin Yuechan's eyes after she finished speaking, Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Yes, it's a very powerful soul skill. Upon hearing Tang Ge's praise, Lin Yuechan couldn't help but shyly lower her head. But in her heart, she felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Tang Ge found it somewhat amusing upon seeing the situation. However, thinking of the important things that were about to happen, he had no intention of staying here any longer. He reached out and gently ruffled Lin Yuechan's soft long hair. "Let's go, we're heading back to Soto City." With the black soul ring appearing, the yin-yang wings suddenly manifested behind Tang Ge. He then embraced Lin Yuechan and soared into the air, quickly flying towards the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Chapter 55, Long Time No See. Seeking Tips. Barak Kingdom, Soto City. After Tang Ge brought Lin Yuechan back from the Stardew Forest hundreds of miles away, they immediately left their original residence and found a new hotel. This new hotel was called the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel was 3 stories high, decorated in a very unique style, and its exterior was entirely rose red, resembling a gigantic rose flower. At first, Lin Yuechan didn't understand why Tang Ge suddenly brought her to this hotel. But after paying and arriving at their room on the 3rd floor, she immediately saw the enormous heart-shaped bed in the pink room. Moreover, the bed was sprinkled with red rose petals, exuding a delightful floral fragrance. Lin Yuechan paused for a moment, and, as if realizing something, her pretty face instantly turned crimson. She couldn't help but weakly say, "Brother Tang, why don't we find another room? No need to change. All the rooms in this hotel have this kind of decoration." Tang Ge turned his head to glance at Lin Yuechan, wearing a teasing smile. Then he walked directly towards the heart-shaped bed in front of him. Watching Tang Ge's figure, Lin Yuechan struggled for a long time. In the end, she felt that she wasn't ready yet and couldn't help but blush as she said softly, "Brother, I'm going out to buy something." After saying that, Lin Yuechan turned and fled the room. Bang! The door to the room was immediately slammed shut. Just as Tang Ge reached the bedside, he turned back to take a look and shook his head with a smile. This girl is just imagining things. He then took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Inhaling the fragrant scent of roses, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and a personal data panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 39 Soul Master Martial Soul, Dual Martial Soul of Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills. Joy, Yin-Yang Wings, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills. Chaotic Wind Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement. Heaven God Fist Physique, Ancient Holy Body Fusion Degree, 99 Shock Value. 3250 compared to 5 years ago, Tang Ge's strength had seen a leap in improvement. Not only had his soul power level broken through to level 39 as a soul master, but the fusion degree of his ancient holy body had also reached 99. This was mainly because Tang Ge had poured most of his resources into the ancient holy body. Otherwise, if he had only pursued soul power level without considering the age of the soul rings, he might have already reached the level of a soul sect expert. But Tang Ge believed that with his current strength, if he exerted his full power, even a soul sect expert would probably not be his match. This is the advantage of having deep foundations. Unfortunately, while improving soul power is easy, enhancing the ancient holy body is extremely difficult, even if there's only one progress left. Passing through this point to successfully awaken the ancient holy body would likely require a substantial amount of resources. Therefore, he had already planned in his mind to go hunt 10,000-year soul beasts as soon as he reached level 40. At that time, he hoped to use the energy released when fusing with the 10,000-year soul ring to try and break through the ancient holy body to the awakening stage. Hopefully, he would be successful then. However, Tang Ge didn't have too much confidence in his heart and couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Immediately, his attention shifted to the soul skills section. 1 purple and 2 black, definitely a luxurious configuration. However, Tang Ge had not hunted 10,000-year soul beasts, but instead had upgraded the latter 2,000-year soul rings to 10,000-year ones through the feather of sublimation and the baptism of the sea god. As a result, he gained a 3rd soul skill, Life and Death Great Seal. Life and Death Great Seal. The power of yin and yang condenses into a life and death seal, transforming into a giant palm to strike down, which can harm enemies and also absorb their vitality to nourish oneself. This 3rd soul skill could be said to be Tang Ge's first strong attack-type soul skill, so he was very satisfied with it. As for the remaining first 1,000-year soul ring, though it was somewhat lacking in quality, he could only think of ways to improve it later. Tang Ge shook his head and stopped thinking too much. He put away the information panel, got out of bed, and walked directly towards the door. He couldn't help but worry about Xiao Chanjian being alone outside. Moreover, it was time to prepare for the upcoming school enrollment. Suddenly, something seemed to come to his mind, and a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face as his figure gradually disappeared. Before long, 3 days had passed. During this time, Tang Ge spent most of his time in the room cultivating. As for Lin Yuechan, Tang Ge couldn't stand her being too shy, so he had to book her another room. Although the layout of the room was still the same, at least she wouldn't have to worry about being seen by him when doing her private matters at night. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge was practicing alone in the room when Lin Yuechan, who had gone out, suddenly rushed in a hurry. "Brother, there's a fight downstairs." "What's the rush? Take your time and tell me what's going on." Tang Ge opened his eyes and looked at the breathless Lin Yuechan, slightly reproaching her. Lin Yuechan's face turned red, and after calming her rapidly rising heart, she recounted the situation she had observed. Tang Ge's heart stirred after hearing this, and he suddenly realized that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He couldn't help but smile and got off the bed directly. "Let's go down and join the fun," he said. "Huh?" Lin Yuechan was momentarily confused upon hearing Tang Ge's words. However, after regaining her senses, she quickly followed him out the door. At the Rose Hotel, in the lobby on the 1st floor, under the watchful eyes of many guests, 2 figures were engaged in battle. But as one of them revealed a 3rd purple 1,000-year soul ring, a low shout escaped his lips. White Tiger Transformation. Boom! The golden light was dazzling, and terrifying power erupted instantly. The boy, with a white tiger phantom appearing behind him, simply exerted a little force and tore apart the incredibly tough black vines that were entangling him. Then, this boy charged forward rapidly, his sharp claws struck down, instantly sending the other boy, who only had 2 yellow soul rings, flying away. Bang! The boy with 2 soul rings only stopped when he crashed into a platform behind him. Just as he was about to counterattack, he looked up and seemed to see something, his face suddenly showing a look of astonishment. That person is, unbeknownst to him. At the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, a man and a woman appeared. These 2 were none other than Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, who had just come down from the 3rd floor. When Tang Ge's gaze met that of the boy who had just crashed into the platform, a smile broke out on his face as he waved his hand. "Long time no see, Tang San." Chapter 56. Still moving? Then let's do it again. "Long time no see, Tang San." Tang Ge's voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, it left the boy opposite him stunned. After a while, he tentatively asked, "Why you are Tang Ge?" "Huh, he is Tang Ge." A girl who had come with the boy ran over, and upon hearing his words, her delicate face also showed surprise. These 2 were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had lived with Tang Ge 5 years ago. However, compared to before, both of them had changed significantly, now fitting into the category of handsome and quirky. If it weren't for knowing the plot, along with Tang San's highly recognizable martial soul, Tang Ge might not have recognized them at all. But well, Tang Ge still felt that he was more handsome and dashing. So when he walked in front of Tang San, he He reached out to pull him up while smiling and said, "What's wrong? Are you shocked by my handsome and dashing appearance?" Tang Ge's voice was not loud, but because the hall was very quiet, many people heard it. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Someone actually dared to laugh? Tang Ge furrowed his brows slightly and looked in the direction of the laughter. Then he saw two beautiful and tall twin sisters standing in the corner of the hall. Tang Ge's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but speak. "Ladies, how about we have dinner together tonight and go for a drive?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's invitation, the twin sisters just giggled but didn't respond. Beside them, Tang San came to his senses and couldn't help but ask, "What does going for a drive mean?" It's hard to explain specifically, but it must be very fun. If you don't believe me, just try it with Xiao Wu when you have a chance. Hearing Tang San's question, Tang Ge smiled mysteriously. Is it really fun? Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Even Lin Yuechan couldn't help but pinch her clothes, her watery eyes looking at Tang Ge, revealing an expression of wanting to speak but hesitating. Clearly, she also wanted to try this fun game of going for a drive. However, just then, a displeased voice suddenly came from nearby. "That little brat. Where did he come from? How dare he have designs on my woman as soon as he arrives? Do you believe I'll beat you up?" Tang Ge and the others couldn't help but turn their heads, and they immediately saw the previously mentioned young man with the strength of a soul respect looking angrily at them. However, this young man's gaze was mainly focused on Tang Ge. After all, it was Tang Ge who was openly trying to take his woman. Tang Yi. He is the evil eye white tiger Dai Mu Bai, a 37th level soul respect. Tang San's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Tang San's reminder, Tang Ge naturally understood the strength of the evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mu Bai, and also knew that the other party was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. But so what? Just a 37th level. So when he saw Dai Mu Bai's proud expression, Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. Just a 37th level, and he ended up in such a state after a fight, with his clothes all messed up, showing this and that. Anyone who didn't know would think he came to the Rose Hotel to sell himself. Don't you think so, Tang San? This. Hearing Tang Ge's merciless insult, Tang San was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. However, Xiao Wu beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud, clearly still angry that Dai Mu Bai had injured her little third brother earlier. Opposite them, Dai Mu Bai was trembling with rage. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Tang Ge, his eyes slightly red as he said, "Kid, tell me your name." Dai Mu Bai. Don't bully nameless little characters. Sorry, telling you my name would be an insult to me for a small character like you. Tang Ge smiled and said mercilessly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. Many people in a lobby on the first floor recognized Dai Mu Bai and had witnessed the earlier battle, so they naturally understood the strength of Dai Mu Bai. But now, someone actually dared to openly provoke Dai Mu Bai and even said such harsh words. The opponent was either stronger than Dai Mu Bai or simply didn't want to live anymore. Even the pair of twin sisters who had come with Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but withdraw their smiles and looked at Tang Ge with surprise. Their eyes revealed a glimmer of interest. Sensing the twins' gaze, Dai Mu Bai was on the verge of exploding. He had never been treated like this since he was a child, and he immediately threw a gold soul coin to the lobby manager, his face darkening as he spoke. "Clear the venue immediately. Dai Mu Bai, will compensate for all losses afterward at full price." Facing Dai Mu Bai's demand, the lobby manager naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly called for everyone to leave the hotel. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Lin Yuechan, and the two twin sisters remained to watch. However, in order not to affect the battle, the five of them retreated to a corner of the lobby. Once everyone had cleared out, Dai Mu Bai, with his heterochromatic eyes, coldly stared at Tang Ge and said, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me. Otherwise, after today, I will make you remember me, the evil white tiger Dai Mu Bai, forever." Tang Ge rolled his eyes and couldn't help but secretly complain. "If you're going to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? You think my previous mockery wasn't enough?" So he replied, "Evil white tiger? Huh, I think it's blind white tiger. Fine, I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare, otherwise you won't have a chance." "Brother Tang Ge, beat him up." In the distant corner, Xiao Wu's excited shout came. Even Lin Yuechan beside her was affected, shaking her little fists at Tang Ge and whispering, "Brother, go for it." Tang San, who was accompanying them, looked on helplessly. Is this not enough of a situation? However, no matter what, after not seeing each other for 5 years, Tang San was still very curious about Tang Ge's strength and was looking forward to the duel between him and Dai Mu Bai. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai could no longer maintain his usual demeanor. As the 3 soul rings, two yellow and one purple, appeared beneath his feet. He instantly activated his two soul skills, White Tiger Shield and White Tiger Vajra Transformation. With a rip, Dai Mubai's upper clothing was completely torn apart, revealing the terrifying contours of his muscles. At the moment when the concentration of soul power reached its peak, he faced Tang Ge and suddenly shouted, "White Tiger's fierce light." Puff! A milky white beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, directly pouring into Dai Mubai's body from above. His shout came to an abrupt halt. Dai Mubai couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, even revealing a joyful smile on his face. However, this situation didn't last long. When Dai Mubai regained consciousness, he happened to meet Tang Ge's strange gaze, and his heart skipped a beat, prompting him to strike first. But just as he raised his hand, another milky white beam appeared, giving him no chance to react and directly surged into his body. At the same time, Tang Ge's light laughter echoed. There's nothing a light can't solve. If it doesn't work, then let's have another one. Chapter 57. Flinder, the eavesdropper. It finally appeared again. When Tang Ge's purple halo emerged beneath his feet, and two beams of light immobilized Dai Mubai, Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts trembled. Because they had experienced the uniqueness of this light, they naturally understood the magical sensation of being hit. However, if the two were to duel with Tang Ge, they would rather admit defeat than experience it once more. Thus, their gazes toward Dai Mubai were filled with sympathy. Another youth was about to fall victim to Tang Ge. Lin Yuechan had also witnessed Tang Ge use this trick to bully soul beasts, so she was not surprised. But the two twin sisters were clueless. They watched Dai Mubai, who usually appeared very impressive in their eyes, being easily subdued and couldn't help but feel doubt. Could this guy be all show and no substance? At the same time, the appearance of the 1,000-year soul ring beneath Tang Ge's feet shocked the two twin sisters. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking by Shui, earning 50 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking by Nian, earning 50 shock points. Two system prompt sounds echoed in Tang Ge's mind. After just using the soul skills twice and causing Dai Mubai to become comfortably immersed, Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lips upon hearing this. Only 100 combined? Indeed, looking good is of no use. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, after not seeing each other for 5 years, they had also become stingy. Forget it, I'll skip them this time. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Thinking this, Tang Ge's attention shifted back to Dai Mubai. He slightly raised his hand, as if to continue releasing the previous soul skill. Just as Dai Mubai had just escaped from the peculiar state, he saw this scene and couldn't help but shout loudly. If you have the ability, fight me, Dai Mubai, fairly. Don't play dirty. Tang Ge was startled by the shout and almost retaliated with a beam of light. However, seeing the dignified evil eye White Tiger Dai Mubai on the verge of tears, he managed to suppress the impulse. Under Dai Mubai's almost pleading gaze, Tang Ge finally nodded. All right, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was instantly overjoyed and shouted out the words he hadn't said before. White Tiger Light Wave. However, before the sound of wave could finish, a fist suddenly appeared and heavily struck his face. As blood splattered from his nose, Dai Mubai was immediately sent flying back. His head thrown back, a sharp pain surged through him, and in the moment before his consciousness slipped into darkness, he saw Tang Ge, who had just retracted his fist. What the hell? Didn't we agree to fight fairly? Why did you sneak attack me? Dai Mubai was filled with frustration. Thud! When he crashed to the ground, perhaps realizing he had embarrassed himself, he fainted without hesitation. Tang Ge walked up to Dai Mubai, looking at his face covered in blood, and couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, still too young. Indeed, children who haven't experienced the hardships of society are incomplete. He then turned to the two dazed twin sisters. Xiao Shui, Xiao Nian, why don't you hurry and take your brother Dai Mubai to get his injuries treated? And don't forget to check his head. On the ground, as Tang Ge said this, Dai Mubai's face twitched slightly. However, he continued to lie quietly without getting up. As for the twin sisters across from him, they were startled when Tang Ge directly called their names. How does he know our names? Although they were puzzled, the twin sisters didn't ask questions, but quickly called for people outside to help carry Dai Mubai away. After everyone left, the hotel lobby manager came back in. Initially, he wanted to demand a hefty compensation from Dai Mubai, but upon seeing that the lobby was not significantly damaged, he felt extremely frustrated. Didn't they say it was a soul master? Shouldn't it have ended sooner? Helpless, the lobby manager turned to Tang Ge and couldn't help but speak up. You see, the damage is in the lobby. Stop right there. Whoever made you that promise. Go ask them. I want to compensate you. Not even a thought. Before the lobby manager could finish, Tang Ge interrupted him immediately. He then turned to Tang San, who was not far away, and smiled, urging, Xiao San, ISNT, there's still one room left in this hotel. Hurry and pay, we're going upstairs. Also, let Xiao Wu and Xiao Chan share a room, and you can stay in the one you just booked. Nonsense. I'm staying in a room by myself. You want to share with Xiao Wu? Dream on. After saying this, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, for Tang San, hearing Tang Ge's arrangement made him feel a bit relieved. Only Xiao Wu seemed somewhat unhappy and huffed at Tang Ge. Next, the last remaining room happened to be on the 3rd floor. So, after Tang San paid, the 4 of them headed towards the hotel's 3rd floor together. Suddenly, only the manager was left in the lobby. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, wanting to cry but having no tears. Thus, after 5 years since their last meeting, Tang Ge and Tang San unwittingly spent another 2 days together. Since they both knew that Tang Ge had come to Soto City for the same purpose as Tang San, which was to attend Shrek Academy. On the morning of the 3rd day, the 4 of them left the Rose Hotel together. They first exited from the south gate of Soto City and then walked towards the outskirts, which was the direction of Shrek Academy. However, the journey seemed much longer than expected. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted Tang San to carry her, but seeing Lin Yuachan silently following behind Tang Ge, she felt embarrassed. So, Xiao Wu directly vented her frustration on Shrek Academy. She couldn't help but complain, Xiao San, did the master get the address wrong? How could a school be built so far outside the city? Moreover, they hadn't seen a single person yet. How much longer do we have to walk? Behind them, Tang Ge heard this and smiled while chiming in. Xiao Wu is right. The master must have gotten the address wrong. And if Shrek Academy is really built this far out, it must be so poor that they don't even have a place to stay. Xiao Wu, think about it. Making a girl sleep in a rundown place filled with cockroaches every day, isn't that scary? Huh? Cockroaches everywhere. Seemingly thinking of some unpleasant images, Xiao Wu instantly shivered. She quickly looked at Tang San and pitifully said, Xiao San, how about we switch to a better academy? Just as she finished speaking, not far behind them, with a cracking sound of a breaking branch, a figure suddenly fell from a tree. The attention of the 4 talking was immediately drawn to it. Is that the principal of Shrek Academy, Flender? Especially Tang Ge, who was secretly surprised when he recognized the person who had fallen. Chapter 58, Scared Away, Seeking Recommendations. About 7 or 8 meters away, the person who had just fallen from the tree was none other than Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy, a soul sage with a soul power level of 78. Because his martial soul is an owl and he wears glasses. He is also known as the 4-eyed owl. However, Flender was feeling quite embarrassed at the moment. How could a dignified soul sage accidentally fall from tree? If this got out, where would he put his face? But it was all because of that little brat named Tang Ge, who dared to slander his academy by claiming it was infested with cockroaches, which made him lose his composure and led to this incident. Therefore, Flender had already planned in his heart that if Tang Ge could enter his academy, he must let him understand that some things should not be said carelessly. Tang Ge didn't expect that the dean of the academy would actually eavesdrop. How gossipy could someone be to do that? As for whether the other party would hold a grudge after hearing what he just said, he wasn't worried at all. Once they entered the academy, Tang Ge would let this eavesdropping soul sane understand what the true delicious fragrance law meant. Just as he was thinking about this, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. Oh, Xiao San, isn't this uncle the boss who sold you the year before? Why is he here? It turned out that Xiao Wu also recognized the bespectacled Flender. However, she didn't know the other party's true identity and only thought he was still the shop owner. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San nodded. He then looked at Flender not far away, frowned, and spoke. Hey, uncle, why are you following us? Do you regret selling me the medal before? I followed you. Wait, I did follow you, but am I such a petty person as a soul saint? It's just a worthless piece of, or how could I possibly regret it? Flender was almost provoked to reveal his identity by Tang San's words, but he held back. Snorted coldly, a bunch of little brats, I'm not so free as to follow you. After saying that, without caring whether the kids believed him or not, Flender turned and walked away, gradually disappearing from sight. Watching the strange uncle's departing figure, Tang San and the others glanced at each other. Finally, Lin Yuachan quietly said, Brother Tang Tang, are we still going to Shrek Academy? Tang Ge was about to speak when Tang San, seemingly afraid that this guy would persuade Xiao Wu away, quickly interjected. Since Shrek Academy was recommended by the teachers, It surely isn't as bad as Tang Ge said. How about we go take a look first, and then decide? If Xiao San says to go, then I will go. Xiao Wu, who had previously been unwilling, raised both hands to show her support. Tang Ge shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. People, can't they have a bit more trust in each other? Soon, under the circumstances of a 2-to-1 vote and one person abstaining, Tang Ge and his group of 4 continued to move forward. Fortunately, this time they didn't have to walk for long. Soon, a small village with about 100 households surrounded by a fence appeared in the sight of the 4. At that moment, a crowd was gathered at the entrance of the village, seemingly engaged in some activity. However, beyond these people, they could see an old wooden archway at the village entrance, above which hung a plaque inscribed with the 5 large characters of Shrek Academy. There's also a green avatar in front of the 5 characters, resembling some kind of humanoid monster. Could this be Shrek Academy? Upon seeing the plaque, Xiao Wu's face immediately showed surprise, and she couldn't help but speak up. Xiao San, why is there an academy built in a village? It wouldn't really be like what Brother Tang Ge said, full of cockroaches, would it? Tang San was a bit stunned at the moment. However, after hearing Xiao Wu's words, he immediately pretended to be angry and said, "Don't listen to Tang Ge's nonsense. There won't be any cockroaches." Hee, just kidding. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang San. Then she bounced away, directly running towards the village entrance where people were gathering. After Xiao Wu left, Tang Ge looked at Tang San and suddenly spoke with a teasing smile. "Little San, if there really are cockroaches, you might as well prepare to not sleep at night and just catch cockroaches for Xiao Wu all night long. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it is pitiful. Xiao Chan, let him regret here for a while, and we'll go see Xiao Wu." Lin Yuechan suppressed her laughter and nodded. Tang San stayed behind, watching the departing figures of Tang Ge and the others. He seemed to recall some unpleasant images and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly shook his head to dispel the thoughts and reassured himself. It was just catching cockroaches. How could it possibly take all night? Then, Tang San hurriedly caught up. At the entrance of the village, when Tang Ge and the others approached, a long line had already formed, mostly consisting of young children accompanied by their parents. At the front, an old man sat behind a table, collecting registration fees while touching the hands of the registrants. Clearly, he was in charge here. However, at that moment, a father and son confronted the old man due to their dissatisfaction with not being able to enroll while also not getting a refund for the registration fee. The father couldn't hold back his anger and exclaimed, "Since my child wasn't selected, why won't you refund the registration fee? You're clearly just trying to scam us. If you don't refund our fee today, we won't leave. I want everyone to know that your so-called Shrek Academy is a scam." His loud voice instantly caught the attention of those in line behind him. In no time, many parents who had brought their children to register began to hesitate. Some even turned around and left. The old man behind the table frowned upon seeing this and calmly said, "Mubai, someone wants a refund. Handle it." Not far away, a figure was dozing off in a large tree. Upon hearing the old man's words, the figure swiftly jumped down and appeared in front of the group of registrants. It was Dai Mubai, whose facial injuries had healed, revealing a look of helplessness. However, just as he was about to follow the old man's instructions and use his spirit ring to scare off the troublesome father and son, he inadvertently glanced back and spotted Tang Ge and the others in line. Coincidentally, Tang Ge was smiling at Dai Mubai at that moment. Their eyes met. Dai Mubai's helpless expression instantly froze. Then, under the astonished gaze of the old man, he seemed startled and suddenly turned to flee in the opposite direction. Until his figure disappeared, his slightly panicked voice floated back. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to leave for a while." Chapter 59. I feel like I could be more high profile now. At the back of the line, when Dai Mubai appeared, it wasn't just Tang Ge who noticed. Tang San and Xiao Wu also saw the opponent who had been knocked out by Tang Ge's punch. However, before they could greet him, he unexpectedly ran away again. Nevertheless, they clearly heard Dai Mubai's last words. Xiao Wu immediately looked disdainful and said, "What stomachache?" He clearly got scared and ran away when he saw us. Tang San agreed very much after hearing this. However, thinking that the other party should also be a student of Shrek Academy, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, they might really have a stomachache, so let's not say such things anymore." Oh, although Xiao Wu seemed a bit headstrong, she listened to Tang San. So she nodded immediately and stopped talking. At that moment, Lin Yuechan, who had been very quiet, suddenly exclaimed as if she had seen something. "Brother Tang, look over there." What happened? Tang Ge and the other 3 were startled by Lin Yuechan's exclamation, their faces filled with confusion. However, when their attention shifted back to the front, shock appeared on their faces. It turned out that the old man sitting behind the table had originally intended to have Dai Mubai deal with the troublemaking father and son. But Dai Mubai had directly refused to take action. This left the old man with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. As he stood up and walked out from behind the table, he cast a faint glance at the father and son, instantly releasing an incredibly powerful aura. As soon as this aura emerged, everyone fell silent. Even Tang Ge and the others felt immense pressure. But what truly shocked them was that as a rich red light radiated from the old man, a long staff with countless intricate patterns appeared in his hand. At the same time, 6 soul rings rose from beneath the old man's feet, their dazzling brilliance immediately becoming the focus of the entire scene. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. The old man turned out to be a super strong soul emperor above level 60. When Xiao Wu saw the 6 soul rings beneath the old man's feet, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Beside her, Tang San couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was known that even in the entire Balik Kingdom, soul emperors at level 60 were few and far between. And now, right at the entrance of Shrek Academy, there was actually a level 60 soul emperor in charge. Indeed, the teacher's recommendation was justified. As he was thinking, the long staff in the old man's hand fell heavily to the ground, instantly creating a crack in the surface. Immediately, a low rumbling sound spread out. The old man's gaze fell on the father and son before him as he said, "Do you still want the registration fee? We don't want it. We don't want it." The man, pale with fear, shook his head vigorously. Then he hurriedly took his child and fled. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. After the old man put away the long staff, the 6 soul rings slowly disappeared as his soul power receded. He scanned all the people present with a stern gaze and spoke, "Don't blame me for bullying the weak. Before we recruit students, Shrek Academy has already announced the registration rules. If you came here without understanding, you're just wasting your registration fee. However, I'm not unreasonable. I can repeat it for you. Since our academy is named after monsters, it means we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Therefore, if any of you are over 12 years old or have not reached level 21 in soul power, there is no need to waste time here." After saying this, the old man turned around and sat back down behind the table. Faced with a soul emperor-level powerhouse, none of the parents present dared to question him again. Thus, as the academy's recruitment rules were announced once more, 90% of the parents showed disappointed expressions and silently left with their children. In an instant, only a few dozen people remained in line. The old man didn't team mind and continued with his registration work. At the back, a smile appeared on Tang San's face. He looked at Xiao Wu and said, "An academy that only accepts monsters. We certainly didn't come to the wrong place this time." Does that mean we are all monsters?" Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but make a funny face. Tang San nodded. "Yes, we are all monsters, but monsters also symbolize genius. So Xiao Wu, you are a genius." As he spoke, he couldn't help but affectionately poke Xiao Wu's nose. Beside them, Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver at the scene. That's so cheesy. However, at that moment, he also noticed that Lin Yuechan looked a bit down and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Brother, do you think I won't be able to get into Shrek Academy?" When she said this, Lin Yuechan was almost on the verge of crying. Tang Ge thought it was something serious, but upon hearing these words, he found it somewhat amusing. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. Didn't that teacher say the enrollment requirements are not more than 12 years old or a strength level above 20? Although you are 2 years older, your strength is enough to join this academy. If they really don't accept you, I'll leave with you. After all, there are other academies." After hearing this, Lin Yuechan's bright eyes were filled with surprise. She couldn't help but ask, "Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? All right, stop overthinking. We'll be up soon." Tang Ge smiled and gently ruffled Lin Yuechan's hair. Lin Yuechan bit her lip and silently whispered a thank you to her brother before quietly waiting. Tang Ge looked at Lin Yuechan and, after thinking no more, turned his gaze to observe the remaining dozen or so applicants. He remembered that in the plot, Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was among this group. Sure enough, after the old man checked a few more children, a girl in a white long dress with golden hair appeared in front of him. This girl was not accompanied by any family member. The old man merely checked her wrist and frowned. "Do your family know you are here?" Upon hearing the old man's question, the girl did not answer but smiled and said, "It is said that there are no class distinctions in education. Since I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason not to accept me, right? All right, you passed, but wait over there for now." The old man nodded helplessly. Tang Ge naturally overheard their conversation. Moreover, when the girl turned around and revealed her exquisite face, Tang Ge immediately understood. This girl should be Ning Rongrong. In that case, it wouldn't be long before Zhu Zhuqing would also appear. Thinking about the future geniuses gathering here, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile and secretly thought, I feel like I could be a bit more high profile now. Chapter 60. One purple, two black, the brightest in the audience. The old man's speed was quick. In no time, all the students in line had been checked. Unfortunately, only a few remained, standing together with the girl in the white long dress. Seeing this, the old man frowned, a bit angry. What's going on with Mubai? Why hasn't he returned after such a long time? Then he looked up at the last 4 applicants who had not yet been checked, preparing to urge them, when suddenly a figure appeared from afar, walking toward them. Soon, the figure came into view. It was a girl, about 11 years old. She had a waterfall of black long hair, with cat ears tied on both sides, while the rest fell over her shoulders. Although the girl was young, her figure was extremely striking, especially since she wore a black leather bodysuit that showcased her figure, making her look very alluring. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. However, despite the fiery gazes, the girl showed no reaction. On the contrary, her expression was very indifferent, a coldness that came from the heart, with not a hint of anger in her dark eyes. This icy feeling, when contrasted with her extremely beautiful face, created a sense of awkwardness. Yet, this awkwardness made people irresistibly want to approach her and explore further. Tang Ge was closest to the girl, as she had stopped right behind him. Therefore, he could most clearly sense the lack of anger emanating from her. As for the girl's identity, the only person present here with such an impressive figure, apart from Zhu Zhuqing, was no one else. Just as he was observing, a soft huff suddenly sounded in his ear. Tang San, why don't you just stand here while I go into the academy by myself? It turned out that Xiao Wu was dissatisfied because Tang San had glanced at Zhu Zhuqing a few times. At this moment, she was glaring fiercely at Tang San and even pinched the back of his hand. Tang San grimaced in pain, especially when he caught sight of Tang Ge's teasing smile. He felt extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, the old man sitting at the table urged them, "What are you two dawdling for? Come over here together for the test." Tang San heard this, let out a sigh of relief, and quickly took Xiao Wu's hand to walk forward. Next, just as Tang Ge had learned from the storyline, both Tang San and Xiao Wu easily passed the preliminary test. Moreover, Tang San's ability to cultivate his soul power to such a level with his martial soul, blue silver grass, surprised the elder in charge of the preliminary test. As for Lin Yuechan, her fairy-like appearance after activating her martial soul also elicited a round of gasps. Additionally, she possessed the cultivation of a soul master at level 30, which astonished both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sister Xiaochan is actually a soul master? Then, the two couldn't help but shift their gaze to Tang Ge. Up to this point, they still didn't know Tang Ge's specific soul power level. At this moment, due to Lin Yuechan's soul master strength, the elder couldn't help but laugh heartily for the first time. Ha ha ha, just a 2-year difference. Our Shrek Academy welcomes geniuses like you to join. Go ahead and wait with them over there. Thank you. Lin Yuechan dispersed her spirit ring and returned to her normal appearance before obediently walking to the side. In the end, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing were left. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge smiled and said, "Why don't you go first? I'll stay for last." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang Ge, her eyes devoid of any emotion, then lowered her head again. Tang Ge, feeling helpless, could only add, "Don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I'm just afraid that once I go for the test, you geniuses will all be overshadowed. So, I'm willing to give you a chance to showcase your strength first." After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised her head again. Although her eyes still appeared cold, there was a hint of other colors added to them. Tang Ge read it out loud, and there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Soon after, a cool but pleasant voice rang in his ear. Naive. By the time Tang Ge reacted, Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a black leather outfit, had already swayed her hips and walked forward. He watched her back and helplessly shook his head. Sigh. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. After saying that, Tang Ge followed her. Because the old man moved quickly, after confirming Zhu Zhuqing's age and seeing her martial soul, the nether cat, he announced that Zhu Zhuqing had passed the preliminary test. At this point, only Tang Ge remained in line. The group that had just passed the test, including Tang San, shifted their gaze to Tang Ge. The old man in charge of the preliminary test was in a good mood, having encountered several promising candidates this year. He looked at Tang Ge, who was much taller than the others, and couldn't help but smile. "Little guy, you haven't exceeded 12 years old, have you? And now it's just you left. Feeling any pressure?" Hearing the old man's words, Tang Ge also wore a smile. "Whether I've exceeded 12 years old, Can't you tell, just by looking, senior? As for pressure. At this point, Tang Ge paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest, it should be them feeling the pressure next. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming confidence radiated from Tang Ge. Even the old man was momentarily taken aback. Then he laughed heartily. Haha, good kid, you have guts. In that case, extend your hand. Tang Ge disregarded the hostile gazes around him and extended his right hand in front of the old man. The old man probed with his soul power and nodded. Indeed, he was not yet 12 years old. Let me see your... Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling light of intertwined black and white soul power suddenly appeared before him. Following that, 3 brilliant lights, 1 purple and 2 black, soared into the air. When he realized that these 3 lights were released from the 3 soul rings of the little guy in front of him, the previously calm old man suddenly stood up from his chair. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in shock, 1,000-year soul ring, 2 10,000-year soul rings. Kid, did you dye your soul rings? In his excitement, the old man even let out a curse. It was evident that his body was trembling. As for Tang San and the others who had passed the preliminary test and were watching, they were also clearly stunned by the 3 soul rings displayed by Tang Ge. 1 purple, 2 black. At that moment, just by standing there, Tang Ge instantly became the most eye-catching person in the whole venue. Chapter 61. The law of true fragrance is not lacking in another world. With the release of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, even the old man with the cultivation of a soul emperor couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star in the audience. The system's voice rang in his mind like the sound of iron beams clinking. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 1,000 shock points. Ding ding, congratulations to the host, shocking Zhu Zhuqing, gaining 800 shock points. After a while, Tang Ge found that his shock points had skyrocketed from over 3,000 to more than 12,000 points. Most of these points were contributed by Tang San and his 3 companions, as well as that soul emperor elder. And there was still plenty of time left before it ended. So while Tang Ge felt secretly pleased, he looked at the elder who was stunned by his 3 high-age soul rings and complained, "What do you mean died? My soul rings are absolutely genuine." However, if Yu Shaojiang were here, he would definitely resonate highly with the elder's earlier words. After all, throughout history, there had never been a soul master who, at such a young age, had directly obtained a luxurious combination of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. At this moment, in the elder's eyes, Tang Ge was no longer a monster, but a prodigy. So when he heard Tang Ge's complaint, he finally realized that he had lost his composure. But instead of being bothered by it, he eagerly took out a soul testing stone and said, "Come, quickly test it. Let me see what level your soul power is now." Although Tang Ge knew his own level, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he confidently placed his hand on it. As his soul power was injected, a dazzling light suddenly surged, and the soul power level was immediately revealed. Level 39? The old man widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing this. Soon, there were gasps of astonishment from the crowd. As for Tang Ge, he seized this rare opportunity to happily reap a bunch of benefits, bringing his shock value closer to 20,000. This time, the old man in charge of the initial test couldn't hold back any longer. He suddenly activated his soul power and shouted loudly towards the village where Shrek Academy was located, "Flander, if you don't come, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius will slip right out of our academy's door." The shout echoed as if amplified countless times, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even Tang Ge had to step back a few paces and used his soul power to dispel the lingering shout in his ears. Looking at the old man in charge of the initial test, Tang Ge felt speechless. "I didn't say I wouldn't join your academy. Is there really need to shout so loudly?" Just as he was thinking, another voice came from the village. "Old man, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf, but what kind of genius could possibly make you lose your composure like this?" "I, Flander, want to take a look." Accompanied by the whistling sound, a shadow rushed in from the distant sky and appeared above the village entrance in an instant. It was Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, a powerful soul sage with a soul power level of 78. At that moment, he had activated his martial soul, the owl, which caused a pair of black wings to appear on his back, flapping as he floated in midair. As soon as he arrived, Flander looked down at the old man. He was about to ask what was going on, but when his gaze swept over the young boy beside him, his calm breathing suddenly became rapid. 2 black and 1 purple? How old is this kid? And he already has 2 10,000-year soul rings. Flander's eyes glimmered with a purple-black light as he stared intently at the soul rings beneath the boy's feet, his expression one of disbelief. However, he quickly realized that this boy must be the genius-level prodigy the old man had mentioned. Suppressing his shock, Flander continued to look up, wanting to see what the boy looked like. But when he finally saw the boy's smiling face, his soul power suddenly fluctuated violently, almost causing him to lose control of his wings and plummet. At the same time, he let out a series of intense coughs. After a while, Flander felt that his breathing had stabilized somewhat, but he began to hesitate about whether or not to land. Because he finally realized that this genius-level boy who appeared at the entrance of his academy was actually the same brat who had previously said his academy was infested with cockroaches. Moreover, this brat had almost embarrassed him back then. For this reason, Flander had been preparing to teach the boy a good lesson if he was lucky enough to join Shrek Academy. Now it was all good. This kid really had good luck, but it suddenly became unfavorable for him. For a moment, Flander's face was filled with conflict. Below, seeing Flander hovering in midair after arriving. The old man in charge of the initial test thought the other party was also shocked and couldn't help but laugh proudly. How about that? This kid is only 12 years old and already has a soul respect level of 39, and he has 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. A genius of this caliber is something you would beg for, absolutely suitable for our Shrek Academy. So the next steps are up to you, Dean. Then, he turned to Tang Ge, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled encouragingly. Little guy, this Dean is a soul sage with a level of 78. So feel free to make any requests. I'm sure the Dean will satisfy you. Thank you, Senior. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. However, Flander in the air couldn't help but frown, wondering how such a soul emperor with an outwardly deviating elbow could appear in the academy. But now that it had come to this, and with so many people watching, Flander felt that as the dean, he should be more magnanimous. What old grudges could stand in the way of a genius? With this thought, Flander felt much more at ease. He made an effort to show a gentle smile on his face, flapped his wings, and descended from the air to stand in front of Tang Ge. Little guy, you are truly impressive. Tang Ge suddenly took a deep breath, showing a comfortable expression. Really fragrant? His words were interrupted, and Flander was not angry, just a bit puzzled. What do you mean, really fragrant? It's nothing, Dean. My name is Tang Ge. Please continue. Tang Ge shook his head and smiled. Flander nodded, feeling that it was quite normal for a monstrous genius to have a quirky temperament. He continued from where he left off. Tang Ge, right? You heard what I said earlier. I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Feel free to state your requests. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to fulfill your wishes. But the premise is that you must join us at Shrek Academy. Chapter 62, Dai Mubai's Curtain Call. Oscar takes the stage. Seeing Flander's kind demeanor, Tang Ge wanted to laugh and even wanted to shout, I will always be your unattainable daddy. However, he felt that if he really dared to shout that out, even though he was a monstrous genius with 1 purple and 2 black, he would probably end up getting beaten up. So, Tang Ge held back this impulse and shook his head, pretending to be sincere. I will follow Dean's arrangements. Follow my arrangements? Flander was momentarily stunned by Tang Ge's words, and then he couldn't help but complain in his heart. I actually wanted you to pay to join my Shrek Academy. Look at how sincere you are. If I really believed you, it would definitely be like an owl turning blind. However, despite his complaints, Flander knew that if he was really stingy and unwilling to take out good things, it would reflect poorly on Shrek Academy. So, after thinking for a moment, he looked at Tang Ge seriously. He said, since you are here to enroll, it shows that you are inclined to join my Shrek Academy. As the Dean, I will not treat you unfairly. If you are willing, as a soul sage, I can take you as my direct disciple. Moreover, all your expenses for food, clothing, and lodging in the academy will be covered by me. In addition, I will do my utmost to help you obtain the soul rings required to advance from soul master to soul sage, and their age will not be less than your current 10,000-year soul ring. In an instant, Flander laid out all the benefits he promised. Not to mention that he could become a disciple of a soul sage. Not only would the resources be abundant, but his identity would also help avoid a lot of trouble while traveling across the continent. Moreover, Flander personally guaranteed to help Tang Ge obtain the soul rings needed to advance from soul master to soul sage, all of which would be no less than 10,000-year level. This was the real big deal. It was evident that Flander was sincerely eager for Tang Ge to join Shrek Academy. With so many combined conditions, not only was Tang Ge moved, but even Tang San and others, who had been watching from a distance, were filled with envy. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with them. Just then, Dai Mubai, who had previously left under the pretext of stomachache, probably fearing that the elder responsible for the preliminary test would be angry, took his time and returned. He thought that, after such a long time, The kid who embarrassed him earlier should have already entered the academy. However, as soon as he approached, Dai Mubai heard Flinder's promises to Tang Ge, and the conditions nearly made him collapse face first onto the ground. So, without a word, Dai Mubai turned around and fled back to the academy. He even decided in his heart that as soon as he returned, he would pack up his belongings and immediately go out to train, to avoid facing Tang Ge again and losing face. At the registration place at the village entrance, Dai Mubai came and went without disturbing anyone. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Dean Flinder and Tang Ge. After stating his conditions, Flinder looked directly at Tang Ge and said very seriously, "These are all the conditions I can promise. Are you willing?" Tang Ge shook his head after listening. Flinder was taken aback, thinking that the other party was rejecting him, and suddenly looked very disappointed. It's understandable if you don't think highly of our academy. After all, a genius like you could go to. But before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted him. "Who said I don't think highly of your academy? I want to join. I just shook my head to refuse being your direct disciple. The other conditions are no problem." With this emotional roller coaster, Flinder felt like he was about to have a heart attack. However, no matter what, at least the academy had finally received a top-tier genius student who could dazzle everyone. Thinking this way, Flinder felt much more at ease. So he simply said regretfully, "Perhaps I'm not qualified to be your master after all. But since you're joining the academy, I will still treat you as my direct disciple. Then I should already be a formal student of the academy, right?" Hearing Flinder's words, Tang Ge asked with a smile. Flinder nodded. Not far behind, Xiao Wu, who had been watching the scene, finally couldn't help but shout out, "Uncle Dean, what about us? You guys?" Flinder turned to look at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, and with a serious expression said, "Although you are also geniuses, there is still a considerable gap compared to Tang Ge, so just continue following the academy procedures." "What? Continue following the procedures?" Hearing this, Xiao Wu almost exploded. In the end, it was Tang San, with a bitter smile, who pulled her back and shot a resentful glance at Tang Ge, who was enjoying special treatment. Seeing this, Tang Ge shrugged, indicating that he was unable to help. What would be done? After all, there are gaps even between geniuses. As the dean, Flinder naturally did not care about the dissatisfaction of a group of children. He looked at the old man in charge of the preliminary test and said, "You can take care of them. I have other matters to attend to and need to leave for a while." The old man nodded in response. Immediately, Flinder soared into the air, flapping his wings as he flew out of the village, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the old man looked at the remaining students who had passed the preliminary test and frowned, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Why hasn't Mubai arrived yet? Forget it. I won't look for him." With that thought, the old man shouted towards the village, "Oscar, come out." This time, no one replied. However, after a while, shouts grew closer, and soon a figure was seen, standing on a small cart, rushing toward them. It was obvious that the person was a bearded man, continuously calling out, "Hey, there are so many people here. Want to buy a sausage to try?" The old man heard this, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. Then he looked at Tang Ge and Tang San, pointing at the approaching cartman, and smiled. "This is Oscar. Although he hasn't been in the academy long, he is quite familiar with it, and can take you to the next part of the test. He is also a student of the academy." Following the direction the old man pointed, everyone saw the bearded man on the small cart, and their expressions turned strange. Xiao Wu, being straightforward, couldn't help but say, "Teacher, doesn't your academy only accept students under 12? How come even this uncle is accepted?" Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the bearded man who had just pushed the cart stumbled and fell directly from the cart. When he got up from the ground, he immediately began to shout anxiously, "Classmate, did you just call me uncle? Come on, I'm Oscar, and I'm only 14. Once I shave my beard, you'll see my handsome, charming, and dashing side." Chapter 63. I want another one, come on. I'm Oscar, and I'm only 14. Once I shave my beard, you'll see my handsome, charming, and dashing side. After saying this, Oscar struck a pose that he thought was very cool. The old man in charge of the preliminary test couldn't bear to watch any longer and kicked Oscar. "You came here to take the preliminary students to the next assessment, not to chatter so much. Hurry up and get going." "Okay, teacher." Ding, ding, ding. "Hop on my beloved little cart. Classmates, follow me." Oscar adjusted his wind goggles and immediately jumped back onto the sausage-selling cart, heading toward the village. After Tang Ge and Tang San said goodbye to the old man, they followed him into the village. Once inside the village, after mutual introductions, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing got to know each other a bit. However, not long after, perhaps because there was no teacher present, Oscar couldn't help but start promoting his sausages again. "Classmates, would you like to have a sausage?" Feeling the expectant gaze from Oscar, Tang San found his face quite awkward. He still asked with some suspicion, "Are you really only 14 years old?" Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately became displeased. He stopped his cart and said very seriously, "You can doubt my character, but you absolutely cannot question my age. I, Oscar, am 14 years old this year, a first-year student at Shrek Academy. You can ask anyone, and they will tell you I am 14. So just because my hair is a bit thick, don't call me uncle." Tang San was speechless after hearing this. Looking at Oscar's thick beard, he secretly thought to himself, "Your hair can't just be described as lush." However, despite this thought, Tang San apologetically said, "Senior, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now. How much are these sausages on your cart? I'd like to try one." Upon hearing this, Oscar was overjoyed. He quickly skewered a sausage that was about 10 centimeters long with a bamboo stick and handed it to Tang San, happily saying, "As long as you eat my sausage, I won't be angry anymore. One for silver soul coin." Tang San nodded, took out a silver coin, and gave it to Oscar. Then he tasted the sausage in his hand, and his eyes instantly brightened, unable to help but exclaim in surprise, "This sausage is quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes immediately squinted with joy. He then eagerly began to promote it to the others. "Would you like a sausage?" Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu poked him with her finger and whispered, "Is it really delicious?" Tang San nodded. After receiving Tang San's confirmation, the food-loving Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak up loudly. "Give me one. I want one too." Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, followed suit. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she still had that cold demeanor, keeping her distance from others. Soon, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each had a sausage in their hands and began to eat. Then, there were bursts of exclamations. "Wow, what is this sausage made of? It's really delicious." Ning Rongrong said, "Humph, I've eaten everything as the distinguished Ning Rongrong, and it's just a sausage. But it's quite tasty. Is there any more? I want another one." Seeing the two beautiful female classmates enjoying their sausages so happily, Oscar was almost moved to tears. He couldn't help but say, "It's fine. Eat as much as you want. I have plenty here." Saying this, Oscar looked at Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, filled with anticipation, and asked, "Aren't you two going to eat?" Hearing Oscar's words, and noticing that Xiao Chan next to her also looked eager to try, Tang Ge suppressed a smile and nodded. "The sausages on this cart have been here for a while. Could you give me a fresh one instead? Not far away." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were enjoying the food. Upon hearing that Tang Ge wanted a fresh one, both of their faces showed disdain. Ning Rongrong even huffed and said, "The dignified seven-treasure Ning Rongrong, don't pick and choose. How embarrassing for you, a guy, to be so picky." In response to Ning Rongrong's disdain, Tang San just smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, the originally cheerful Oscar's expression suddenly froze, becoming hesitant. "What? No fresh ones?" Tang Ge urged with a smile. Under duress, Oscar could only extend his right hand and, in a somewhat lewd manner, called out in his soft voice, "I have a big sausage." As yellow light gathered in his palm, 2 yellow rings suddenly rose from beneath his feet. Immediately, a sausage identical to the one grilling on the cart appeared in Oscar's palm. In front of the cart, when Tang San heard Oscar's words, "I have a big sausage," he froze for a moment. Then, upon seeing the large sausage materializing in Oscar's hand, he suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. As for the blissfully eating Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, they directly tossed away the sausages in their hands and bent over to vomit. It could be faintly seen that the usually cool Zhu Zhuqing was trembling slightly, seemingly holding back laughter. However, when she looked at Oscar, her eyes were filled with malice. Beside Tang Ge, after Lin Yuechan came to her senses, her little face turned even redder. She couldn't help but pinch the corner of her clothes and whispered, "Brother, did you already know?" "What do you mean I already knew?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything." Tang Ge immediately shook his head in denial. What a joke. If he dared to admit this, he would probably be directly surrounded by a group of fierce women. Sure enough, after Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong vented their frustrations, they immediately turned their fierce gazes towards Oscar. One could vaguely sense the fluctuations of soul power emanating from them. Just as Oscar was about to explain, he felt a tremor in his heart, and without saying a word, he abandoned the vehicle and sprinted away. Behind him, sharp cries filled with anger erupted. Enraged, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong unleashed their martial souls and chased after the fleeing Oscar. Tang Ge and the others did not expect this result. Fearing something might go wrong, they quickly followed after. Thus, the group unknowingly missed the second and third assessments and headed straight for the last test. It was only after Oscar was caught up by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and received an uncontested beating that they realized they had gone too far. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before them. A middle-aged man, extremely robust yet slightly shorter in stature, was lying with his eyes closed on a rattan chair, emitting loud, thunderous breaths. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, still filled with pent-up frustration, were ready to continue their attack, which startled Oscar. He quickly wore a mournful expression, pointed at the man on the rattan chair, and whispered, "Ladies, calm down. Can't you see? That's our academy's teacher, Zhao Wujia, known as the Unmoving King. If we anger him, we're all in trouble." Chapter 64. The Unmoving King Zhao Wujia. The Unmoving King Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing Oscar's warning, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had just raised their fists, immediately put them down. Under Oscar's almost pleading gaze, they both huffed in response. "We'll let you off this time, but you better not sell that terrible sausage in front of us again." As they said this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but recall the earlier scene, causing their stomachs to churn again. Now that they were slowly calming down, they also realized something was off. Why did Tang Ge wait until they finished eating to ask for a fresh sausage? Could he have known in advance? So, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, walked up to Tang Ge. She looked up at the boy who had even startled the academy director and angrily said, "Speak. Did you do that on purpose? Beauty, I considered you a classmate. You can't wrongfully accuse me." Tang Ge looked innocent, but Ning Rongrong didn't believe him at all. She revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, hands on her hips, threatening fiercely. "Humph, I don't care how powerful your soul ring is. If I find out you're lying to me, Ning Rongrong, will never let you go." After saying that, Ning Rongrong turned and walked away, leaving Tang Ge with a proud silhouette. Tang Ge smiled and wasn't angry. His gaze shifted back to Oscar. "Senior Oscar, tell us about that teacher Zhao." Oscar didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head and let out a few low sounds. And then a wave of soul power appeared. By the time he turned back around, the injuries on his face had miraculously improved. Tang Ge was taken aback. It seemed he was secretly eating sausages just now. Noticing Tang Ge's strange gaze, Oscar suddenly felt embarrassed. But he quickly adjusted his mood and said softly, "Originally, it was supposed to be Senior Dai Mubai who brought you here today, but he seems to have disappeared. So I was tasked with guiding you to participate in the test. As far as I know, this teacher Zhao is responsible for supervising the fourth round, testing the practical abilities of the new students in the academy. Just testing practical abilities, that's what Xiao San and I fear the least." After hearing this, Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. Tang San reached out and tugged at Xiao Wu, signaling her to keep quiet, then smiled at Oscar and said, "Senior, please continue." Oscar nodded. The fourth test is to assess practical combat experience. Some students have good martial souls and control over them, but because they grew up in noble families, they have no understanding of the outside world, let alone combat. Therefore, the academy does not accept such students. The dean has said that pampered children are not welcome. This time, Xiao Wu fell silent, but Ning Rongrong couldn't help but interject, "Are you selecting students or wives? This is too strict. Besides, who says children from noble families are all spoiled? I'm different." At the end, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but proudly lift her head, as if to prove how exceptional she was. Having just faced the wrath of this young lady, Oscar dared not refute her. He merely pointed to a figure lying on a lounge chair in the distance, and said with a bitter smile, "But even with rich combat experience, it won't be easy in this final test. Do you know? Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, and is the vice dean of the academy, second only to the dean in overall strength. If Teacher Zhao suddenly feels like personally testing your practical combat abilities, then you will really be in trouble." As he spoke, Oscar seemed to recall some unpleasant imagery and couldn't help but shiver. Tang San and the others' pupils slightly constricted. 76th level? If we add the academy's principal, doesn't that mean that Shrek Academy has 2 Soul Sage level powerhouses? At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, "I remembered. He is actually the immovable King Zhao Wujin, who had conflicts with the Spirit Hall. He has been missing for 10 years on the continent, and I didn't expect him to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. I heard that at that time. Immovable King Zhao Wujin had a grudge with the Spirit Hall, which wanted to punish him, but he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Later, that matter was left unresolved. It's important to know that the bishops of the Spirit Hall are at least Soul Emperor level strong, over level 60. At that time, Zhao Wujin should have only been in his 60s, but unexpectedly, he is now a Soul Sage. That's quite impressive." Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, a loud and thunderous laughter suddenly erupted. "Ha ha, I didn't expect that after being missing for 10 years, a little girl would know my past history. I was going to pretend to sleep for a while, but since you were so interested in me, I will make an effort. I will conduct your final practical test. Over 10 meters away, the burly figure that was lying on a lounge chair had already stood up and was walking towards them. Soon, this figure appeared in front of Tang Ge and the others. It was Zhao Wujin, known as the immovable king. Here, Tang Ge was the tallest, nearly reaching 1 meter 70. Tang San was slightly shorter, only around 1 meter 60. However, the approaching Zhao Wujin was actually a bit shorter than Tang San, but his robust physique gave a very strong impression. He scanned Tang Ge and the 5 others, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems like I can warm up a bit. This teacher Zhao, shouldn't the 4th challenge arranged by the principal be handled by Senior Dai Mubai? Moreover, I just remembered, those few haven't gone to the first 3 test points yet. Upon hearing that Zhao Wujin was really going to take the field himself, Oscar was taken aback and hurriedly said. Then he wanted to call Tang Ge and the others to leave. But unfortunately, since Zhao Wujin had gotten up, how would he let these people leave? He directly reached out and grabbed Oscar by the collar, throwing him away, while unhappily saying, since that kid Dai Mubai isn't here, why are you talking so much nonsense? Go sell your sausages. Thud. Oscar immediately fell into a patch of grass about 7 or 8 meters away, and after a while, he crawled out in a sorry state. However, he didn't leave but directly shouted, classmates, Teacher Zhao is making his move. You better take care of yourselves, but don't worry. I have various recovery soul power and healing sausages available for you, free of charge. In the distance, Tang San and the others ignored Oscar, who was still busy promoting his sausages, and focused their attention on the imposing Zhao Wuji. Knowing that he was a soul sage, Tang San took the initiative to speak. May I ask, Senior, how do we pass this final assessment? Chapter 65. Are you sure you want me to join? Hearing Tang San's question, Zhao Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Good. You can remain calm even after knowing I am a soul sage. You are qualified to stand before me. In that case, let's start by introducing our names and soul power levels, so I can see what your strengths are. If your strength is sufficient during the upcoming assessment, as long as you can withstand my attacks for more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, even if only one of you remains at the end, I will consider you to have passed the assessment. With that, he crossed his arms and stood aside. The time an incense stick, huh? Tang San took a deep breath and was the first to speak. My name is Tang San. My weapon spirit is blue silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control system soul master. Xiao Wu, with the beast spirit of a rabbit. Followed up, I'm Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master. After hearing Tang San speak, Xiao Wu introduced herself. Next were Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Yuechan, with the beast spirit of the forest spirit, is a level 31 assault system soul venerable. Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast spirit of the nether spirit cat, is a level 27 agility system soul master. There's actually a level 31 soul venerable student? And when did blue silvergrass reach level 29? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's strengths and spirits were quite standard, but upon hearing about Tang San and Lin Yuechan, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but raise his thick eyebrows. Especially Lin Yuechan's level 31 soul venerable strength surprised him. For a moment, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but think, it seems the academy has brought in quite a few good seedlings this year. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, hesitated for a moment before speaking. I am Ning Rongrong. My weapon spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 auxiliary system weapon soul master. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt all eyes were on her. Tang San was surprised and said, your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tower. Does that mean you are from the 7 treasure glazed sect? Being watched by so many people, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt a bit shy. She stuck out her cute tongue and said, don't look at me. I'm no different from ordinary people. Wait a moment. I'll provide you with support, and I should be able to last for the duration of an incense stick. The 7 treasure glazed tower, as a martial soul, is passed down through generations, and only direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed sect on the entire Douluo Continent are likely to possess it. Soul masters have a simple evaluation of the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul, the most powerful support martial soul in the continent. The best partner for all battle-type soul masters. It's enough to show how welcome this sect must be on the continent. However, unfortunately for Zhao Wujia, it posed no threat to him. He was just surprised that the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect actually ran away from home to join Shrek Academy. Finally, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell on Tang Ge, who was the only one yet to introduce himself. Little guy, what about you? Me? I don't think I need to. Tang Ge was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said. Upon hearing Tang Ge's refusal, Zhao Wuji frowned, his face showing displeasure. Fortunately, Tang San spoke up in time to explain. Teacher Zhao, Tang Ge's situation is special. He has already been personally accepted into the academy by the dean during the first test point. He is just here to familiarize himself with the environment and does not need to participate in the assessment. Huh? What kind of talent does this kid have that is worthy of the dean personally bringing him into the academy? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wuji immediately recalled the previous loud shout and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge a few more times. Then he did not continue to inquire and nodded to Tang San and the others. In that case, it will be you 5. Additionally, to prevent some people from saying that I bully children, let me first tell you about my abilities. My martial soul is a powerful beast martial soul. The mighty King Kong Bear, which excels in defense. It's practically indestructible. There is nothing much else to say, and it would be pointless to say more. So don't hold out too much hope. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Tang San and the others couldn't help but feel speechless. Was it really necessary to discourage them like this? However, they didn't say anything and quickly gathered together to discuss tactics after receiving a stick of incense as preparation time from Zhao Wuji. As for Zhao Wuji, who had nothing to do for the time being, he stared intently at Tang Ge, making him feel uneasy. Fortunately, the stick of incense time passed quickly. Zhao Wuji finally shifted his gaze away from Tang Ge, and, as Tang San and the others quickly spread out, he directly inserted a newly lit stick of incense into the ground. Then, he announced directly, "The assessment begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a wave of soul power, the already exceptionally sturdy Zhao Wuji was directly possessed by his martial soul, transforming into an immensely powerful violent bear. Tang San and the others also showed no hesitation and immediately began their attack from 7 or 8 meters away. Tang Ge didn't know when he had appeared beside Oscar, sitting on a stone and watching with great interest as Tang San and the others struggled against Zhao Wuji in the empty field. Beside him, Oscar also realized that Tang Ge had been admitted without examination. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Tang Ge, do you think Tang San and the others can last a stick of incense against Teacher Zhao?" "It's tough." Tang Ge shook his head and said. Although the current situation had Lin Yuechan compared to the original plot, Zhao Wujin directly used his martial soul from the very beginning. He didn't get knocked down head first like in the original story. Moreover, after Zhao Wujin activated the soul skill of his first soul ring, he became both offensive and defensive, completely transforming into the true unmoved king. Tang San and the others' attacks fell on him, not only failing to hurt him, but instead injuring themselves from the rebound force. An incense stick's worth of time? Unless, like in the original plot, Tang San eventually uses his hidden weapons, it would really be hard to last that long. Oscar naturally didn't know the situation. However, he understood Zhao Wuji's strength, so upon hearing Tang Ge's words, he nodded in agreement. It really is difficult. It is tough. But if I also take the stage, the outcome will be different. Tang Ge smiled and added, "Sure enough." Not long after, as Zhao Wuji increased his strength repeatedly, the 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, could no longer hold on and were swept out of the arena, leaving only Tang San. By now, the incense stick planted in the ground had burned less than half its length. However, whether it was because he heard the discussion between Tang Ge and Oscar, at the moment when Xiao Wu fell into a coma and Tang San was about to unleash his full power in anger, Zhao Wuji suddenly stopped. He shouted directly in the direction of Tang Ge, "You brat named Tang Ge, stop watching, I'm talking about you. Come over here, let me measure your strength." Tang Ge raised his eyebrows slightly and stood up. He chuckled softly. "Teacher Zhao, are you sure you want me to join?" Chapter 66. Tang Ge enters the strongest support. "Teacher Zhao, are you sure you want me to join?" Tang Ge got up from the ground, smiling lightly. 7 or 8 meters away, seeing Tang Ge's indifferent demeanor, Zhao Wuji suddenly became angry and couldn't help but shout, "At such a young age, you're so whiny. When I tell you to come over, just come over. Where do all these unnecessary words come from?" Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes at what was said. However, he still lifted his foot and walked towards the opposite side. After all, if he wanted to take advantage of the situation, he couldn't just sit there and expect a lot of benefits to fall from the sky, right? Behind him, Oscar's encouraging voice filled with anticipation came. "Tang Ge, go for it. Get the sausages ready. I guess after the battle is over, Teacher Zhao will need to eat some." Tang Ge smiled and waved his hand without looking back. This immediately infuriated Zhao Wuji, causing his chest to nearly explode with anger. And the 7 soul rings representing the soul saint uncontrollably appeared beneath his feet. When Tang Ge walked over, he glared at him with wide eyes and spoke fiercely. "You little sharp-tongued brat. I'll make you wish you never crossed me. Not necessarily. Tang Ge smiled and replied, then looked at Tang San, who was holding the unconscious Xiao Wu, and asked, how is it? Can we continue? We can continue, but with the two of us. Tang San's expression was somewhat serious. But before he could finish his words, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted, saying, who says it's only the two of us? After saying that, as Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing looked on in confusion, the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram appeared in Tang Ge's hand, and two soul rings, one purple and one black, appeared beneath his feet, since they were still unaware of what had happened at the village entrance. When Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the two soul rings emerging from Tang Ge, he was originally angry. This kid actually has a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring? Is he kidding me? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for shocking Zhao Wujie, gaining 800 shock points. Oh, contributing his own wool so quickly. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Tang Ge's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he continued to unleash his first and second soul skills. Tang Ge first summoned a milky white beam of light that directly infused into the unconscious Xiao Wu's body. As Xiao Wu's pale face regained its rosy color and seemed to be on the verge of awakening, he then marked several of his companions with his martial soul imprint. Finally, after the life array and the death array appeared, it directly enveloped a 10-meter radius. Within this range, whether it was Tang San, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Yuchan, they all felt their injuries recovering at an extremely fast rate. In the blink of an eye, they had completely recovered, and even the soul power they had previously consumed was restored by more than half. Moreover, Tang San and the others could clearly feel that as long as this white large formation on the ground existed, they would continuously receive healing. This surprised and shocked the four of them. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Wu also slowly woke up, when she realized she was lying in Tang San's arms. Her pretty face turned red, and she couldn't help but ask in confusion, Little San, didn't I get injured and faint? Why do I feel like I'm not injured anymore? It was Tang Ge who used his soul skill to heal you. Tang San explained. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but tease with a smile. Xiao Wu, you're awake. Why aren't you getting up? This isn't the time for you and Xiao San to be all lovey-dovey. I won't let you dictate that. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's charming face flushed again, and she couldn't help but huff in a spoiled manner. However, despite saying that, she quickly left Tang San's embrace and stood up from the ground. In an instant, the originally battered challenge team of 5 not only fully recovered to their peak, but also gained Tang Ge, a genius student who was directly admitted without examination. On the opposite side, Zhao Wujie had witnessed this scene unfold before his eyes. Although he couldn't comprehend the effect of the white array light on the ground, he saw Xiao Wu waking up unharmed and the injuries of Tang San and the others healing. This made Zhao Wujie greatly increase his regard for Tang Ge in his heart. Therefore, Zhao Wujie finally put away his previous disdain. He looked at Tang Ge, who was capable of turning the tide with just one hand, and admiration couldn't help but show in his eyes. He laughed heartily and said, Little guy, you're starting to ignite my fighting spirit. Gulme, tell me, what level is your soul power at? Tang Ge, martial soul, yin-yang life, and death diagram. Rank 39 soul sovereign, the strongest support type, soul master. Tang Ge finally spoke the name of his martial soul for the first time. At the same time, his third spirit ring, the 10,000-year spirit ring, rose from beneath his feet. In that moment, Tang Ge was once again surrounded by 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings. Dazzling and eye-catching, Zhao Wujie, seeing this, momentarily froze with a smile on his face, feeling a surge of jealousy. He could no longer maintain the image of a teacher, squatting down and then suddenly leaping towards Tang Ge. In midair, Zhao Wujie's loud shout echoed out. The match continued. Clearly at this moment, Zhao Wujie had completely abandoned Ning Rongrong, placing Tang Ge as the first target to eliminate. 1 purple and 2 black, starting with a full revival for all. This healing-type support ability could no longer be described as exaggerated. It was simply monstrous. If Tang Ge were to remain in the fight, Zhao Wujie had a vague feeling that he might face a defeat today. That is why he chose to act against Tang Ge without hesitation. However, as Zhao Wujie leaped into the air, the extremely experienced Tang San immediately realized the opponent's intention. He quickly shouted, Everyone go all out to entangle teacher Zhao. Don't let him get close to Tang Ge. Not far away, upon hearing Tang San's command, Ning Rongrong felt somewhat unwilling. After all, she had just been the strongest support in the team, the one who needed protection. Now, In the blink of an eye, she had to step up to protect others. Naturally, Ning Rongrong felt quite uncomfortable about this. However, she also knew that this was not the time to dwell on such feelings. So she gritted her teeth and directly unleashed her 2 spirit skills. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hand spun rapidly, and then she called out softly. 7 treasures first, strength. 7 treasures second, speed. Accompanied by her call, beams of light shot out and landed on Tang Ge and the others. They immediately felt a significant increase in both their strength and speed. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San activated his first spirit skill, entangling. As the blue-silver grass erupted with blue light, directly condensing over a dozen thick vines that soared into the air, rushing toward Zhao Wujia, who was still in midair. Chapter 67. Great Strength Diamond Palm versus Life and Death Hand Seal. Since they had already clashed before, Tang San knew that his second spirit skill, Parasitism, would be ineffective against Zhao Wujia, who had an incredibly strong defense and dense spirit power. Therefore, at this moment, Tang San fully activated his first spirit skill, Entangling. With the appearance of numerous vines like poisonous snakes, they swiftly spread to Zhao Wujia, wrapping around him completely. At the same time, Tang San shouted, "Xiao Wu Meteor Hammer!" Whoosh! Next to him, Xiao Wu immediately jumped, using her toes to push off his shoulder, then leaped out again, kicking directly at Zhao Wujia's head. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia let out a hearty laugh and attempted to tear apart the vines entangling him. But at that moment, a milky white beam of light suddenly descended, directly flooding into his body. Zhao Wujia's smile froze, and his expression momentarily dulled. Although he quickly regained his senses, Xiao Wu, who had taken to the air with Tang San's martial soul, appeared in front of him. Bang! With a dull sound, Xiao Wu used all her strength to kick fiercely at Zhao Wujia's chest. Then, Zhao Wujia, entangled by the vines, fell heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. But the attack didn't end there. As Zhao Wujia broke free from the vines and stood up from the pit, Lin Yuechan, who had been poised and ready in the distance, immediately released her fingers. Wind spiral arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound cutting through the air. A rapidly spinning sharp arrow appeared before Zhao Wujia, trailing a green flame. Zhao Wujia's gaze sharpened, and as his powerful spirit power erupted, he instantly tore apart the vines entangling him. Then, he reached out to grab the spiral arrow in front of him. But just as Zhao Wujia raised his hand, another white beam of light descended from above. What the hell? As he felt his consciousness blur once again, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and glared at Tang Ge, who was standing in the back. In that moment, Zhao Wujia really felt an impulse to tear Tang Ge apart. Puffed. At the same time, the spiraling arrow flew unimpeded, directly crashing into Zhao Wujia's chest. Zzz. The spiral arrow spun rapidly, clashing against Zhao Wujia's immovable body, creating a harsh grinding sound. Bang! Zhao Wujia finally regained his senses, suddenly raising his hand to shatter the spiral arrow. But when he looked down, he was shocked to find blood seeping from his chest. "I'm actually injured?" At that moment, Zhao Wujia was astonished, and a wave of intense anger surged uncontrollably in his heart. He then suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, who was rapidly approaching like a shadow in midair. "You little brats have really angered me." Roar! A furious roar erupted from Zhao Wujia's mouth. The sound wave containing spirit power surged forth, not only leaving Tang San and the others dazed, but also causing Zhu Zhuqing, who was rushing in, to fall from the air. A pained expression appeared on her icy face. At the same time, a large hand suddenly attacked, reaching directly for her neck. Behind her, Ning Rongrong gasped in shock. "Be careful, Xiao Wu act." Tang San also noticed this scene and immediately shouted anxiously. Hearing Tang San's arrangement, the already prepared Xiao Wu's eyes flashed with red light, instantly directed at Zhao Wujia, who was rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing. Charm skill activate. But unfortunately, as soon as the red light landed on Zhao Wujia, Xiao Wu suddenly let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. However, immediately after, a milky white light beam fell on her, beginning to heal her injuries. The white array beneath her feet also allowed Xiao Wu to enjoy continuous healing. Tang San seemed to have known this early on and was not worried about Xiao Wu. At the moment the opponent used her charm skill, a slender vine quickly extended out. In the end, this vine managed to wrap around Zhu Zhuqing's body first, pulling her back swiftly to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been observing the situation, smiled slightly as the rich soul power within him surged wildly, continuously unleashing his first soul skill. At the same time, the white formation covering the ground quickly transformed into a black formation. Death formation. Activate. Puff. 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 Just as Zhao Wujia rushed to the spot where Zhu Zhuqing had been, he felt the cruel twist of fate again. The white light pillars that appeared fell down, continuously pouring into his body, making him feel so good that he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Damn it, what kind of healing skill is this? I should be angry, but why do I feel pleasure? Zhao Wujia's body was out of control, and he could only scream desperately in his heart. Hurry up! Seeing this scene, Tang Ge couldn't help but urge. Tang San and his companions felt the enhancement from the new formation beneath their feet. They exchanged glances with one another and then, without hesitation, launched another attack on Zhao Wuji. Due to the corrosive nature of the death formation on soul power, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body had its power greatly diminished, and he could no longer withstand the poison that came with Tang San's blue-silver grass. After a short while, he became utterly disheveled, his entire body swelling as if he had been stung by countless scorpions. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifested, her claws left deep gashes on Zhao Wuji's body. Puchi! A sharp spiral arrow shot through the air and directly pierced Zhao Wuji's arm, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At the same time, the dark energy attached to the arrow began to invade Zhao Wuji's body, wreaking havoc inside him. However, thanks to the continuous healing from the milky white light beams that Tang Ge had released earlier, Zhao Wuji was receiving constant treatment. Even so, the pain finally brought him back to his senses. He glanced at the incense stick not far away, which was surprisingly burning down to its lowest point. Zhao Wuji's face twitched in frustration. He never expected that he, a dignified soul sage, would be brought to such a state by a group of mere teenagers. And the instigator of all this was that detestable brat who could release light beams. No way, I must take revenge. Gravity enhancement. With this thought, Zhao Wuji could no longer hold back and immediately unleashed his third soul skill. In that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as if a mountain had fallen on their shoulders, causing them to collapse to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. They were flushed and immobile, let alone continuing their attack. Zhao Wuji paid no attention to the little ones, his gaze fixated on Tang Ge, the only one still standing at the back. His eyes turned cold as he gritted his teeth, saying, "You little brat, I've tolerated you for long enough. Now that your companions are down, let us see how you can continue hiding behind them." Great strength diamond palm. With a roar, Zhao Wuji suddenly raised his palm and condensed a golden hand, striking directly at Tang Ge. Faced with the palm rushing toward him, Tang Ge not only showed no fear, but instead smiled faintly. "Teacher Zhao, who says I've been hiding all along." He then formed a hand seal, and with the fluctuation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he similarly condensed a large hand in mid-air, with yin and yang energy swirling around it. At that moment, Great Strength Diamond Palm versus Life and Death Great Hand Seal. Chapter 68. Zhao Wuji's anger since Tang Ge entered the arena. The light beams he used for healing and restricting, as well as the black and white light formations covering the ground, corresponded with his claim of being a support soul master. Therefore, aside from Lin Yuechan and Tang San, who had witnessed Tang Ge tear the Mandragora's snake apart with his bare hands, everyone else thought Tang Ge was truly just a supportive soul master. Even Zhao Wuji, with his soul sage cultivation, was no exception. Thus, when he used gravity enhancement to suppress Tang San and the others, he felt that dealing with a support soul master like Tang Ge would be a piece of cake. As soon as he unleashed the Great Strength Diamond Palm, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You little brat, today I'm going to smash your little backside." But before his laughter faded, the black and white light flashed before his eyes, causing him to widen them in shock. Opposite him, Tang Ge, who had seemed powerless just a moment ago, now had the yin-yang life and death diagram manifesting, and immediately, yin and yang energy surged forth, quickly condensing into a large hand that was half black and half white in midair. "Life and Death Great Hand Seal." Tang Ge's deep voice rang out, and the enormous hand he had condensed collided fiercely with the incoming Great Strength Vajra Palm. Bang! A sound like thunder erupted. Under the incredulous gazes of Tang San and the others, the Great Strength Vajra Palm was crushed after only a moment of resistance. The black and white giant hand, however, did not lose any power and directly enveloped Zhao Wuji, heavily pressing down. Before the palm print even approached, Zhao Wujie felt a rapid depletion of his soul power. Even the vitality within his body seemed to be drawn out, continuously flowing away. Damn it! What kind of soul beast did this kid kill to get such a strange 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujie couldn't help but roar in his heart. In desperation, he directly skipped his fourth soul skill and unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression, accompanied by a roar. A black 10,000-year soul ring finally lit up on Zhao Wujie's body. With the activation of his powerful soul power, the space above his head seemed to collapse, causing waves of distortion to appear. The previously pressed life and death handprint made contact, instantly erupting with blinding light. Countless yin and yang energies were continuously torn apart and dissipated. The yin-yang giant hand seal also became smaller and smaller. However, due to the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the yin-yang giant hand seal that Tang Ge executed was far more powerful than before. As the two 10,000-year soul skills collided, Zhao Wujie's gravitational compression ultimately could not hold out until the end. The remaining yin-yang giant hand seal was then forcefully slammed onto Zhao Wujie's body under his angry gaze. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, clouds of dust surged up, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Then they looked at Tang Ge, their eyes filled with shock and complex emotions. When did auxiliary soul masters become so powerful? Tang Ge naturally felt the gaze of the crowd, as the system's prompt kept ringing in his mind. While secretly rejoicing, Tang Ge also let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he was powerful and had reached the 39th level of Soul Master, continuously unleashing soul skills had worn him out, especially the last yin-yang Great Hand Seal, which nearly drained the little soul power he had left. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The shock value was finally approaching 30,000. With that thought, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Not far away, amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly walked out. It was Zhao Wujie. However, compared to his previous imposing presence, Zhao Wujie was now in tattered clothes, and his swollen face was covered in dust. As soon as he saw Tang Ge sitting on the ground, he said nothing and raised his palm once again. Tang Ge was startled and quickly said, "Stop, stop, stop. What's going on? Are you finally ready to admit defeat?" Zhao Wujie grinned, revealing a sinister smile, and said. Tang Ge looked helpless and pointed to the ground not far away. "Teacher Zhao, you misunderstood. I just wanted to tell you that the incense has burned out. Has the time come?" Hearing Tang Ge's words, both Zhao Wujie and Tang San couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Sure enough, the incense that had been stuck in the ground was already burnt down to the bottom, leaving only a small flame. Seeing the scene, Tang San and the others let out a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Wujie's expression suddenly darkened. As a dignified soul sage at level 76, if news spread that he was defeated by 6 little guys in their 20s, where would he put his face? No way. He absolutely couldn't let this go. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted back to Tang Ge. He sneered and said, "You're not even part of this assessment, so technically speaking, those 5 little guys have already lost. However, if you can let me slap you and still stand, I can admit they passed the assessment." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others changed their expressions. Xiao Wu couldn't help but shout loudly, "You're just being unreasonable." That's right. The dignified king of Unmoved actually doesn't dare to admit his loss. If this gets out, it'll be your own shame. Ning Rongrong said angrily as well. Zhao Wujie paid no attention to the 2 girls' words. He sneered and said, "I'm the highest authority in this academy besides the principal, so I have the final say here. Of course, if you don't agree, you can turn around and leave right now. Shrek Academy does not accept students who are afraid of battle." You. The 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, gritted their teeth in anger. But after Tang San shook his head at them, he stood up from the ground. Looking at Zhao Wujie, Tang San spoke very seriously. "Since teacher Zhao said so, then let the students restart and have a truly fair competition. Are you sure you want to restart?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujie's eyebrows raised in surprise. "I'm sure." Tang San was extremely determined. At this moment, when Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San again, his eyes were filled with admiration. He liked students who were unyielding and not easily giving up like this. Therefore, Zhao Wujie was ready to nod in agreement. However, before he could speak, a voice full of helplessness suddenly came over. "You two have said so much. Have you ever considered my opinion as the person involved?" When Tang San and Zhao Wujie looked in the direction of the voice, they suddenly realized that Tang Ge, who had originally been sitting on the ground recovering, had somehow stood up. "Tang Ge, Tang San came back to his senses and wanted to speak. However, Tang Ge waved his hand and directly interrupted him, then looked at Zhao Wujia with a fearless smile on his face. Since teacher Zhao wants to hit me so much, I can only reluctantly satisfy his wish. Chapter 69. Tang Ge persuade with reason. As Tang Ge began to speak, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell once again on him. He frowned and said, "Kid, are you sure you've thought it through? Are you really going to take my palm, standing up? If I use a bit more strength, it could be fatal." However, as he said this, Zhao Wujia was actually thinking about how to hold back his strength when he made his move just to teach the kid a lesson. Otherwise, how could he face these children as their teacher if he couldn't even overpower them? But what Zhao Wujia never expected next was that after hearing his words, the originally determined Tang Ge hesitated for a moment and suddenly shook his head. "Someone might die? Then I've thought about it, and I'll pass. After all, as a support-type soul master, it's not really suitable for me to join in on this kind of excitement." Huh. Zhao Wujia was almost so enraged that he spat out blood, and his breathing became heavy. He could hardly imagine how someone with such thick skin could appear in Shrek Academy. A support-type soul master? Who has ever seen a support-type soul master who could directly crush my powerful golden iron fist with just one palm? Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Ge turned his head and was surprised to find that the laughter was actually coming from Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, the originally cold Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have an unusual charm. So, Tang Ge couldn't help but compliment her. "Sister Zhu Zhuqing, your smile is quite strange." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression instantly stiffened, returning to her usual cold demeanor. On the side, Ning Rongrong thought Tang Ge was mocking her and angrily defended. "Tang Ge, what's so strange about Sister Zhu's smile? Can you be clearer? It's quite cute," Tang Ge added with a smile. Ning Rongrong. She suddenly felt that she had been really foolish just now. How could she have been so impulsive as to pay attention to such a despicable villain? Even Tang San and the others looked at Tang Ge with strange expressions in their eyes. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her face and neck were completely flushed. If the assessment hadn't ended yet, she would have wanted to run away. Suddenly, there was a sound of grinding teeth. Just after having a bit of fun teasing Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge remembered that there was a big shot watching nearby. He quickly shifted his attention to the already distorted face of Zhao Wujia and said apologetically, "Teacher Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ease the tense atmosphere here." "So, are you going to continue bantering with me like this?" Zhao Wujia glared at Tang Ge, his fists cracking ominously. Tang Ge shook his head, and his expression immediately became serious. He said earnestly, "Teacher Zhao, I sincerely want to ask, do you really think that with the strength and talent of Xiao San and the others, they can't get into Shrek Academy? Fine, you can continue to remain silent. But I want to say that I came here with them, and if they can't stay today because of you, I will leave as well. I believe that whether it's my talent or Xiao San's talent, getting into other academies is not a problem at all. You can't possibly think that there are no other academies in this continent besides Shrek Academy, right? Besides, as the saying goes, leave a line for future encounters. If you go too far now, it won't be good for you, Teacher Zhao. Who knows? One day, someone stronger than you might come along and beat you up." At the end of his words, Tang Ge looked at Zhao Wujing calmly. Feeling Tang Ge's calm gaze, Zhao Wujing for the first time sensed a kind of pressure from a 12-year-old child. Moreover, he was even threatened, saying that someone would beat him up. Zhao Wujing felt extremely uncomfortable, but he had to admit that what this kid said was not unreasonable. However, he was also in a difficult position. If he bowed down to a group of children, wouldn't he completely lose face as the unmoved king? At this moment, Zhao Wujing became incredibly conflicted. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wujing's thoughts, Tang Ge's serious expression suddenly changed, and he smiled as he spoke. "Of course, I also know that the reason you, Teacher Zhao, are doing this is for our own good. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem, right? Xiao San, isn't that right?" "Huh, yes. Teacher Zhao is doing this for our own good." Tang San, who was not far away, was taken aback by Tang Ge's sudden question and almost didn't react in time. Then quickly nodded. Tang Ge secretly laughed as he watched Zhao Wujia, whose expression had relaxed considerably, and continued to speak. "Teacher Zhao, think about it again. As the second in command of the academy, you will definitely have to teach us in the future, right? Not to mention that someone as young as me is already a super genius with 1 purple and 2 black. Just based on the talents of Tang San and the other 4, we have already surpassed 99 of our peers. Just think, if any one of us becomes a title Douluo in the future, wouldn't you then become the teacher of a title Douluo? The teacher of a title Douluo? Are you really willing to let such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't." After saying so much, Zhao Wujie could no longer hold back. He snorted. I'm not stupid. Of course I won't give this opportunity to someone else. All right. I'll reluctantly be your teacher for a few years. Oscar, what are you standing there for? Give me some sausages. All right. Oscar's voice came from a distance. But before Oscar could arrive, Tang Ge smiled and proactively said, Teacher, let me treat you. Without waiting for Zhao Wujie to agree, he waved his hand and a milky white light beam, without any attached soul skills, appeared and directly flowed into Zhao Wujie's body. A rich vitality was released, and Zhao Wujie immediately felt his injuries rapidly healing. He nodded in satisfaction. This soul skill is not bad, just a bit too mouthy. I'll have to change that in the future. Since you have passed the assessment, let Oscar help arrange your accommodations. After saying this, Zhao Wujie turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back, clearly showing a proud expression on his face. Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lips. Then, when he withdrew his gaze, he found that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were staring at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is there something on me? Tang Ge asked in confusion. Everyone shook their heads. Ning Rongrong pointed in the direction where Zhao Wujie had left, seemingly still in disbelief, and said, You just made Teacher Zhao so angry, and he left like this? I thought it was for something else. So it turns out this is it. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a confident smile immediately appeared on Tang Ge's face. Tang Ge, persuade people with reason. Chapter 70. Let's draw a prize first thing in the morning. In the distance, Oscar finally came running over with 2 crispy little sausages. However, besides seeing the few new classmates who had participated in the 4th round of assessment, he did not see Zhao Wujie's figure. Oscar looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Where's Teacher Zhao? Just left. Tang Ge smiled and patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, And you don't have to worry. Teacher Zhao's injuries have already been treated by me. Really treated? Oscar looked at the little sausage still in his hand, then at the classmates in front of him who had just gone through a battle but had little injury and suddenly felt a bit down. He had hoped to sell more sausages while the opportunity was good. However, Oscar's mood quickly brightened again. Remembering the incredible assessment he had just witnessed, he became excited and said, Classmates, you are amazing. I thought you wouldn't be able to pass Teacher Zhao's personal assessment, but not only did you pass, you made Teacher Zhao look so flustered. And, Tang Ge, you actually have 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. It's truly unbelievable. What was the name of that soul skill you used at the end? It even broke Teacher Zhao's powerful golden palm. I'm almost inclined to call you boss. Looking at Oscar, who was even more excited than himself, Tang Ge felt a bit speechless. However, upon hearing the last sentence, he smiled and replied, Why think about it? Just call me boss. I won't refuse you. But Douluo will probably be angry if he finds out. Oscar's voice suddenly became much weaker. Douluo? That guy Dai Mu Bai, right? Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and smiled. I would like to find an opportunity to meet the big boss Dai you mentioned. Maybe he will agree to? But let's not worry about that for now. Since the assessment is over, you should take us to the place where we will stay, right? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this. Classmates, follow me. The dean has already arranged everything. While Oscar quickly finished off the small sausage in his hand, he nodded. Under his lead, Tang Ge and the other 6 left the assessment point. Although Shrek Academy seemed a bit poor compared to other Advanced Soul Master academies, being poor also had its advantages. At least having the academy located in such a fresh air village was quite beneficial for the students' training. Soon, Oscar brought Tang Ge and the others to the accommodation area. Here, there were 2-story wooden lofts, but only the 2nd floor was occupied, perhaps due to the special admission. Tang Ge was fortunate enough to occupy a loft all by himself, enjoying the beautiful view alone. The others shared rooms, with Tang San and Oscar successfully becoming roommates. In an instant, Tang Ge became the envy of several girls, who wished they could directly occupy Tang Ge's place. However, Tang Ge had no intention of giving up the loft. As soon as he entered the room, he firmly closed the door. The moment he took off his shoes and sat on the bed, he finally relaxed, feeling the nearly empty soul power within him. Tang Ge smiled slightly and murmured to himself. Raising his soul power to level 40 as soon as possible would allow him to prepare for his 4th soul ring. He then stopped thinking too much and closed his eyes to begin his training. As the hell furnace was slightly activated, special elements gradually gathered in the air and entered Tang Ge's body. Under the refinement of the hell furnace, Tang Ge's soul power began to slowly increase. The next day, just as dawn broke, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes after a night of training, hearing footsteps on the roof of the loft in the distance. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After 5 years of not seeing each other, this little third had actually learned to climb onto the roof to collect the essence of the sun and moon. By the way, It seemed like he heard the system prompt sound during last night's training. Thinking of this, Tang Ge's consciousness immediately immersed itself in the system panel. Sure enough, there were two system prompts. One was from Zhao Wujie, directly providing 3,500 shock points. The other was from Shrek Academy's Dean, Flender, with 3,100 shock points. Logically, Flender's strength was greater than Zhao Wujie's, so the shock points provided would be more. But the result was clearly not the case now. Tang Ge felt that it might be because Flender was not as shocking as Zhao Wujie. However, how could these two big shots be shocked by him in the dead of night? Could it be because of the beating they received from that person? Tang Ge couldn't figure it out for a moment, but it didn't matter if he couldn't understand. As long as he had the shock value, that was enough. Seeing that it was still early outside, Tang Ge immediately pulled up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 39 Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Yin Yang Wings, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Walking Secret, Hell Refinement, Heaven Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Holy Body Fusion Degree 99 Shock Value, 31. 150, it's already 30,000. Tang Ge's gaze briefly skimmed over 10 lines and landed directly on the last column of shock value. Seeing the impressive amount of over 30,000 shock points, his eyes instantly lit up. Receiving shock points so early in the morning meant he was in for a good day. He should draw a prize first. Immediately, Tang Ge silently chanted in his mind. Open the heavenly roulette. Ding dong. Consuming 10,000 shock points, the heavenly roulette was activated. With the system's prompt sound, a massive roulette will suddenly appear before Tang Ge's eyes and began to slowly spin. Tang Ge had long been accustomed to this and was simply waiting quietly. After a while, the heavenly roulette stopped, accompanied by a flash of light, and the system prompt sound immediately rang out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn a Thunder Calamity Pill. Huh, Thunder Calamity Pill? Tang Ge looked confused and couldn't help but check the information of a pill stored in the system space that was glowing with lightning. Only then did he realize that the main function of this Thunder Tribulation Pill was to increase the success rate of transcending tribulations. But he didn't need to transcend a tribulation. Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a bit depressed, but he didn't stop and continued to draw again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn a Yin Yang Profound Dragon Pill. Yin Yang Profound Dragon Pill. When seriously injured or on the verge of death, taking it can not only recover injuries but also break through and enhance strength further. Huh, this is a good pill. I'll save it for now. Although the second draw also yielded a pill, its effects made Tang Ge's eyes light up, and his previously gloomy mood improved significantly. At this point, there were still 10,000 shock points left, so he could only draw once more. Tang Ge felt that he was quite lucky and, gritting his teeth, decided to use this last chance. Then, when the celestial roulette came to a stop, a dazzling blue light suddenly erupted. Chapter 71, Meteor Tears. Buzz. The blinding blue light surged, almost blinding Tang Ge's eyes. But instead of complaining, he felt a surge of excitement. The fact that the celestial roulette emitted such a glaring light meant he had definitely drawn an extraordinary treasure. In a moment of excitement, Tang Ge stood up from his bed. Ignoring the ceiling that was nearly touching his head, he fixed his gaze on the celestial roulette filled with deep blue light. Gradually, the deep blue glow faded. A drop of deep blue crystal, resembling tears, suddenly appeared before Tang Ge's eyes. Could this be? As if he had thought of something, Tang Ge's body trembled with excitement. At the same time, a system notification sound echoed in his mind along with the appearance of the deep blue crystal. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn a drop of meteor tears. It really is meteor tears. Hearing the system notification, Tang Ge couldn't help but clench his fists. He never expected that his luck would be so good this morning, drawing such a precious treasure in one go. It should be noted that meteor tears are the tears of the life god king in the star transformation world, formed from the energy of his entire being before his death. Meteor tears can not only heal injuries and provide an endless supply of energy for cultivation, but also contain the life god king's understanding of the laws of space and time. There are only 2 drops of such meteor tears in the entire star transformation. Once all are obtained, one will surely become the future life god king. Tang Ge did not expect that 1 drop of meteor tear would fall into his hand. Of course, he did not hope to become a god of life. but was concerned about the terrifying energy contained within the meteor tear. Tang Ge believes that with this drop of meteor tears, during the process of merging with the oppressive power of the 10,000-year soul ring, he will definitely be able to elevate the ancient sacred body to the awakening stage in one go. Moreover, from now on, the meteor tears will also provide him with a continuous source of energy. Thinking of this, Tang Ge suppressed his excitement and immediately took out the meteor tears. A deep blue crystal, resembling tears, appeared in his palm, and as it radiated light, Tang Ge suddenly felt as if he was embraced by a phantom. The soft and comfortable sensation made him unable to resist wanting to indulge in it. Buzz. Then, the meteor tears slipped from Tang Ge's palm and directly burrowed into his heart. The hell furnace began to operate uncontrollably on its own. Streams of surging deep blue energy started to surge out from the meteor tears and were continuously absorbed into the hell furnace. After an unknown amount of time, when someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room, Tang Ge, who had been sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Within him, a certain barrier seemed to have been broken through, followed by an overwhelming rush of increasingly rich soul power. Although Tang Ge did not check his personal profile panel, he instantly understood that his soul power had increased to the next level. Level 40 Soul Master. Is this the power of meteor tears? Feeling the meteor tears that had already fused with his heart, and noticing that there was no change after the recent consumption, Tang Ge was both amazed and filled with joy. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Ge, are you awake? At that moment, there was another knock on the door, followed by Tang San's inquiry. Tang Ge took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to calm down slowly. He knew that after his strength increased to level 40, he could go to the Star Doe Forest to find a suitable spirit ring for himself. But since he had just entered the academy, Tang Ge planned to take it steady for now and wait a while before making any moves. Moreover, with the assistance of meteor tears, he believed that once he broke through to the Spirit Master rank, he would experience another significant leap in strength. Falling behind? Absolument impossible. With this thought, Tang Ge smiled slightly, stood up from his bed, and walked towards the door. Outside the door, when Tang Ge came out, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, finding that besides Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the other two girls were also present. Even Oscar had shaved his beard and was yawning, looking around in a daze. As soon as Tang Ge stepped out, Oscar's vacant eyes suddenly brightened, and he eagerly urged, Tang Ge, you're finally awake. Since everyone is here, let us go eat now. Oh, poor me, Oscar. I can't even get a lazy sleep. Hearing Oscar's complaint, Tang San shook his head with a wry smile, because it was he who had called Oscar awake. Xiao Wu, however, didn't think much about it. Upon hearing the word eat, her eyes lit up. Her stomach had been growling for a while, so as soon as she saw Tang Ge come out, she immediately pulled Ning Rongrong, Lin Yuechan, and Zhu Zhuqing towards the dining hall. Aren't you calling me? Don't just stand there. Let us go. Looking at Oscar and Tang San, who were still lingering, Tang Ge smiled as he walked down from aloft. Then the three of them quickly caught up. Since it was still early and Shrek Academy had rented half of the village, the journey felt very quiet. However, just as Tang Ge and the others were approaching the dining hall, which was in the center of the village, they suddenly saw two figures walking over from the other half of the village. As the distance closed, when they recognized the appearance of the people coming from the opposite side, Oscar suddenly shouted in surprise, Daida, over here. He waved his hand as he called out. Upon hearing Oscar's voice, the two figures on the opposite side immediately stopped. One of them was Dai Mubai, who hadn't shown up for a day. He was quite surprised to see Oscar, but just as he was about to greet him, he glanced to the side and uncontrollably turned to leave. Tang Ge saw this and immediately smiled and spoke. Oh, it's you. What's going on? An old friend meets, and you're already ready to leave without catching up? Then he leisurely walked over. Oscar looked confused and couldn't help but ask Tang San, Tang San, does Tang Ge know Big Boss Dai? Tang San hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. However, after Xiao Wu recognized Dai Mubai as well, she immediately began to recount the events that had taken place at the Rose Hotel involving her, Xiao San, and Tang Ge. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had actually taken two twin girls to the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong, who seemed to know about this place, blushed and let out a huff. What a big lecher. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, a flash of disdain crossed her cold eyes as she glanced at Dai Mubai in the distance. Standing next to Tang San, Oscar also wore a look of shock. He had never expected that his boss Dai had such a history. No wonder he would suddenly disappear when he was supposed to bring in new students. However, speaking of which, the new student Tang Ge was quite impressive, having beaten up Boss Dai even before starting school. At that moment, Oscar suddenly felt that having a new boss might not be so bad after all. Chapter 72, Nickname Dai Lair. Let us not mention the discussions that followed among Xiao Wu and the others. When Tang Ge walked up to Dai Mubai, he immediately smiled and said, I remember seeing you at the village entrance yesterday. I wanted to greet you, but unexpectedly, you just left. Dai Mubai could tell from Tang Ge's words that he was teasing him. He felt so angry that he wanted to punch the other person, but thinking that he couldn't beat him, he decided to let it go. He could only put on a thick face and feign innocence as he spoke. I had a stomachache at that time, and if I had known that you, my brother, were also here, I definitely would have greeted the teacher in charge of the preliminary test. By the way, did you and your friends pass the assessment? This was just Dai Mubai trying to further prove that he knew nothing, in order to ease the awkwardness of suddenly encountering Tang Ge. However, unexpectedly, the sturdy boy next to him seemed to recognize Tang Ge and suddenly exclaimed, Are you Tang Ge? The genius who revealed 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings at the village entrance yesterday. Shocking even the dean? Tang Ge's attention was drawn to the sturdy teenager. From the prompt sound that had just appeared in the system, he already knew the other party's identity, but he still smiled and said, If you're referring to the genius Tang Ge who startled the dean, that would be me. May I ask what your name is? Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, the sturdy teenager immediately patted his chest and proudly said, Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Phoenix, level 28 Battle Soul Master. Well, a future Phoenix. But looking at you now, you should still be a little chick. Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The robust young master Ma Hongjun naturally had no idea what Tang Ge was thinking. After recognizing Tang Ge, he immediately looked at Dai Mubai. Since he had just heard the conversation between Dai Mubai and Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun was quite surprised. Dai, Oscar, and Tang Ge are together, so they must have passed the assessment. Everyone knows this, and you didn't? Are you pretending not to know? Feeling the skeptical gaze from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai finally experienced the destructive power of a clueless teammate. The platform he had painstakingly created for himself was completely dismantled by this teammate. It was really infuriating. However, Dai Mubai couldn't scold Ma Hongjun at that moment, so he could only awkwardly smile and explain, I went out for a bit earlier, so I'm not really up to date. Tang Ge smiled and didn't expose him. His gaze fell on Ma Hongjun, who was staring at Xiao Wu and the others in the distance with a lewd look. He reached out and patted his shoulder, squinting as he asked, So what do you think? Good looking? Very good. Ma Hongjun nodded uncontrollably. Tang Ge's eyes squinted into almost a line, with a cold glint flashing through them. Even Dai Mubai beside him couldn't help but shiver and took a few steps back. But Ma Hongjun didn't know, and even rubbed his hands awkwardly, saying, Tang Ge, don't you know these beautiful female classmates? Do you think you could introduce one to me? Sure. Tang Ge agreed immediately. Ma Hongjun didn't expect this result, but after being stunned for a moment, he became excited. His face turned red, and he eagerly said, Let's go over now. Don't rush. Come here first, I'll give you some tips. Tang Ge smiled and walked straight toward the cover ahead. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was only thinking about women and had no time for anything else, so he hurriedly followed. But after a while, a series of banging sounds mixed with piercing screams came from behind the cover. Although Dai Mubai couldn't see what was happening, the sound of the screams brought a tragic scene to his mind. He couldn't help but shiver and dared not think further. After a while, Oscar and Tang San walked over from a distance. Just then, Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun also came out from behind the cover. When they saw Ma Hongjun's face all swollen and looking like a pig's head, everyone was momentarily stunned. What happened? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Tang Ge smiled and said, This is classmate Ma Hongjun. He recently ate some bad food, which caused him to have a severe case of internal heat, resulting in this situation. Am I right, classmate Ma Hongjun? Huh? Yes. Yes. What Big Brother Tang Ge said is correct. I have internal heat, Ma Hongjun replied. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words and recalling what had just happened, Ma Hongjun's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. As for the thoughts he had earlier, he no longer dared to think about them. It really could be deadly. However, Tang San and the others did not believe Tang Ge's explanation. Could bad food cause such severe internal heat? It must be a joke. After all, Tang San and the others had seen the mischievous Dai Mubai secretly trying to hold back his laughter, right? Tang Ge seemed to have noticed the situation as well, and his gaze shifted directly to Dai Mubai. With a gentle smile, he asked, I heard Oscar and Ma Hongjun calling you Boss Dai. Should we also call you Boss from now on? As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Mubai, who was trying to hold back his laughter, suddenly froze. He had a vague feeling that if he didn't respond well, something unpleasant might happen. So, Dai Mubai could only pretend to be calm and waved his hand, saying, What Boss Dai? That's just a meaningless title. Besides, with you, Tang Ge, here, how could I dare to let you call me boss? I should be calling you boss and old too. Tang Ge suddenly called out. Dai Mu Bai's voice came to an abrupt stop, and he stared at Tang Ge, momentarily unable to process what was happening. What the hell? Seeing Dai Mu Bai's dazed expression, Tang Ge wanted to laugh. But he restrained his laughter, stepped forward, smoothed out Dai Mu Bai's slightly wrinkled collar, and said earnestly, Dai Lao Air, although I will be your boss from now on. Your position as the second in command is also very important. You need to fulfill this role well in the future. Think more about the welfare of your classmates. And never let me down, understand? Dai Mu Bai was so shaken that he couldn't even speak. Tang Ge patted his shoulder again, then turned to look at Tang San and the others, who were equally dumbfounded. His gaze landed directly on Oscar, and he smiled as he spoke. Oscar, now you know what to call me, right? Oscar came to his senses, glanced at Dai Mu Bai, and then at Tang Ge. He cautiously said, Boss Tang Ge? It's Boss Tang Ge. Ma Hongjun, who had just been beaten, declared firmly. The girls, including Xiao Wu, instantly showed their disdain upon hearing this. However, compared to Tang Ge being the boss, they preferred Dai Mu Bai, the lecher, to be the second in command, preferably for a long time. Soon, Tang Ge called out, and everyone walked together towards the cafeteria. In the end, only Dai Mu Bai was left standing alone, his eyes filled with emptiness. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I become the second in command? Chapter 73. Accompany you to eat and drink, accompany you to play ding 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 ding. In the morning, the sudden ringing of the bell echoed through Shrek Academy. After having breakfast, Tang Ge and his group learned from Dai Mu Bai that the dean was summoning the students. So they headed straight for the academy's playground. During the journey, they had all gotten to know each other's names and soul power levels. Especially Ma Hongjuan's bizarre, mutated martial soul, which made the girls, including Xiao Wu, blush and secretly curse how there could be such a perverted martial soul. Ma Hongjun felt innocent about it, but having been beaten by Tang Ge before, he didn't dare to retort. As for Dai Mu Bai, the original Boss Dai, after being honorably demoted to Boss Dai Air, he had more or less resigned himself to his fate. He couldn't win a fight, and he had fewer partners than Tang Ge. Even if there was a vote, he wouldn't win. Upon further thought, he was only at level 37, while the other party was already at level 40. His soul ring years couldn't compare either. Forget it, let it be. So, on the way to the playground, Dai Mu Bai chose to lower his head for the first time and called Tang Ge boss. However, after calling out, he suddenly realized that being the second in command wasn't so bad after all. Therefore, Dai Mu Bai no longer tangled with this issue. Before long, they arrived at the playground of Shrek Academy. At this moment, no one was present. However, in the entire Shrek Academy, there were actually only 9 students, including Tang Ge. At the same time, a middle-aged man dressed in black clothing and wearing glasses walked over from distance. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Tang Ge and the others quickly fell silent. Top, 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 top. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the bespectacled middle-aged man arrived in front of Tang Ge's group. It was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, Flander. However, upon closer inspection, everyone was shocked to find that the dean had bruises on his face. Could it be that the dean had been beaten? Tang Ge was also surprised and quickly recalled the system prompt he had seen that morning. He was secretly curious about what the dean had said last night that was so inappropriate that he got beaten up. Could it be that Zhao Wujia had dragged him down? Just as he was thinking, Flinder, who had arrived, suddenly spoke up. He scanned everyone present and said lightly, I am very pleased that our academy has gained 6 more little monsters this year. As the dean of the academy, I welcome your joining. Later, each of you will hand over 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Mu Bai, Dean. Dai Mu Bai replied and stepped out of the line, looking at Flinder with eyes full of respect and admiration. Flinder said, You will be responsible for explaining the academy's rules to these junior students later. And then each of you should go back and try to adjust your state to the best before dark. Your first class will start tonight. And don't blame me for not reminding you. Our academy's teaching is different from other academies, and you may even encounter danger, so remember what I just said. All right, everyone else can leave. Xiao San, remember to come to my office later. Oscar and Ning Rong stay. After this statement, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and others turned and left. Tang Ge was also about to leave when he suddenly heard Flinder's voice. Tang Ge, you stay too. In the end, only Tang Ge, Oscar, and Ning Rong were left. After briefly focusing his gaze on Tang Ge, Flinder turned to Oscar and Ning Rong and spoke. The reason I kept you both here is that you are both support soul masters. Although support soul masters do not need to participate in battle on the battlefield and are protected by their teammates, It is precisely because of this that support soul masters are in greater danger and will become the primary targets for the enemies to eliminate. Therefore, as support soul masters, your priority in assisting your teammates is to ensure your own survival first. The task I have assigned to you today is physical training. From now on, you will run 20 laps around the village quickly. If you don't finish by noon, you won't be returning for lunch. During this time, you can use your martial souls to assist you. Now, let's get started. After listening, Oscar immediately looked dejected. He knew that the 20 laps the Dean mentioned didn't just mean running around the village, but also included the farmland outside the village. When he calculated, 20 laps was incredibly daunting. Even with a level 20 soul power, it would be exhausting. However, even so, Oscar didn't dare to voice any complaints. The Dean's orders must be followed. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Ge, who was also there, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Is he running with us?" "He won't run with you, but he will follow you to supervise your running," Flinders said lightly. "What? The reason I'm left here is to supervise Ning Rongrong?" "Dean, you can't be doing this on purpose, right?" Upon hearing Flinders' words, Tang Ge couldn't help but silently complain in his heart. Others might not know, but he understood that Ning Rongrong was definitely a little witch. Forget about running 20 laps. She probably wouldn't even run 2 laps. If Tang Ge forcibly made Ning Rongrong run those 20 laps without any consideration, he would undoubtedly become the #1 enemy in her eyes, and she would hold a grudge against him. After all, the little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not to be taken lightly. With this in mind, Tang Ge smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Dean. I will make sure to supervise them seriously." Ning Rongrong pouted in displeasure. However, she turned around and slowly began to run out of the academy. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already started, Tang Ge and Oscar also began to run along. Once everyone had left, Flinder, who remained behind, couldn't help but touch his slightly bruised face. He winced and murmured, "A villain needs to be tempered by a villain. My old bones can't take it anymore." Outside the village, the 3 of them were slowly running forward. However, as they moved farther away from the village, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped. She looked at Tang Ge and Oscar, but her attention was mainly on Tang Ge. With her hands on her hips, she said, "I'm not running anymore. You guys can go ahead." "That's not good. The Dean asked us to." Oscar tried to persuade her, but before he could finish, Ning Rongrong shot him a fierce look that made him shut his mouth immediately. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who also stopped, smiled and asked, "If you're not running, where are you going?" "I'm going to the city. I won't waste time here." Ning Rongrong's pretty face was filled with disdain, and she had already thought of how to deal with Tang Ge's obstruction. What surprised her was that Tang Ge not only did not stop her, but instead nodded in agreement. "It's not very safe for a girl to go to the city alone. In that case, I'll accompany you. Let Oscar run here by himself." "Huh? Are you really going to accompany me? You're not lying to me, are you?" Ning Rongrong asked suspiciously. But at this moment, Tang Ge had already started walking ahead, accompanied by his cheerful, urging voice. "Let's go. Today I'll reluctantly accompany you to eat, drink, and have fun. We won't return until it's dark." Chapter 74. She suddenly enlightened watching Tang Ge walk ahead. Ning Rongrong came back to her senses, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. She stamped her foot and feigned dissatisfaction, saying, "What do you mean by accompanying me to eat and play? It's clearly you who wants to be lazy." "Oomph. But seeing as you're my classmate, I reluctantly agree to you." "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." In an instant, Ning Rongrong hurriedly chased after him, lifting her white long skirt. As for the earlier impression of Tang Ge being arrogant and proud, all of it vanished at this moment. Anyone who could play with her, Ning Rongrong, was considered her good friend. Meanwhile, Oscar stood still, looking dazed, watching Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong, who were supposed to run with him, gradually drift away. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Are they just leaving like this? What about me?" Looking around at the endless fields, Oscar suddenly felt that running wasn't appealing at all. Maybe I should go to the city too, he couldn't help but think. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew by. Accompanied by swirling leaves, a bird feather floated into Oscar's view. To his surprise, there was a faint wave of soul power emanating from the feather. Upon seeing this feather, Oscar shivered and immediately resumed his task of running 20 laps. At a certain moment, a shadow passed swiftly above Oscar's head and quickly disappeared. It must be said, going out to play with wealthy people is quite nice, especially when the person is a rich and beautiful girl. After Tang Ge agreed to go to Soto City to play with Ning Rongrong, the little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she generously covered all the expenses. Soto City, being the second largest city in the Barak Kingdom, is known for its prosperity. In just one day, Tang Ge kept his word and fully fulfilled his duties of accompanying and playing. while Ning Rongrong took on the responsibility of paying. Both of them had a great meal and enjoyed themselves immensely. It seemed they had forgotten about the running laps that the dean had arranged. It wasn't until near dusk, remembering that the academy had scheduled a training task for Xiao Wu and the others in the evening, that Ning Rongrong reluctantly ended their day trip to Soto City and returned with Tang Ge towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. On the way back to the academy, the evening glow fell from the sky, illuminating the two handsome men and beautiful women, making the scene particularly lovely. As they walked, a large expanse of fertile land came into view ahead, and further in the distance seemed to be the village where the academy was located. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong stopped. She turned her head to look at Tang Ge and, with a slightly flushed face, said softly, "Tang Ge, you know very well that if we don't complete the running, the dean will definitely be angry and punish us. But why did you still choose to accompany me to Soto City today? Are you really worried that something might happen to me? A girl?" Tang Ge also stopped. Facing the somewhat shy Ning Rongrong at this moment, he smiled faintly and asked, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "The truth? A lie?" Ning Rongrong didn't understand why Tang Ge asked this, but she still answered, "I want to hear the truth. The truth is, I'm already level 40. Tang Ge said somewhat proudly, "Level 40? Then next is the soul sect, right? How did you level up so fast?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon hearing Tang Ge's words. She remembered that during the assessment yesterday, he seemed to have just reached level 39, and now, after just one night, he had actually leveled up again. Thinking about herself, she was only at level 26. At that moment, Ning Rongrong felt very uncomfortable and somewhat unwilling to accept it. After all, she was the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How could someone without any sect background surpass her soul power? As for Tang Ge, although he heard the system prompt in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rongrong's description of him. "What do you mean I leveled up so fast? I've always been fast, cough, cough, cough. I've been fast in my cultivation, all right." Then, regardless of what Ning Rongrong was thinking at that moment, Tang Ge continued to smile and said, "Besides my soul power being level 40, I also have 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. And if nothing unexpected happens, I will soon have a 3rd black 10,000-year soul ring. At that time, I will immediately break through to level 40 and become a soul sect. And I will be a 12-year-old soul sect at that. Also, you saw the assessment yesterday. My soul skills can not only heal teammates, but also have powerful attack capabilities. Even Teacher Zhao, who has the cultivation of a soul sage, suffered at my hands. So, the conclusion from all these advantages is, even if I don't run for a day, or even a month, no one my age can surpass me in soul power and soul rings. And when the dean learns my soul power level, he won't punish me. Instead, he will praise my balance of work and rest, and do his utmost to help me obtain my 4th soul ring. Finally, even if one day I go to the battlefield, even if my super healing ability is discovered by the enemy and they want to kill me first, can they really kill me?" This whole speech was completely Tang Ge bragging about himself. Moreover, everything he said was true. However, when Ning Rongrong heard it, she felt each word pierce her heart, and every sentence shook her body, causing her pretty face to grow increasingly pale. 2 drops of tear glimmering like rosy clouds quietly slid down from the corners of her eyes. In the end, Ning Rongrong bit her pale lips and suddenly turned to run into the distance. Soon after, her stubborn crying voice echoed, Tang Ge, you go back first. I, Ning Rongrong, must finish the 20 laps assigned by the dean today." A gust of wind swept by, and then a figure descended from the sky beside her. It was none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. He looked at the increasingly distant Ning Rongrong, frowning slightly, and said, "What is she going to do? Running laps?" Tang Ge seemed to have anticipated that Flandra would appear, showing no surprise at all. "Dean, didn't you assign her a task of 20 laps today? She hasn't finished yet, but hasn't that girl decided not to run anymore? You were out in the city with her all day." At this point, Flandra felt a wave of frustration. He had clearly assigned this kid to supervise Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but instead, this kid had gone off to play in Soto City with Ning Rongrong. However, Flandra did not intervene and waited until this moment to suddenly show up. Next to him, Tang Ge naturally understood what Flandra was thinking. However, he did not offer any explanation for himself, instead smiling and saying, "Isn't it the result you wanted to see that Ning Rongrong continues to persevere in running laps? As for why she suddenly wants to insist, perhaps after a day of play, she suddenly realized something." After speaking, Tang Ge continued walking towards the academy. Chapter 75. The Great Soul Arena, she suddenly realized. Watching Tang Ge's departing figure, Flandre was momentarily stunned before he couldn't help but snort. Did he really think I didn't hear what he just said? Eating off others and taking advantage of a little girl in the end. What a clever little guy. However, this saves me from having to step in personally. Moreover, this kid has already reached level 40 so quickly. It seems I need to go back and plan things out with Zhao Wujia. At this point, Flandre's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Shortly after, he did not linger, but directly merged with his martial soul and took to the air, chasing after the direction Ning Rongrong had just left. In the evening, as the sky darkened slightly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, who had rested for a day, came out from their respective residences and gathered on the academy's playground. Oscar was not among them, as he had clearly exhausted himself after running 20 laps and was currently curled up his bed, fast asleep, when Tang Ge walked over from a distance. All eyes fell on him, revealing an odd expression. Tang Ge, I heard you spent the day in Soto City with Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai stepped closer to Tang Ge and quietly asked. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Dai Mubai, don't yield to anyone except you. After receiving confirmation, Dai Mubai said with admiration. Even if it were him, he wouldn't dare to openly defy the task assigned by the dean. Yet Tang Ge not only did it, but also didn't face any punishment. This was what made Dai Mubai have to admire him. However, soon after, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but ask. Since you, Boss Tang Ge, are back, what about Ning Rongrong who was with you? She should still be running laps. Tang Ge was uncertain. Running laps? Wait, didn't you just say you were going to the city to have fun? How did it suddenly turn into running laps? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Dai Mubai immediately looked confused. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, a figure in the distance slowly walked towards them. Soon, this figure appeared in front of Tang San and the other 7. It was none other than Dean Flanders. However, in addition to him, the previously mentioned Ning Rongrong was surprisingly lying on his back, her eyes tightly closed, and her originally fair face was covered in dust. Dean, Dai Mubai wanted to ask what was going on. However, Flanders did not stop as he walked over, directly crossing the playground and heading towards the student's residence. After a little over half a quarter of an hour, he returned alone. Noticing the puzzled and worried looks from the students, Flanders explained. This girl was too tired from running and fell asleep, so I took her back to rest. Since you're all here, let's set off now. He didn't mention where they were going, and it seemed he intended to test the 8 of them. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and floated away. Once they left the village, Flanders maintained a rather swift pace. In order to keep up, Tang San and the other 8 had no choice but to exert their full strength to reach their fastest speed, resulting in a straight line due to the speed difference. Tang Ge was not in a hurry at all, knowing the destination, so he leisurely followed at the back. Lin Yuechan, who could clearly keep up with the group, also deliberately slowed down to lag behind with Tang Ge. The frontmost Flander naturally noticed this issue, but he really had no way to deal with Tang Ge, who had both great talent and strength. Helpless, Flander could only vent his dissatisfaction on Tang San and the other 6, directly increasing his speed by almost double. Therefore, when everyone arrived at the destination for this training, Soto City, Tang San and Dai Mubai were so exhausted they were on the verge of collapse. Looking at the leisurely Tang Ge and the blushing Lin Yuechan walking over, the 6 of them were filled with resentment. The damn dean actually treated them differently. Fortunately, Flander also realized that Tang San and the others were not in good condition. So after entering Soto City, he directly found a tea shop to sit down, resting while drinking tea. The night in Soto City was still brightly lit and bustling, with crowds on the spacious streets. Even while sitting down to drink tea, Ma Hongjuan's eyes were not honest, starting to wander around, glancing at the passing women. He almost lunged at someone who passed by. As the dean, Flander really couldn't bear to watch. He snorted and said, "Sit properly and don't look around." Oh, Ma Hongjun felt the dean's stern gaze and shrank his neck in fright, reluctantly retracting his gaze. After a while, seeing that the students had rested enough, Flander suddenly stood up from his chair. He pointed across the street and said, "Do you see that? That's where your first-class training is tonight." Tang San and the others followed the direction pointed out by the dean. And what came into view was a vast array of towering buildings, nearly 100 meters high, incredibly massive. In the night, faint glimmers of light could be seen flickering within the buildings. Upon seeing the structure, Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "Dean, are you really sending Tang San and the others there on their first day? Remember, you're all monsters, not ordinary people. Since you're monsters, you need to have the training methods of monsters." Facing the puzzled expressions of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Flinders said calmly, "That building is called the Soto Great Soul Arena, a place for soul battles, where soul masters fight. Only cities of the main city level can have such a place. The academy can teach you how to use your martial souls and how to obtain better soul rings. But practical experience can only come from yourselves. Therefore, your first lesson is practical combat, and that place is your classroom. Lastly, I give you a task to obtain at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Let us go. I'll take you in to familiarize yourselves with the environment, and Mubai will explain the badge levels and promotion rules to you. With that, he stepped forward towards a massive building. Let us follow him, and I'll also explain the levels and promotion rules of the badges to you, Dai Mubai said, looking somewhat helpless at Tang San and the others, who still hadn't grasped the difficulties involved in the dean's graduation task. Tang San and the others had no objections and nodded. Thus, along the way, Dai Mubai, following Flander's instructions, first explained the 8 levels of badges from iron badge to copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. He then discussed the points required for each level of badge promotion, as well as the points deducted and added based on wins and losses. At first, Tang San and the others didn't think much of it. However, when they learned that Dai Mubai had 29 wins and 27 losses but only had 2 points, they were suddenly shocked, realizing the difficulty involved. Chapter 76. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. The Soto Great Soul Arena is overall oval-shaped, reaching a height of 120 meters. It is divided into one main arena and 24 sub-arenas. This place is not only for soul masters to spar and communicate, but also for various forces to showcase their strength, to accommodate the viewing needs. The entire Great Soul Arena can simultaneously hold 60,000 spectators, including 100 VIP boxes. Tang San and the others felt nothing much outside, but once they entered, they were directly shocked by the scene inside. At that moment, they suddenly understood why the dean said that the scale of a large soul arena could be considered a symbol of whether a city or even a country is prosperous. In front of them was a huge stone tablet covered with countless names. Beside it, Flender said lightly, "Did you see that? The names on it are all of the deceased from the soul arena, so if you don't want to become one of them, then give it your all." After saying that, he walked directly into the large soul arena. At that moment, only Tang San and his group remained. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Dai Mubai smiled and said, "Everyone doesn't have to worry too much. Here, soul battles are divided into 3 categories. One is sparring, which means mutual practice, and killing is prohibited. The second is life and death battles, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last one is betting battles, judged by the large soul arena, where both parties send out the same number of soul masters to compete, and the winner will receive everything from the bet. Our main purpose for coming this time is to participate in sparring to increase our practical experience." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun cooperated and said, "If dying were that easy, wouldn't I have died 12 times after losing 12 matches?" As soon as he said this, Tang San and the 4 girls couldn't help but laugh. Then, they didn't say much more and directly went to the registration area, where they tested their soul power and left their names, ages, places of birth, and martial souls, successfully receiving their Iron Soul Arena badges. However, the registration surprisingly required 10 gold soul coins, which made Tang San and the others feel a bit pained. Fortunately, they only needed to win 1 match to earn a reward of 10 gold soul coins. In the resting area, many competitors were resting there. When they saw a group of children around 11 or 12 years old come in, their eyes showed surprise, thinking that perhaps these were students from some academy out for training. After all, such occurrences were common in the Soto City Soul Arena. However, although these competitors were surprised and curious, they didn't ask too much, but continued to meditate to recover their soul power, striving to keep themselves in the best condition for their next match. The newcomers were naturally Tang San and his group of 8. However, after sitting for a while, Xiao Wu couldn't help but say to Tang San, "Xiao San, how about we sign up for a 2-on-2 soul battle? That way, we can earn points faster." "No problem. After all, we came here to enhance our practical experience, and having more practical experience is also good." Tang San smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Tang Ge and the others, asking, "Are you going?" Dai Mubai wanted to go, and he was even more eager to team up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, on one hand, their soul power levels didn't match, and on the other hand, for some unknown reason, she completely ignored him. Instead, he noticed that most of Zhu Zhuqing's gaze lingered on Tang Ge, although most of those looks were just curiosity, as a seasoned player in romantic pursuits. Dai Mubai understood deeply that once a man piques a woman's curiosity, something more serious than mere curiosity is bound to follow. This left Dai Mubai feeling both unwilling and incredibly dejected. For a moment, he said with a hint of sadness, You all go ahead. I'm already a soul master. It won't make much of a difference. Tang Ge, what about you and Xiao Chan? Hearing Dai Mubai's refusal, Tang San then turned to Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan. Tang Ge was originally not interested, but upon noticing Lin Yuechan's curious, and he thought for a moment and smiled, nodding his head. All right, let's go take a look. Okay. A happy smile also appeared on Lin Yuechan's face. Soon, the four of them left the lounge and headed directly towards the 2v2 registration area, which was not far from the lounge. After the four of them arrived, they explained their purpose, and the staff in charge of registration said directly, the registration fee is 10 gold coins, and for each victory, you will receive a total of 10 gold coins. Additionally, please give your group a name. Name? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she quickly urged Tang San, Xiao San, hurry up and think of a nice name for our group. How about this? Let's call it. Tang San pondered for a moment, just about to say the name he had in mind. However, Tang Ge, who was standing nearby, seemed to think of something and couldn't help but joke. How about we call it the Song and Dance Group? It's much more pleasant to hear for those who can sing and dance. But Xiao was not pleased to hear that. She raised her head proudly and said, I'm in a duo with Xiao San, not with you. So I won't be in a song and dance group. If we need a name, it should be the San Wu group. How about it, Xiao San? What do you think of the name San Wu group? Before Tang San could nod in agreement, a staff member who had been busy in front suddenly spoke up. All right, the song and dance group has already been registered. Saying this, he handed over 2 Iron Soul fighting badges. Tang San and Xiao Wu took their Iron Fighting Spirit badges and saw the 4 characters' song and dance combination engraved on them, and their faces immediately darkened. Xiao Wu was even more furious and said to the staff, I clearly said 3 dance combination. Why did you engrave it as song and dance combination? Didn't you say so? The staff member was slightly taken aback and pointed to Tang Ge beside them. Feeling Xiao Wu's furious and murderous gaze, Tang Ge's face turned awkward as he said, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Tang San was also a loss. He looked at the staff and asked, can it be changed? You can change it, but you need to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge to make the change. At the same time, all the achievements you have gained will be erased. The staff replied. Hearing the staff's words, Lin Yuechan tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, Xiao Wu, don't be angry, the name can be changed. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the distance. It was Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fighting soul is about to start. Hurry over. Considering Sister Yuechan, I won't be angry with you anymore. Hearing the urging voice, Xiao Wu could only glare fiercely at Tang Ge and then immediately ran towards the one-on-one fighting soul area. Seeing this, Tang San could only helplessly abandon the plan to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge and went with Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan to the special viewing area prepared for the contestants. Chapter 77. Finally, it's my turn. The Great Fighting Soul Arena is divided into the main Fighting Soul platform and the sub-Fighting Soul platforms. But only Soul Masters who reach a certain level of strength can compete on the main platform. Thus, Tang Ge and the others were assigned to a sub-Fighting Soul platform. However, even though it was a sub-platform, it still had a considerable area, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing enough space for the Soul Masters to showcase their abilities. Unfortunately, the number of spectators around the 14 sub-Fighting Soul platforms was not large, with only about 1/5 of the seats filled. As it was finally Xiao Wu's turn to compete, Tang Ge and the others arrived at a special area on the lowest level of the audience seats. This was the viewing area specially prepared for the contestants. At that moment, as a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, the host of the Fighting Soul platform announced the start of the first match. A great Soul Master took to the stage first. This great Soul Master was named Qingbao, and because he had a beast martial spirit, the Iron Horned Bull, he appeared extremely robust, standing about 2 meters tall. Moreover, he was a 3-time consecutive winner. Therefore, when the newly participating Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, a wave of murmurs arose from the audience. Many spectators' eyes were filled with doubt and concern. They believed that the new contestant was not only a girl, but also quite young. Facing a 3-time winner, whether this young contestant could last even a minute was questionable. In the contestant viewing area, upon seeing Xiao Wu's opponent, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, this guy looks strong, can your Xiao Wu handle it? Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San smiled lightly and said, just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul skills are quite fearful of power-type soul masters. But that's only if the opponent's strength far exceeds hers. In the same level, power-type battle soul masters have no chance of winning once they get close to her. At this moment, the match on the Fighting Soul platform had already begun. Tang San and the others immediately stopped discussing and began to focus on watching the match. Knowing the plot of this event well, Tang Ge naturally knew that the winner would be Xiao Wu. And indeed, it was so. Under the carelessness of the power-type contestant Qing Bao, the seemingly weak Xiao Wu swiftly approached him. Then, with a flick of her long leg, she kicked towards his neck while her body left the ground. Xiao Wu's speed was incredible. In an instant, she closed the distance of over 10 meters, sending her body airborne with a light kick, aiming directly at Qing Bao's neck. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Qing Bao didn't even take a step back, and Xiao Wu's kick didn't bounce away. Instead, she hooked her foot around Qing Bao's neck, while simultaneously raising her other foot to push against Qing Bao's solid chest. As a burst of pink light surged forth, two shiny yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu. At that moment, she used her soul rings to prove her identity as a great soul master to all the spectators. In the audience area, when Tang San saw Xiao Wu's right foot accurately hook around Qing Bao's neck, he couldn't help but smile softly. Goodbye. Bang! Once Xiao Wu activated her soul skill, Qing Bao had no chance to resist and was sent flying into the air. Then, Xiao Wu delivered another kick, directly knocking him off the soul fighting platform. Bang! With a heavy thud, the beast martial soul master Qing Bao fell face first to the ground. At that moment, the one-on-one soul fighting platform in the division instantly fell silent. Not only the audience, but even the host was left with his mouth agape. No one expected such a soul fight to end so quickly. And the winner would be that girl who looked only a little over 10 years old. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the brawny Qing Bao didn't even have time to unleash his martial soul. However, soon, an excited roar suddenly spread throughout the soul fighting arena. Congratulations to Master Xiao Wu for winning the first soul fighting match. Let's cheer for her. The host, holding a microphone and standing on a spinning podium, shouted with all his might. Immediately following, the audience, regaining their senses, began to cheer excitedly. In an instant, Xiao Wu became the center of attention in the entire soul fighting arena, with the flashing lights illuminating her slightly flushed face. Below the stage, seeing Xiao Wu win the match, Tang San and his group also smiled. Next, the competition continued. After witnessing Xiao Wu's strength, even when the audience saw the young Lin Yuechan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai take the stage, they no longer dared to underestimate them. In fact, these three young contestants indeed gave them a great surprise. Not to mention Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had competition data and rich practical experience. They quickly defeated their opponents. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechan's first appearance as a forest elf drew a chorus of screams from a group of women. This image was adored. The men were also attracted by Lin Yuechan's appearance. But when they saw her shoot her opponents down to the point of crying and jumping off the stage, they all shivered and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. The only regret was Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing met and immediately engaged in an internal battle of Shrek Academy. Although Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the Phantom Cat, which is incredibly fast, she encountered Tang San. Surrounded by a large number of blue-silver grasses, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately lost to Tang San after holding out for some time. It can be said that with Tang San's current level of soul power and the resilience of the blue-silver grass, unless there is a martial soul restraint, no one at the same level would be his match. Of course, if he were facing Tang Ge at the same level, Tang San would be completely helpless. He even doubted whether he could injure Tang Ge even if he used hidden weapons, as Tang Ge's physical qualities are too abnormal. Unbeknownst to them, after the match ended, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing had already come down from the fighting platform and returned to the viewing area. Looking at Tang Ge, who was still sitting there, Tang San showed an expectant expression and asked, Tang Ge, you're the last one left. Do you have confidence in winning? Just then, the passionate shout of the host echoed again from the fighting platform. Next up will be two Soul Emperors, the support Soul Master Tang Ge, who possesses the weapon Martial Soul Yin Yang Life and Death Diagram, facing off against the Battle Soul Master Crazy Battle, who has a weapon Martial Soul Stoneblade and has already won 34 matches. Now, let us welcome these two Soul Emperors to the stage. Hearing the host's voice, Tang Ge immediately stood up from his seat with a smile. After waiting for so long, it's finally my turn. He then looked at Tang San, raised an eyebrow, and said, just now you asked me if I have confidence in winning? Be more assertive, Xiao San. You should say, Tang Ge, you're amazing. You will definitely win. After saying that, amidst Tang San's and the excited screams of the audience, Tang Ge directly stepped towards the fighting platform. Chapter 78, One Punch. Shocking the entire venue. On the fighting platform, Tang Ge slowly walked up, facing a young man dressed in black tight-fitting clothes, around 24-25 years old. The young man's name was Quang Zhan, and having the strength of a soul master at this age was not outstanding but could still be considered decent. However, it was a pity that when compared to the 12-year-old Tang Ge, the gap between them was instantly like a chasm. Additionally, with Tang San and Xiao Wu's repeated appearances and victories, the spectators in the audience already knew that Tang Ge and Tang San were together. Therefore, when the audience looked at the young man Quang Zhan, their eyes were filled with sympathy. They all believed that the one who would lose next would definitely be this young man. Quang Zhan naturally sensed the sympathetic and sighing gazes from around him, and his expression instantly darkened. The host had already announced the start of the duel. With the fluctuation of soul power, Quang Zhan's martial soul, the stone blade, immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, floated up and began to rotate slowly around Quang Zhan's body. They were just a 10-year soul ring and 200-year soul rings. Tang Ge felt that there was no point in continuing the battle after seeing this. Just in terms of the age of the soul rings, he could easily crush his opponent. The only thing that piqued Tang Ge's interest was the stone knife martial soul in the hands of Quang Zhan. So he smiled and asked, "Has your martial soul undergone any mutation?" Cut the nonsense and show your martial soul. Quang Zhan, won't go easy on you just because you're younger." Quang Zhan didn't answer Tang Ge's question at all, coldly snorting in response. Tang Ge was not angry, smiling and shaking his head. "Since that's the case, you go first. I'm afraid that once I make a move, you won't have a chance." What an arrogant tone. As soon as these words were spoken, Quang Zhan was almost furious. He stopped talking and directly raised the 2-meter-long stone knife in his hand, stomping on the ground as he rushed towards Tang Ge. When he was just a few meters away from Tang Ge, Quang Zhan suddenly jumped into the air, letting out a loud roar. Jump slash. Buzz. A white light flickered, and a huge stone knife, enveloped in soul power, came crashing down. On the stone knife, a faint knife light burst forth, causing ripples in the space. The sound of air friction made Tang Ge's ears extremely uncomfortable. However, facing the descending stone knife, he not only did not dodge, but instead reached out his right hand to meet it. It seemed he was going to block the slash with his hand directly. In midair, Quang Zhan did not expect Tang Ge to respond to his attack this way. Moreover, the opponent hadn't even used his martial soul or soul power. So arrogant. Truly too arrogant. Feeling deeply insulted, Quang Zhan's expression twisted into a grimace. At the moment when the stone knife was about to strike him, he roared again. Second soul skill. Double power amplification. Boom! At that moment, a tangible knife, light, was finally released from the stone knife. Then the stone knife continued its downward slash, merging with the knife light and instantly crashing into Tang Ge's outstretched right hand. Terrifying power erupted, creating ripples that quickly spread outward, accompanied by the blinding light. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. But during this time, Tang San in the contestant area used the purple extreme demon eye to see the scene within the light. He couldn't help but shudder, a look of disbelief on his face. This power, after a long time, as the light dissipated, the scene on the soul fighting stage finally reappeared before everyone. Then, the spectators were so shocked that they stood up from their seats. In their incredulous gaze, on the soul fighting stage, Tang Ge was still standing firmly in place. The stone knife that was originally aimed at him not only failed to harm him, but was now firmly grasped in his right hand. On the other end of the stone knife, Quang Zhan was floating in mid-air, gripping the hilt. He was being lifted. In other words, from the moment the stone knife fell into Tang Ge's hand, he had no chance to land on the ground. Looking at Tang Ge, who was so close, Quang Zhan no longer had the anger from before. His body trembled violently as he incredulously said, How could you possibly block it?" Tang Ge's mind was constantly resonating with the system's notification sounds. Although there were many ordinary people among the audience here, there were also quite a few soul masters. In just a short time, this soul fighting arena provided Tang Ge with nearly 10,000 shock points. At this moment, he was in a great mood and rarely smiled as he explained to Quang Zhan, "There's no helping it. I'm just born this powerful. And to make you believe it, I'm going to give you a punch. Are you ready?" As he spoke, Tang Ge slowly raised his left hand, which had been hanging to the side. As he tightened his fist, a surging aura suddenly emanated from him. At that moment, Quang Zhan's body was covered in goosebumps and a sense of fear, as if he were facing a 10,000-year soul beast, instantly appeared in his heart. This feeling is so terrifying. Quang Zhan's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of panic in his eyes. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Third soul skill. Stone prison. Buzz." The yellow 100-year soul ring glowed brightly, instantly condensing into a stone prison. Originally meant to trap enemies, Zhang directly released it onto himself. In an instant, a prison made entirely of dense stone bars enveloped him. Tang Ge witnessed this scene without intervening, allowing Zhang to unleash his third soul skill. The moment the prison cage enveloped Zhang, he couldn't help but let out a low laugh. It seemed he was already prepared. Before his words fell, Tang Ge's tightly clenched left fist struck heavily. Bang! The fist collided with the stone prison, producing a deafening roar. Inside the stone prison, Zhang saw that the soul skill had not shattered and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. Before Zhang could react, the prison cage surrounding him exploded into pieces. Then, a fist heavily imprinted on his chest. Bang! Amidst the dissipating yellow soul power, Zhang was instantly sent flying like a kite with its string cut. In midair, blood spewed from his mouth. Thud! Finally, Zhang crashed heavily onto the ground outside the soul fighting platform, falling into unconsciousness. The roaring gradually faded, and the originally lively soul fighting arena became eerily quiet. Not to mention the audience, who had already stood up in shock. Even the host was so stunned by the scene in front of him that he forgot to announce the results. The image of Tang Ge shattering the prison cage with a single punch kept echoing in his mind. No martial soul was unleashed, no soul power was used, and not a single soul skill was seen. Just one punch, a soul skill from a soul master level with a 100-year soul ring, was instantly destroyed. Such strength was too strong. Chapter 79. Zhu Zhuqing's request looking at Zhang, who was smashed out of the soul fighting platform by his punch. Tang Ge retracted his fist and immediately revealed a satisfied smile. This time, he didn't use any soul power. He merely unleashed a portion of the power of the ancestral holy body and easily defeated a soul master. If he fully utilized the power of the ancestral holy body with a fusion rate of 99, combined with the Xing character secret and the heavenly divine fist, Tang Ge confidently believed that with one punch, even a soul sect master would die. As for higher-level soul kings, Tang Ge conservatively felt that the odds were 50-50 without any problem. At this moment, system prompts kept ringing in his mind. The shock value began to increase rapidly again. Tang Ge believes that if he continues to showcase the purple and 2 black soul rings, it will definitely attract even more intense shock value increases. However, this is not Shrek Academy. With so many people around, it wouldn't be good to stand out too much. Tang Ge felt it would be better to wait until his strength improved a bit more before coming here to make his presence felt. So he looked over at the host, who was still in a daze not far away, and couldn't help but urge him with a smile. I should consider this match a win, right? His voice was not loud, but clearly reached the host's ears. In an instant, the host seemed to awaken from a dream and directly shouted excitedly. Did you see that? After Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Yuechan, another soul master, who is also only 13 years old, has perfectly won his debut match in the soul battle arena. Remember his name, Tang Ge? Let's give him a warm round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Under the host's roar, the audience, coming back to their senses, excitedly began to applaud. Meanwhile, Tang Ge smiled as he walked down from the soul battle platform under the lights. When he returned to the viewing area, the gazes of his 7 companions, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, all involuntarily focused on him. Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask Boss Tang Ge, "Are you really only a soul master and not a soul king? Do you believe me if I say I'm a soul Douluo?" Tang Ge rolled his eyes. As a result, Dai Mubai nodded solemnly. Whether others believe it or not, I certainly did. I've never seen anyone able to directly shatter a 100-year soul ring's defensive soul skill with a single punch. Moreover, the dean said that our Shrek students are monsters. But compared to that, you are the real monster. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the others nodded in agreement. They still vividly remembered the battle scene on the platform just now. Next, the soul fighting competition in this division continued. Unfortunately, since each soul master can only participate in 1 match per day, Tang Ge and the others, who had already competed, could not go up again. Just in time, Xiao Wu and Tang San were going to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fight, and there was no point in staying here. So Tang Ge, Dai Mubai, and the others followed Xiao Wu and Tang San to the 2-on-2 soul fighting area. Compared to the 1-on-1 soul fighting area, the 2-on-2 soul fighting stage was nearly twice as large, and even the audience seating was at least half full. Tang Ge did not sign up for the 2v2 soul fighting competition, but stayed in the audience with Dai Mubai and a few others. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they waited for about 2 matches before their soul power was almost fully restored, and only then did they step onto the soul fighting platform upon the host's announcement. Sitting in the audience, Tang Ge watched Tang San and Xiao Wu's match on the soul fighting platform while pulling up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 40 Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills. Joy, Yin-Yang Wings, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 99 Shock Value. 23470. Looking at his current information, especially the shock value, which had remarkably increased from just over 1,000 to more than 20,000. Tang Ge felt a strong impulse to stay in the Great Soul Arena and see if he could accumulate 1,000,000 shock value in a month. By then, even if his luck was poor, he should still be able to draw quite a few good things, right? However, Tang Ge could only think about it like this. If he truly dared to do so, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Forget it. It would be safer to implement this plan when I can defeat a titled Douluo with one punch. In the end, Tang Ge shook his head and dismissed this thought. As for the shock value that had just surpassed 20,000, he did not plan to use it for the time being, intending to save it for a while and draw when he felt it was right. With that, Tang Ge put away the information panel and focused on watching the match again. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. After Tang San and Xiao Wu finished their match, they directly left the Great Soul Arena because Dean Flinder had given prior instructions. However, for some unknown reason, influenced by his martial soul, Ma Hongjun decided to stay in Soto City to find a nice place to relax. Additionally, due to his past habits, he symbolically invited Dai Mubai along. To his surprise, Dai Mubai agreed directly. So in the end, only Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu remained, leaving Soto City together and returning to Shrek Academy. On the dark night, the twinkling stars in the sky seemed mischievous as they blinked. The bright moon gently caressed this mysterious continent with its soft light. At the entrance of Shrek Academy's village, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped as they arrived, her cold face clearly filled with worries. She looked at Tang Ge and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Tang Ge, can you stay for a while? Huh? You want me to stay? Tang Ge was quite surprised by Zhu Zhuqing's request. Looking around, apart from Lin Yuechan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu who were still there really were no other people around. Tang Ge suddenly felt filled with anticipation. So he didn't rush to ask what was going on, but instead nodded in agreement and said to Tang San and the others, "Since that's the case, you guys should head back first." Lin Yuechan seemed to want to say something, but Xiao Wu directly took her hand and urged Tang San, quickly walking into the village and gradually disappearing into the darkness. In an instant, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing were left here. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge smiled and spoke. "Go ahead. Did you keep me here for something you need help with? I wanted to put some pressure on me." Zhu Zhuqing bit her thin lip and revealed her purpose. Chapter 80. Full of pressure what? You wanted to put some pressure on you? When Tang Ge heard Zhu Zhuqing's request, he was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Although I think it's nice here, after all, it feels very close to nature to sleep under the sky and sit on the ground. And there's no one to disturb us. But I still want to confirm, do you really want to stay here and not go back with me to Soatua City to find a hotel? And if we were to find a hotel, I feel that the one called Rose Hotel is pretty good. The bed is big and comfortable. When we go there, I can definitely give you plenty of pressure." At this point, Tang Ge seemed to think of something wonderful, and an expression of anticipation appeared on his face. At first, Zhu Zhuqing didn't quite understand the meaning of his words. But when she saw the expression on Tang Ge's face, her originally cool and elegant face instantly turned rosy, like a ripe apple. Moreover, with her rapid breaths, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was also rising and falling violently, resembling huge waves crashing one after another. Tang Ge's gaze was involuntarily captivated. "What are you looking at?" It felt as if her clothes had been stripped away, and Zhu Zhuqing, with a flushed face, couldn't help but glare at Tang Ge fiercely, exclaiming in embarrassment. At that moment, she suddenly regretted keeping Tang Ge around. However, Tang Ge was not an ordinary person. Having cultivated the ancient saint body, his strength was terrifying and his physique was extraordinary, including his face. So, in response to Zhu Zhuqing's delicate reprimand, he smiled and replied, "I'm looking into your heart. To be honest, if it were anyone else, Tang Ge wouldn't have the interest to joke around." But who was standing in front of him now? It was Zhu Zhuqing, not only beautiful, but also with an impressive figure. More importantly, Zhu Yuqing's cold and distant demeanor made her the easiest to provoke. Without saying too much, Tang Ge simply wanted to test the waters tonight. However, seeing that he had said enough, he immediately changed his attitude, returning to a serious expression. Looking at Zhu Yuqing, who was about to turn and leave in embarrassment, Tang Ge said earnestly, "Don't think too much. Since you want me to put pressure on you, I've already given you some with what I just said. But the pressure you're talking about should be about fighting me, right? Can you tell me why you want to do that?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Yuqing's fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. He was right. She had indeed felt pressure just now. But that wasn't enough. Moreover, feeling Tang Ge's sincere gaze, Zhu Yuqing suddenly had the impulse to confide in someone for the first time. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "Tang Ge, perhaps you can arrange your life freely, but I'm different. My path was already set for me from the moment I was born. However, I don't want it this way. I don't want to compromise myself for others, which is why I constantly put pressure on myself and strive to cultivate. I also want to prove that I'm not inferior to anyone else. I thought I had been working hard enough in my cultivation, but until I met you, I realized I was still far behind, and the pressure I gave myself was still far from enough." At this point, Zhu Yuqing's eyes were filled with determination and a thirst for strength. She looked at Tang Ge earnestly and said, "So, I want to request you to fight me with all your strength, to let me see just how big the gap is between me and a true genius. Girl, reality is very cruel. If I really go all out, what I give you won't be pressure, but despair. You have to understand that the gap between you and me is not just two mountains and a chasm, but an entire world." Hearing Zhu Yuqing's request, Tang Ge couldn't help but think to himself. However, it was rare for such a cold girl to make a request to him, especially on a secluded country path. Tang Ge naturally couldn't bear to refuse the other party, but whether to really go all out was his own decision. So, looking at Zhu Yuqing, Tang Ge nodded. "We are classmates and friends, so no matter the reason, I have no reason to refuse. But are you really ready?" As he spoke, Tang Ge's eyes suddenly became deep and serious. Zhu Yuqing nodded without any hesitation. "I am ready. All right, go ahead. Let me see the power of your nether spirit cat." Seeing this, Tang Ge immediately retreated 7 or 8 meters, then reached out and beckoned to Zhu Yuqing. Zhu Yuqing had seen Tang Ge's strength in the Grand Soul Arena and knew how terrifying his power was. So at this moment, she held nothing back. With her martial soul activated, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The soul rings circled around her body, and a faint shadow of a pitch-black spirit cat was visible behind Zhu Yuqing. Then, she exerted force with her legs, and her whole body swiftly dashed forward, quickly closing the distance to Tang Ge. Finally, just 2 meters away from Tang Ge, Zhu Yuqing leaped off the ground and unleashed her first soul skill, Underworld Stab. Whoosh! With the soul power activated, Zhu Yuqing's hands transformed into sharp claws, fiercely clawing towards Tang Ge's chest. Wow! She aimed for a vital point right from the start. Truly fierce. Seeing this, Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and a smile instantly appeared on his face. However, he did not use his soul skill. Instead, at the moment the opponent's sharp claws were about to land on him, he suddenly reached out with both hands. In an instant, all the claw shadows disappeared. Zhu Yuqing's wrists were tightly grasped by Tang Ge. Feeling the softness in his palms, Tang Ge looked at Zhu Yuqing and smiled. "If this is all the strength you have, then I'm going to bully you." Then, he voluntarily released his grip. As her wrists were freed, Zhu Yuqing's pretty face turned red, and with a cold snort, she directly used her second soul skill. Ghostly Hunter Claws. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, Zhu Yuqing transformed into an afterimage, swinging her sharp claws around Tang Ge and releasing a series of fierce claw shadows. It seemed like Tang Ge didn't react, allowing all these claw shadows to land on him. In just a moment, his body had been attacked by at least 2 ghostly claws from various places. After the ghostly hunter claws, Zhu Yuqing quickly jumped back 7 or 8 meters, staring intently at the attacked Tang Ge. Under her expectant gaze, accompanied by a tearing sound, Tang Ge's clothes instantly turned into tatters scattered on the ground, revealing his well-proportioned and beautifully toned body. A night breeze blew by, and Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver. He looked up at Zhu Yuqing across from him, with a helpless expression. "Beauty, even if you can't beat me, you don't need to tear my clothes, right? You've seen everything now." Chapter 81. The wildness hidden beneath the coldness. Zhu Yuqing was a sensitive attack type soul master. Whether it was the ghostly thrust or the ghostly hunter claws, she possessed extremely fast speed and strong penetrating power. If an ordinary soul master encountered her, they truly wouldn't be able to withstand her attacks. But Tang Ge was not ordinary. Therefore, the result of Zhu Zhuqing's consecutive attacks was that all of his clothes, except for the tight-fitting ones underneath, turned into fragments. However, there wasn't a single scar left on his exposed, well-proportioned body, not even a white mark in sight. Tang Ge was very satisfied with this. However, seeing Zhu Zhuqing still staring blankly at his body, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Have you seen enough? If you haven't, I could take my time getting dressed." His voice wasn't loud, but after it reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears, it made her shiver and quickly turn around. Then, Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face suddenly turned bright red. She hurriedly turned her body and said with a trembling voice, You quickly put on your clothes. Beauty, we're in the wilderness. What do you want to find clothes?" Tang Ge couldn't help but secretly complain. Fortunately, he still had the system space, which contained quite a few clothes, so he directly took one out and put it on. After getting dressed, Tang Ge spoke up, "It's fine now, you can turn around." Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned around with her eyes closed. Only when she opened a tiny slit to confirm that Tang Ge wasn't lying to her did she fully open her eyes. At that moment, it seemed she realized the flaw in her earlier words. So when she saw that Tang Ge had indeed taken out a new piece of clothing and put it on, a clear look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask much about Tang Ge's secret. She just felt her cheeks flush again when she thought about the nearly perfect body she had just seen. But compared to her shyness, what Zhu Zhuqing felt more was shock and confusion. The second soul skill she had just used had not caused any damage to Tang Ge despite him not dodging. Could such terrifying physical defense really be something a support soul master should have? No, he wasn't even a support-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but recall how, during the assessment, Tang Ge had also used a soul skill to shatter Zhao Wuji's powerful diamond palm. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Zhu Zhuqing, gaining 700 shock points. On the other side, the system prompt sounded in Tang Ge's mind. He saw the confusion and shock on Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face under the moonlight, and couldn't help but smile as he said, "How is it? Don't you feel my body is impressive?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing curiosity. Tang Ge didn't say anything else, but only mentioned an incident from when he was 6 years old. He said lightly, "You know the source of Shao San's first soul ring, right? It was a 400-year-old mandala snake. And I killed that mandala snake with my bare hands when I was 6 years old? Killed a 400-year-old mandala snake with bare hands?" After a moment of shock, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. She knew that Tang San's first soul ring came from Mandala Snake, but she never imagined that the Mandala Snake had actually been killed by Tang Ge. Such an incredible thing left Zhu Zhuqing utterly shocked. Only now did she truly realize why Tang Ge was already a soul master with 1 purple and 2 black rings at the age of 12. Looking at Tang Ge, Zhu Zhuqing said very seriously, "Daimu Bai is right. Compared to us, you are the real monster. Can I take that as a compliment?" Tang Ye lit. Then, he shifted his tone and continued, "So after witnessing my defense, do you still want to challenge me?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but fall silent. After a moment, she still reluctantly said, "I admit you're strong, but I still want to see your true strength, not just standing there in pure defense." Sigh. Indeed, all girls are the same, quite difficult to deal with. Tang Ge shook his head helplessly upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words. So he could only say, "If I stand still and you can't make me feel anything, what do you think will happen if I move a little? But forget it. Since you insist on showing off, let me let you truly feel my strength." With that, Tang Ge simply lifted his foot and lightly stepped forward, and suddenly, his entire figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils suddenly constricted, and without hesitation, she unleashed her phantom claw, forming a dense array of claw shadows around her. But before Zhu Zhuqing could breathe a sigh of relief, a gust of wind suddenly struck her face. Then, a figure appeared almost right beside her body. It was Tang Ge. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was so close, Tang Ge smiled lightly and said, "How about it? Do you want to continue?" Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be hit hard. She lowered her head and silently dissipated her phantom claw. After a moment, she raised her head again, looking at this strong and mysterious companion before her, with a hint of daze in her eyes. The heart that had been beating wildly seemed to have been soothed, gradually returning to calm. Before Tang Ge could react, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaned in and kissed him on the face. Looking at Tang Ge, who was in a daze, Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold face was filled with a bright smile at that moment, like a blooming flower. She softly said, "Tang Ge, I'm really happy that you can stay with me tonight. Although I know you didn't go all out just now, I already felt the pressure. This pressure will stay in my heart, pushing me to keep working hard, and one day, I will catch up to you. Tang Ge, thank you so much. After saying this, Zhu Yuqing transformed into a shadow using her martial soul power and quickly disappeared into the night. When Tang Ge came to his senses, there was only a lingering faint fragrance in the air. He couldn't help but reach out to touch the spot on his face where he had just been kissed. Giving a wry smile and shaking his head, I really didn't expect to be teased by Zhu Yuqing in the end. But to be honest, that feeling was quite nice. For a moment, a look of nostalgia appeared on Tang Ge's face. Zhu Yuqing's performance tonight was truly beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that beneath her cold demeanor, there was such wildness when it came to affection. It's a pity she ran away too quickly. Otherwise, Tang Ge would have definitely kissed her back. Moreover, he hadn't even had the chance to make her compensate for being seen tonight. Forget it. He'll talk about it another time if there's a chance. Looking at the increasingly dark night, Tang Ge shook his head to dispel his distracting thoughts and walked quickly towards the direction of the academy dormitory. At the village entrance, the sounds of summer insects echoed continuously. No one knew that an interesting encounter had just taken place here. Chapter 82, Oscar Spring, Seeking Recommended Votes. The next day, in the morning, as the bell rang, Tang Ge and his group of 9 gathered again on the academy's playground after breakfast. Since Dean Flander had not yet arrived, everyone appeared relaxed, discussing their gains from the previous night in the Grand Seoul Arena. Tang Ge stood aside, smiling as he watched the scene unfold. According to the original plot, last night Dai Mubai would have had a conflict with Ning Rongrong, prompting her to resolve to change herself due to the emotional shock. Meanwhile, Oscar would have experienced a breakthrough, raising his soul power from level 29 to level 30 overnight because of this incident. Unfortunately, with Tang Ge's intervention, everything changed. Zhu Yuqing and Dai Mubai became increasingly distant, and attention shifted towards Tang Ge instead. Faced with Tang Ge, who was fully capable of overpowering him, Dai Mubai helplessly began to fall into decline. Ning Rongrong was stimulated by Tang Ge's words and finally realized the crisis, her desire to improve her strength growing stronger. In summary, all these changes were beneficial. The only thing that troubled Tang Ge was that after yesterday's events, both Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong would occasionally glance at him during conversations, whether intentionally or not. This strange phenomenon immediately caught Xiao Wu's attention. She looked at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhu Yuqing, unable to resist her curiosity, and asked, "Rongrong, didn't you go to Soto City to play yesterday? Why are you back running in circles? And Yuqing, you called Tang Ge last night so late. What were you two doing at the village entrance?" "What? You know I slacked off and went to Soto City yesterday?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's inquiry, Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she replied shyly, "I wasn't playing. I just went out for a bit." As she spoke, she turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge, thinking that he must have revealed this matter. Tang Ge noticed Ning Rongrong's dissatisfied gaze and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He was getting hit even while lying down. As for Zhu Yuqing, she had returned to her usual cold demeanor and did not respond to Xiao Wu's inquiries at all. However, the more she acted this way, the more curious everyone became, especially when Dai Mubai heard that Zhu Yuqing and Tang Ge had stayed overnight at the village entrance. His heart suddenly tightened. He wanted to read something from Zhu Yuqing's face and couldn't help but want to ask. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, Dai Mubai found himself unable to say anything. His hands had unknowingly clenched into fists, with veins bulging on the backs. Then, Dai Mubai suddenly looked towards Ma Hongjun beside him. His face regained a smile as he asked, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" Ma Hongjun shook his head upon hearing Dai Mubai's question. Then a look of surprise crossed his face as he said, "What? Does Dai Erga have plans tonight?" "Well, I'm planning to go to Soto City tonight to find that pair of twin sisters. It's been a long time since I've had some fun." Dai Mubai nodded with a smile. However, while saying this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhu Yuqing a few times. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuqing was completely unmoved by Dai Mubai's words and didn't even look at him. Dai Mubai's smile became somewhat stiff. In another direction, Tang Ge heard Dai Mubai's words. He naturally also saw Zhu Yuqing's indifference and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. As expected, my charm is something Dai Mubai cannot compare to. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Tang San and the 9 people turned their heads to see that the person who had arrived was Dean Flander. They all spoke up, "Hello, Dean." "Hello, Dean." After coming to the front of Tang San and the other 8 students, Flander waved his hand to quiet everyone down. Then he smiled and said, "I heard about your match yesterday. You all performed well. Keep it up. Now, I announce that today's training course is that all 9 of you, except Oscar, must eat one of the 2 types of sausages made with Oscar's soul power. As soon as this training course was announced, everyone's expression changed. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had already eaten Oscar's sausages, couldn't help but feel nauseous again. Flinder saw this scene, and his expression immediately darkened. He said coldly, "Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking. But let me tell you, Oscar is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. And his martial soul sausages are the best food-type martial souls I have ever seen. If you can reach an understanding with Oscar, he will become your best support partner. Moreover, this is also a training of your mindset. If you can't overcome this little hurdle, your future achievements will be limited." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. But after glancing at Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say, "But Tang Ge can also assist, right?" As soon as she said this, everyone's eyes lit up. They still remembered Tang Ge's super healing ability. However, Flinder coldly smiled and said, "You want Tang Ge, who can withstand Zhao Wuji's powerful diamond palm, to assist you? You really dare to think that? And don't forget, Tang Ge is already at level 40. He won't be with you all the time." After saying this, he didn't care whether these little ones accepted it or not, and directly had Oscar make 2 sausages. "I have a big sausage. I have small sausage." Accompanied by a strange incantation, 2 sausages suddenly appeared in Oscar's hands. He looked at his classmates with anticipation and asked, "Who wants to go first?" "I'll go." While the others were still hesitating, Tang Ge smiled and stepped forward. Without any hesitation, he took 1 sausage and began to eat it. In the end, Tang Ge even gave a comment, "Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The taste is just right, it's quite good." There's still 1 small sausage left. Who wants to eat it? Surprisingly, it was Ning Rongrong who stepped up second. She also had no hesitation in eating the remaining small sausage. Feeling the astonished gazes around her, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pride. She couldn't help but hum, raising her head proudly, and said, "It's just eating this stuff. I Ning Rongrong have eaten it before." Zhu Yuqing had also walked over at some point. Looking at the dazed Oscar, she said lightly, "I'll have one too." Oh, just a moment. Once Oscar came back to his senses, he quickly made 2 more sausages. Zhu Yuqing expressionlessly ate one, and then turned back to her spot. Chapter 83, Departure. Startling Forest. Among the 9 Shrek Academy students present, Zhu Yuqing was cold and not talkative, while Ning Rongrong had a serious princess syndrome. The 2 of them were the hardest to communicate. But now, seeing these 2 consecutively complete the task assigned by Dean Flinder, Tang San, and the others were very astonished. Especially Xiao Wu, who had a shadow over Oscar's sausages, almost cried out in surprise and hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. She couldn't help but whisper, "Tang San, Ning Rongrong actually ate it? Let's go. We should also go over, otherwise the dean will get angry." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San smiled bitterly and said, "The girls have eaten it as a guy. I have no reason not to eat a sausage." So, the remaining Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai also stepped forward one by one to take a sausage or a small sausage from Oscar's hands, completing the class training. When he saw that everyone had eaten the sausages he had made with his soul power, Oscar was so excited that he almost burst into tears. His sausages had finally received the approval of his classmates. Buzz! Just then, a violent wave of soul power suddenly erupted from Oscar. The excited Oscar was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Dean, I have broken through to level 30. Tang San and the others, who had just been wondering where the soul power fluctuation from Oscar was coming from, were all surprised when they heard his laughter. Oscar actually reached level 30 so quickly? Dean Flinder nodded with a look of satisfaction. "From now on, you are the 2nd student in our academy to reach level 30, besides Mubai. As for Tang Ge, who already has level 40 soul power, he doesn't count." Feeling the astonished gazes from his classmates and hearing the dean's praise, Oscar was so excited that he was almost floating. Not far away, Tang Ge was quite speechless. He originally thought that his involvement would delay Oscar's breakthrough for a while. But who would have thought that just because everyone ate a sausage, Oscar's soul power jumped from level 29 to level 30. This way of improvement was indeed quite bizarre. So, if nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow there should be plans to head to the Startling Forest. Tang Ge thought to himself. Sure enough, after praising Oscar, Flinder continued. Since Oscar is already at level 30 and Tang Ge has reached level 40, we will arrange for both of you to go to the Startling Forest tomorrow to obtain soul rings. At that time, I will have Zhao Wujie lead the team, and this trip to the Startling Forest will also serve as a trial for you. I hope you all take it seriously." At this point, Flinder seemed to think of something and looked at Tang Ge individually. Zhao Wuji and I are similar in strength. How do you feel about him leading the team to help you obtain the soul rings? When Tang Ge was specially recruited into the academy, Flander had promised to personally help him obtain soul rings. However, this time he couldn't leave due to other matters, so he could only let Zhao Wuji lead the team. Therefore, Flander specifically asked for Tang Ge's opinion. Tang Ge had no objections to this. He smiled and said, "I trust teacher Zhao Wuji's strength." Then it settled. Flander nodded and announced, "Today's training ends here. Everyone go back and prepare. Gather here tomorrow morning." After saying that, he turned and left. Once Flander was gone, Tang Ge also prepared to return to the dormitory. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong called out to him, saying, "Tang Ge, I want to run 10 laps around the village. Come run with me." "Why?" Tang Ge looked puzzled. Ning Rongrong, with her hands on her hips, returned to her princess attitude and said arrogantly, "The dean said you should supervise me, so you have to follow me. Damn, yesterday you said you wanted me to accompany you to play in Soto City, right? Why aren't you saying that now?" Tang Ge was left speechless by Ning Rongrong's reasoning. However, what he didn't expect next was that Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have agreed upon something, and they both spoke at the same time. "I want to run laps too." Feeling the determined gazes from the two girls, Tang Ge felt a headache coming on. He really wanted to say that his body was strong enough to handle 10 of them without any problem and that he didn't need to run laps at all. But in the end, Tang Ge reluctantly nodded. "All right, I'll accompany you to run laps. But let me make it clear beforehand that we still have to go to the Stardew Forest tomorrow, so don't overdo it." After saying that, he looked over at Tang San and the others who were watching from the side. "What about you? Are you joining us for a run? You go ahead. Xiao San and I have other things to do." Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu quickly said. Then she made a face at Tang Ge and pulled Tang San away quickly. "Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you two come with me to prepare for tomorrow's action. I'll help you train a bit in advance." Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up at this moment. Ma Hongjun didn't mind. He wasn't planning to run anyway. Train? Ma Hongjun had long wanted to see how powerful his phoenix spirit was compared to Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit. However, Oscar actually wanted to join Tang Ge for a run, but feeling Dai Mubai's slightly angry gaze, he could only hold back. So the three of them walked off into the distance. In the end, only Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan remained on the large playground. "What are you still dawdling for? Let's go." Glancing over the three girls, Tang Ge said helplessly. Ning Rongrong and the others were eager to try, and as soon as they heard Tang Ge urge them, they immediately started running. Soon, four bright figures appeared on the path around the village. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was the next morning. On the Shrek Academy playground, Tang Ge and the other 8 had arrived early after breakfast. Because they were going to the Stardew Forest, they had all packed small bundles containing the necessary supplies for their adventure. After a while, the burly Zhao Wuji walked over from a distance. Although he had rested for 2 days, the injuries on his face had not completely healed, leaving patches of bruising. Seemingly aware of his somewhat disheveled appearance, Zhao Wuji released his Soul Saint aura as soon as he arrived. Looking at these little monsters who were directly intimidated by his aura, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. "Oomph. Am I not able to subdue you little ones as a Soul Saint?" Once he felt it was enough, Zhao Wuji withdrew his aura. He glanced over Tang Ge and the others, then waved his hand. "Since everyone is here, I announce that we are now setting off. Destination, Stardew Forest." Chapter 84. Conflict. The Stardew Forest is located in the southeast direction of the Barak Kingdom, with a small part bordering the kingdom. And Soto City is also situated in the southeast of the kingdom. Therefore, the distance from Soto City to the Stardew Forest is not far, about 500 kilometers. To maximize the training time for Tang San and the other 9 students, Zhao Wuji, who was in charge of leading the team, chose to travel on foot instead of hiring a carriage. Moreover, considering the complex and changeable environment of the Stardew Forest, and to enhance the survival and coordination abilities of the 9 students, Zhao Wuji arranged formations for them in advance. However, Tang Ge was not included in this, as he was with Zhao Wuji. With the assistance of the formation, the cooperation between Tang San and the other 8 became increasingly tacit. Plus, with the help of Oscar's sausages, their speed did not slow down at all. At the same time, as a support soul master, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel grateful for the running training she had done over the past 2 days. Otherwise, even though she kept eating sausages to recover her stamina and soul power, she wouldn't be able to last long. Thinking of this, as she ran forward, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but turn her head to look back. Then she couldn't help but mutter in jealousy, "Damn it, why don't I have that?" "Ning Rongrong, what are you daydreaming about? Watch where you're going, don't run into a tree." Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's reprimanding voice came over. Hearing the scolding, Ning Rongrong was startled and dared not think further, continuing to focus on the journey. Behind them, more than 10 meters away, Zhao Wujia was closely following these little ones. But for him, with the support of his soul saint cultivation, traveling was easier than drinking water. With every step he took, he covered several meters. At this moment, there was also a figure almost level with him above his head. Looking up, it was none other than the missing Tang Ge. On his back, the yin-yang wings formed from soul power were slowly flapping, and each flap propelled him forward a distance, perfectly matching Zhao Wujia's pace. Since this was already Tang Ge's slower speed, it placed no burden on his soul power whatsoever. Moreover, with the Hell Furnace training method, combined with the drop of meteor tears integrated into his heart, he was continuously recovering his soul power with every breath he took. Competing in soul power consumption? Tang Ge was not afraid at all, so while flying leisurely, he couldn't help but look down at Zhao Wuji and tease with a smile. Teacher Zhao, your speed isn't good enough. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhao Wuji's expression twitched, filled with both envy and a bit of anger. He never expected that Tang Ge would actually have a flying soul skill. Moreover, such a soul skill was not something just any soul master could be fortunate enough to possess. Looking up at Tang Ge, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and said, "You brat, so what if you have a pair of broken wings? What's so impressive about that? Huh, having wings is impressive. So teacher Zhao, do you dare to compete with me in speed?" Tang Ge said proudly. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but snort as a soul sage. "How could I be afraid of a little brat like you? Come on, let me see your speed." As soon as he finished speaking, with a fluctuation of soul power, his martial soul, the mighty diamond bear, instantly fused with his body. Boom! Accompanied by the tremor of the ground, Zhao Wuji stomped his feet and leaped into the air. By the time he landed again, he was already 10 meters away. Just like that, after several consecutive jumps, Tang San and the other 7, who were originally in the lead, were instantly surpassed. Tang Ge smiled slightly at this scene. With the flapping of the wings of yin and yang, he transformed into a black and white shadow and pursued after them. Unknowingly, their figures had already turned into 2 black dots. Let's speed up, or we won't catch up with teacher Zhao and Tang Ge. The leader, Dai Mu Bai, was taken aback at first upon seeing this, and then couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Tang San and the others were at a loss for words. However, they had no choice but to speed up once again, chasing after the increasingly distant Zhao Wujia and Tang Ge. Unknowingly, a day had passed. In the evening, in a small town nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardo Forest, Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, along with the 8 of them, finally arrived here after running all day, all looking exhausted. Moreover, this was with the assistance of Oscar's sausages. Otherwise, whether they could reach here was still a question. Over there, in the distance, at the entrance of a hotel, Tang Ge was smiling and waving. Tang San saw this and quickly walked over. "Where's teacher Zhao?" After coming over, Dai Mu Bai asked. Tang Ge pointed to the hotel behind him and said, "Teacher Zhao has already gone in and asked me to wait here for you. We will stay here for the night and set off for the Stardo Forest tomorrow. Finally, we can take a break." Hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But thinking about the reason why they almost collapsed from exhaustion was because of the person in front of them with broken wings. So when Tang San and the others looked at Tang Ge again, their eyes were filled with resentment. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain, "Tang Ge, you're really too. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, a sudden burst of angry shouts came from nearby. It turned out that a group of about 10 soul masters had approached from a distance. These people were dressed in matching uniforms, both male and female, all with arrogant expressions. As soon as they arrived, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire was ignited, his gaze blatantly fixed on one of the female soul masters. Because of this, the female soul master's companions became dissatisfied and shouted at him. The middle-aged male soul master, leading the group, watched coldly, not intervening. As the angry shouts rang out, Tang Ge and the others' attention was immediately drawn to them. When they saw the uniforms and emblems of these soul masters, their faces showed disdain. A small Tsanhui academy, dressing so ostentatiously. Do they want to get beaten up? Dai Mu Bai snorted coldly. Ma Hongjun, who had just been scolded, retorted sarcastically, "Gouging my eyes out? A bunch of softies. I alone can take all of you down." As soon as these words came out, the people from Tsanhui Academy were furious. "What a big mouth. Which academy are you from? You're really asking for death. Don't waste time talking to them. Just take them all down and make them kneel and beg for mercy." Tang Ge shook his head at the scene before him. He understood the plot of this event well. Although the location had shifted from inside the hotel to outside, the outcome was already predetermined. The students of Tsanhui Academy had no idea that they were not facing ordinary soul masters, but a group of monsters. Chapter 85. Battle against the Soul King. This team of soul masters from Tsanhui Academy was indeed quite impressive compared to some disorganized rogue cultivators. However, they had the misfortune of encountering the little monsters from Shrek Academy. It should be noted that Shrek Academy adheres to the principle that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. They are not afraid of trouble coming to their door. Moreover, the 8 members of Dai Mubai's group were exhausted and in a bad mood after their journey, and they were eager to find something to vent their frustrations on. Now that the soul masters from Tsanhui Academy had come to them, how could they let this opportunity slip away? Seeing the group from Tsanhui Academy daring to curse loudly, Dai Mubai suddenly shouted, "Make a move! Quick battle! Quick resolution!" Poof! 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 As soon as he spoke, Tang San instantly summoned the blue silver grass. With his soul power activated, thick vines quickly burst forth from the ground. First soul skill bind. In an instant, these vines climbed onto the unsuspecting soul masters from Tsanhui Academy like snakes. The terrifying binding force restrained them in place. At the same time, the paralysis toxin on the vines rendered these soul masters incapable of resistance for a short period. Another fight. I love it. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Wu grinned. Her martial soul, the rabbit, activated as she charged forward. As she leapt into the air, her slender body twisted and turned, continuously kicking out afterimages. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by muffled sounds, nearly 10 soul masters from Tsanhui Academy, entangled by the vines, cried out in agony as they were kicked away. Ghostly claws. Zhu Qing, transformed into the ghostly spirit cat, followed closely behind. Her agile body turned into a shadow in mid-air, instantly unleashing sharp, illusory claws. But just as these claw shadows were about to strike the soul masters from Tsanhui Academy, a furious shout suddenly rang out. A bunch of little kids. You dare to hit my students in front of me? How very good. Xiangui. Possession. Buzz. With the appearance of a white light, 2 yellow lights, and 2 purple lights, a huge turtle shell suddenly blocked all of Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claws. At the same time, a powerful aura surged forth, immediately causing Dai Mubai and the others to feel their bodies sink, their expressions turning serious. In front of them, the middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy, who had been in charge of leading the team, had completely transformed. His limbs were nearly a quarter shorter. A massive turtle shell protruded from his back, and 5 soul rings continuously flickered beneath his feet. This was actually a Soul King powerhouse over level 50. The commotion outside had already attracted many diners in the restaurant, who had gathered at the entrance without them noticing. So when they saw a Soul King powerhouse appear here, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the 2nd floor, a window suddenly opened, revealing Zhao Wuji's figure. He looked at the scene happening downstairs and couldn't help but chuckle. A level 50 Soul King? It seems I can experience what it's like to beat someone without using soul power later. Downstairs, in the open space outside the restaurant, the middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu, looked coldly at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "Which academy are you students from?" "Shrek Academy." "What? You can't handle us students. So the teachers are coming down to fight themselves?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile, although the strength of the opponent's Soul King surprised him for a moment. It did not scare him. Shrek Academy? What a broken academy in some corner. I've never even heard of it. Once he confirmed that this group of little brats did not come from a prestigious academy, Yi Zhiqiu felt relieved. He reprimanded Dai Mubai. "How rude of you little kids. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders? Hurry up and call out your teacher. I could be reasonable too. As long as your teacher apologizes to us, I want to hold you responsible." "What? You want teacher Zhao, who is at the Soul Sage level, to come out and apologize to you? Are you dreaming?" Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's request, Tang San and the others were utterly astonished, especially Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who couldn't help but laugh, looking at Yi Zhiqiu as if he were a fool. At the back, Tang Ge couldn't hold back any longer and urged, "Xiao San, Daier, why waste so much breath with a turtle? Just make a move. Otherwise, if teacher Zhao gets impatient and comes down, you'll be waiting to be punished." As a result, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the originally calm Yi Zhiqiu's eyes instantly turned red. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he hated being called a turtle more than anything, and now a mere student from an unknown academy dared to say that about him. A surge of furious rage erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's heart. After letting out a low roar, he activated his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. As he opened his mouth, a stream of black, cold air flew out, stirring up a cold mist as it rushed towards Tang Ge. However, standing in front of Tang Ge were Tang San and the others. So when they saw the black, cold air rushing towards them, Ma Hongjun was startled and simultaneously unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, and his second soul skill, Phoenix and Fire. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the enhanced flame he spewed out collided with the incoming cold current. The flames and cold current clashed, producing hissing sounds, and the surrounding area was immediately shrouded in mist. White Tiger's Light Wave. Taking this opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill. A circular light orb rapidly formed and pierced through the mist, smashing towards Yi Zhiqiu. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu coldly smiled and quickly spun his body halfway around, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Bang! The circular light orb smashed into the turtle shell, creating a ripple of soul power, but it barely harmed Yi Zhiqiu. Instead, Ma Hongjun, who was struggling against the cold current, couldn't hold on any longer, shivering as he shouted, "Hurry! Come help me! The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower has a name. Power. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower has a name. Speed." At some point, a treasure tower had appeared in Ning Rongrong's hands, and as she spoke, beams of light flew out and landed on Tang San and the others. Receiving the enhancement from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Tang San and the others felt a significant boost in their strength. Dai Mubai loudly issued an attack order. "Xiao San, use your soul skills to help Ma Hongjun block the cold current. Xiao Wu and I will go up front to restrain this old turtle. Zhu Zhuqing will support from the side, and Yu Chan will stay back to prepare for a fatal strike. And me?" Not hearing his name, Oscar couldn't help but ask. But facing a soul king-level powerhouse, Dai Mubai had no intention of answering Oscar after giving his orders and directly charged towards Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 86. A slap to shatter the turtle shell as a soul king over level 50. Yi Zhiqiu, the leading teacher from Tsanhui Academy, appeared relaxed on the surface. But inside he was actually in a panic. Previously, he thought these little guys were just students from an ordinary academy. However, as Ning Rongrong summoned the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to enhance her companion's soul skills, cold sweat instantly broke out on Yi Zhiqiu's forehead. If he couldn't recognize such an obvious martial soul belonging to the continent's #1 support sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, then he might as well just crash into a wall and die. But how could members of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect appear in this small town? Moreover, aside from the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, Yi Zhiqiu immediately felt tremendous pressure from the cooperation of Dai Mubai and the others. With 2 assault type, 1 agility type, and 1 range type soul masters working together, their attack power was maximized. Despite his defensive prowess with the Xian Turtle Martial Soul, and his first soul skill being a defensive one, Yi Zhiqiu was still shaken, his internal energy boiling and his soul power rapidly depleting. Not only that, but he also saw that his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, was blocked by the numerous emerging blue silvergrass vines. Flames surged from behind, burning the blue silvergrass and quickly diminishing the power of Xian Shui Jidong. Yi Zhiqiu was secretly alarmed. What kind of existence was Shrek Academy that could cultivate so many young but powerful soul masters? He also realized that if this continued, even if he didn't lose, it would be utterly humiliating for a soul king to be unable to handle a few kids. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu steeled his heart and recklessly took an arrow shot from Lin Yuechan in the distance, suddenly leaping towards Ning Rongrong. Knowing Ning Rongrong's identity, he naturally didn't dare to harm her, but he could use this move to disrupt the cooperation of these soul masters. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Zhiqiu moved, Dai Mubai, who noticed his intention, immediately shouted a warning. "Block him. Don't let him get close to Ning Rongrong." At the same time, he unleashed a white tiger lightning wave. Hearing Dai Mubai's warning, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also used their own methods to try to stop Yi Zhiqiu from reaching Ning Rongrong. In response, Yi Zhiqiu's black Xian light flickered as he suddenly let out a furious roar. As the cold mist spread around him, he opened his mouth and sprayed out clusters of water orbs that turned into ice balls upon passing through the mist. These ice balls quickly crashed towards Dai Mubai and the others. Bang! 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 Dai Mubai and the others had to take action to block the ice balls. But the intense cold released from the ice balls immediately caused their bodies to stiffen, slowing their speed significantly. With no one to stop him, Yi Zhiqiu's cold gaze locked onto the increasingly close Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale with fright. However, just as she thought she was about to be caught by this Soul King over level 50, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Little 3, old 2. You guys are hopeless. You haven't been able to deal with an old turtle for so long. It's really embarrassing for our Shrek Academy. At some point, Tang San, who had been watching from the back, had walked up to Ning Rongrong's side. Dai Mu Bai, who was still frozen and hadn't recovered, almost spat out blood upon hearing Tang San's words, his face filled with anger. We're all students of Shrek Academy. If someone didn't know better, they would think you were our leading teacher. Moreover, even if the opponent was carrying a turtle shell and his image was a bit off, he was still a Soul King over level 50. If you have the ability, then slap him to death. In that moment, not only was Dai Mu Bai feeling frustrated, but Tang San and the others also looked at Tang San with exasperation. However, their attention quickly shifted back to Yi Zhiqiu, who was getting closer to Ning Rongrong, filled with both worry and a hint of expectation. Can Tang Ge withstand him? At this moment, seeing Tang Ge come to protect her, Ning Rongrong was also touched and said, Tang Ge, I. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ge smiled and interrupted her. Don't talk. Watch me take care of this old turtle. Ning Rongrong, not that heavy. Tang Ge finally put away the smile on his face, facing Yi Zhiqiu a few meters away, and said, Old tortoise, it's time to end this. As soon as he spoke, the yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from the palm of Tang Ge's hand. And with the rippling black and white soul power, 1 purple and 2 black soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. The dazzling purple-black light was particularly clear in the night, instantly blinding the surrounding soul masters. Immediately, there were gasps and exclamations. 1 purple and 2 black? My God, that's a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring. Am I seeing things? Damn it, did you see how shocked I am? Don't ask me. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle it. Which powerful faction did this kid come from? He already has a 1,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul rings at the soul master level. Quick, someone pinch me to confirm I'm not dreaming. Slap. Meanwhile, the group of stunned soul masters, shocked to the point of incoherence, and even Yi Zhiqiu, who was angry about being called an old tortoise, was so frightened that he came to a halt. His eyes nearly bulged out, staring intently at the 1 purple and 2 black soul rings beneath Tang Ge's feet. How is this possible? How can this be? There's nothing impossible. This is your final destination. Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's trembling mutter, Tang Ge smiled faintly, ignoring the system prompt echoing in his mind, and slowly raised his hand. 3rd soul skill, life and death great palm. In an instant, waves of yin-yang power surged from the yin-yang life and death diagram, quickly condensing in mid-air into an enormous palm. As this giant palm pressed down with Tang Ge's right hand, it descended like a mountain from the sky, crashing down towards Yi Zhiqiu. Mystic Turtle Protection, Mystic Water Ice Seal. As the terrifying crisis approached, Yi Zhiqiu's face showed fear, and he immediately used his 1st and 2nd soul skills. In a moment, his head and limbs retracted into his turtle shell. The massive turtle shell glimmered with soul power and was instantly encased in ice. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 10,000-year soul skill, life and death great palm, heavily struck the turtle shell. The terrifying force unleashed shattered the surrounding ice in an instant, and the incredibly hard turtle shell also cracked open. A chilling scream erupted from within. Chapter 87, The 1,000-Year Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. Although Yi Zhiqiu was a Soul King over level 50, after his earlier entanglement with Tang San and others, his soul power had already been significantly depleted. Meanwhile, Tang Ge was a level 40 Soul Master. Therefore, facing Tang Ge's life and death great palm attack, Yi Zhiqiu could not hold out until the end due to the vast difference in soul ring age. As the turtle shell shattered into countless pieces, he let out a mournful scream, and his whole body was slammed into the ground. In the end, all that remained visible of Yi Zhiqiu was his head, which was stained with blood. A few dozen meters away, the students of Songhui Academy, who had originally hoped their teacher would take revenge, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. Their eyes filled with terror. Teacher you lost to? They began to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding soul masters had long since fallen silent, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Zhao Wujia, who had been watching from the 2nd floor, could no longer hold back and jumped down. He looked at the barely alive Yi Zhiqiu. With only his head showing above ground, his face twitching. According to Zhao Wujia's plan, he intended to watch the show for a while. and then step in when Tang San and the others were nearly done, using the opportunity to vent his previous frustrations. But as it turned out, before he could even make an appearance, everything was already over. Just thinking about how Tang Ge had slammed Yi Zhiqiu into the ground with one slap made Zhao Wujie curse in his heart. Come on, he's a Soul King over level 50. How could he be so easy to beat? This is ridiculous. However, no matter what, someone's death would still have some impact. So, suppressing his frustration, Zhao Wujie glanced at the still-dazed Oscar and impatiently urged, "What are you dazed for? Feed this old tortoise a small sausage. Don't let him die." Oh. After coming back to his senses, Oscar hurriedly made a small sausage, then walked over and bent down to forcibly stuff it into Yi Zhiqiu's mouth. The students of Tang Hao Academy, who were already scared out of their wits, didn't dare to step forward to stop him, even though they had no idea what Oscar was feeding their teacher. Fortunately, after a while, the half-conscious Yi Zhiqiu finally began to awaken slowly. But upon seeing the scene before him and his current disheveled state, the moment he opened his eyes, he quickly closed them again, his eyelids trembling slightly. Zhao Wujie naturally noticed this, and his face twitched again. However, he didn't point out, and instead huffed at the students of Tang Hao Academy. "Don't stay here and embarrass yourselves. Take your teacher and get out of here. Tang San, you all go back to sleep." After saying that, Zhao Wujie turned around and went back into the hotel. As for the students of Tang Hao Academy, they didn't dare to stay here any longer. Once they finally managed to pull Yi Zhiqiu out from underground, they hurriedly fled. Tang Ge had already put away his soul ring and returned to a normal state, looking nothing like someone who could slam a level 50 Soul King to the ground with a single slap. However, once the Soul Masters watching came to their senses, they no longer dared to treat Tang Ge or the few young people in front of them as ordinary Soul Masters. By the time Tang Ge and Tang San entered the hotel on the first floor, the person in charge was extremely courteous to them. Sitting at the table, Ning Rongrong completely ignored the sumptuous food in front of her, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tang Ge, blushing and shyly saying, "Tang Ge, you are so amazing." As soon as these words came out, all eyes turned to Tang Ge. There were various emotions mixed in the gazes: resentment, disdain, and indignation, which made Tang Ge shiver. And he had to change the topic. He was afraid that if this continued, something would go wrong. "You must be hungry after fighting. Let's eat quickly. We have to go to the Startling Forest tomorrow." Saying this, without caring about the others, Tang Ge immediately buried his head in the delicious food on the table. Before long, he had filled his stomach, then stood up, turned to find the hotel manager to book a room, and quickly returned to his own room. After Tang Ge left, Dai Mubai and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that if the other party stayed any longer, Ning Rongrong would continue saying things that made them want to take action. After all, they admitted that Tang Ge was very powerful. But even so, they had a part in helping to bring down Yi Zhiqiu in the end. Therefore, Ning Rongrong's remark about how amazing he was truly broke Dai Mubai and Tang San's hearts. Thus, after finishing their meal, Tang San and the others returned to their respective rooms. The next day, as soon as it was dawn, Zhao Wujie used his booming voice that could almost shake the hotel to wake up all 9 of them, arranged their formation, and continued on towards the Startling Forest. Moreover, the Startling Forest was not like the soul-hunting forest raised by the Empire. It had not only a multitude of soul beasts, but also much stronger ones. So once they entered the densely shaded Startling Forest, Zhao Wujie immediately had Oscar produce a large amount of sausages to distribute to every student. At the same time, Zhao Wujie took this opportunity to teach Tang San and the others a lot of useful knowledge about adventuring in the Startling Forest to prevent them from taking wrong turns. Of course, this information was of little use to Tang Ge, who had already been wandering in the Startling Forest for quite a while. Even Lin Yuechan was much more familiar with the Startling Forest than Dai Mubai and the others. As they moved forward, unknowingly, she had already replaced Dai Mubai and began to adjust the direction of their advance with a floating, transparent little arrow in her hand. In an instant, they successfully avoided the lower-level soul beasts along the way. Zhao Wujie was extremely surprised by this situation, and after inquiring, he learned that the little arrow in Lin Yuechan's hand could sense the presence of soul beasts around them. This shocked him while also bringing him great joy. Such a martial soul ability was simply perfect for helping to search for soul beasts and obtain soul rings. So next, he outright asked Lin Yuechan to be responsible for the entire team's forward direction, while Dai Mubai would only be responsible for clearing the path ahead. Thus, without realizing it, an hour had passed. Just as everyone had rested for about half an hour, suddenly, Tang San and Zhao Wujie both looked in the same direction. But before they could speak, Lin Yuechan's voice came through. 1,000-year soul beast is approaching. 1,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly startled and quickly stood up from the ground. Zhao Wujin naturally believed Lin Yuechan's judgment, so he directly said to Tang Ge, Tang Ge, you can fly. Ascend into the air and see what kind of soul beast it is. It must be a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Tang Ge could guess without looking. However, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's arrangement, he unleashed his yin-yang wings and immediately soared into the sky. Chapter 88. Each beam of light is always just right. Once Tang Ge flew high into the sky, he quickly spotted a snake in the distance with a bright red comb on its head and a fan-shaped tail rapidly approaching. Moreover, it had wings on its back, but it wasn't flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It was indeed the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. After confirming the identity of the spirit beast, Tang Ge relayed what he saw to Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes brightened. He exclaimed loudly, "It's the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. This spirit beast is quite rare, and its comb has many wonderful uses. Oscar, your soul ring has been lost. From now on, everyone stay alert and prepare for battle." At this moment, Tang Ge also fell from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San quickly asked Tang Ge, "How long was the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake you saw, and what color were its wings?" The wings were light red, and the length was probably between 6 to 8 meters. Tang Ge replied with a smile, "About 7 meters?" Tang San secretly pondered for a moment, then spoke to everyone in a confident tone. "If nothing unexpected happens, this is a Millennium Phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Its light red wings are a symbol of its 1,000 years of evolution." Hearing Tang San so effortlessly determine the age and cultivation of a soul beast, and even roughly ascertain the effect of the soul ring, everyone except Xiao Wu looked at him with changed expressions. This is truly a living encyclopedia of the spirit masterworld. Especially Zhao Wujia, who exclaimed in admiration, "Xiao San, you know quite a lot. If it weren't for this operation, I wouldn't have known you had so much knowledge in your head. This is all taught by the teacher." Tang San smiled shyly. However, feeling the admiration in the eyes of his companions, he felt very proud in his heart and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge beside him. Tang Ge felt Tang San's gaze upon him. Although the other party said nothing, he could guess what was on his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle and thought to himself, "It seems that Tang San has been overshadowed by my brilliance for too long and is starting to look for opportunities to showcase his own advantages." Regarding this, Tang Ge said nothing. Gold will always shine, but no matter how bright the golden light is, it cannot compare to his diamond that emits a colorful radiance. Just then, a series of popping sounds suddenly grew closer from the jungle ahead. Zhu Zhuqing, who had already leapt onto one of the trees, focused her gaze and reminded everyone while transforming into a ghostly spirit cat, pouncing forward. Just at that moment, a giant snake that looked exactly like the one Tang Ge had described earlier emerged from the jungle. It was the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Seeing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Zhu Zhuqing, already prepared, summoned her first spirit skill as her spirit rings appeared. Ghostly pounce. In an instant, sharp claws formed on Zhu Zhuqing's hands, fiercely striking towards the blood-red coxcomb of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. However, being a 1,000-year spirit beast, the snake sensed the danger immediately as it charged out, quickly dodging before Zhu Zhuqing's claws could land. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing's claws struck the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, causing its speed to decrease significantly. Startled and sensing multiple threats in the vicinity, the snake tilted its head and suddenly spewed out a large amount of colorful mist. At the same time, its mouth opened, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful," came Dai Mubai's warning from a distance. Following that, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. 7 treasures glazed tile. First, strength. 7 treasures glazed tile. Second, speed. Rays of light fell upon everyone present, instantly increasing their strength and speed by nearly 30%. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing immediately retreated rapidly. However, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake feigned an attack. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing retreat, the blood-red coxcomb on its head glowed, causing its previously slowed speed to increase once more. Then, without hesitation, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake changed direction and continued to flee into the distance. The colorful mist it released was frightening, but it was not toxic. At this moment, Tang San's voice finally came through. Hearing the warning, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just retreated to a safe distance, looked even colder, preparing to channel her spirit power to chase after the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. But unnoticed by everyone, Tang Ge suddenly smiled and unleashed his first spirit skill. In an instant, streams of milky white light appeared, directly infusing Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and the others, causing their movements to momentarily slow down due to the pleasant characteristics of the effect. By the time everyone managed to break free from the effect, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had already escaped several dozen meters away. Then, puzzled and confused gazes fell directly upon Tang Ge. Dai Mubai couldn't help but loudly remind him, Tang Ge, don't rush to heal us. Conserve your spirit power to deal with that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. All right, I remember. Tang Ye knew did. Then, under Zhao Wujia's urging, Dai Mubai and the others didn't dare to waste any more time and quickly used their abilities to chase after the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. In fact, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is not a big deal if Zhao Wujia were to take action personally with his soul sage level, let alone this 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Even if there were more 1,000-year soul beasts, they wouldn't be able to escape. However, this time, in addition to helping Oscar obtain a soul ring, they also needed to hone Tang San and the others' practical combat abilities and improve their coordination. A 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake strength is just right to achieve that effect. Therefore, Zhao Wujia naturally wouldn't intervene until the last moment. However, what happened next left everyone feeling extremely frustrated. After catching up with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, with Tang San's blue silvergrass using its binding skill, they quickly trapped the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan immediately launched their attacks, severely injuring the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. However, it was inevitable that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were engaged in close combat, suffered some minor injuries from the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake's counterattack. Then, Tang Ge used his first soul skill again. As the milky white light beam descended, everyone was included, and all enjoyed the pleasant feeling of being healed. So by the time they regained their senses, not only had the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake broken free from the blue silvergrass's restraint, but it also seemed unharmed and had escaped several dozen meters away. With such back and forth, due to the precision of each light beam released by Tang Ge, this battle, which should have ended quickly, was dragged out for nearly an hour. In the end, the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was still lively, and Tang San and Dai Mubai were completely uninjured. Yet, whether it was the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake or the aid of Tang San, they all looked dispirited, their expressions haggard, looking at Tang Ge as if he were a demon. Unknowingly, they had long since distanced themselves from the initial battlefield. Chapter 89 Kill. Oscar's third soul ring. If at the beginning, Zhao Wujia thought Tang Ge's actions were unintentional, as time passed, a battle that should have ended quickly was dragged out for nearly an hour without conclusion. Even he, no matter how foolish, could see that Tang Ge was doing this on purpose. As he saw the opponent about to use his soul skill again, Zhao Wujia shivered all over and immediately shouted to stop without hesitation. Tang Ge, just stay there honestly. You don't need to worry about healing. A 1,000-year soul beast has been tormented by you for so long, and the battle still isn't over. In the end, I have to step in. After he spoke, Zhao Wujia's martial spirit, the great power diamond bear, appeared behind him. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rising from beneath him, he bellowed loudly. Great power diamond palm. Bang! A golden-tinged palm was formed and heavily slammed onto the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake let out a painful cry, and its massive body thudded down to the ground. However, it still struggled to quickly swim across the ground, trying to burrow into the dense bushes ahead. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia revealed a cold smile. If I let you escape today, I might as well change my name to Weeble. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Fourth soul skill, target tracking. Accompanied by a large consumption of soul power, an invisible force was released from Zhao Wujia's body. Immediately, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, which was about to escape, seemed to be pressed down by something, instantly collapsing to the ground. The intense feeling of a death crisis made it struggle constantly to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhao Wujia had already soared into the air, transforming into a beam of light that rushed straight towards the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Boom! With a deafening roar, Zhao Wujia heavily smashed down onto the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Then he directly grabbed the tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and started whipping it against the ground like a whip. In the distance, Tang Ge saw this scene, glanced around, and couldn't help but smile secretly. After dragging this out for so long and changing several locations, It seemed unlikely that he would run into them in the short term. Just as he was thinking, Dai Mubai and the others approached aggressively. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and said angrily, Tang Ge, were you doing this on purpose before? Oh, it seems you've forgotten what I said when we first met. Hearing Xiao Wu's accusation, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow and thought to himself. Then he pretended to be disappointed and said, Alas, why can't you understand? This is a rare trial that the Dean arranged for you. If the battle ended so easily, how would you improve your combat experience and enhance team synergy? But you don't have to keep using your soul skills to heal us, right? Xiao Wu still seemed a bit dissatisfied. Tang Ge shrugged, his gaze landing on Ning Rongrong as he asked with a smile, Rongrong, do you think there was anything wrong with the treatment I just gave you? No, not at all. Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, as a support soul master. After all, she had only been standing in the back, providing buffs to her teammates, and had not participated in the pursuit of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake at all. Tang Ge smiled and looked at Lin Yuechan. Does Xiaochan think that your brother Tang Ge is wrong? Xiaochan felt that brother Tang was not wrong. Treating us was also for our own good. Lin Yuechan said softly, her face flushed. Tang Ge's gaze finally fell on Zhu Zhuqing again. Before he could speak, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, You're not wrong. What's wrong is that our strength is still too weak. Faced with the 8-member team, 3 beautiful women immediately leaned towards Tang Ge's side. Not to mention Xiao Wu, who was left speechless with anger. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San were at a loss for words. There's nothing we can do. It's not that our strength is too weak, but that the enemy's charm is too strong. Just then, in the distance, the battle between Zhao Wujia and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was coming to an end. At the same time, Zhao Wujia's urging voice came through. What are you all doing standing there? Hurry up and come over. Oscar's eyes lit up upon hearing this. And he couldn't wait to speak. Boss Tang, second brother Dai, Teacher Zhao is calling us. Let's go see Oscar's soon-to-be 3rd soul ring. Tang Ge won perfectly and smiled as he spoke. The others, feeling helpless, could only walk towards the direction where the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was located. By the time they arrived, Zhao Wujia had already severely injured the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, stretching his muscles and bones. He rarely displayed a comfortable and relaxed smile on his face, directly taking out a dagger from his body and handing it to Oscar. Take this. The rest is up to you. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao. Oscar rubbed his hands together, eagerly accepting the dagger, and without hesitation pierced the head of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. As the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake was killed, a purple soul ring suddenly emerged from its body. Upon seeing this, Oscar immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb and merge this 1,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and Tang Ge quietly stood by, preventing any soul beast from disturbing them. Time passed slowly. After about half an hour, Oscar finally succeeded in merging the soul ring and stood up from the ground. It seemed that due to the fusion of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake soul ring, his overall mental state was much better than before, and his peach blossom eyes appeared particularly bright and spirited. Dai Mubai, noticing this, couldn't help but smile and asked, Little Ao, you look great. Quickly tell us what your 3rd soul skill is. Can we discuss this when we get back? Oscar, who had just felt a bit of joy, suddenly looked embarrassed upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. However, Ma Hongjun, dissatisfied, shouted, Little Ao, what are you afraid of? Are you scared we'll laugh at you? Hurry up and say it. We put in a lot of effort for your 3rd soul ring. You can't just keep it from us. Oscar, helpless, could only nod. Fine, I'll say it, but you all have to promise not to laugh at me. All right, we promise not to laugh at you. Even Zhao Wujia patted his chest and personally said so, but it was obvious that both he and Tang San had smiles on their faces. Then, Oscar finally recited the incantation for his 3rd soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. Puffed. Ha ha ha. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Zhao Wujia was the first to burst out laughing. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also couldn't stop laughing. Only Ning Rongrong and the other 3 girls covered their mouths with their hands to maintain their image, but their faces were flushed. Seeing this, Oscar was immediately frustrated. He angrily said, You all said you wouldn't laugh, so why are you laughing at me now? Yet seeing Oscar like this made Tang San and the others laugh even harder. After a while, it was Zhao Wujia who first managed to suppress his laughter, waving his hand and saying, All right, everyone stop laughing, or little Ao is going to cry. I won't cry. Oscar stubbornly turned his head away. Tang Ge stepped forward, patted Oscar on the shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. Don't be angry, everyone is just joking with you. Besides, they all ate your sausage. You should feel proud, right? Oh, that seems to make sense. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Oscar, who was sulking, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He then shook the sausage he had just made in his hand and proudly said, "Don't laugh. If you have the ability, then don't eat my mushroom sausage later." "Oh, is the mushroom sausage in your hand something special? Quickly tell us its effects." Tang Ge cooperated from his side. Oscar nodded, extended his right hand holding the mushroom sausage, and suddenly spoke loudly. "Mushroom sausage, third soul skill, effect, flying." "Flying?" The laughter of Ma Hongjun and the others suddenly stopped, and their gazes towards Oscar became blank. After regaining his senses, Dai Mubai couldn't help but say, "Little Oscar, you're not joking with us, are you?" Oscar couldn't be bothered to explain and directly ate the mushroom sausage in his hand, accompanied by a wave of soul power. 3 pairs of transparent wings quickly formed on his back. Then, as the wings flapped, Oscar lifted off the ground and soared into the air. From his elevated position, he looked down at the shocked expressions of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, unable to contain his pride. "How about that? I'm not lying to you, right? And let me tell you, my flying skill can fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake for 1 minute. Want to try it? Beg me, and I'll let you." It must be said that Oscar's third soul skill with the flying ability truly amazed Dai Mubai and the others. It is known that there are countless types of soul rings, but not every soul master can obtain a flying soul skill. Now, Oscar's third soul ring had surprisingly granted him the flying skill. 1 minute may not be long, but at the speed of a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he could fly at least 2,000 meters. However, seeing Oscar's smug look, which was clearly that of a small person reveling in his success, Dai Mubai and Tang San were left speechless. Even Zhao Wujia couldn't bear to watch any longer. He laughed and scolded, "All right, come down quickly and tell me the specific characteristics of your third soul skill." "Okay." Oscar chuckled and promptly descended from the sky. After inquiring, everyone learned that Oscar's current soul power could produce 10 mushroom sausages at once. Moreover, as his soul power increased, he would be able to produce even more mushroom sausages in the future. With this soul skill ability, Oscar sausages could already be considered top-notch among food-type martial souls. At this moment, not only Dai Mubai and Tang San, but even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were filled with envy at this flying ability. Oscar, who had always been mocked for his martial soul, could finally hold his head high. He looked at Zhao Wujia and eagerly asked, "Teacher Zhao, where are we going next? Are we heading straight back to the academy?" Zhao Wujia was about to speak. Tang San suddenly coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention, and said with a shy expression, "Teacher, I accidentally broke through to level 30 while I was laughing just now, so I probably can't leave yet." Cough, 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 cough. As soon as he finished speaking, another round of intense coughing erupted. It turned out that Dai Mubai had accidentally choked on his breath and was almost unable to catch his breath. His face turned extremely red, and it took him quite a while to recover. Looking at Tang San, Dai Mubai felt very uncomfortable. Why did such good luck not come his way when he was just laughing? Even the other people's eyes were filled with strange expressions. Xiao Wu then excitedly ran over and hugged Tang San's arm. "Brother, congratulations. But I'll catch up to you soon." I believe in you, Xiao Wu." Tang San smiled and nodded. He then turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Teacher Zhao, do you think we can continue to stay and look for a suitable soul beast for me? As a student of Shrek Academy, even if you don't say anything, we will help you find one, and we will look for the one that is most suitable for you. However, this means we will have to stay in the Startling Forest for a longer time." Hearing Tang San's request, Zhao Wuji smiled and nodded. After resting for a while, they set off again, using Lin Yuechan's abilities to search for nearby soul beasts. Unfortunately, after 2 days, despite Lin Yuechan's assistance and Zhao Wuji's careful search with Tang San and the others, they still hadn't found a suitable soul beast for Tang San. However, the other 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts they encountered along the way became excellent trial targets for the 8 of them. After 2 days of training, their teamwork became increasingly tacit, and their practical experience continued to grow. As the night of the 3rd day fell, after driving away a passing 1,000-year soul beast, Zhao Wuji immediately ordered them to stop and began to set up tents in preparation for rest. Meanwhile, a few miles away, 3 figures were quickly approaching them. If Zhao Wuji could see them, he would definitely recognize that 2 of the figures were the famous couple, the Dragon King and Snake Lady from the continent. Accompanying them was their granddaughter Meng Iran. The main purpose of the Dragon King and Snake Lady's visit to the Startling Forest this time was to find a soul beast for their granddaughter Meng Iran. They had originally found a soul beast, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and had marked its abdomen with a serpent staff. However, by the time they caught up with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, it had already turned into a corpse, with obvious signs of other soul masters having attacked it. How could they not be angry that the soul beast they had their eyes on was snatched away by someone else? Following the traces, they had pursued for 2 days and arrived here. Seeing that they were getting closer to their target, the snake lady couldn't help but snort. I want to see which soul master dares to steal my granddaughter's soul beast. But just as they were about to move forward, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and an enormous figure came rushing from the distance. The shadow fell, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Is this the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape? As they saw the approaching figure, which was like a mountain, both the Dragon King and Snake Lady gasped in shock. Then, without hesitation, the Dragon King shouted, "Run." After saying that, he directly picked up the dazed Meng Iran and turned to flee with the Snake Lady, not even daring to use his soul power. Chapter 91. What are you grabbing me for? Huff, huff. They ran wildly. Even though the Dragon King and Snake Lady were both at the rank of Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor, respectively, they were still exhausted from running without using their soul power.